The man was violently tearing the woman's clothes to shreds. The woman covered her fair skin with her arms in terror, her eyes filled with despair and anger. Suddenly, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind, and the man froze on the spot. After the man finished receiving the memories and came to his senses, Lin Jiming found a pitiful woman sitting in front of him, staring at him with a face full of despair, the bedding around them in a mess. Lin Jiming realized he had transmigrated, and the body he had taken before left him no way out. He decided to go all in and approach the beauty on the bed step by step. No! No, don't touch me! Ling Xuan's charming face showed fear as she backed away until she was against the wall with nowhere left to retreat. When Lin Jiming stepped out the door, Chao Shi was already waiting outside. Chao Shi gave him a cold glance before saying, "Why did it take so long? Come with me." Just as they turned onto the main road, a patrol of Imperial Guards came along. "Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty!" The Imperial Guards knelt and saluted Lin Jiming. "Stop for now, take me to the Empress's palace," Lin Jiming suddenly said as the Imperial Guards were about to leave. The Imperial Guards dared not disobey and hurriedly escorted him. Upon arriving at Weiyang Palace, Lin Jiming ordered, "Guard this place and do not let anyone in." He then strode into the palace. At that moment, Empress Xia Fengqing was bathing. "Why has your Majesty come?" Xia Fengqing was stunned. She saw Lin Jiming already standing by the bathtub, his inexplicably protruding dragon robe almost touching her face. "Because the Empress is here, I have come." Lin Jiming gave her a maniacal laugh, took off his dragon robe, jumped into the bathtub, and pulled Xia Fengqing into his arms. Outside Weiyang Palace, the real emperor was rushing over, which surprised the Imperial Guards stationed outside. The emperor, ignoring the guards, barged in. Pushing open the door, he saw Empress Xia Fengqing, her face flushed, facing him, with Lin Jiming standing behind her. You! The emperor was struck dumb, his eyes wide with rage, and before he could catch his breath, everything went black. With a pft, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Lin Jiming stood in front of the fallen emperor and asked, "Empress, do you think we could still live if this dog of an emperor were alive?" His question stunned the empress. Just then, the emperor slowly awoke. "You lowly commoner, I will tear you to pieces, I will exterminate your entire family." His face flushed red, veins bulging, he glared at Lin Jiming. Lin Jiming squatted down and looked down at him. "You dog emperor, did you ever think you'd end up like this?" As she spoke, she began to give him a rundown of events. Emperor Ji Jinwen was the 12th ruler of the great Wu dynasty. Because he was a puppet ruler in his youth, the real power of the court was held by the Empress Dowager, who ruled from behind the curtain, and the 3 regent ministers. After being diagnosed by the imperial physician, he was unable to have children for the rest of his life, and his personality became increasingly violent and eccentric. Countless palace maids died under his tyranny. Ji Jinwen was even superstitious about elixirs. He took all kinds of elixirs for more than a year, but his health deteriorated. In the end, he went to great lengths to find Lin Jiming, who looked exactly like him, to be his stud emperor. "Is your Majesty well?" A voice suddenly came from outside. It was Xia Yun, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Lin Jiming frowned, but Xia Fengqing whispered, "It's my elder brother." Xia Yun was in charge of guarding the palace tonight. When he patrolled this area, he noticed something unusual. After inquiring, he learned that 2 emperors had entered the Empress's palace one after the other, which is why he asked this presumptuous question. A short while later, Lin Jiming led Xia Fengqing, who was already dressed in a phoenix robe, out of the palace. Xia Yun and the other Imperial Guards knelt down and bowed to the 2 of them. "Get up," Lin Jiming said coldly. "Just now, a little eunuch spoiled my mood and was executed on the spot. Commander Xia, you handle this matter." Xia Yun looked up in surprise and saw Xia Fengqing nod slightly to him. He then said, "Your subject obeys the decree." This was not the first time for these Imperial Guards. A mangled corpse lay by the door, blood staining the eunuch's robes and the ground. Xia Yun frowned, sighed inwardly, and could only deal with the matter at hand. Lin Jiming led the empress to the Qianqing palace and dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs. Inside the vast palace, only he and Xia Fengqing, who was still somewhat dazed, remained. In the dead of night, Lin Jiming, who had transmigrated from another era, kept extracting information from Xia Fengqing, clarifying the general situation of various matters in the palace, so that he, the fake emperor, would be well informed. The next day around noon, Lin Jiming finally emerged from his palace. "Your Majesty, it's all taken care of," Xia Yun, who was waiting outside, meticulously reported the process. "You've worked hard." Lin Jiming walked over and patted him on the shoulder to show his friendliness. "Since you're here, come with me to do some things." This made Xia Yun feel very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, inside the Wenyuan Pavilion, a young man sat in the seat of Grand Secretary Ning Song, writing his comments on a memorial. After finishing, he stretched. "Young Grand Secretary Ning is becoming increasingly adept at handling state affairs. He has truly inherited Grand Secretary Ning's skills." An official nearby praised the young man. This man was Ning Bai, son of Grand Secretary Ning Song. Currently, the Grand Secretariat is almost entirely composed of Grand Secretary Ning Song's men. Under their flattery, Ning Bai was already feeling quite pleased with himself, but he still maintained a humble demeanor. "Your Excellencies are too kind. I only handle government affairs because I'm worried that my father is overworked. I only write the instructions. The final decision rests with my father," Ning Bai said, feigning agreement. "Issuing an imperial edict? That's something the emperor does. It's utterly absurd." The speaker was an elderly man in his 50s named Healy. He was a Grand Secretary of the Wenyuan Pavilion, a fifth-rank official, but held no other official position. His words immediately silenced the Qianqing Palace, shattering the previously harmonious atmosphere. Ning Bai's otherwise refined expression darkened. Without Ning Bai even needing to explicitly say anything, Duan Hua, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, immediately rebuked him. "You old scoundrel, I've tolerated you for too long. Offending the young Grand Secretary, you deserve to have your entire family executed." Healy remained unmoved by their threats and insults, but a deep disappointment and resolve were revealed in the depths of his murky eyes. "The Great Wu is doomed." At this moment, Lin Jiming had already arrived at the entrance of Wenyuan Pavilion. "What brings your Majesty to the Wenyuan Pavilion?" An old eunuch blocked his way. "As the Emperor, I am here to handle state affairs. The Empress Dowager has decreed that your Majesty is not allowed to enter the Wenyuan Pavilion. State affairs can be handled by the Grand Secretariat, and will be approved by the Directorate of Ceremonial in the end." The old eunuch brought out his powerful backer, Empress Dowager Ning Daishi, daughter of Grand Secretary Ning Song. With the Empress Dowager inside and the Grand Secretary outside, the entire court was practically a one-man show for the Ning family, and even the Emperor was being sidelined. "You dog of a servant, are you looking for death?" Daring to invoke the Empress Dowager and the Grand Secretary to intimidate him, Lin Jiming kicked him in the chest. The old eunuch crashed into the gate of the Wenyuan Pavilion, spitting blood as he collapsed. "It is my duty to handle state affairs. I fear no one's wrath." Lin Jiming didn't even glance at him, casually ordering, "Drag him away and beat him to death." Lin Jiming scanned his surroundings. No one dared to meet his gaze. "His Majesty has arrived." With the announcement, Lin Jiming, dressed in a solemn and magnificent imperial dragon robe, strode into the Wenyuan Pavilion. Behind him stood Xia Yun. "Who are you, and why are you sitting in the position of the Grand Secretary?" Lin Jiming, who was walking towards the dragon throne, stopped and questioned him. "Your Majesty, this is the Grand Secretary's son, the imperial brother-in-law Ning Bai," a minister nearby explained. "Oh." Lin Jiming sat down at the head of the table first, with Xia Yun, his bodyguard, beside him. Then he asked, "Has the Grand Secretary retired? Why is he here?" "Your Majesty, I am here only to share my father's burdens." He had no fear of this emperor, because he had seen how pathetic this emperor was in front of the Empress Dowager and his own father. "Your Majesty has come at the perfect time. Healy has committed treason. We beg your Majesty to strip him of his title and imprison him." Duan Hua, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, spoke up, immediately drawing a chorus of agreement. Lin Jiming looked in the direction they were pointing. The gaunt He Li stood there, unfazed by the pointing fingers of the officials, displaying a remarkable pride. Lin Jiming glanced at Ning Bai, who remained seated in the Grand Secretary's seat. "How dare you, a commoner, enter the Qianqing Palace? This is not a place for you. Get out!" Instantly, Ning Bai's previously composed face turned pale and then flushed. As the son of the Grand Secretary, and with his sister revered as the Empress Dowager, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Duan Hua, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, once again stepped forward to help Ning Bai out of the predicament, saying, "Your Majesty, the participation of the imperial brother-in-law in government affairs is a special permission granted by the Empress Dowager and the Grand Secretary." It was the Empress Dowager and the Grand Secretary again. "Minister Duan, I am the true Emperor of Great Wu." Lin Jiming's voice was filled with murderous intent, his gaze sharp as lightning as he swept over Duan Hua, who looked at the Emperor before him in astonishment. Grand Scholar He, a commoner, entered the Wenyuan Pavilion to discuss state affairs without being summoned. What is your punishment for this? Lin Jiming ignored him and instead questioned He Li. He Li quickly realized what was happening. "Your Majesty, anyone who enters the Wenyuan Pavilion without permission to participate in political affairs is guilty of usurpation and should be imprisoned in the Heavenly Prison and executed in the autumn." Ning Bai was immediately terrified and turned pale. Ning Bai then realized how foolish he had been to sit there and scorn the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I am the Empress Dowager's younger brother, the Emperor's brother-in-law, not a commoner." He stood up, hesitated for a moment, then knelt down again, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. His dignity, his noble status, was torn to shreds in that instant. "This is the Wenyuan Pavilion, the place where the Prime Minister of the Cabinet handles important national affairs. There are no imperial brothers-in-law here, only Emperor and his ministers." Lin Jiming did not intend to let him off so easily. "Where are the imperial guards?" A clanging sound of armor clashing against metal came from outside the door, and a squad of imperial guards filed in. "Your Majesty, you mustn't! It's best to let the Grand Secretary handle this matter." Lin Jiming slammed his hand on the dragon throne and said angrily, "It seems that in Vice Minister Duan's eyes, there is only the Grand Secretary, not me, the Emperor. Unless the Grand Secretary directly rebels, the Emperor will naturally have the upper hand over him." Just then, a shrill voice came from outside, shouting all the way to Wenyuan Pavilion. "The Empress Dowager has decreed that His Majesty is urgently summoned to Yue Palace for an audience." Lin Yiming frowned. Although the Empress Dowager is not allowed to interfere in politics, disrespecting her is considered unfilial. In the Great Wu dynasty, which governs the country based on filial piety, this is a serious crime. Lin Jiming knew that executing Ning Bai was impossible, but he couldn't stand Duan Hua, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. "Go and report to the Empress Dowager. After finishing the affairs of state, I will naturally go to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager decrees that I must see His Majesty immediately, without delay." Lin Jiming was furious. "Insolence! These people are all trying to intimidate me by using the Grand Secretary or the Empress Dowager. Throw him out!" The guards who entered the Wenyuan Pavilion were all Xia Yun's personal guards. After seeing Xia Yun's approval, they did not hesitate and dragged the eunuch out. "Duan Hua!" Lin Jiming pointed his finger at the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. "As the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, you keep calling yourself the Grand Secretary. Are you showing contempt for me?" Duan Hua's face turned red with embarrassment, and in the end, he could only kneel down in humiliation. "Resign from the position of left Vice Minister and let He Li, the Grand Secretary of the Wenyuan Pavilion, take over." "Your Majesty, as the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, I am under the jurisdiction of the Grand Secretary. Even if you want to dismiss me, you must get the Grand Secretary's permission." Duan Hua suddenly raised his head and retorted loudly. "So, I still can't remove you from your post?" A cold glint flashed in Lin Jiming's eyes. Currently, the court officials only feared the Grand Secretary, not him, the Emperor. He had to change this. "Duan Hua, as if he had suffered a great injustice, shouted loudly. Your subject is not convinced. He had spent half his life climbing to this position, and being dismissed from office was almost the same as being executed. Lin Jiming sneered, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. Regardless of rank, no one dared to meet his eyes for a moment, all lowering their heads. Drag him away! Lin Jiming gave him no further chance to shout. 2 Imperial guards stepped forward and dragged Duan Hua away. No one dared to stop them, fearing they would get into trouble. Ning Bai didn't even dare to raise his head. Your Majesty, I, Healy, kowtow to thank you for your great kindness. Healy knelt down. At this moment, the Grand Secretary, who was over 50 years old, was moved to tears. He had already resigned from his post, but he did not expect that the Emperor, who had always been indifferent to state affairs, would suddenly appear, disregard past grievances, and bestow upon him the important position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Lin Jiming stood up and paused as he passed Ning Bai. I do not wish to see you in the Wenyuan Pavilion again. If you dare to set foot here again, behead me. Furthermore, if you dare to disrespect me again, I will execute you by slow slicing. As he spoke, he kicked Ning Bai. Ning Bai didn't dare to dodge and was immediately kicked, falling headlong to the ground. Ning Bai's face twisted in pain, not just from the pain, but even more so from the hatred born of humiliation. Ning Bai's heart clenched, and at this moment, only fear remained on his face, no longer showing any shame or indignation. His cowardice and disgraceful behavior were fully witnessed by all the ministers in the hall, and their expressions varied. After leaving the Wenyuan Pavilion, Lin Jiming frowned deeply. While the Grand Secretary's position was indeed below his, the Empress Dowager naturally held a higher position. The concept of filial piety is not to be easily broken. He glanced at the eunuch being carried out. All the eunuchs and maids in the palace were controlled by the Empress Dowager. He had to keep the entire palace under his control. Lin Jiming glanced at Xia Yun, who was standing guard to the side. He had a bad temper, but was very straightforward, not bad. Come forward, Lin Jiming said to Xia Yun. Regarding your father's matter, it was merely a momentary impulse on my part. Rest assured, I will reinstate him to his original position soon. Lin Jiming's sudden mention of this matter startled Xia Yun once again. Your Majesty's grace is appreciated on behalf of my father. Although he didn't understand why the Emperor before him had changed so much, Xia Yun still bowed, but Lin Jiming stopped him. The position of commander of the Imperial Guards has been vacant for a long time, so you shall take it. Xia Yun's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't understand why, he quickly thanked the Emperor. Your subject Xia Yun will certainly not fail your Majesty's trust. Take this and immediately take command of the Imperial Guards. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without prior notification. Lin Jiming took off his personal seal and carefully handed it to Xia Yun. I will hold off the Empress Dowager. You must hurry. Your humble servant obeys the decree. Xia Yun hurriedly left with his confidants, while Lin Jiming arrived at the Yue Palace where the Empress Dowager resided. A little boy of about 10 years old was holding a scroll of scriptures and reciting them aloud. Upon seeing Lin Jiming enter, Ji Jingyi merely glanced at him indifferently, without even offering a greeting. Lin Jiming entered the palace and saw a figure sitting behind a beaded curtain. Due to the curtain's obstruction, he couldn't see clearly, only making out a general outline. Empress Dowager Ning Daishi, dressed in a magnificent phoenix robe, sat regally on a phoenix chair, with palace maids gently fanning her on either side. Her right elbow rested on the chair, and she supported her right cheek with the back of her hand, her phoenix eyes slightly closed. Although she was nearly 30, she looked no more than 20. She was voluptuous, with an extremely eye-catching bust, so much so that the golden phoenix pattern on her phoenix robe appeared somewhat plump. Your Majesty, the Emperor has arrived. The eunuch hurried to the beaded curtain. Why did it take so long? The Empress Dowager's slightly displeased voice came from behind the beaded curtain. I was dealing with state affairs, so I'm a little late, Lin Jiming replied, too lazy to argue. Ning Daishi, however, was furious. Didn't I tell you not to deal with state affairs? Lin Jiming almost laughed out of anger. As the Emperor, it is my duty to handle state affairs. Where does this talk of disrupting the court come from? A long silence fell behind the beaded curtain. The Empress Dowager was stunned. I've said it before, you're still young and know nothing about politics. If I let you handle state affairs, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? The Empress Dowager was so angry at his sudden rebuttal that she stood up and walked out from behind the beaded curtain. Only then did Lin Jiming truly see the Empress Dowager Ning Daishi's appearance. Although she wore an angry expression, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. One glance was enough to steal one's soul, especially her exquisite face, which was impossible to look away from. How dare you! Ning Daishi was furious, but then seemed to remember something. You all go out first, close the door, and don't let anyone in. She dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs. After confirming that only the two of them remained in the palace, Ning Daishi said, You were addicted to wine and women in your youth, which ruined your health, and now you have no heir. I have decided to make the Prince of Zhao the Crown Prince to prevent chaos in the future due to the lack of an heir. So that's how it is. Lin Jiming finally understood the real reason for his existence as a stand-in. He suddenly realized that once the Prince of Zhao entered the Eastern Palace, he, the fake emperor, would likely face some kind of accident sooner or later. Chapter 8: I'll examine you. Lin Jiming finally understood that the emperor's health was deteriorating day by day, turning him into a consumptive, all because Ning Song and his daughter had been indulging and scheming behind the scenes. Ji Jinwen wasn't truly incompetent. It was just that his strong opinions made him someone the Ning family had to eliminate. Ning Daishi's repeated claims that the emperor was ignorant of politics were merely a pretext to undermine his authority. Now, Ning Song had lost patience and wanted to install the 10-year-old Ji Jini as crown prince. Once the emperor died, the court and the harem would fall into the Ning family's hands. Thinking of this, Lin Jiming's heart turned completely cold. Since this father and daughter had already set their sights on his life, there was no need for politeness. He stepped forward, a smile playing on his lips, and stared at Ning Daishi, asking, Do you really want the 7th prince to become the crown prince? Ning Daishi remained calm and replied directly, That's right. Lin Jiming took another step closer. He sneered, saying that since ancient times, only when an emperor died without an heir would a successor be chosen from among the princes. But he was still alive, and Ning Daishi was in such a hurry to push the 7th prince into the Eastern Palace. Did she think he wouldn't live much longer? Ning Daishi only said that this was to prepare for the future, but Lin Jiming didn't buy it at all. Instead, he changed the subject and deliberately praised her for being smart and capable, saying that she had a clear grasp of both the harem and the court. Just as Ning Daishi was stunned, she realized that Lin Jiming was already standing in front of her. The two were only inches apart, and Lin Jiming looked down at her, his tone full of mockery. You know everything, but you don't understand men at all. How dare you conclude that my body is ruined and I can't even have children? Upon hearing this, Ning Daishi's face instantly changed. She was both shocked and furious, sharply telling Lin Jiming to stop his insolence. But Lin Jiming instead leaned down, his face almost touching hers, and asked with a smile where he had been insolent. Ning Daishi then fully realized that the emperor before her seemed like a completely different person, no longer displaying the timidity and caution of the past. The emperors of the past had always been subservient to her, even hesitant to use proper self-reference. But now, Lin Jiming's eyes were filled with mockery and oppression. Ning Daishi's voice trembled as she asked him to step back, but Lin Jiming said calmly, No rush, I'm just here to let you examine me personally. These words made Ning Daishi so embarrassed that she almost lost control, but Lin Jiming continued unhurriedly. Since it had been confirmed that his body was not damaged, there was naturally no need to mention the matter of the 7th prince taking over the Eastern Palace. Ultimately, Ning Daishi was nothing more than a product of a political transaction. She shouldn't take herself too seriously. He then bluntly stated that the Ning family had been waiting for his death so they could install the 7th prince as a puppet. But the Ning family, having schemed for so many years, would never willingly bear the stigma of regicide and usurpation. Since that was the case, let's see who ultimately outmaneuvers whom. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall, followed by the old eunuch's startled and angry question. The next moment, A voice that Lin Jiming recognized rang out from outside the door. Your humble servant Xia Yun has come to welcome your majesty back to the palace. Chapter 9. Taking Advantage and Leaving. A sudden commotion outside the hall shattered the previously oppressive and ambiguous atmosphere. Ning Daishi snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing Lin Jiming away, her hands clutching her chest, gasping for breath. Lin Jiming also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Xia Yun had already taken control of the Imperial Guards. He leisurely straightened his clothes, his face regaining its nonchalant and playful expression. He bowed to Ning Daishi and said indifferently, Then I shall take my leave. Ning Daishi turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Lin Jiming's lips curled into a smile, and he turned and walked towards the palace gate. As soon as the palace door opened, nearly 100 Imperial Guards had already surrounded the area, blocking it completely in layers. Standing at the forefront was Xia Yun. The palace maids and eunuchs who had been guarding the door had long since been driven away. At this point, the situation outside Yu Palace had completely changed. Lin Jiming glanced at the people at the door. Besides Prince Zhao, Ji Jingyi, who was holding a book and looking bewildered, there was the old eunuch who was usually arrogant and domineering around the Empress Dowager, and Wang Qing, the eunuch on duty beside him. At this moment, Wang Qing's face bore a clear handprint, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Jiming looked at Wang Qing and calmly asked, Who did this? Wang Qing lowered his head and replied meekly, Your Majesty, it was this eunuch beside me. He spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, without the slightest intention of seeking credit. The old eunuch still tried to force his way in, but Wang Qing firmly stopped him again. The old eunuch immediately shrieked, You dare stop me? Are you trying to rebel? Lin Jiming merely glanced at him and extended his hand to Xia Yun. Xia Yun immediately understood and handed over his waist knife. The next moment, a cold light flashed as the blade was drawn, slicing across the old eunuch's neck. The old eunuch clutched his throat, his face filled with disbelief, blood gushing from between his fingers. He never imagined that Lin Jiming would actually dare to act at the Empress Dowager's palace gates, and that he would kill her most trusted eunuch. With a muffled thud, his body fell into a pool of blood. Ning Daishi, who was inside the gate, was shocked and furious when she saw this scene. She shouted angrily, Emperor, how dare you kill my people in front of my gate? Lin Jiming looked up at her and said slowly, Didn't you hear, mother? He just said that stopping him is treason. I will deal with this dog of a servant for you. Ning Daishi was speechless, feeling a tightness in her chest and an urge to explode with anger. Just then, Wang Qing took out a white handkerchief from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. Your Majesty, please wipe away the bloodstains. Lin Jiming took the handkerchief, and while wiping his hands asked, What's your name? Where are you on duty? Wang Qing was immediately flattered and hurriedly bowed, replying, Your Majesty, this servant is Wang Qing, on duty at Qianqing Palace. Lin Jiming nodded and said, You're quite good. He had already made a mental note of this person. A mere eunuch on duty dared to stand up to the Empress Dowager's chief attendant. He certainly had guts and knew his place. Wang Qing immediately knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling as he said, Thank you, Your Majesty. This servant is willing to serve Your Majesty with my life. Lin Jiming didn't say anything more, but simply waved his hand to let him get up, then looked at Ji Jingyi beside him. At this moment, the 10-year-old prince was already so frightened that his legs were trembling, and he could barely stand up as he stared at the corpse on the ground. Lin Jiming said calmly, Come here. Ji Jingyi trembled and hesitantly stepped forward. Lin Jiming stared at him and asked, Who am I? Ji Jingyi was taken aback and whispered, It's my imperial brother. Lin Jiming's face darkened, and he shouted, Guards, drag him away and give him 10 lashes. Ji Jingyi was terrified and cried out, Imperial brother, why are you hitting me? Lin Jiming coldly looked at him and said, Since you know I am your imperial brother, why do you not bow when you see me, and why do you not respond when you call me? This beating is to make you remember the laws of the land, and also to make you remember that I am the emperor of the great Wu dynasty. With one sentence, no one in the entire room dared to utter a sound. The eunuchs and palace maids around all shrank back, and none of them dared to actually touch Prince Xiao. It was Wang Qing who stepped forward, pressing Ji Jingyi down onto the stone table and ordering someone to bring a flogging rod. He then pulled down Ji Jingyi's outer trousers and began to beat him with the rod, making the young prince cry out in agony, his screams echoing throughout the entire Yu Palace. After 10 strokes, Wang Qing helped him put his clothes back on, set him up, and retreated behind Lin Jiming. Lin Jiming looked at Ji Jingyi, who was sobbing uncontrollably, and said coldly, "Seventh brother, you're already 10 years old. You'd better remember the rules from now on. Otherwise, next time, I might not just punish you. Do you understand?" Ji Jingyi was completely terrified. Everyone used to think Lin Jiming was a good-for-nothing, and he had never taken this elder brother seriously. But now he finally understood that even if the person on the throne was his own brother, they wouldn't show him any mercy. So he forced back his sobs, nodded in terror, and dared not be negligent in the slightest. Lin Jiming added, "Go back and copy the ancestral precepts of the martial emperor 50 times, and hand them to me tomorrow morning." Ji Jingyi's face turned pale upon hearing this, but seeing Lin Jiming raise an eyebrow, he immediately knelt down obediently. "Your subject obeys the decree," Lin Jiming sneered. "It would have been better if you had been this sensible earlier, you spineless coward." When he looked back again, Ning Daishi had already retreated back to her inner room. She had heard every word and every scream outside clearly, but in the end she didn't dare to come out and stop them. Lin Jiming simply chuckled at this, then waved his hand and led his men away. Back to Qianqing Palace. Chapter 10: The Plan. When the imperial carriage returned to Qianqing Palace, Lin Jiming hadn't even entered when he saw Xia Fengqing standing outside the hall waiting for him. He was somewhat surprised and had just asked her why she wasn't resting when Xia Fengqing pulled him into the hall, closed the door behind her, and asked in a low voice if the Empress Dowager had made things difficult for him. Lin Jiming smiled and said that he originally wanted to make things difficult for him, but in the end he was the one who got the upper hand. Xia Fengqing looked puzzled, so he led her into the inner room and gave a general account of what had happened in Yue Palace, only quietly omitting the part about flirting with the Empress Dowager. Xia Fengqing was stunned after hearing this, and after a long while, she hesitated and asked, "You killed the head servant by the Empress Dowager's side?" Lin Jiming replied coldly, "He was just a blind servant. It's fine to kill him. Too many people want me dead, so I have to keep a few dogs around first." He spoke very directly, without any concealment. Because now, among all the officials, only Xia Fengqing knew that he was not the original emperor. And ever since Ji Jingwen died before her eyes, she had no way out, and could only continue to play along with him. That night, Lin Yiming did nothing but quietly hold Xia Fengqing and sleep through the night. The next morning, he summoned Wang Qing, who was guarding outside the door, and instructed him to summon Xia Yun and several officers of the embroidered uniform guard, as he wanted to meet them in the south study. After Wang Qing acknowledged the order and left, Lin Jiming mentally went over the matter again. The embroidered uniform guard should have been the sharpest weapon in the emperor's hand, protecting the palace and monitoring officials. However, nowadays, the inner palace is mostly guarded by eunuchs and imperial guards at night, making the embroidered uniform guard seem almost powerless. Not long after, Xia Yun arrived first. He had been on duty all night after returning from the Empress Dowager's palace. Although his eyes were bloodshot, he was unusually excited. For him, the emperor's change in attitude and the sudden promotion were enough to make him wholeheartedly devoted to serving the country. Xia Yun entered with impeccable manners, and Lin Jiming, too lazy to stop him, simply called him over and whispered a few instructions in his ear. Xia Yun was initially startled, but her expression quickly hardened. She accepted the order in a deep voice and turned to make arrangements without hesitation. Xia Fengqing, watching from the side, asked anxiously if there would be any mishaps. Lin Jiming, however, remained calm and simply smiled faintly. "They are merely servants of the royal family. How can they possibly cause trouble in my hands? It's best if they know what's good for them. If not, it's simple. It'll just be a matter of a few people dying." His unhurried tone exuded an absolute sense of control. Xia Fengqing didn't try to persuade him further, but simply looked at him quietly, her eyes flickering slightly. 2 days ago, this man was just a stranger to her, a substitute, but now, she had decided to stake her and the Xiao family's lives on him. This charade might not last long, they would all perish together. But judging from Lin Jiming's performance these past 2 days, Xia Fengqing had another thought creeping into her mind. Perhaps this charade could not only be sustained, but might actually continue until the very end. At this moment, a eunuch from a Yue palace brought over a large stack of papers, which were the ancestral precepts of Emperor Wu that Zhao Wangji Jingyi had been punished to copy the previous night. Lin Jiming only glanced at them and then looked away. He was just a child being raised as a puppet. 10 strokes of the cane and 50 copies of the precepts were enough to teach him a lesson. As for Empress Dowager Ning Daishi, she's the real troublesome one. With that old dog Ning Song backing her up, he can't touch her yet. But just thinking of that stunningly beautiful face and that voluptuous, soft body, Lin Jiming couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. Upon arriving at the south study, Lin Jiming looked around and a thought struck him. The furnishings were minimalist, yet the room was filled with various classic texts and handwritten notes. It was clear that Ji Jinwen had studied diligently in his youth and had once harbored ambitions, only to be ultimately suppressed into a tyrant by the Ning family father and daughter. After waiting for more than an hour, Wang Qing finally returned to report that Su Liang, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, had been ordered to pay his respects. Lin Jiming gave a curt reply, and after the palace doors opened, 5 people walked in together. Su Liang, who was at the head, merely cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, while the others simply bowed slightly. This set of courtesies was as perfunctory as could be. Lin Jiming, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed, smiling as he had people offer him seats. After they were all seated in the study, he glanced around and suddenly asked, "Why is one missing?" According to regulations, there shouldn't only be 5 high-ranking officers in the embroidered uniform guard. Su Liang replied casually, saying that Commander Chen Ping had been injured yesterday while apprehending a wanted criminal and was recuperating at home. Lin Jiming stared at him for a moment, as if he understood something, then summoned Wang Qing and calmly ordered, "Go bring Chen Ping here." Wang Qing obeyed and left. Su Liang immediately frowned and reminded him, "Your Majesty, Chen Ping is injured." Lin Jiming didn't even raise his eyelids, and only replied with 4 words, "Then bring him here." The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the southern study became oppressive. Su Liang's gaze darkened as he stared intently at Lin Jiming, as if scrutinizing the emperor for the first time. In the ensuing silence, he finally spoke first. "I wonder what your Majesty's orders are in summoning us here today?" Chapter 11. Taking down the guard. After entering the south study, Lin Jiming didn't waste any words, only saying that he hadn't seen any Jinyui, Imperial Guards, for several days. He casually flipped through the booklets on the table, his tone seemingly calm, yet it instantly put Su Liang and the others on edge. Su Liang had no choice but to explain, saying that there were too many cases in the capital recently, and they were simply short-handed. Lin Jiming nodded after listening, as if he believed him, and casually said, "I see, then I misunderstood you." Su Liang had just bowed to express his gratitude when Lin Jiming changed the subject and stared at Su Liang again, saying, "You always carry that account book with you, right? Give it to me and let me see it." As soon as he said this, Su Liang's face changed on the spot. Because the so-called account books didn't record the flow of money at all, but rather various secrets and incriminating information about officials in the court. Who accepted how much bribe, who seized how much land, even who went to brothels without paying, it was all recorded clearly. This was the Jinyui's sharpest weapon. Lin Jiming knew very well that the Jinyui were now seriously derelict in their duties, and were probably already in cahoots with Ning Song. Therefore, he didn't rush into the court. Instead, he wanted to first regain control of the embroidered uniform guard. Only by subduing these fiercest dogs could he slowly reclaim imperial power. Su Liang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took out a blue booklet and placed it on the imperial desk. Lin Jiming turned to the first page, and the first entry was about Xia Zhongzi, saying that he was a drunkard in the army and complained that the emperor was immoral and the country was in danger. The next entry was even harsher, saying that he had whipped soldiers without cause, almost causing a riot. Lin Jiming's eyelids twitched when he read this. It's one thing if it's someone else, But the first person he wrote down was actually his own father-in-law. He knew that the previous emperor was indeed no good, so it might be true that he was being called immoral, but he simply didn't believe that Xia Zhongzi had beaten soldiers without cause and almost caused a mutiny. So Lin Jiming continued flipping through the ledgers, and the more he looked, the more something seemed off. The ledgers contained everything: a Ministry of Works official falsely reported purchases, a grand secretary wrote poems satirizing the emperor, details were meticulously recorded. But there was one group of people completely absent from the list, Ning Song's faction, as if they had been deliberately erased. Just then, an announcement came from outside the hall. Wang Qing had brought Chen Ping in. A slightly thin young man strode into the hall and knelt down respectfully to pay his respects. Your subject, Chen Ping, Vice Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, pays his respects to your Majesty. Lin Jiming looked at him and finally showed a hint of satisfaction. At least someone who knew the proper etiquette had arrived. Lin Jiming called Chen Ping closer and asked directly, "Where are you injured?" Chen Ping looked blank and replied that he was not injured at all and had no idea that the emperor had summoned him. After hearing this, Lin Jiming turned to look at Su Liang, his eyes already showing a hint of amusement, and his question, "Don't know?" was full of hidden meaning. Su Liang tried to brush it off, saying that Chen Ping was impulsive and often argued with people, so he hadn't brought him. Lin Jiming, however, sneered, "I think he's more polite and knows how to respect the emperor than any of you. The one he offended was probably none other than you, wasn't it?" These words immediately darkened Su Liang's expression. Seeing that he could no longer cover it up, Lin Jiming stopped beating around the bush and said coldly, "If you can't even understand what I'm saying, then you shouldn't be the commander." Su Liang finally couldn't sit still anymore, but he still brought up the cabinet and Ning Song to pressure him, saying that the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard could not be dismissed with just a word from the emperor, and that Lin Jiming should think twice before acting. Lin Jiming completely lost his temper, slamming his fist on the table and roaring, "What are the Embroidered Uniform Guards? They are the most loyal dogs of the royal family. But what about you? You take the court salary and eat the royal food, yet you dare to disobey me. Only domesticated dogs get to eat meat. Stray dogs that run off to find a master will only end up being hung up and beaten to death." Su Liang, also enraged, abruptly stood up, his gaze icy as he stared at Lin Jiming, even addressing Ning Song by his name, attempting to use the Grand Secretary to intimidate the emperor. The other four also rose, clearly disregarding Lin Jiming. But Lin Jiming only coldly replied, "That old dog Ning Song is nothing more than my dog." Upon hearing this, Su Liang completely lost control, daring to step forward and point at Lin Jiming. But he had only uttered the word, "You," when more than a dozen soft ropes suddenly flew out from behind the bookshelf, instantly binding the five of them into a tangled mess. The grappling hooks dug deep into their flesh, and the men screamed in agony, unable to break free at all. The next moment, Xia Yun appeared from behind the bookshelf with 20 imperial guards, their blades swiftly pressed against the necks of Su Liang and his companions. Only when the cold blades touched their skin did Su Liang finally come to his senses, realizing he had been tricked from the start. He couldn't understand how this emperor, who had previously held no real power, had suddenly dared to act. Chen Ping was completely stunned. The instant the rope flew out, he almost instinctively drew his embroidered spring knife, intending to protect Lin Jiming. But after the imperial guards appeared and the situation completely reversed, he realized that he had only drawn his knife halfway and was frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 12: Heaven's Wrath and People's Resentment. Lin Jiming glanced at Chen Ping and nodded in satisfaction. This reaction, this attitude, was more like that of a true imperial guard. On the contrary, Su Liang, who was bound, panicked completely. If the soft ropes hadn't been so tightly bound, he would have even wanted to kneel down on the spot. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Your Majesty, you can't kill me!" Su Liang shouted with all his might. Lin Jiming looked at him calmly, his tone completely unwavering. "Oh? Then give me a reason not to kill you!" With that one sentence, Su Liang was cornered. Su Liang hurriedly revealed his trump card, saying that he was appointed by the late emperor and commanded the 14th branch of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, with over 30,000 men. He questioned whether the emperor was afraid of a mutiny if he were killed arbitrarily. Lin Jiming merely sneered upon hearing this. Such a threat was utterly insignificant in his eyes. He waved his hand and ordered, "Insufficient reason. Drag him out and behead him." In Lin Jiming's view, once the ringleaders were dead, the followers would be unable to cause trouble. As for the imperial decree from the late emperor, that was a title bestowed by the previous dynasty's emperor. What did it have to do with him now? Xia Yun immediately stepped forward and removed the waist tags from Su Lian and the others. The imperial guards then dragged the 5 men out of the hall. Su Lian struggled and cursed all the way, still shouting, "Tyrant!" The other 4, however, completely softened, crying and begging for mercy, shouting words of admitting their mistakes, pledging loyalty, and becoming dogs. Unfortunately, it was no use. The sound quickly disappeared outside the hall. Lin Jiming then tapped the table and looked at Chen Ping, who was still standing there in a daze. "Tell me, just how rotten are the embroidered uniform guards these days?" Chen Ping calmed himself down and finally said everything he had been holding back for so long. Just as Lin Jiming had guessed, Ning Song had already extended his influence into the embroidered uniform guard. From initially trying to win them over covertly to later openly bribing them, the embroidered uniform guard had now practically become Ning Song's private tool. They were no longer seen by the emperor's side, and their surveillance was limited to court officials outside of Ning Song's faction. Chen Ping was a hereditary commander of the embroidered uniform guard and had his own power base within the Jinfu division. After listening, Lin Jiming didn't waste any words and asked him directly, "If I were to send you to take control of the Jinfu division, what are your chances of success? And how long would it take?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Chen Ping's heart was instantly filled with turmoil. He immediately knelt down, his voice even louder than before. "Su Liang doesn't have absolute power in the Jinfu division. I am confident I can bring him under control. Please grant me 2 days, Your Majesty." Lin Jiming immediately nodded and ordered Wang Qing to draft an edict, directly promoting Chen Ping to the new commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Wang Qing wrote the edict at the table and stamped it with the imperial seal in both hands. Lin Jiming glanced at him and noticed that the young eunuch had surprisingly good handwriting, so he couldn't help but praise him. Wang Qing remained meek and unassuming, only saying that he had learned some characters when he was young. His low-key and humble demeanor made Lin Jiming like him more and more. Chen Ping accepted the imperial edict, kowtowed deeply in gratitude, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, his expression darkened, and he went on to report an even more important matter. Daizhou and Weizhou suffered severe droughts, the land cracked, and the harvest failed. Luzhou was ravaged by plague, killing 30% of the population, and several areas in Huguang were hit by floods, leaving more than 100,000 households homeless. Lin Jiming's heart sank as he listened. These places, one in the northwest, one in the southeast, and one in Huguang, had all suffered major disasters at the same time, yet no one in the imperial court had reported it. Even more terrifying, countless refugees have gathered outside the capital, receiving no relief or care, and people are dying of hunger and cold every day. But this is not the end. Chen Ping pulled out a crumpled blood-stained letter from his pocket, his voice filled with barely suppressed anger. "Half a month ago, 5,000 Japanese pirates landed on the coast of Taizhou and Wenzhou, burning, killing, and looting. The local garrisons were no match for them and collapsed one after another." This letter was delivered at the risk of their lives by their comrades in the embroidered uniform guard. They arrived and the letter arrived, but they too had died. What's even more infuriating is that this information wasn't unknown to anyone. Rather, it had been forcibly suppressed by Su Liang, who strictly ordered it not to leak out. Chen Ping had a fierce argument with him over this matter, but ended up being suspended from duty and kept at home. Lin Jiming suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, "Has the cabinet taken any action?" Chen Ping shook his head. "No." As soon as those 2 words were spoken, Lin Jiming finally lost his temper and slammed his hand hard on the table. His originally handsome face was now contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and cursed, word by word. "A bunch of scum!" Only at this moment did he truly lose his temper. He could tolerate the court officials' struggles against him, the Empress Dowager's suppression of him, and the Imperial Guard's disobedience. But what was being suppressed now was not a power struggle, but the loss of countless lives. Drought, floods, plagues, and Japanese pirate raids. Behind these lay the despair and tragic deaths of countless people. Lin Jiming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the raging anger in his chest, and turned to Wang Qing, saying, "Go tell them that I will hold a morning court session tomorrow. Anyone who dares to be absent will be killed." Wang Qing did not dare to delay and immediately accepted the order and ran out. The air in the hall seemed to have turned cold. At this moment, Xia Yun returned and reported that Su Liang and the other 4 had all been beheaded. Lin Jiming coldly cursed. "They got off too easily." He then ordered Xia Yun to immediately lead troops to cooperate with Chen Ping and take over the Jinyue Jinfu division as quickly as possible. At the same time, he ordered that all of Su Liang and the others' homes be confiscated, leaving no copper coin behind. Before leaving, he called Xia Yun closer and whispered, "Especially the Su family, search them thoroughly for me." Xia Yun's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood what Lin Jiming was really looking for, not gold and silver, but account books, irrefutable evidence of the embroidered uniform guard's collusion with the Ning party over the years. Soon, a major operation that shook the entire capital erupted. Xia Yun led 2,000 Imperial Guards, fully armored and armed, straight to the Jinfu division, swiftly arresting more than 30 people and throwing them all into the Imperial prison. News then spread that the commander of the embroidered uniform guard had changed, and 5 high-ranking officials, including Su Liang, had been executed outside the Meridian Gate. The entire city was shaken, and countless people gasped in shock. The people hadn't yet grasped the true meaning of this situation, but everyone vaguely sensed that the emperor, who had been suppressed all along, was finally about to make his move. Chapter 13. Rectifying the Inner Court. Lin Jiming wasn't in a hurry to confront Ning Song in the cabinet. With his current strength, he was far from being able to directly confront that old dog. But there were a few things he had to deal with first. This was both an opportunity to regain some power and a bottom line that he couldn't ignore the disaster victims. What he wanted was to reclaim the imperial power and live a comfortable life as a pleasure-seeking emperor, not to bear the stigma of a ruler who had brought about the downfall of his kingdom. However, one thing puzzled him. He had first killed Qiao Shi, then deposed Duanhua, and yesterday even executed the Grand Eunuch serving the Empress Dowager, yet Ning Song and the Empress Dowager remained completely silent. Lin Jiming couldn't understand it, and too lazy to dwell on it any longer, he simply put the matter aside and prepared to return to make plans for tomorrow's morning court session. But as he neared his bedchamber, he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering that he was an impostor emperor, having only recently arrived and still quite unfamiliar with this dynasty. The books in the study would come in handy. So he immediately turned back and headed towards the south study. Wang Qing had already gone to deliver the decree, leaving only 2 eunuchs and a few guards brought by Xia Yun with him. Seeing his sudden return, they were all puzzled, wondering what their emperor had remembered this time. Before he even reached the study, he heard a shrill, sarcastic voice coming from the corridor. "I'm not dead yet, you dog of a servant! How dare you turn the tables? You really think you're a trusted confidant just because you run errands for His Majesty? Beat him hard, teach him a lesson!" Immediately following was the dull thud of bamboo sticks hitting flesh. Lin Jiming paused, recognizing the muffled groan. It was Wang Qing. Looking further ahead, they saw Wang Qing being held firmly to the ground by 2 eunuchs, while 2 others, carrying canes, were about to continue the torture. Beside them sat a fat, old eunuch with a sneer, as if watching a show. As a young eunuch beside him shouted, "His Majesty has arrived!" The crowd in the courtyard instantly paled and knelt down in unison. Only the old eunuch slowly stood up, forcing a smile on his face, and said, "This servant greets your Majesty." Lin Jiming glanced at him and asked indifferently, "Greetings? Then why don't you kneel?" The old eunuch was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled apologetically. "This servant has an injury on his waist. Please be considerate of this old servant, your Majesty." Lin Jiming almost felt nauseous. He had already recognized the man. It was none other than Dai Lian, the Grand Eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial. Qiao Shi was a confidant of the late emperor, while Dai Lian was a treacherous scoundrel who secretly colluded with Ning Song and kept a close watch on the emperor. Lin Jiming walked up to him, looked him up and down, and nodded, saying, "I see. Then forget it." Dai Lian's smile immediately became even brighter. But the next moment, Lin Jiming changed the subject. "Since you're injured, then you should leave the palace to recuperate." Dai Lian was stunned, his smile freezing on his face. He wanted to test the waters with, "Your Majesty, are you joking with this old servant?" Before he could finish speaking, Lin Jiming kicked him hard in the stomach. Dai Lian screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Jiming said coldly, "I am the ruler of a country, and I have no time to joke with a dog like you. I ordered Wang Qing to serve me, yet you dared to touch him, which means you don't respect me at all. In that case, what use are you?" Lin Jiming was already holding back a lot of anger, and now Dai Lian had just walked right into his trap. If Chao Shi hadn't been dead for only a day, and killing Dai Lian would have alarmed the Empress Dowager, he would have chopped up this traitor on the spot and fed him to the dogs. Dai Lian panicked completely and, forgetting his pretense of illness, threw himself on the ground and wailed, "Your Majesty, spare me! This old servant knows his mistake." But Lin Jiming didn't even lift an eyelid and directly ordered, "Break both legs and throw him out of the palace." 2 imperial guards immediately stepped forward and brought their swords down hard. 2 sharp cracks rang out, and Dai Lian's legs snapped instantly. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. After he was dragged away, Lin Jiming turned to the accomplice eunuchs and coldly uttered, "You slap each other." The men were terrified, almost losing their souls, and immediately knelt down, whipping each other in pairs. Wang Qing, having already put his pants back on, stood beside Lin Jiming again. Looking at the scene before him, his previously numb face finally changed, and tears even welled in his eyes. He had toiled in the palace for over 20 years, always remaining a low-ranking eunuch on duty. He never imagined that someone would stand up for him like this. This emperor, seen by outsiders as tyrannical and absurd, had today directly deposed the second-in-command of the Directorate of Ceremonial for his sake. Wang Qing said nothing, but silently engraved one sentence in his heart: from now on, his life belongs to Lin Jiming. Lin Jiming ignored his emotions, went into the study, and carefully selected several books, all of which were what he needed most at the moment, including the laws and etiquette of the Wu dynasty, records of the previous dynasty, and excerpts from the official gazettes of the past 100 years. When he came out again, the eunuchs were still slapping each other, their faces swollen like pigs' heads, and more than a dozen teeth lying on the ground. Lin Jiming snorted coldly, "Get out of here!" The men, as if granted a pardon, scrambled out. Then he looked at Wang Qing and asked, "What was their reaction when you went to deliver the imperial decree?" Wang Qing dared not embellish the story and honestly recounted everything he had seen and heard. Chief Minister Ning showed no surprise, only saying he understood. Grand Secretary Chan Yong of the Wenhua Hall let out a hum upon hearing this, while Minister of Revenue Kai Yu chuckled. Lin Jiming nodded after listening, memorizing the 2 names, and then sneered. "Kai Yu? Very well, I happen to have something to discuss with you." Chapter 14. A sudden enlightenment. Lin Jiming glanced at Wang Qing again, and seeing that he could still stand steadily, he directly ordered, "If you can still walk, run another errand for me and tell Chen Ping about tomorrow's morning court, so that he can prepare in advance." After saying that, he looked up in the direction of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and began to plan how to conduct the court tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the study of the Ning family mansion in the capital, Ning Bai was pacing anxiously. He complained to his father, Ning Song, that Ji Jinwen had gone mad, not only killing Su Liang and several others but also sending Xia Yun to lead troops to storm the Jinyuizhen Fu division, clearly trying to seize power, and things were getting increasingly out of control. But Ning Song remained calm and composed, standing by the window trimming bamboo, his expression as serene as if nothing had happened. After Ning Bai finished speaking, he slowly sat down and said calmly, "You said he's gone mad. How much impact can a man have on us? You usually pride yourself on being smart, so why are you losing your composure now?" Ning Bai lowered his voice and brought up the fact that King Zhao had been terrified by Ji Jinwen, asking Ning Song if they should find another candidate. Ning Song merely glanced at him coldly, silencing him completely, then said unhurriedly, "Be patient. Even if he's gone mad, he won't be for long. His words were brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, in the Qianqing Palace, it was already late at night, but Lin Jiming was still awake, quietly discussing matters with Xia Fengqing. Just then, Wang Qing's announcement came from outside, saying that Xia Yun requested an audience. Lin Jiming's eyes lit up, and he immediately let the man in, clearly having been waiting for this result. Xia Yun entered without a word, pulling a booklet from his robes and handing it to him. I have fulfilled my mission. Lin Jiming flipped through it, and saw it was filled with detailed records of the dirty deeds officials had committed in private. His heart immediately settled. Sure enough, even though Su Liang, that old fox, had sided with the Ning party, he had still secretly prepared a way out for himself. Xia Yun then handed him another piece of paper, his expression extremely grave. The paper contained only one sentence. Zhu Qichao examined the emperor today, saying he has only 3 months left to live. Xia Fengqing immediately reminded him that Zhu Qichao was the imperial physician who had examined the emperor 5 days prior. Upon seeing this, Lin Jiming instantly understood the knot in his heart that had been nagging at him. It turned out that Ning Song and the Empress Dowager weren't unprepared to act. They simply weren't in a hurry. They knew all along that the emperor only had 3 months to live, which is why they let him cause trouble. Once he died, they could then conveniently install the Prince of Zhao on the throne, while they continued to control the court from behind the scenes. Having figured this out, Lin Jiming felt completely relieved and burst out laughing. Good, fucking good. In Ning Song's eyes, he was just a dead man with only 3 months to live. In that case, the other party wouldn't push him too hard or focus all their energy on him during these 3 months. Who would really guard against a dying man so closely? But Ning Song never dreamed that the real Emperor Honghua was long dead, and the one alive now was Lin Jiming. Having figured this out, Lin Jiming was in high spirits and continued to inquire about the other finds. Xia Yun immediately handed over the list of confiscated items, saying that nearly 3 million taels of silver had been seized from Su Liang's residence, and the other 4 individuals each had hundreds of thousands of taels, not counting antiques and paintings. Lin Jiming was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but swear. Holy crap! So much? Based on the prices in Dawu, the amount of silver these people had confiscated was already staggering. Xia Yun added that all the stolen goods were temporarily sealed and stored at the Jinhui Imperial Guard headquarters. Lin Jiming breathed a sigh of relief. This money had come at just the right time, at least enough to alleviate the disaster situation in various places. He patted Xia Yun on the shoulder and smiled. Brother-in-law, you've worked hard. Go back and rest. After Xia Yun left, Lin Jiming couldn't contain his excitement. He turned around, hugged Xia Fengqing tightly, and kissed her passionately. Xia Fengqing blushed instantly and tried to turn away, but when she looked back, Lin Jiming was already sitting down, intently flipping through the account book, clearly still planning what to do next. Xia Fengqing couldn't help but gently urge him to rest early, as he had to attend court the next day. Lin Jiming thought for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward, picked her up by the waist, carried her into the inner room, gently placed her on the bed, covered her with the quilt, and said in a low voice, Although we can go crazy now, we can't skip any of the necessary preparations. You go to sleep, and leave the rest to me. Xia Fengqing looked at him, her eyes filled with shyness and worry, and nodded gently. Then you must be careful. After saying that, she suddenly leaned forward and gently pecked Lin Jiming on the lips, then shrank into the quilt like a startled deer. Lin Jiming was stunned for a moment, subconsciously touched his lips, and then couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 15. A Battle of Wits Among Officials. The Qianqing Palace was shrouded in darkness, except for Lin Jiming's bedchamber, which was brightly lit by candlelight. It was almost dawn when Wang Qing reminded him from outside that it was time to prepare for the morning court session. Lin Jiming put down the book in his hand, stretched, looked up at the dark night sky, and chuckled coldly in a low voice. Old dog Ning Song, I'm here. Outside the Meridian Gate, civil and military officials arrived one after another. The spring chill lingered, and their court robes were soaked with dew, but no one seemed to care. Before the gates opened, many officials huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, their conversation filled with nothing but the morning court session. Their tone lacked any respect, instead brimming with mockery. Some laughed, saying that the emperor, in over 6 years on the throne, had never presided over a morning court session alone. His sudden appearance today was nothing more than a formality. Some even mocked him, saying that even the Empress Dowager hadn't allowed him to rule in his own right, so even if he did sit on the throne, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Others joked about his past foolishness, eliciting laughter from those around them. With 3 drumbeats, the Meridian gates slowly opened. Officials entered in turn, civil officials on the left and military officials on the right, crossed the Golden Water Bridge, entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and stood according to their rank. Just as the atmosphere in the hall had settled, a voice announced, "His Majesty has arrived!" And all eyes turned to the hall entrance. Lin Jiming walked into the hall unhurriedly, his dragon robe accentuating his extraordinary presence, while the golden crown and jade scepter added to his majesty. He was already handsome, but in this imperial attire, he truly possessed the air of a ruler. Most of the officials below the platform watched him with the expectation of a humiliating defeat. To their disappointment, Lin Jiming ascended the golden platform and sat on the dragon throne with the natural ease of someone who had ruled the court for years, showing not a trace of panic. Ning Song was the first to kneel, followed by a chorus of shouts of, "Long live the Emperor!" Sitting on the dragon throne, listening to the cheers from the hall, Lin Jiming truly understood for the first time what it meant to be the supreme ruler of the land. After the officials had finished speaking, Lin Jiming first glanced at everyone in the hall. He didn't recognize most of the officials, but he immediately spotted Healy standing among the 6 ministries. The old scholar was clearly being deliberately shunned by those around him, obviously because he had forced Healy into the Ministry of Personnel and was now being ostracized. Lin Jiming didn't rush to expose him, but instead spoke directly. "Many places have been hit by disasters recently, and people are suffering terribly. You all know this, right?" Silence fell over the hall. No one answered. He sneered. "You don't know? Then let me remind you, there are already over 100,000 disaster victims gathered outside the capital. Do you really not see that?" Feng Xian stepped forward and knelt down, truthfully replying that the disaster victims were currently gathered outside the 4 gates, without clothes, food, or shelter, and hundreds, even thousands, were dying of cold, hunger, and disease every day. However, the 5 cities garrison was only responsible for city defense and security. He had neither the authority nor the ability to intervene in such matters. Lin Jiming did not make things difficult for him, waving him aside. He then pointed to Li Yi, the prefect of the capital, asking if he knew about the disaster victims. Li Yi answered slowly, admitting that he knew and had sent people to drive away the refugees, but they would always return as soon as they were driven away, so there was nothing he could do. His expression clearly showed he didn't take the matter seriously. Lin Jiming's face darkened. "Drive them away? Is this your solution? If they weren't desperate, why would they leave their homes and come to the capital?" Li remained calm, even with a hint of disdain. "Calling them refugees is being too kind. They're just a bunch of troublemakers. If we don't drive them away, they'll cause trouble sooner or later." These words completely ignited Lin Jiming's anger. Li continued his grandiloquent speech, saying that people's desires are insatiable. Once given rice and flour, they crave wine and meat, and with wine and meat, other desires will arise. Therefore, taking precautions is not a bad idea. Lin Jiming's anger surged, and he stepped down from the golden platform to stand before him. He stared down at Li Yi and asked coldly, "Since you do nothing, what use is there for me to keep you as the prefect of the capital?" Li actually dared to talk back, saying that he governed a prefecture and 24 counties from dawn till dusk. If the emperor said he was useless, wouldn't that chill the hearts of all the civil and military officials? The words had barely left his mouth when Lin Jiming delivered a powerful kick. A crack echoed as Li Yi's kneecap broke, and he collapsed to the ground with a scream. Lin Jiming stepped forward, pinning Li Yi's face down, and roared, "You dare talk about working from dawn till dusk?" He then gave the order, and 2 imperial guards immediately entered the hall. Lin Jiming pointed a finger. "Drag this corrupt official out and behead him at the Meridian Gate." Li was terrified and lay on the ground, still trying to justify himself, saying that if the refugees entered the city, the capital would be in chaos, and he was only acting for the safety of the imperial city. Lin Jiming angrily retorted, "Bullshit! Are you saying that for the sake of so-called safety, you can just stand by and watch hundreds of thousands of people die? Li gritted his teeth and shouted. I am a third-rank official, and the Emperor has no right to punish me. At this moment, Ning Song finally spoke. He said slowly, Natural disasters are beyond human control. Li kept the disaster victims outside the city for the sake of the capital. Even if there were oversights, I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. Lin Jiming stood firm, staring at him and retorting. Blocking instead of guiding will only lead to greater disasters. He coldly addressed the assembled officials, asking, If the refugees are driven to desperation and storm the city gates, or scatter and loot, who will bear the responsibility for this uprising? Li or Ning Song? He then surveyed the assembled officials, emphasizing each word. If you allow hundreds of thousands of people to fend for themselves, put your hands on your chests. Do you still have a conscience? Do you still have humanity? Ning Song raised an eyebrow, his tone still haughty. Your Majesty, as the sovereign of the nation, to assault an official in the court is to disregard the laws of our ancestors. I advise your Majesty to restrain your temper. As soon as he finished speaking, an old minister immediately stepped forward, wanting to seize the opportunity to directly target Lin Jiming. The man angrily declared that the morning court session was over, as he was going to invite the Empress Dowager to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices to the ancestors, and punish Lin Jiming for his reckless behavior. Lin Jiming turned to ask who he was, and the old man, his face turning ashen with rage, introduced himself as Xu Hong, the Minister of Rights, and immediately ordered the Emperor to return to the palace to await the Empress Dowager's questioning. As soon as Xu Hong spoke, officials from the 6 ministries immediately stepped forward, chanting in unison, Your Majesty, please return to the palace and await the Empress Dowager's questioning. A dozen more officials followed suit. In the main hall, the ministers, using the Li incident as a pretext, launched a joint attack, their true target no longer just the prefect of the capital, but Lin Jiming on the dragon throne. Chapter 16 I'm going to kill. Lin Jiming glanced at them and didn't recognize any of them, but he could guess that they were all Ning Song's old dog's faction. A surge of resentment welled up inside him, almost bursting forth. So many dogs, and they still dare to bite their owner? I refuse to believe it! 2 Imperial guards stood quietly to the side, waiting. With all the officials present, they dared not do anything. With a clang, Lin Jiming drew a Jinyui's sword from behind and swept it away. A spurt of blood gushed out. Li clutched his throat, his face filled with terror and disbelief. He made muffled noises, and within 2 or 3 breaths he collapsed to the ground with a thud, dead. A scream erupted in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and everyone gasped in shock. The prefect of the capital, a high-ranking official of the 3rd rank, was killed by this incompetent emperor at will? Lin Jiming held the sword in one hand and slowly scanned everyone present. For the sake of the people's livelihood and the lives of hundreds of thousands of disaster victims outside the city, I am killing this corrupt official who holds a position without doing his job. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone in the court looked at him with fear on their faces, and no one dared to speak. Throughout history, people have died in the imperial court, but this is the first time in thousands of years that an emperor has personally taken action to kill someone. Lin Jiming's eyes were bloodshot, half of his body was covered in blood, and he looked like a madman. Not to mention that anyone would dare to talk about offering sacrifices to the ancestors at the ancestral temple. No one dared to utter a sound. Even Ning Song remained silent, because he remembered very clearly that the emperor had less than 3 months to live. Forget it, it's not worth arguing with a mad dog. It might cost me my life. The Prime Minister fell silent, and no one else dared to speak. Xu Hong glanced at Ning Song, then quietly retreated back into the ranks of the 6 ministries. Those who had stepped out earlier also pretended nothing had happened and went back inside. Lin Jiming waited a moment, then sneered, returned the knife to the Imperial Guard, and looked at He Li. He Li, you are the one to decide the replacement for the prefect of the capital. Give it to me today. He Li stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Your subject obeys the decree. However, a man stepped forward from beside He Li and said, Your Majesty, the position of prefect of the capital is of great importance, and is usually decided by the cabinet. Lord, he has no authority to make such a decision, Lin Jiming said coldly. And who are you? The man was taken aback. Your subject is Wen Buizhong, the right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Yes, we know each other now. Lin Jiming's expression remained unchanged, and he said coldly, as an official of the Ministry of Personnel, responsible for the appointment, dismissal, promotion, demotion, and transfer of civil officials throughout the country, I asked He Li to find a candidate, but you want to hand it over to the cabinet. You've let the cabinet do all the work, so what are you doing? Wen Bo's expression changed. Li Yi's body was still lying there, and he was actually very panicked. Ning Song then spoke up again. Your Majesty, what Vice Minister Wen said is true. The appointment and removal of officials of the 4th rank and above are all selected by the cabinet. This is the usual practice. Lin Jiming nodded, surprisingly not arguing any further. All right, then the cabinet will still make the selection. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, then sneered inwardly. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. Although he killed Li just now, that was because the fat man asked for his own death. This foolish emperor should know his place. He should have just watched the court session the first time he personally took charge. How dare he fight against Grand Secretary Ning? Can he win? But Lin Jiming continued. In that case, He Li, you make a shortlist and let the cabinet decide. He Li bowed deeply. Your subject will obey your Majesty's decree. The old scholar felt extremely pleased. His position as the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was given to him by Lin Jiming, but there were many Ning Party members in the Ministry of Personnel, especially the right Vice Minister Wen Buizhong, who had not handed over any work to him in the past 2 days and had instead been opposing him at every turn. He glanced furtively at Lin Jiming at the head of the table, his heart pounding. Your Majesty has finally changed your past absurd ways and is moving towards becoming a wise ruler. Ning Song's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything more. Wen Buizhong, seeing this, also felt rather bored and awkwardly tried to retreat back to the queue. But just then, Lin Jiming spoke up again. Wait, Minister Wen, I have something here for you to hear. Chen Ping took out a booklet from his pocket, opened it, and read aloud. Wen Buizhong, on the 23rd day of the 9th month of the 6th year of Honghua, accepted 180,000 taels of silver and privately transferred Wu Dabiao, the magistrate of Qinghe County, to the position of prefect of Junzhou. On the 19th day of the 10th month of the 6th year of Honghua, he accepted 200,000 taels of silver and a pair of jade receptors and privately transferred Ma Wenxiu, the prefect of Ganzhou, to the position of prefect of Hangzhou. Inside the spacious and quiet hall of Supreme Harmony, Jin Ping's voice resounded as he recounted the numerous instances of bribery in Wenba's collection. Everyone stared in disbelief at Lin Jiming, who sat calmly and expressionlessly above them. They just had a blood transfusion of the embroidered uniform guard yesterday, and today they already have information on the movements and secrets of all the officials? Is he still the same Ji Jingwen who only knows how to rage and go berserk but is utterly useless? Or is he still that incompetent emperor who has been sidelined? Even Ning Song finally raised his head, his brows furrowed slightly. Just then, Lin Jiming was also looking at him, and their gazes seemed to spark with electricity in the air. When he received the news yesterday that the emperor had used unreasonable and ruthless methods to take back the embroidered uniform guard, he knew that something unexpected had happened, but he didn't care, as it was still within his control. However, today he realized that he seemed to be wrong. The imperial guards had only just been withdrawn, and this tyrannical emperor had already dared to kill people in the court. Lin Jiming raised his hand, and Chen Ping immediately shut up. You've only mentioned a few items, and it's already 1 million, right? Wenbo, with your ability to make money, it's a waste of your talent not to go to the Ministry of Revenue, ha! Lin Jiming's cold laugh startled Wen Buizhong, who cried out in alarm. Your Majesty, I am innocent! I am innocent! You mean you've been framed? Lin Jiming said. That's easy. Qin Ping, arrange for someone to search Minister Wen's house and prove his innocence. Wen Buizhong's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. The entire room fell silent. At this moment, no one sympathized with Wen Buizhong. Instead, many people were secretly uneasy, wondering if their own dirty deeds had also been investigated by the embroidered uniform guard and recorded in that terrifying booklet. Qin Ping then summoned 2 more imperial guards, who dragged Wen Buizhong away. This morning, he brought a team of 100 men, which gave Lin Jiming confidence to attend court. Although he still couldn't do anything about Ning Song in terms of political affairs, it was still good to get rid of Li Yaiwenbazhong to annoy the old dog Ning. Lin Jiming was in a great mood, but Ning Song's tolerance had probably reached its limit, so he had no choice but to stop. That's all for today. We'll wash the radishes as we eat them, leaving them with mud on them. He looked at Ning Song and said, I'll trouble you, Chief Minister Ning, to take care of the disaster situation in many places. At least we should solve the people's urgent problems first. Ning Song cupped his hands and said, Your subject will obey your Majesty's decree. And another thing. Lin Jiming looked at the 6 ministries. Natural disasters are beyond our control, but there are also man-made disasters. Ministry of War, what measures have you taken against the bandits roaming the coast? A lean, sharp-eyed old man stepped forward. He was none other than Su Wenzhong, the Minister of War. Your Majesty, the Ministry of War has already dispatched 50,000 troops from various parts of Jianghuai and Fujian to reinforce the area. The Ministry of War is still the most reliable. That old man is quite good. The rebellion of the bandits will not be quelled so quickly. We cannot rush it, and can only wait patiently for news. Lin Jiming nodded, stood up, and the officials from the Court of State Ceremonial below the golden platform announced loudly, Court adjourned! The officials in the hall saw Lin Jiming off with complex expressions, each harboring their own thoughts. Does His Majesty truly intend to leave the palace? Inside an empty side hall, Qin Ping asked with some concern. Now, the outskirts of the capital are filled with disaster victims, and he, the newly appointed commander of the embroidered uniform guard, feels immense pressure. Lin Jiming showed no sign of joy. He had gained the upper hand in the Taihe Hall, but that was only because Ning Song thought he was about to die and was too lazy to bother with him. Damn it, what a disgrace! As he changed his clothes with Wang Qing's help, he snorted. There are hundreds of thousands of disaster victims outside the city. They can sleep, but I can't. Wang Qing suddenly knelt down. Your Majesty is wise! Lin Jiming was stunned for a moment. He saw what looked like tears glistening in Wang Qing's eyes. When I was young, I also fled to the capital due to disaster. My parents both starved to death. Lin Jiming remained silent. He understood Wang Qing's feelings. If the government had intervened back then, his parents might not have starved to death. He patted Wang Qing on the shoulder and sighed softly. Let's go. After leaving the palace and the inner city, we walked through the bustling streets and arrived at Dishengmen. Through the city gate, one could see from afar that the roadsides outside the city were filled with ragged, hungry, and weak disaster victims, who numbly and mechanically stretched out their hands to every passerby. However, few people paid any attention to them, and those who did pass by simply ignored them and hurried past. Lin Jiming clenched his fist. He came from that peaceful and prosperous planet, and he had never seen so many disaster victims, even when he was on TV. Let's go out of this city and take a look. He had barely finished speaking when a soldier from the city garrison reminded him. It's not safe outside the city right now. Don't go out unless you have to. Lin Jiming shook his head, but still resolutely walked away, with Qin Ping and Wang Qing following on either side, and 20 Jinui guards in plain clothes trailing behind. As he walked and observed, Lin Jiming did not give alms to any of the disaster victims who were begging. He can't save many people by himself, and once he gives, he won't be able to leave. A huge wave of disaster victims will surround him and block his way. I don't know how far I walked, but there were still many disaster victims by the roadside. They were lying or sitting in 2s and 3s, with empty eyes and numb expressions, as if they had lost the desire to live. Lin Jiming remained silent, walking and looking around, when suddenly he stopped. Ahead was a large pit that had just been dug out, filled with corpses, men, women, the elderly and children. Many victims stared blankly at the bodies at the edge of the pit. Clearly, among them were their parents, brothers, and children. Lin Jiming felt incredibly heavy-hearted and furious. It's only early spring, and the ground is still frozen solid. These disaster victims are lying on the ground like this. If there is no relief, I'm afraid many more people will die after a cold wind blows through the night. Just then, Chen Ping suddenly pointed into the distance and said, "Master, look over there." Lin Jiming looked in the direction he pointed and saw several people moving among the disaster victims. They were dressed very well, and there were 2 constables with knives beside them. They covered their mouths and noses with a handkerchief, their eyes darting around like they were selecting livestock. With a casual gesture, a child would be chosen, and then a cloth bag would be tossed down before the child was taken away. If the parents couldn't bear to part with their child, 2 constables would brandish knives to threaten them, or even slap and kick them, forcibly taking the child away. The children's heart-wrenching cries and the way their parents reached out to grab them after being knocked to the ground were like needles, deeply piercing Lin Jiming's heart. Can't the laws of the Great Wu region govern them? Kidnapping children in broad daylight? Chen Ping shook his head and replied, "It's not robbery, they're nominally buying. These guys are human traffickers, taking advantage of this opportunity to buy dolls. You can buy one with a small bag of aged rice. Of course, if they have their eye on something, you can't refuse to sell it. Go back, wash it clean, change its clothes, and you can resell it for a good price." Wang Qing's expression was grim, clearly indicating that he had recalled some terrible memories. He added, "If they were sold to wealthy families, that would be one thing, but many were sold into brothels, and even boys were taken in as male prostitutes. I was almost bought when I was young." Boom! Lin Jiming's anger finally erupted completely. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Chen Ping, go and take down those bastards. I'm going to kill them." Chapter 17: Confiscating Property. Natural disasters are beyond our control, but to profit from them by exploiting victims is utterly inhumane. Lin Jiming could see very clearly that the children who were bought were generally only 7 or 8 years old, or even younger. At such a young age, they were being half sold and half robbed from their parents, and were being trained to be tools for the sex trade. He had never been so angry in his life. Chen Ping waved his hand, and several members of the Imperial Guards following behind him immediately rushed out and quickly pinned the men to the ground. Lin Jiming's eyes were practically spitting fire as he strode over, only to see those men still shouting and cursing arrogantly. "Do you even know who I am to dare lay a hand on me? You'd better let go right now, or I'll make you regret it." The 2 constables were clearly much smarter. They recognized the constables at a glance from the knife held to their necks. After exchanging a glance, their faces turned pale, and they lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Embroidered spring blade. That's the Imperial Guard. "Oh? Is that so?" Lin Jiming stepped forward and said, "Tell me, what's your family background? Let's see if I can handle this." "Humph, we men belong to the Xing family, and these 2 gentlemen are constables from the capital's government office." Chen Ping promptly provided background information. "The Xing family is a prominent family in the capital. They own dozens of shops in the city, with a wide variety of businesses, including cloth, jewelry, brokerage, 3 brothels, and more than a dozen mines outside the city. No wonder they can get rich by profiting from human suffering." Lin Jiming was smiling, but his smile was so cold it was almost frosty. "Chen Ping, exist. Go to the Xing family, take them all, and confiscate all their businesses." "Yes." Chen Ping immediately arranged for someone to handle it. The Xing family members were stunned, only then realizing that they seemed to have offended a powerful figure they couldn't afford to offend. One of them reacted quickly, immediately forcing an unpleasant smile and saying, "Sir, let's talk this out. My master-in-law is Grand Secretary Chang Yong of the Wenhua Hall. Perhaps he has some connection with your superiors." "Chang Yong?" Lin Jiming immediately remembered that he had just heard this name yesterday. When Wang Qing went to the cabinet to deliver the imperial decree to hold the morning court session, Chang Yong let out a sound of disdain, as if he looked down on the emperor. "Let's do the math together. Chang Yong? Ha! I was just about to invite him to the Jinfu Division office for tea." The Xing family then suddenly realized what was going on. The garrison command's office? Jin Yui? His voice began to tremble. Being taken away by the embroidered uniform guard almost certainly means you'll have a hard time getting out alive. Even if you manage to survive, you'll be severely injured. So they began to beg for mercy. We were just following orders. It has nothing to do with us. The children who had just been bought were returned to their parents. The people stared blankly at all of this, without expressing their gratitude or taking any action, as if it didn't matter whether the children came back or not. Looking at the disaster victims who were like walking corpses, Lin Jiming's anger intensified. Cover the children's eyes! The disaster victims were stunned for a moment, and although they didn't know why, they did as instructed. Choke! Lin Jiming drew the knife from Chen Ping's waist. He didn't intend to take these beasts to the embroidered uniform guard. Instead, he stabbed them repeatedly, again and again. Several members of the Xing family, including 2 constables from the capital city government, all fell into pools of blood. Chen Ping's knife was very sharp, and these people were all cut into several pieces, dying a gruesome death, but no one thought he was cruel. The bystanders, no longer numb, finally reacted. They were all pale with fright, but their eyes lit up with excitement. Someone has come to care whether they live or die. Lin Jiming returned the knife to Chen Ping. Let's go back to the city. He needed to organize disaster relief as quickly as possible, at least to ensure that the disaster victims outside the city could continue to live. One of the disaster victims behind him reacted first, turned over and knelt down, trembling as he cried out, "Thank you, sir!" Then 1, 2, countless others erupted in a weak yet deafening chorus of shouts. "Thank you, sir!" Lin Jiming paused, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. Upon returning to the city, Lin Jiming was momentarily dazed, as the bustling and prosperous scene before him presented a stark contrast to what he had just witnessed. The contrast made him feel nauseous and want to vomit. A member of the Imperial Guard appeared before him. Despite the crowd and the presence of many eyes, he did not kowtow, but simply bowed and said, "Take down all the members of the Xing family. Please decide their fate, master." "Very good, let's go to the Xing family." Lin Jiming suppressed his nausea and sneered. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of disaster victims, the few we just killed are not enough, far from enough. The Imperial Guards were very efficient. They had already arranged for a car to be parked nearby, and invited Lin Jiming to get in before heading off in one direction. A moment later, the car stopped at the entrance of an alley. Lin Jiming got out, looked around, and his anger flared up again. This is not an alley, but a space specially reserved between 2 rows of luxurious mansions. All officials and wealthy and powerful families know that this is a place for carriages to stop when people come to pay their respects and bring gifts. The Imperial Guard who led the way said, "Your Majesty, the Xing family is on the left, and what appears to be the Xing family on the right is actually the residence of Lord Changyong." The place was secluded and deserted, so he stopped hiding. Lin Jiming frowned. How could a grand scholar have so much money? Did the Xing family give it to him? The Imperial Guard said softly, "Your Majesty, he also serves as the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy." No wonder. Lin Jiming realized, but then sneered. How can someone like this be the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy? A teacher who misleads students? He said no more and stepped into the Xing family's house. The second courtyard was filled with kneeling people, surrounded by 30 or 40 Imperial Guards, who were holding steel knives and guarding the perimeter. Even the walls were occupied by a dozen or so guards with their crossbows cocked. The Xing family would have no chance of escaping. Upon seeing someone enter, an elderly man in the kneeling crowd urgently called out, "Sir, is there some misunderstanding? My Xing family has always been law-abiding and has never offended your esteemed department." Lin Jiming looked at him. "Are you the head of the Xing family? Changyong's brother-in-law?" The old man nodded repeatedly. Indeed, sir, please, for the sake of my wife's younger brother." The Imperial Guard leading the way drew his sword, silencing the old man abruptly, and half of his face immediately swelled up. "How dare you speak such nonsense when His Majesty has personally graced us with his presence?" The old man, who was initially shocked and angry, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing this, and the other members of the Xing family in the courtyard were also terrified. Which bastard dared to provoke the imperial procession? Make way, let me in! Suddenly a commotion came from outside the door, and a loud, energetic voice entered the courtyard. Chen Ping glanced at it and said, Your Majesty, Chan Yong has arrived. Chan Yong, the Grand Secretary of the Wenhua Hall whom I had met in the Hall of Supreme Harmony that morning, stormed into the courtyard in a rage. The Xing family are honest merchants. What right do the Imperial Guards have to trespass and arrest people? Is there no law anymore? Just then, Lin Jiming turned around and faced him directly. Lin Jiming said with a half-smile, Chan Yong, Lord Chang, are you talking to me about the law? Chapter 18 A Worthy Role Model. Chan Yong was startled, and after a moment of astonishment, he gathered his sleeves and bowed. Your subject Chan Yong greets your Majesty. Well, you can stay kneeling. Don't get up. I have something to ask you. Chan Yong was taken aback. He didn't understand what had happened. He had only rushed over after hearing that the embroidered uniform guard had sealed off the Xing family and his residence. But the emperor wouldn't let him get up. Had he done something wrong? Your Majesty, I wonder what I have done to displease you. What is it? Heh. Lin Jiming sneered, then suddenly slapped Chan Yong across the face. Chan Yong screamed as half of his face swelled up quickly, just like the old man from the Xing family. This morning at court, I said that the disaster victims outside the city should be properly resettled, but you, the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Academy, a scholar who should be imparting knowledge, resolving doubts, and guiding people towards goodness, actually let your old dog brother-in-law forcibly bite children from among the disaster victims. This is not just displeasing me, it makes me want to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Lin Jiming's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Chan Yong was startled and hurriedly retorted, Your Majesty, it is not so. I was only doing my utmost to help those children. I hope your Majesty will understand. Lin Jiming squinted at him. He never expected that there would be such a shameless person in the world, and that he would be one of the most learned people in the entire Great Wu world. Ha! Ha! Lin Jiming laughed wildly, like a madman. Look, this is our Grand Secretary of the Wenhua Hall, this is our Chancellor of the Imperial Academy. How kind-hearted! How compassionate! Everyone lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. Chan Yong suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Jiming laughed for a while before gradually fading his smile. As the smile disappeared, his handsome face became cold and menacing. He said slowly and in a low voice, Chen Ping, you have 1 hour to take Chan Yong there. I want him to experience every single torture instrument of your embroidered uniform guard. Take him to the execution ground in 1 hour. Also, no one is allowed to protect him. Anyone who dares to plead for him will be killed. Your Majesty, I will obey your decree. Chen Ping waved to summon the 2 men. Chan Yong was truly frightened and cried out in panic. No! The law does not apply to officials and scholars. You can't do this to me. With a bang, Lin Jiming kicked Chan Yong squarely in the face. Scholar official? You're not even a human being! Chan Yong fainted. It was unclear whether he was knocked unconscious by a kick or by fright. Dragged away by 2 imperial guards, Chan Yong disappeared outside the door. Lin Jiming took a deep breath to calm himself down, then looked at the Xing family members who were already stunned, and uttered a cold sentence that sounded like it came from hell. It's still early. All members of the Xing family are to be executed at Kaishika. Yes. All the imperial guards sprang into action, escorting everyone out one by one, their cries echoing for miles around. The imperial guard who had led the way stepped forward again, presenting a booklet with both hands. Your Majesty, this is a detailed list of all the assets of the Xing and Chang families. Please take a look. In addition, the Xing family has many businesses, and it is difficult to sort them out in a short time. Please forgive us. That's fine. Lin Jiming took it and opened it. The catalog contained a wide variety of gold and silver items, furniture, and decorations, all listed in great detail. He glanced at the Imperial Guard, nodded, and said, "You're quite good. What's your name?" "Thank you for your kind praise, Your Majesty. I am Su Dachuan, a commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard." Lin Jiming nodded and said to Chen Ping, "Promote him to the rank of Assistant Commissioner, and he can stay by my side from now on." Chen Ping cupped his hands in respect. "Your subject will respectfully obey Your Majesty's decree." Su Dachuan was flattered and knelt down, kowtowing. "Your subject Su Dachuan thanks Your Majesty for your great favor. Long live the Emperor!" Lin Jiming waved his hand. "Get up, let's get things done first. Show me just how rich the Xing family, a prominent family in the capital, really is." Chen Ping is now the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and he has many duties. It is no longer suitable for him to follow Lin Jiming. Su Dachuan is meticulous and efficient, which makes him very satisfied. The register recorded that the Xing family had 4 million taels of silver, and Chan Yong had 2,900,000 taels, totaling nearly 7 million taels. Looking at the numbers alone didn't give him any real sense of it, but when Lin Jiming entered the main room and saw the piles of real gold and silver there, he felt a wave of dizziness. Then he suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. So much money! The Xing family must have made a fortune off disasters. And Chan Yong, no matter who comes today, he must die. Tap tap tap. The resounding gong echoed in every corner of the capital, announcing the imminent execution at Kaishika. Countless curious people gathered around, only to be shocked to discover that the family about to be beheaded was none other than the renowned Xing family of the entire capital. Before long, Kaishika was packed with people. A Jiniri Imperial Guard officer jumped onto the high platform and loudly read out the crimes of the Xing family, repeating this several times. The people went from shock to anger. Profiteering from national disaster and taking advantage of the situation to forcibly buy children from disaster victims. Is this something a human being would do? So rotten eggs and vegetable leaves were pelted at the Xing family like a shower of flowers. After only a few hits, the commander of the Imperial Guard shouted, "Gentlemen, don't be hasty. There's still a ringleader who hasn't arrived yet. Leave some for him." Someone asked curiously, "Sir, who is the ringleader?" Just then, a donkey cart drove by, carrying a person covered in blood, whose condition was unclear. When they arrived at the execution platform, the man was carried up, and the people then saw a wooden plaque hanging around his neck, which read in bright red, "Chan Yong, Grand Academician of the Wenhua Hall and Chancellor of the Imperial Academy." Boom! The people were in uproar. The Imperial Academy Chancellor, the highest position in a national academy, was actually the mastermind behind the forced purchase of children from disaster victims. "You beast! You're not worthy of being human! How could my great Wu have such a beast as you? Beheading isn't enough, slow slicing is necessary." The centurion on the high platform pointed at Chan Yong and said, "Gentlemen, smash it quickly, the execution is about to begin." "Oh my God!" Before he could finish speaking, a torrential downpour of trash rained down, burying half of Chan Yong's body in no time. Aside from the occasional tremor, Chan Yong showed no other reaction. Most people would be worse off than dead after enduring 3 or 4 types of torture instruments in the Imperial Guard prison, but he endured them all. If the executioner hadn't been a highly skilled individual specially selected by Chen Ping, he would probably be dead by now. All right, that's enough." The centurion hurriedly stopped them, then waved his hand, and without the usual 3 cannon shots, a dozen hastily recruited executioners lined up and began to carry out the execution. On this day, the execution ground was filled with heads rolling and blood flowing like a river. All the heads were arranged into a tower taller than a person. The head at the very top was that of Chan Yong, the once glorious Grand Secretary of the Wenhua Hall and Chancellor of the Imperial Academy. "Father, even if Ji Jinwen has gone mad, there should be a limit, right? This. Inside the study of the Ning residence. Ning Bai's face was as pale as his name suggested, and he didn't even know how to speak. Ning Song's expression remained normal as he glanced at his only son. Chan Yong brought about his own destruction. I told him long ago that some money is dirty money. Ning Bai finally composed himself and asked hesitantly, Father, do you think Qi Jinwen might go crazy and take it out on us next? He was the eldest son of the Ning family, famous throughout the capital, and known for being difficult to mess with. He believed that no one would dare to touch him because of his domineering nature. However, the domineering fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the fearless. This useless emperor is now the kind of person who doesn't care about his life, and he'll really die soon, so he's very afraid. Heh! Ning Song chuckled. He wouldn't dare, after all he has no idea he's about to die. Lin Jiming did not go to the execution ground. He had already returned to the palace when Chan Yong was beheaded, and was currently having Wang Qing draft an imperial edict to assign tasks to several places. The Ministry of Revenue was instructed to allocate funds to purchase grain, and soup kitchens were to be set up outside the city early tomorrow morning. The Ministry of Works was instructed to purchase timber, and build wooden sheds outside the city to house the disaster victims. The Imperial Medical Academy is instructed to prepare personnel to provide medical consultations and medication to disaster victims tomorrow while distributing porridge, in order to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. Lin Jiming finally breathed a sigh of relief as the imperial edicts were delivered to the various departments. The disaster areas will be handled by Ning Song and the cabinet. As for whether they will do it seriously, the embroidered uniform guard will give him a definite answer in a few days. Power! Power! Lao Tzu wants to regain power as soon as possible, but right now he needs to settle down and deal with the hundreds of thousands of Dewu people outside the city. With so many disaster victims gathered outside the city, unable to enter and with no one taking care of them, a mutiny is imminent if this continues. And if the capital city is in such a state, one can only imagine what the disaster-stricken areas must be like. Although the once glorious and powerful Great Wu dynasty still looks the same, it is actually very weak and riddled with problems. The hearts and minds of the people are the foundation of a nation. They must never be lost. Xia Fengqing watched Lin Jiming shake his head and grit his teeth, feeling both scared and a little sorry for him. She brought over a cup of hot tea, placed it on the desk, and gently massaged Lin Jiming's temples. You're too tired, go and rest for a while. Lin Jiming shook his head and gently took Xia Fengqing's slender hand. It's okay, I'm not sleepy. He hadn't slept all night, but now he was definitely not sleepy at all. The sight of the sallow-faced, numb-looking refugees outside the city had a profound impact on him. And that huge pit, every time he closed his eyes those stiff, miserable corpses would appear in his mind. The people of the Great Wu dynasty were the most honest and law-abiding group of people. They did not have excessive demands, they only wanted to be able to eat their fill, stay warm, and have a place to live. But they can't even get these most basic things. The thought of this made him feel indescribably sad. Although it was caused by a natural disaster, and not by him, Lin Jiming, he still felt sad and guilty. Suddenly he stood up, startling Xia Fengqing. No, I can't swallow this. Lin Jiming's eyes were bloodshot, making him look quite terrifying. Xia Fengqing hurriedly asked. What are you going to do? I can't sleep until I've vented my anger. Ning Song, you old dog, you and your lackeys only know how to scheme against each other all day long, doing nothing for the government or the people, causing so many disaster victims to suffer. Although I can't touch you for the time being, that won't stop me from going after your daughter. Empress Dowager? Ha, I'll say it again, what does Ji Jingwen's mother have to do with me, Lin Jiming? Chapter 19, Unable to Extricate Oneself. Xia Fengqing didn't understand, but she didn't stop him. She just nodded gently and said, Okay, but you should come back and rest early. You haven't slept all night. Lin Jiming gently patted her hand, leaned over and kissed her rosy lips, opened the door, and stepped out. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Wang Qing. Your servant is here. Prepare the carriage for you at palace. The imperial carriage was ready, and just as Lin Jiming was about to board, Su Dachuan came over and presented him with a small booklet. Your Majesty, Wen Buizhong, the former Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, has confessed to all the facts of accepting bribes. 800,000 taels of silver, 13 house deeds, and more than 200 acres of land deeds were seized from his home. The rest of the pearls, jade, antiques, calligraphy and paintings are all listed in the details. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Lin Jiming paused for a moment, took the list and glanced at it, then snorted. What a good parasite. These things are yours to handle. Go and sell them as soon as possible. I only want the silver. Later, I will send all the silver confiscated from Chan Yong, the Xing family, and Su Liang's family into my private treasury. Yes. Su Dachuan responded and was about to give instructions to his subordinates when Lin Jiming added. By the way, Dachuan, find me a suitable short weapon when you have time. Although Ning Song thought he only had 3 months to live, it was still best to be on guard. Your Majesty. Su Dachuan took out a short knife from his sleeve and presented it with both hands, saying, I found this knife by chance, and was just about to present it to Your Majesty. Lin Jiming took it, drew the sword, but there was no flash of cold light to blind him as he had expected. The blade was only about a foot long, with a dark and deep color. It was just an ordinary short sword. It seems the only advantage is that it's the right length, so it can be tied to the arm without being noticed. He held it in his hand and played with it, slightly disappointed. Su Dachuan smiled without saying a word, then asked, Your Majesty, what should be done with Wenbo's family? Find an opportunity to kill Wenbo, but give Ning Song some face. Don't execute him publicly, exile his family. After Lin Jiming finished speaking, he paused and then suddenly said, Later, have Wang Qing draft a decree, and let the Court of Judicial Review handle the matter of exile. Yes. Su Dachuan agreed, and the dragon carriage set off, proceeding towards the Moon Palace. Lin Jiming sat in the dragon carriage, a cold smile playing on his lips. And Mo Jinghuan, the minister of the Court of Judicial Review, is a fence-sitter. On the surface, he is loyal to the royal family, but he secretly has an affair with Ning Song. Wen Buizhong is Ning Song's dog. Let Mo Jinghuan deal with him, so that he can be disgusted by the old dog Ning. Then we can find an opportunity to take over the important Dali Temple later. In Yue Palace, Empress Dowager Ning Daishi lay half reclined on a chaise longue, with a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup beside her. She took a sip and then stopped eating, as the soup had already gone cold. Ning Daishi is sick. She fell ill after Lin Jiming came to visit the day before yesterday. She felt dizzy, weak, and had cold sweats on her hands and feet. Otherwise, she would still have gone to oversee the morning court session held by Lin Jiming today. Ning Daishi gritted her teeth, her fine, white teeth grinding together, as if she would pounce on Lin Jiming and bite him if he appeared in front of her. You bastard, don't let me see you again or else I'll... But before she could finish her thought, she heard a voice from outside the door. His Majesty has arrived! Ah! Ning Daishi was startled and trembled. Why is he here? Then the palace maid outside the door said timidly yet urgently, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is unwell and cannot be present today. Ah, Your Majesty! With a creak, the palace doors opened. Lin Jiming strode in and said righteously, The Empress Dowager is ill. How can I, as her son, not come to visit her? Make way! The two palace maids were so anxious they were almost in tears. They chased after them, wanting to stop them, but they didn't dare to. Originally, the head attendants of Yue Palace dared to overstep their bounds, but Lin Jiming killed them, so they no longer dared to overstep their bounds. Lin Jiming walked straight into the palace and immediately saw Ning Daishi lying on her side. A brazier with burning silver charcoal was placed beside the chaise longue, making the entire hall warm as spring. In this room temperature, she wore only a light-colored warm robe, soft and clinging to her body, perfectly highlighting her voluptuous figure with its ups and downs. Ning Daishi's heart skipped a beat, both surprised and angry. She shouted, Who let you in? My mother is ill, and I have come to visit her. What is wrong with that? Lin Jiming's face was sincere and earnest, but there was a clear hint of teasing and mockery in his eyes. Ning Daishi instinctively covered her collar with her hand. The warm robe she was wearing was too thin, and her swan-like, snow-white, slender neck was completely exposed to those straight, naked, and undisguised eyes. Now that you've visited, you can go back. Her mind was filled with images from that day, and in her shame and anger, she couldn't even care less about how to address people. Oh, no rush, I have some matters to discuss with the Empress Dowager. Lin Jiming sat down casually on the chaise longue as if he were in his own palace, and turned around to say, "Everyone out," and closed the door. Wang Qing and Su Dachuan naturally did not enter, and the two palace maids looked at Ning Daishi with conflicted and nervous expressions. Ning Daishi was furious and was about to reprimand him when she saw Lin Jiming holding a short knife, which he was playing with intentionally or unintentionally. She immediately shut her mouth, her exquisitely beautiful face filled with tension, her delicate lips trembling slightly. What are you going to do?" Chapter 20. That fleeting glance. Lin Jiming smiled, looking completely harmless. "Didn't I say I have important matters to discuss with you? Why don't you two palace maids leave first? There are some things that are not convenient for them to hear." Ning Daishi's heart pounded. She wanted to shout, but Lin Jiming had a knife in his hand, and he could easily stab her with a single thrust. She dared not gamble whether the guards outside would save her faster or she would die faster, so, with great reluctance, she had no choice but to compromise. "You get out!" She gave the order in a trembling voice, secretly praying that the two palace maids would see the knife in Lin Jiming's hand and then be quick-witted enough to find a guard. Yes. Unfortunately, her plan failed. The two palace maids did not notice anything amiss and obediently withdrew, closing the palace door behind them. Ning Daishi was on the verge of tears, and now she was so nervous that she dared not make the slightest move. "Could you please put the knife away?" Lin Jiming seemed not to hear him and continued, "I have come here today to ask you for something." What is that?" "My two chief eunuchs are gone, but now there's a man named Wang Qing who seems promising. Please issue an imperial edict to have him replace Chao Shi in his place." Chao Happy was the grand eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial, but in reality, the real power of the seal was still in Ning Daishi's hands. Good. Ning Daishi had no other thoughts at the moment, and agreed without hesitation. Ning Daishi is still trying to remain rational and hasn't alerted the palace maids outside the door. Seeing Lin Jiming's fearless attitude, Ning Daishi almost gritted her teeth to powder. "Do you think I dare not punish you? Fine, then punish me." Lin Jiming still had a smile on his face. Ning Daishi felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. "Don't rush, look, I brought a fine sword, and I especially wanted to let you appreciate it." With a clang, the scabbard fell to the ground, revealing a dark, dull short sword. Ning Daishi was so frightened that her back was covered in cold sweat, and she said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, you mustn't do anything rash. Really, it's just for you to sample." Lin Jiming was practically laughing hysterically inside. It was his first time playing a pervert, and he actually looked pretty convincing. In pursuit of a realistic effect, he slowly brought the knife closer to Ning Daishi's chest. "Look, isn't this knife?" "Ah!" Ning Daishi screamed, finally shoving the unsuspecting Lin Jiming away. Then, clutching her torn clothes, she rushed into the inner room without even bothering to put on her shoes. Lin Jiming was also dumbfounded. This seemingly unremarkable knife was actually so sharp. He didn't chase after them, but just looked at the now empty chaise lounge, a smile curving his lips. Lin Jiming picked up the scabbard, sheathed the sword, hid it in his sleeve, and pretended nothing had happened, sitting down on a chair to the side. A moment later, Ning Daishi returned, holding a long sword in her hand as if guarding against the thief. With a frosty expression, she said in a low voice, "What happened today is my last act of forbearance and leniency towards you. If there is a next time, I will risk my life to make you pay." Lin Jiming chuckled lightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and casually picked up the bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup and drank it all in one gulp. "I'm a little thirsty. The Emperor has come to the door, and this woman doesn't even offer to pour me a cup of tea." "You!" Ning Daishi was about to explode again. She had just drunk from this, and there was still a faint lip print on the rim of the porcelain cup. Lin Jiming swallowed the lotus seed soup. It's all right, I don't mind. Ning Daixi stared at him, speechless. Is this something he cares about or not? That scoundrel has such a thick skin. Does your Majesty have anything else to say? If not, you may return. Ning Daixi gave him the order to leave. Don't forget the imperial decree. I await good news with eager anticipation. Chapter 21. A fine pot of Biluokan tea. You! Shameless! Ning Daixi broke down, her face flushed red, and she held the long sword, panting heavily, as if she had the urge to stab him at any moment. Suddenly she felt her head was no longer dizzy. After the shock and humiliation she had just experienced, her illness seemed to have been cured, and even her strength had returned in an instant. So she was even more determined to fight Lin Jiming to the death. Lin Jiming grinned mischievously. Does the Empress Dowager want to have a sword fight with me? Give up, you can't beat my great sword. Just then, an overly sweet voice came from outside the door. Mother Yu is here, may I come in? Lin Jiming was taken aback. He had never heard this voice before. But he quickly figured out who it was from the way they addressed him. Princess Jichuyu of Jinyang, the only daughter of Emperor Xianjing, and the only younger sister of Ji Jingwen. Hiss! Lin Jiming had a slight toothache. The princess's arrival was perfectly timed. Thus, the strange atmosphere in the hall, a mixture of tension and awkward ambiguity, was instantly shattered. Ning Daixi took a deep breath, her expression instantly changing from gritting her teeth to dignified and regal. She put down her sword and said, Come in. The door creaked open, and a young girl in a bright green dress skipped in. She looked up and saw Lin Jiming. Ah! With a soft exclamation, the girl quickly straightened her clothes and stood up straight, giving a proper bow. Yu greets your Majesty. Lin Jiming had heard Xia Fengqing explain that this Princess Jinyang was 17 years old this year, the second younger brother of Ji Jingwen, and the younger sister of Prince Feng, Ji Jingxiu. Because Emperor Xianjing only had this one daughter, she was especially loved by her parents and several brothers, which led to her developing an innocent and naive personality. However, Xia Fengqing told him that it was all an illusion. This princess was not someone to be trifled with. On the surface she seemed innocent, but in reality, she was quite shrewd. The naive and sweet girl that others saw was just an act she was putting on. I heard that she often attended poetry and literary gatherings organized by the upper-class scholars and poets. Regardless of her literary talent, many of the young talents in the Imperial Academy fell at her feet, even declaring that they would do anything to win her heart. Jigui means to pass the Imperial examination with top honors, and it is said that more than a dozen people have made this vow. There have even been several fights over it. The strict school rules of the Imperial Academy could not stop these enthusiastic young people, which shows the charm of Princess Jinyang. Lin Jiming carefully examined this younger sister. She had her hair styled in a bun with her hair parted in the middle. Her skin was as white as new porcelain. She had willow leaf eyebrows and a delicate nose. She was slightly chubby and had two deep dimples at the corners of her mouth. Combined with her almond-shaped eyes, she looked lively, pretty, and cute. Princess Jinyang saw that Lin Jiming remained silent for a long time, only staring at her. Her face fell, and she said pitifully, Brother, it's been so long since you've seen Yu. You don't even recognize me anymore. Her voice was even softer and sweeter than when she heard it through the door, and Lin Jiming couldn't help but shiver. This is a pot of premium Biluokan tea. Good green tea. But you know how to make tea, and I know how to make scum, so who's afraid of who? Lin Jiming shook his head and said, I can forget anyone in this life, but I will never forget Yu. I'm just noticing that my Yu has lost weight. His tone was deep, filled with doting affection and tenderness, as if Princess Jinyang were truly the most precious younger sister he had ever loved in the world. Ning Daixi's eyes widened instantly, staring at Lin Jiming in astonishment. Did you eat something unclean? Did you say that just now? When did you start paying attention to Jinyang? Princess Jinyang was also visibly taken aback. She had been quite favored by her emperor brother when she was young, but his personality had gradually changed since he ascended the throne, and he had completely ignored her. But today she actually said she can't forget herself? And that she's lost weight? She reacted quickly, her face immediately lighting up with a bright smile as she rushed over and hugged Lin Jiming's arm. Yes, yes, my royal brother is the best. Lin Jiming felt a surge of excitement. Goodness, he looked so young, but he was actually quite capable. That damned shockwave, it's so loud. With the princess's arrival, the Empress Dowager could no longer tease him. However, Lin Jiming was satisfied and would deal with it another day. All right, now that you're here, keep your mother company and have a chat. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Lin Jiming reluctantly withdrew his arm, sighing inwardly at the missed opportunity. Princess Jinyan nodded obediently. You will respectfully seize off my royal brother. Remember to come and play with Yu next time you have time. Ning Daishi breathed a long sigh of relief, finally. Lin Jiming turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, his ears twitched. He heard Princess Jinyan saying to Ning Daishi, Mother, in 2 days Master Tsun will be holding a poetry gathering by Kunming Lake. The heir of the Duke of Wei and that little monkey from the Marquis of Jinghai's family have both invited me. Many people from the Imperial Academy are also going, but I haven't had any good works recently. Mother, please help me. Lin Jiming's heart stirred. The Imperial Academy was the highest institution of learning in the Great Wu Dynasty, and the cradle of the future elites of the Great Wu Dynasty. To be a competent tyrant, one must take down the Imperial Academy. Without a hall full of literary and military elites, how can he indulge in a life of debauchery and extravagance? He had just killed Chang Yong, the principal of the Imperial Academy, who was the target and idol of countless students. But he didn't care at all whether he would be hated by the students. He was joking. He was the emperor. This was a good opportunity for him to show off and gain a lot of fans. Thinking of this, he turned around and called out, Yu. Ah? Lin Jiming said with a serious expression. The only way to learn is through persistent and diligent practice. Cheating is absolutely unacceptable. Princess Jinyan stuck out her tongue. Oh, your majesty is right, Yu will remember. Lin Jiming nodded in satisfaction and then said, 2 days from now, I will go with you. W.H. What? My brother wants to go with me. Princess Jinyan thought she must have misheard. In her memory, her elder brother was once a person who loved learning, but he was only interested in history and military affairs, and his poetry skills were just so. Most importantly, the Master Tsun who would be hosting the poetry gathering 2 days later was the emperor's former teacher. After the emperor's temperament changed drastically into that of a tyrannical and incompetent ruler, Master Tsun even publicly declared that he would expel him from the school and sever their teacher-student relationship. Princess Jinyan really wanted to stop and persuade them, but the students at the Imperial Academy were all arrogant and had never had a good impression of her brother, who had a terrible reputation. They often ridiculed and mocked her behind her back. I'm afraid that if I go, I'll be ridiculed and lose face. The key is that I don't care if he loses face, but I don't want to be dragged down with him. However, in the end she just smiled sweetly, her dimples almost dripping with honey. All right, then you will wait for my royal brother. Chapter 22 Personal Inspection. Lin Jiming returned to the Qianqing Palace and did not argue with the Empress Dowager again. The after-effects of not sleeping all night gradually became apparent after the passion subsided upon seeing Bai Huahua. He was very sleepy. However, upon returning to his palace, he still pulled Xia Fengqing aside and asked her many questions. He had heard of the name Master Xian. He was a former Grand Academician of the Hall of Literary Glory and the Crown Prince's tutor. He was Ji Jingwen's mentor when Ji Jingwen was still the Crown Prince. Lin Jiming has very few people around him, especially in the court. Even those who are not part of Ning Song's faction have nothing to do with him. So his first reaction upon hearing the name was to try and win the old man back, hoping to leverage his past relationship with the emperor as master and disciple. However, the reply was that Master Tsun had developed an eye disease and was gradually losing his sight, so he had to retire to recuperate. Xia Fengqing told him in detail everything she knew. Master Tsun, whose given name was Xingyan, was about to turn 60. He was loyal, upright, and intolerant of any wrongdoing. It was precisely because of this that he was appointed by the late emperor as the tutor of the crown prince, but in the court, he only rose to the position of right vice minister of the Ministry of Rights. It's a pity that despite his profound knowledge, Masterson never achieved the rank of heavenly official, a fact that many people find regrettable. However, he was a local from the capital. After retiring from the court, he settled down by Kunming Lake. His daughter would write down his thoughts while he dictated them to him. He would compile books on Confucianism and the classics at home. Students from the Imperial Academy would often come to consult Masterson, and he would teach and guide them with all his might. Even though he was outside the court, he continued to contribute his talents. Lin Jiming also felt it was a pity. If he could no longer see, he would be unable to return to the court to help him. However, he still decided to attend the poetry gathering. Such an old man who dedicated his life to scholarship deserves respect. Moreover, Lin Jiming wanted to control the Imperial Academy, and perhaps an opportunity would arise at that time. Xia Fengqing told him in detail about Masterson, the Imperial Academy, and Princess Jin Yang. Lin Jiming's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he fell asleep. In the Yue Palace, Ning Bai sat in front of Ning Daishi, munching on a piece of fruit. "Sister, I heard that good-for-nothing came to bother you today? Father sent me to ask you if there was anything wrong with it?" Ning Daishi's heart would tremble at the mere mention of that name, and she seemed unaware that Lin Jiming had left an indelible and terrifying mark on her heart. When Lin Jiming took out that knife today, Ning Daishi even felt a sense of death threat. Although Lin Jiming was joking around at the time, she didn't think it was a joke at all. Especially since that bastard even slashed his own robes with a knife, making him look so disheveled. Damn it! She cursed under her breath, but then she suddenly remembered the unparalleled pressure Lin Jiming had put his arms around her neck, the heat he had never felt before, the hot breath on her ear, and the kisses on her earlobe. No, I can't think about it anymore. Just thinking about that scene gave her goosebumps. Ning Daishi's hands were clenched tightly. Her body trembled involuntarily, and the veins on the back of her hands bulged as she tried to drive the scene from the daytime into her mind. Ning Bai noticed her unusual behavior, stopped chewing, and asked in surprise, "Sister, what's wrong?" Ning Daishi snapped back to reality and said, "It's nothing." After a pause, she said sternly, "He's a madman. You must never provoke him, understand?" Ning Bai was stunned for a moment. "After he expelled me from Wenyuan Pavilion that day, I never went back. Father also said that it is not advisable for him to have any leverage against me recently. Sister, what exactly happened to you today?" It's nothing. He just came to ask for a reward for one of the eunuchs around him. It's nothing important," Ning Daishi said, trying to sound nonchalant. Lin Jiming felt so ashamed of what he had done to her that he couldn't even tell his own father and brother. But she was unwilling to simply leave it at that. A cold glint flashed in Ning Daishi's eyes as she whispered, "Go to Day Temple and remind Master Tao that he hasn't offered His Majesty any elixirs for many days." Ning Bai was taken aback. "But Father said 3 months is too long, I can't wait." Lin Jiming woke up. He had slept very soundly, whether because he was too tired or because of the minor victories he had achieved in court the day before, he didn't know. He got up, washed, and dressed neatly. Today he was wearing casual clothes. Xia Fengqing personally tied his sash, saying with some concern, "Are you going out of the city again? There are so many disaster victims, it's too dangerous." Lin Jiming shook his head. "I must go. I won't feel at ease unless I see them doing things with my own eyes." Although he had issued an edict ordering all departments to provide relief to the disaster victims outside the city, he had not yet gained real power, and it was almost impossible for the people of the 6 departments to do as he said. Wang Qing was already waiting at the door, along with Su Dachuan and his 100 imperial guards. "Dachuan, let's go!" Lin Jiming laughed loudly and went out. "The weather is a bit gloomy today, with thick clouds in the sky. I don't know if it's going to rain." A dragon palanquin headed out of the palace. Lin Jiming looked out through the gap in the curtain and saw someone flash past him in a corner, disappearing without a trace. Lin Jiming's lips curled up slightly. He had a rough idea of who that person was and what he was going to do, but it didn't matter. Anyone could act. As they were about to leave the palace, the imperial carriage was replaced by an ordinary horse-drawn carriage. Just like last time, I walked through the bustling streets and busy people, and out of the outer city, I saw endless disaster victims, and the land that had become filthy and chaotic as a result. It's past Chinchur, 7 to 9 a.m. now. Although the wind is still strong, it's not as cool as it was in the morning. Su Dachuan and Wang Qing stood on either side of the carriage, while several imperial guards led the way, and the rest of the group spread out in a circle to protect the carriage as it slowly moved forward. As soon as they stepped out of the city gate, they saw a long line of people that seemed to stretch endlessly. These were the disaster victims outside the city, who were slowly making their way forward under the command of dozens of city guards. At the end of the queue was a simple thatched shed, under which were 2 large wooden barrels, steam rising from their rims. 2 ragged old men were scooping porridge from a bucket. They appeared to have been selected from among the disaster victims. A 7th-rank official stood beside them, supervising them. Lin Jiming knocked on the carriage, and the carriage stopped. He got out of the car. "Let's go take a look." The crowd saw him, causing a slight commotion, but no one paid any attention. This is a soup kitchen for disaster victims. This person is probably a high-ranking official who came down to inspect the area, but it has nothing to do with them. They just wanted to queue properly and get a bowl of hot porridge so they could survive. Su Dachuan and Wang Qing accompanied Lin Jiming straight to the porridge stall. After looking around, Su Dachuan was somewhat surprised. "This porridge is quite thick." Chapter 23 Deception. Lin Jiming saw it too. One of the disaster victims in line held a bowl in both hands, and the old man serving the porridge ladled it a full spoonful, the porridge even piling up into a high peak. This porridge was more than just thick, it was almost like overcooked, slightly soft rice. The disaster victim, holding a bowl overflowing with gratitude, bowed deeply, saying, "The Emperor's grace is boundless! The Emperor's grace is boundless!" The 7th-rank official said in a friendly tone, "Be careful, this porridge is very hot." Only then did he seem to notice Lin Jiming and his group, especially the Jinyu uniforms and swords. He hurriedly put down the large ladle in his hand, clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Greetings, esteemed officials." Su Dachuan and Wang Qing stepped aside, making way for Lin Jiming behind them. Lin Jiming walked forward with his hands behind his back, took the wooden spoon, and scooped up a spoonful from the bottom of the bucket. The best new rice, with each grain plump and cooked until it bursts open, makes for a fragrant porridge. "Not bad." Lin Jiming nodded and praised him, then returned the wooden spoon to the old man. The official sighed and said sincerely, "Under natural disasters, it is not easy for people to survive. We can only do our best." So the disaster victims lined up in an orderly fashion, and everyone who got some porridge would say gratefully, "The Emperor's grace is boundless," creating an incredibly harmonious and loving scene. Lin Jiming just watched without saying a word, while Su Dachuan and Wang Qing stayed on either side, also very quietly. Before long, the 2 full buckets of porridge were almost empty, and Lin Jiming seemed to have gotten bored watching, so he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." "Yes." Su Dachuan escorted him back to the carriage, and the carriage gradually drove away with a rumble. The official narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the carriage disappear into the distance, the warm, sincere, and compassionate expression on his face vanishing instantly. With a soft thud, the wooden spoon struck the bottom of the bucket. The old man serving the porridge smiled humbly and said, "Sir, this bucket is all gone." The official glanced at him. "Wait." The carriage went straight back into the city, paused briefly as it passed through a congested street, and then continued on its way. During this time, the curtain moved slightly, as if nothing had happened, but Lin Jiming inside the carriage and Su Dachuan beside it were nowhere to be seen. They should have finished changing it by now, after all this time. Outside the city gate, Lin Jiming looked at the porridge stall not far away and said calmly, then led Su Dachuan, who had changed into ordinary clothes, back to the porridge stall. The same 2 ragged old men were serving porridge, but their expressions were somewhat unnatural. The seventh-rank official who had been supervising was no longer there. Looking back, he was sitting there resting, his eyes slightly closed, humming a line from a play as he shook his head. Lin Jiming heard a woman at the front of the line plead, "Uncle, please give me some more dry food. My child is sick and won't be able to hold on if he doesn't eat." The old man sighed. "It's not that I don't want to give it, it's just that. Please, just scoop out a little bit for me, just half a spoonful, please." The woman's pleas disturbed the officials resting behind her. Without opening his eyes, he impatiently snapped, "That's all. Take it or leave it." His Majesty ordered the distribution of porridge, but this is far too watery. The woman was on the verge of tears. Her child's illness had brought out the strength of her maternal instincts. Even though he was a seventh-rank official in the imperial court, she hardened her heart and stood her ground. The official suddenly stood up, walked over, snatched the bowl from the woman's hand, smashed it to pieces with a crack, and cursed. "His Majesty has ordered you to go ask His Majesty for it. You ungrateful wretch!" "Ah!" the woman exclaimed, falling to the ground and frantically picking up the half-broken bowl. There were still 2 grains of rice stuck in it, but nothing else. She trembled and wailed, "I only wanted half a spoonful of rice porridge from my son. Why are you doing this to me?" An old woman behind her couldn't bear it, and went over to help her up, saying softly, "Go find something else, and I'll share half a bowl with you later. You should go back and take care of the children first." But the official glared at him coldly. "If you dare to give her any, you can forget about getting any porridge yourself." The old woman shrank back in fright and dared not utter another sound, only glancing at the woman with pity. The surrounding people fell silent, and no one dared to say another word. The official glanced arrogantly at everyone, then his expression suddenly froze. Because he saw a face that seemed somewhat familiar. Su Dachuan. Sir! His voice trembled involuntarily. "The embroidered uniform guard. It's the embroidered uniform guard. I'm doomed. I'm finished." Seeing that Su Dachuan had changed into civilian clothes and was pretending to be an ordinary citizen, he immediately understood that this was a surprise attack. Lin Jiming slowly stepped forward, ignoring him at first, and walked to the wooden barrel. Just one glance was enough to ignite his anger. "Is this what you call porridge? This fucking porridge?" The porridge in the bucket was even clearer than rice water, and one could clearly see their face reflected in it when looking down. Lin Jiming took the wooden spoon from the old man's hand, scooped up a spoonful from the bottom, and did the same thing as before, but the result was very different. He had tried his best to scoop it up from the bottom, but there was only a shallow layer of rice grains in the spoon. Moreover, the rice grains were dark yellow and had turned into dregs, and it was old rice that had been sitting for who knows how long. Bang! Lin Jiming threw the wooden spoon back into the bucket and looked at the official coldly, saying, "Are you from the Ministry of Revenue?" The official had never seen Lin Jiming before, but seeing the Imperial Guard surrounding him, he knew without a doubt how important this person was. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "This humble official is from the Ministry of Revenue." Before the official could introduce himself, Lin Jiming suddenly kicked him. Caught off guard, the official fell backward and hit his head on the edge of the table where the porridge buckets were placed, causing a gash that bled. "Ministry of Revenue? Is this how the hell your Ministry of Revenue operates?" Lin Jiming's face was frosty, and his words were filled with murderous intent. The official was terrified, clutching his head and lying on the ground, completely at a loss. "My lord, spare me! My lord, spare me! I was only following orders," Lin Jiming said coldly. "Acting under orders? Did Kai tell you to serve water instead of porridge? Did Kai tell you to bully the people?" Kai Yujing was the Minister of Revenue. When the official heard Lin Jiming address him by his name, he immediately realized that this was probably the one in the palace. He was so shocked that his face turned pale and he trembled, not knowing how to answer. Lin Jiming pointed at the woman who was standing there dumbfounded, and the disaster victims who were still queuing up properly, and said sternly, "They are the people of my great Wu dynasty, the foundation of this world, while you, and those scheming bastards above you, are nothing but dog shit." Only when the people live in peace and prosperity can our Great Wu endure. If the people can't even get enough to eat, then Great Wu is doomed. And you! He kicked him again, cursing. You will be one of the culprits who will cause the downfall of Great Wu. The official took the kick head on, not daring to dodge, and simply knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Lin Jiming looked at him and said coldly, Su Dachuan. Exist. Send people to monitor every soup kitchen and tell them, either change the soup or die. Chapter 24 Long Live the Emperor. Everything that happened here was seen by everyone, including Lin Jiming's words, every single one of which was clearly spoken. The disaster victims in line all knelt down in a flash. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. They didn't know who Lin Jiming was, but since this 7th-rank official addressed him as Sir, he must be someone of considerable importance. At a time when people are suffering from hunger and cold, and even on the verge of freezing to death, Lin Jiming's act of standing up for them immediately drew a great deal of gratitude, and even tears. However, the official said with a bitter face, But I only have half a bag of old rice here, and it's only enough for 3 days. Lin Jiming said, Then go back to the Ministry of Revenue to get it. Do I need to teach you how to do that? The official grumbled for a while before finally saying, The Ministry of Revenue doesn't have any rice either. Lin Jiming was furious. The Ministry of Revenue's granaries receive millions of share of grain every year, and you're telling me there's no rice? My lord, please spare my life. I am of low rank and authority, and I truly had no idea. Lin Jiming wants to kill someone again. The Ministry of Revenue, a dignified institution, is completely out of rice and grain, not even enough to cover the expenses of distributing porridge outside the city. How empty are the official granaries? The Ministry of Revenue, which controls the economy and the lifeline of the people, has deteriorated to such an extent. He quickly thought of a solution and shouted, Wang Qing! Go to the capital's government office and order them to buy rice throughout the city. It's important to help the disaster victims outside the city first. Afterwards, we can get reimbursed by the Ministry of Revenue. Yes. Wang Qing accepted the order and left. Lin Jiming then whispered to Su Dachuan. Dachuan, immediately send people to each porridge distribution point to keep an eye on things. If anyone with ill intentions tries to incite the crowd, it could lead to a major incident. Su Dachuan bowed and said, Your Majesty, please rest assured that I have already arranged for people to guard all places. Just then, a rider suddenly galloped towards Lin Jiming from afar, heading straight for him. As he approached, the rider abruptly reined in his horse, and a member of the Imperial Guard tumbled off the horse, urgently saying, Sir, there has been a mutiny in the west of the city. The refugees have killed the Ministry of Revenue official who was distributing porridge at the scene and are heading towards Zizimen. Lin Jiming felt a chill run down his spine, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. Just what I feared most has come to pass. There are hundreds of thousands of refugees outside the 8 city gates. If they were to mutiny, the capital would be in big trouble. Su Dachuan was immediately embarrassed after speaking, and asked the junior officer of the Imperial Guard with a dark face, What's going on? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on things? The junior officer's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Your Excellency, the mutiny happened suddenly, and I was unable to stop it in time. Moreover, they outnumbered me, and I was no match for them. Your scolding won't do any good. The mutiny of the disaster victims may not just be about this porridge. It's probably something that was deliberately orchestrated, or even planned long ago. Lin Jiming waved his hand to stop him and asked, Did you see anyone stirring up trouble in the crowd? The junior officer looked up in astonishment, appearing quite surprised. Your Majesty is wise. I was just about to bring this up when it was discovered that someone had instigated and incited the situation, and their methods were very sophisticated. When I noticed something amiss and tried to apprehend them, they had already disappeared into the crowd. But I swear on my life that I was absolutely not mistaken. He hesitated for a moment and then said, That person looks almost exactly like the people of my Great Wu dynasty, but his skin is slightly darker, and he has sunspots on his cheeks. I suspect he is a spy from the Yuezhi. Lin Jiming was stunned for a moment. The Yuezhi were a kingdom established by a nomadic people in the northwest of the Great Wu. The Great Wu called them the Qianglu. Their people lived by following the water and grass, were brave and good at fighting, and had always been a formidable enemy of the Great Wu. Due to the altitude, most of their people have darker skin and sunspots, so special departments with sharp eyes like the embroidered uniform guard can recognize them at a glance. Lin Jiming frowned and said to Su Dachuan, "There's something fishy about this matter. There's no need to rush to conclusions." Huh! Su Dachuan was taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening. When going to another country to do espionage, you would definitely first select people who are not related to your own country based on their appearance. How could you openly tell others that you are a Yuezhi? Your Majesty is wise, Su Dachuan responded. No one could hear them talking here, but everyone saw the school cadet rushing over. The disaster victims didn't know what was happening, and when they looked at the soup kitchen over there, they saw no movement and began to whisper among themselves. Lin Jiming jumped onto a large rock and shouted, "We have already gone to transport grain. You will be able to drink porridge soon. And this time it will definitely not be rice water. Everyone, please wait patiently and do not be anxious. Also, recently there have been spies among you, and they may be trying to incite others. Do not be misled by them and fall into the enemy's trap." As soon as he spoke, the murmurs below immediately ceased, and the shouts carried far, clearly audible to many. Immediately, the crowd below erupted in chaos, and discussions quickly resumed. A spy? These are all honest people here. They have lost their homes and are just trying to survive. Please don't come and harm us. Yes, if anyone gets carried away and gets incited to rebel, they'll be beheaded. After shouting his words, Lin Jiming jumped off the boulder and said, Let's go to Zizaman and take a look." Su Dachuan and the rest of the Imperial Guards were all taken aback. "Your Majesty is of inestimable worth and should not risk your life. I urge your Majesty to reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Especially the junior officer who brought the news. He had personally witnessed the magnitude of the mutiny over there. Dozens of Beijing garrison soldiers who were maintaining order at the scene were beaten to death with stones and wooden sticks by the disaster victims. The official in charge of the Ministry of Revenue was beaten beyond recognition by the angry disaster victims and was tortured to death. The disaster victims had already lost their homes, and under the influence of the mobilization, they were momentarily swept away by passion. Even after calming down, there was no turning back. With over 100,000 soldiers including the Imperial Guards, and the 5-city garrison, it was only a matter of time before they quelled the mutiny. But since they were all going to die anyway, they would definitely try to drag as many people down with them as possible in the end, regardless of whether the emperor was the emperor or not. Lin Jiming remained unmoved and headed west of the city first. Su Dachuan stomped his foot angrily and ordered, "Quickly inform Commander Xia Yun of the Imperial Guards, and send me a few hundred more. No, send me as many men as there are in the garrison command right now. Hurry up." A Jinui centurion received the order and rushed off, leaving only a few people to guard the place while the rest followed Lin Jiming. The disaster victims lined up again, whispering amongst themselves about who the young adult they had just seen was. 2 Imperial Guards bowed to the sky and said loudly, "Stop guessing! That was none other than our wise and mighty Emperor, His Majesty." All the disaster victims were stunned for a moment, then their faces showed horror. They themselves know best how chaotic things are outside the city, yet the Emperor himself has come out to investigate and uphold justice for them. Immediately, some people knelt down again, kowtowing repeatedly towards the direction of the Imperial City, tears streaming down their faces. Benevolent ruler! Benevolent ruler! We have a good emperor, a really good emperor. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Chapter 25 Revealing Identity. The scene was chaotic. People who hadn't heard what was being said from a distance gradually learned what had happened through word of mouth. One by one, they knelt down and kowtowed towards the Imperial City. Why should the people in the Ministry of Revenue get the good thing like winning over the people? Exactly! His Majesty went to great lengths to personally supervise the city, while those bastards were enjoying themselves by the fire in their offices. Is there any justice in this world? The two imperial guards whispered to each other. From Dishengmen to Zizimen, circling almost half of Beijing, when Lin Jiming arrived, he found the situation to be more serious than he had imagined. He walked toward the city wall, and was stopped by a Beijing garrison officer. He had just said stop, when Su Dachuan kicked him away. Someone was about to rush over when a Jinyue, Imperial Guard, badge stopped them all in their tracks. Lin Jiming rushed to the top of the city wall, looked down, and immediately felt his blood boil. The city gates were tightly shut, and the area outside was densely packed with refugees. Thousands of soldiers from the Beijing garrison stood atop the city walls, looking down upon the city. Outside the city, hundreds of ragged corpses lay scattered on the ground. In the distance, their relatives were clearly kneeling and weeping. Many other victims gritted their teeth and glared angrily, cursing. Yet the soldiers on the city walls continued to aim their bows and arrows at them, firing a few shots every now and then, eliciting screams of alarm. But the victims just laughed and seemed quite happy. The garrison troops of the 5 cities garrison were pushed to the back and remained silent, as this area had been temporarily requisitioned by the Beijing garrison. Upon seeing Lin Jiming arrive, both teams merely glanced at him but paid him no attention. Lin Jiming turned his head sharply, his gaze turning icy as he looked at everyone on the city wall. Who killed him? No one answered, but Lin Jiming saw the guard's gaze turn toward a row of archers by the crenellations on the city wall. Those were people from the Beijing garrison, also known as the 8th Battalion of the Beijing Army. The armed forces in the capital of Dao consisted of the Imperial Guards responsible for protecting the Emperor, the 5 city garrison responsible for maintaining order, the Embroidered Uniform Guard responsible for investigating and supervising officials, and the Jing'ing garrison responsible for guarding the 8 city gates. Originally, the Beijing garrison was under the direct control of the Emperor, but Princess Jingwen of Honghua was sidelined, and the 50,000 soldiers of the Beijing garrison fell into the hands of the Grand Secretariat. This was also a major worry for Lin Jiming. Ji Jingwen was helpless about it, but he had to get those 50,000 people back. He was in the palace, but he was surrounded by the military force of others, so he couldn't sleep soundly. Su Dachuan shouted, "Where is your superior? Tell him to get out here." Soon, a military officer rushed over and came to Lin Jiming and his group. He cupped his hands and tentatively asked, "This humble officer is Zhang Lu, the deputy commander of the Jingxi camp. May I ask which lord is looking for me?" Jingxi camp was one of the 8 camps of the Beijing army. Su Dachuan revealed his waist badge. Su Dachuan, commander of the garrison command. Zhang Lu glanced at him, and a smile on his face became noticeably perfunctory. He was just a junior officer. Although the name of the Embroidered Uniform Guard was intimidating, he was 2 ranks lower than Zhang Lu, so there was nothing to care about. "Oh, may I ask what business Lord Su has summoned me here?" Upon learning his identity, he immediately became less respectful, even addressing him as this official. Lin Jiming glanced at him, especially at Zhang Lu's protruding belly, which was an eyesore no matter how she looked at it. He pointed down to the city walls and asked, "Did you order these people to be shot?" Zhang Lu glanced at him, not recognizing him. He nodded proudly. "It is I. May I ask who you are?" Lin Jiming waved his hand. "Take it down." With a clang, Su Dachuan's knife was already at Zhang Lu's neck, and 2 centurions kicked him in the back of the knee, forcing him to his knees. Caught off guard, Zhang Lu was subdued. Startled, he glared angrily and shouted, "Insolence! Who gave you the audacity to seize this official?" This sudden attack caught Zhang Lu off guard, as did everyone else on the city wall. Immediately afterward, the sounds of weapons being drawn and bowstrings being pulled rang out as thousands of Beijing garrison soldiers surrounded Lin Jiming and the Jinyue, eyeing them menacingly. A conflict is about to break out. Although Zhang Lu's appearance wasn't great, these were all soldiers from the Beijing garrison, all under his command. In this city, Zhang Lu's prestige was higher than anyone else's. The soldiers only listened to Zhang Lu and ignored everyone else. Su Dachuan's eyelids twitched. If some fool were to shoot a cold arrow now, Lin Jiming would be in danger, and Su Dachuan, regardless of whether he could survive the conflict, would face the extermination of his entire family. Without making a sound, he took a half-step to the side, blocking Lin Jiming's path. Even if it meant using his own body to shield him from danger, he had to do his best. Lin Jiming reached out and pushed him aside, then walked to the front and coldly surveyed everyone present. Do they all want to rebel? Lin Jiming's aura was too strong, which intimidated them. Moreover, their commander Zhang Lu was under the threat of death, so no one dared to make a move. Who are you? You are soldiers! Lin Jiming's face flushed red with anger as he pointed at the officers and soldiers of the Beijing garrison. What is the duty of soldiers? It is to protect our country and safeguard the people. You are the most reliable and trustworthy relatives of the people. But what are you doing now? His voice suddenly rose, and he shouted sternly. You actually killed unarmed civilians, and you're so smug about it? What kind of soldiers are you? Lin Jiming's words were forceful and powerful, each word like a knife, truly a wake-up call. Many of the Beijing garrison soldiers who were pointing their knives at Lin Jiming had changed their expressions, showing signs of shame, but they still did not put down their weapons and continued to point them at Lin Jiming. Someone forced a smile and said, It was those troublemakers who tried to storm the city gates that forced us to use force to stop them. Lin Jiming laughed in anger. Fine, well said. Troublemakers? They just want to survive, they just want an explanation because they were tricked into eating something that tasted like dishwater instead of porridge. Is this what you call troublemakers? What would you do if you received a stone when you received your military pay? He looked at the speaker and pointed at the corpses outside the city. Use force to stop them? This is massacre. You are killing the people of my Great Wu. Your military pay and food are all grown by them through hard work. Everyone fell silent. No one dared to speak up in defense. Su Dachuan listened with great excitement, but at the same time, he was also extremely terrified. Those Beijing garrison soldiers are too close together. If one of them accidentally injures His Majesty, the sky will fall. Zhang Lu's expression remained arrogant as he glared at Lin Jiming and said, What you're saying won't work here. The capital garrison is responsible for the security of the capital. If these unruly people try to storm the city, I will order them shot. Even if His Majesty comes, he won't find fault with me. Lin Jiming looked at him, raised her hand to untie her belt, and slowly took off her outer robe, revealing the bright yellow emperor's everyday clothes underneath. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then took a big surprise. Zhang Lu's face turned deathly pale. Is this His Majesty? Chapter 26 Coming. Su Dachuan shouted from the side. His Majesty is here! Why don't you lay down your weapons? Clang! Someone took the lead and dropped their weapon, then one after another, and then they all knelt down. No one would dare impersonate the emperor, especially with so many imperial guards around. They were definitely not fake. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Lin Jiming coldly said. Your Majesty? With you slaughtering so many people, how many more years can my great Wu dynasty last? This time, no one dared to utter a sound. Everyone bowed their heads. Su Dachuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, only to find his back completely soaked with cold sweat. There are only a few dozen Jinui now, but the number of Beijing garrison soldiers present is almost 100 times that. If a real conflict were to break out, he would not be able to guarantee Lin Jiming's safety at all. Now, he is finally safe. Zhang Lu was dumbfounded. He had never met Lin Jiming before, or rather, the former Ji Jingwen. He had just said it casually, but who would have thought that this person was actually the current Emperor Honghua? Lin Jiming glanced at him and said calmly, Is there anything else you want to say? Zhang Lu gritted his teeth and forced a smile, saying, Behind me are 800,000 people in the capital, so I dare not slack off in the slightest. Shooting down the refugees who stormed the city may have been inappropriate, but I believe I have done nothing wrong. Very good, you're really stubborn. Lin Jiming nodded, stood in front of him, and looked down at him, saying, Originally, this matter only required temporarily appeasing them, then sending someone to find out the situation and make peace properly, but you have driven them to a dead end. So tell me, what should I do to quell public anger? With your head? Zhang Lu was horrified. Your Majesty, you can't. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Jiming grabbed Su Dachuan's knife handle and casually slashed it. The embroidered spring blade was extremely sharp, and Zhang Lu's head fell to the ground with a thud. Even at this moment, his eyes were still wide open, completely unable to believe that Lin Jiming would really kill him for those unruly people outside the city. Isn't he afraid of a mutiny by the Beijing garrison? However, the world that flipped before his eyes told him that Lin Yiming really dared to do it. The crowd erupted in uproar, and some hot-tempered individuals immediately tried to get up and pick up their weapons. Lin Jiming returned the knife to Su Dachuan and glanced at the officers and soldiers of the Beijing garrison. Some people in the Ministry of Revenue ignored the suffering of the disaster victims and used old rice to make up the numbers, which triggered a popular uprising. Zhang Lu, the deputy commander of the Jingxi battalion, failed to distinguish right from wrong and wantonly killed civilians. His crime deserves to be punished. You did not know the reason and acted on orders, so I will not pursue the matter. These words eased the tense atmosphere slightly. They were paid by the emperor and naturally did not want to go against imperial power, let alone against the emperor himself. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from below the city, followed by a group of heavily armed imperial guards rushing up. Leading them was the newly appointed commander-in-chief, Xia Yun. At almost the same time, several hundred more imperial guards dressed in flying fish robes and wielding embroidered spring knives rushed up, led by the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guards, Chen Ping. The two groups heavily protected Lin Jiming. Chen Ping and Xia Yun stepped forward and knelt down. Your Majesty, we are late in protecting Your Majesty, please punish us. Get up, I'm fine. Lin Jiming waved his hand, then looked at the officers and soldiers of the capital garrison. I'll say it one last time, today's matter will not be pursued, now get out of here. The officers and soldiers of the Beijing garrison looked at each other, unsure of who would take the lead, before bowing and shouting, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. Then, a chorus of, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy, gradually rose from the city walls. Lin Jiming ignored them and asked Su Dachuan in a low voice, Have your men reached outside the city yet? Su Dachuan nodded. Your Majesty, we have arrived. He had just seen it. Dozens of imperial guards had blended in silently among the crowd of refugees outside the city, without attracting anyone's attention. Lin Jiming nodded, walked to the city wall and looked out. At the same time, the disaster victims outside the city also saw him. Zhang Lu's bloody head was impaled on the city wall, immediately causing a commotion and gasps of alarm. Lin Jiming shouted to the people below the city. This is the one who ordered the killing of your relatives without authorization. He has been executed. However, your charge into the city will cause panic within the city. This is no different from rebellion. But today's events are not your fault. Disperse now, and I will forgive you for what you have done. His bright yellow attire was very eye-catching. This was the emperor, the current Great Wu Emperor. Since ancient times, the common people have naturally held imperial power in awe, especially now that the emperor has appeared before them. Although many people died under the arrows of the Beijing garrison soldiers, their charge into the city first was a serious taboo. As soon as Lin Jiming said this, most of the people began to whisper among themselves and prepared to back away. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, You think you can just say you won't punish us? Everyone knows you officials are the least reliable. You're trying to coax us away now, only to kill us all when we're not looking. The nerves of the people, which had finally begun to calm down, were instantly tense again. Yeah, how can you guarantee you won't hold us accountable later? Who knows who you killed? We don't believe it unless you slaughter all those dog soldiers who attacked you and throw them down from the city walls. That's right. We've come this far, we're going to die either way, so don't try to fool us. The crowd surged again, and the unarmed civilians began to gather at the city gate once more. Lin Jiming watched coldly without saying a word. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed, followed by another. The dense crowd suddenly boiled over, like a cup of water poured into a pot of hot oil. Just then, a man dressed in tattered clothes was lifted high into the air. His clothes were ripped open, and a waist tag fell out of his pocket. The man grabbing the man was a plainclothes Imperial Guard. He picked up his waist token, calmly looked at the crowd, and shouted loudly, "Look carefully, the one who spoke is a spy from the UAG, trying to incite you and make you lose your lives for nothing." Then one after another, more than a dozen people were dragged out, all with knives to their necks, and each of them had a waist tag found on their person. The people fell silent once again. A spy! It was a spy! Suddenly someone exclaimed, "That was him! He told me that the government wanted to starve us until we were too weak to move before they would come and bury us alive." Yes, that's what this person told me too. And this person said that my mother didn't die of illness, but was actually poisoned by the officials. In a short time, countless people spoke up, and the truth gradually became clear. Some things can be hidden for a while by using other people's emotions, but when they are revealed, the obvious clues seem to be right in front of you. For example, these UAG spies all have dark skin and slightly sunken eyes. A little observation reveals their foreign origins. Lin Jiming shouted again at the opportune moment, "I have already said that this matter will be forgiven. Why don't you disperse? What else do you want?" Su Dachun waved his hand, and dozens of Imperial Guards shouted in unison, "Disperse! Disperse!" The refugees outside the city finally couldn't hold on any longer. They all knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Lin Yiming before hurriedly leaving. Only the families of the dead reluctantly came to collect the bodies. The storm was contained, and Lin Jiming appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was in a panic. This incident involved several departments. Now the spies have been caught, the Beijing garrison has been dealt with, and right now Lin Jiming's biggest concern is the Ministry of Revenue. Return to the city, to the Ministry of Revenue. Chapter 27: A personal visit to the Ministry of Revenue. Passing through the 1,000-step corridor beside the Imperial Road, you will find all the central government offices of the Great Wu Dynasty, including the 6 ministries, the Imperial Clan Court, and the Imperial Observatory. Lin Jiming arrived here, but didn't go over immediately. He took a look from afar first. The Ministry of Revenue's gate was wide open, and from outside, you could see 2 rows of long benches in the courtyard, filled with officials of all kinds who came to do business. 2 minor clerks at the gate were chatting casually, saying things like they hadn't had enough fun at the brothels yesterday, and would go again tonight. Another person came, climbed the steps to the door, and handed a silver ingot to the gatekeeper. The clerk waved his hand, and the man went inside, then obediently sat down at the end of the bench and joined the queue. Lin Jiming frowned. "What do you mean? Do we need to buy a ticket to enter the Ministry of Revenue?" Su Dachun said in a low voice. "This is the Ministry of Revenue's long-standing rule. You can enter if you want, but it's 5 coins for a small matter and 2 taels for an urgent matter. Otherwise, you can't get in." Lin Jiming glanced at him. "Then wouldn't those 2 earn more in a year than you do?" Su Dachun, having served in the embroidered uniform guard for many years, was familiar with the routines and shook his head, saying, "They have to divide most of the money they receive as door-to-door gifts. The assistant directors and clerks of the 4 departments of the Ministry of Revenue, the Civil Affairs, Finance, and Granary, as well as the directors and vice ministers, all of them will take a share. Grand Secretary Kai is of high rank and great power, and taking this small amount of money would be beneath his status, but his subordinates will still give him a share during festivals. After all, the door-to-door gifts add up to quite a bit over a year." Kai Yu, the Minister of Revenue, was also one of the cabinet ministers. In the open, he was a staunch supporter of Ning Song's faction. For many years, he colluded with another cabinet minister, Su Wenjong, the current Minister of War, to the point that he had almost no room to maneuver. If it weren't for Grand Secretary Su holding military power and having a considerable number of supporters in the court, he would probably have been demoted or even met with an accident long ago. Lin Jiming sneered. "The Ministry of Revenue, a dignified institution, has degenerated to this state. You can smell the stench of dead dogs and pigs even before you enter. It's rotten to the core." He only charged 5 coins per person, and with hundreds of people coming to do business every day, he would earn several hundred taels of silver. It was almost unimaginable how much he would earn in a year. He strode toward the door, and the two clerks didn't even lift their eyelids before extending their hands. "Is it a small matter or an urgent matter?" Su Dachuan sneered. "Your funeral arrangements." As he spoke, he kicked them repeatedly, and the two men screamed and flew backward into the courtyard. The officials who were sitting in line were all so surprised that they stood up. This was the first time in all these years that they had seen someone causing trouble in front of the Ministry of Revenue, but then they were all stunned. A young man dressed in a bright yellow robe strode in, his hands behind his back, his face as cold as frost. A man followed half a step behind him, dressed in ordinary clothes, but the embroidered spring knife he carried was extremely conspicuous. Embroidered uniform guard. Then, 100-strong Imperial Guard appeared, their military bearing impeccable, and lined up at the gate. Almost everyone present was just a nobody from their respective government offices, and none of them had ever seen the current emperor. However, Lin Jiming's bright yellow robe was not something anyone could wear. Moreover, there were the embroidered uniform guard and the Imperial Guard present, so his identity was obvious. Su Dachuan shouted, "The emperor has arrived! Officials of the Ministry of Revenue, why are you not coming out to greet him at once?" "Really?" Everyone in line immediately knelt down and shouted, "Your Majesty, we pay our respects! Long live the emperor!" "This is none of your business, stand aside." Lin Jiming didn't even glance at them, but instead looked at the two gatekeepers groaning on the ground. The two men were still pretending to be dead on the ground, hoping to get a big shot from the Ministry of Revenue to come out and show off their power. No matter how high your rank, do you dare to assault someone at the Ministry of Revenue? However, they were now taken aback, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. "I just asked the Emperor for a door-to-door allowance." "Oh no! Your Majesty, I pay my respects! Long live the Emperor!" Lin Jiming interrupted coldly. "Tell Kaiyu to come out and see me." "Yes, yes, yes!" The two clerks hurriedly scrambled inside. The officials waiting to be served stood sheepishly against the wall, nervous and apprehensive, but secretly burning with curiosity. In any dynasty, emperors rarely personally visit the 6 ministries. But today, their emperor not only came in person but also beat up the watchdog, clearly indicating ill intent. The Ministry of Revenue is in trouble. "Serves you right! You're always taking bribes and delaying things." They silently grumbled and gloated in their hearts. Lin Jiming stood in the courtyard, looking around. The houses here seemed to have been neglected for many years. The eaves of the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue were even missing a section, which made people feel sad and heartbroken. "Ha! What a clean and ineffective government office!" Lin Jiming sneered. Before long, a group of officials rushed out and knelt down in the courtyard. Behind them was a fat man in his 50s with a naturally amiable and prosperous-looking face. He was none other than Kaiyu, the Minister of Revenue. "Your Majesty, we respectfully welcome you. Long live the Emperor!" Lin Jiming raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Grand Secretary Kai is actually working at the Ministry of Revenue? What a coincidence!" Kaiyu cupped his hands and smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, I have received your Majesty's grace and dare not forget my roots. I only know that I must always strive to do my best and be diligent every day in order to repay even a fraction of your Majesty's grace." Lin Jiming looked down at the fat man, remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. "It is truly my blessing that my great Wu dynasty has Grand Secretary Kai. Please rise, Grand Secretary Kai." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Kaiyu stood up, and the people from the Ministry of Revenue behind him were about to stand up as well, but they found that Lin Jiming did not seem to have called them. They hurriedly continued to kneel after they had just moved their knees. Lin Jiming looked at Kaiyu and asked with concern, "Grand Secretary Kai has devoted himself to the country and the people. You've worked hard. How have you been lately? Is your appetite good? Are you sleeping well?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Although I am already of age, my health is still good, and I have no worries about food or sleep." "Oh, really?" Lin Jiming said. "But there are hundreds of thousands of disaster victims outside the city who have no food or shelter. Grand Secretary Kai, what arrangements does your Ministry of Revenue have for this matter? His expression was very sincere, as if he were simply asking about a very ordinary work arrangement. Oh, about the disaster victims outside the city? Caillou tilted his head, seemingly not having heard clearly, then sighed as if he had just realized something. Although the Ministry of Revenue is in charge of the nation's money and grain, it may not have any surplus. Your Majesty may not know, but many places are suffering from drought, floods, and plagues. Disasters are constant. The Ministry of Revenue has dispatched grain to provide relief to more than 50 prefectures in 4 provinces. The official granary at Dongmen Gate is now completely empty. Lin Jiming nodded. Oh, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. It seems I misunderstood Grand Secretary Kai and the Ministry of Revenue. Caillou cupped his hands in thanks and said gratefully, Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Lin Jiming stroked his chin, seemingly considering something difficult, and finally said, The Ministry of Revenue collects millions or even tens of millions of sure of grain every year, and it has all been distributed in the last few days. It seems that the saying that natural disasters damage the country's strength is indeed true. Perhaps. Grand Secretary Kai, please bring me the grain ledgers for me to review? Caillou looked up and stared at Lin Jiming in astonishment. Chapter 28 Effortlessly. The Emperor wants to see the account books? Caillou was clearly taken aback. Princess Jingwen of Honghua was never a genius. Although she studied hard when she was young, Caillou knew that she had never properly learned arithmetic. Looking at the ledgers? Do you think the ledgers of my Ministry of Revenue are so easy to understand? Ha! Caillou smiled. Yes. Someone, go and bring all the account books for this year. Before long, several officials from the Ministry of Revenue carried out several large boxes, which were uncovered and piled full of account books. Lin Jiming said, Find me a quiet room. Caillou was taken aback. His Majesty is watching from here? Lin Jiming gave him a strange look. Otherwise what? Should I move back to the palace? Yes. The Ministry of Revenue had plenty of rooms, so they randomly picked one with good lighting and ventilation and invited Lin Jiming inside. When it was time to carry the account books inside, Lin Jiming raised his hand and said, No need for so many, just bring in this year's tax and grain account books. Caillou was somewhat disappointed, but he could only agree and ordered someone to take out the account books and bring them into the house. He had originally ordered all the account books to be brought out to scare or disgust Lin Jiming. With so many accounts, it would take several days just to look at them, let alone find any trouble on the spot. But it doesn't matter now. The accounts for grain alone are 4 or 5 thick volumes. Even if the head of the Ministry of Revenue were to calculate them, it would take him a whole day to finish. Lin Jiming, however, felt no pressure and said, Bring me paper and pen. Also, De Chun, stay here. Everyone else, go out and do what you need to do. Someone brought him paper and pen as instructed. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue looked at Caillou, but he remained calm, waved his hand to dismiss everyone, and had a chair brought to sit by the door. Although he was of one mind with Ning Song and had little respect for the Emperor, he still had to put on a good show. The door closed, and Su Dachuan stared blankly at the account book on the table, stammering, Your Majesty, I can't do accounts. Lin Jiming said, I never intended for you to do the calculations. You grind the ink for me. He first picked up an account book, the cover of which read, Grain January of the 7th year of Honghua. The records inside contain numbers, XX sure of old pipe, XX sure received on a certain day of a certain month, XX sure distributed to Shangxi. Lin Jiming remained calm. In his previous life, he had received higher education. Although he majored in art, this kind of primitive accounting details was not difficult for him at all. He had taken the accounting certificate exam during a job hunting period, though he didn't pass. Looking at the ledgers on the table in front of him, he first recalled the basic accounting knowledge he had learned before. Assets equal liabilities plus equity. For every debit, there is a corresponding credit, and debits and credits must equal each other. These are completely different systems from what he sees in front of him. The simplest and most effective way to sort out these confusing and complicated categories is double-entry bookkeeping. Simply put, it involves splitting a single item into two ledgers, one for incoming income and one for outgoing income. These are settled monthly, and a report listing all relevant income and expenditure amounts is then compiled, making everything clear at a glance. The ink was quickly ground, and Lin Jiming used a paperweight as a ruler to draw tables on a piece of paper. He prepared more than a dozen sheets of paper next to him for calculations and began the formal work of settling accounts. There's only one rice and grain account here, so there's no need to organize and calculate by category. This kind of pure addition and subtraction math problem is almost impossible to get wrong. Su Dachuan stared wide-eyed at the scene, finding it utterly unbelievable. His Majesty can do accounting? You should know that the Grand Tutors and Crown Prince's Grand Tutors of past dynasties basically only taught literature, history, and political affairs. Even if they had some knowledge of arithmetic, it was only superficial. What kind of place is the Ministry of Revenue? It is the largest accounting office that manages the nation's money, grain, and land. How could a layman understand the account books here? However, facts speak louder than words. Soon, the ledgers on the table began to be organized in an orderly manner, and the marked tables were filled in, but Su Dachuan could not understand the contents at all. What is this thing? It's a strange, winding symbol that he's never seen before. Of course, he wouldn't know that this scribble-like thing is called Arabic numerals. Time was passing by, and the sun outside was beginning to set in the west. But Lin Jiming was not in a hurry. These ledgers, which seemed incredibly complicated and full of hidden secrets to others, were like a middle school student doing elementary school problems in his hands. It would just take a little time, but there was no difficulty at all. If it weren't for the fact that pencils didn't exist these days, he could have been much faster. Finally, after an hour and a half, Lin Jiming put down his pen and stretched. All right. Su Dachuan exclaimed in surprise. Ha! That's it! Your Majesty is so amazing! This praise came from the bottom of his heart, without a trace of flattery. Lin Jiming smiled and said, Open the door and please invite Elder Caiyan. Yes. Su Dachuan ran to open the door and saw Cai Yu sitting in a grand chair, holding a purple clay teapot and taking a sip of tea. Grand Secretary Cai, His Majesty requests your presence. The accounts have been settled. Puff. Cai Yu spat out a mouthful of water, his eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, You're done calculating? One person, no, even if we include Su Dachuan, can account for the entire year's grain inventory and disbursement in the grain ledger with just 2 people. That's the entire year's worth of grain requisitioned this year. The annual tax, named after the government's collection of grain levies each year, was the main source of income for the Great Wu dynasty and the foundation of its national destiny. After the autumn harvest each year, each province temporarily deposits its grain and tax silver into the provincial treasury, and then sends them to the Ministry of Revenue's official granary in the capital before the end of the year. The annual tax collection is of paramount importance. In the past, it took 4 chief clerks from the Ministry of Revenue's granary department, and several other people working together for a long time to complete the bookkeeping. But now, the Emperor himself finished in just an hour and a half? Really? Ignoring the tea stains on his clothes, Cai Yu hurriedly got up and went inside, only to find Lin Jiming smiling at him. Grand Secretary Cai, I have a question. He raised the account book in his hand. In the 6th year of Honghua, the annual grain revenue was 11.3 million shi, but the accounts show that 6.8 million shi are missing, which is more than half of what is recorded on the books. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Cai Yu, asking, Is Grand Secretary Cai aware of this matter? Cai Yu was shocked and blurted out, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Jiming retorted, Does the Grand Secretary think I've miscalculated? Are you questioning me? Cai Yu suddenly realized his mistake and hurriedly said, Your subject dare not. Lin Jiming gently placed the account book in front of Cai Yu and said, According to the current market price of grain, 1 shi of rice is equivalent to 1 tael and 2 chien of silver. Calculate how much 6,800,000 shi of rice should be worth? Cai Yu felt a little dizzy. This? Lin Jiming said with a half smile. It's 8.16 million taels of silver. So, Grand Secretary Kai, can you tell me where all that grain went? Chapter 29 The Empress Dowager's Predicament. Caillou's back was covered in cold sweat, beads of sweat the size of soybeans. Because he saw the final calculated number, which was exactly the same as the number in his mind. Impossible! When did this tyrant become so good at accounting? Caillou didn't believe it at all, but the facts were right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe it. Who was it? It must have been someone who secretly met with this tyrant and betrayed me. Yes, that must be it. Although he wasn't the one who orchestrated the private sale of government grain, he took the largest share. He didn't immediately answer Lin Jiming's question, but instead lowered his head in thought. Caillou has been Minister of Revenue for many years, and he has made the entire Ministry of Revenue as solid as an iron barrel. Only a few people know about this matter. Now he is secretly wondering who betrayed him, but he just doesn't want to believe that it was Lin Jiming who calculated it in the past hour and a half. Selling government grain privately is a capital offense. Even if Ning Song protects him, he can't escape being exiled 3,000 miles away. But after so many years in the imperial court, Caillou hadn't been idle. He quickly composed himself and knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, I deserve to die. I truly knew nothing about this matter, but the disappearance of such a huge amount of official grain is entirely due to my lax management of my subordinates. I beg your Majesty to punish me. After saying this, he solemnly kowtowed. In any case, the priority is to get rid of this blame first. I absolutely cannot take responsibility myself. Regardless of who betrayed me, finding a scapegoat is the most important thing. But to his surprise, Lin Jiming helped him up and said, Grand Secretary Kai has served as the Minister of Revenue for so many years. Your loyalty is as clear as day. I naturally trust you. Get up and speak quickly. Caillou stood up with a face full of gratitude, squeezed out a few tears at just the right moment, and choked out. Your Majesty, I have failed you. I deserve to die 10,000 times. They're all foxes, why pretend to be innocent? Lin Jiming muttered a complaint in his heart, then pretended to ponder for a moment with difficulty before saying, I believe that someone secretly resold the goods and kept it from Grand Secretary Kai. After all, you have many affairs to attend to, so how can you be perfect in every aspect? There will always be oversights. I don't blame you. Caillou bowed deeply. Your Majesty is wise. All right then, Lin Jiming said again. I'll give you a few days to thoroughly investigate this matter. For the sake of the Ministry of Revenue's reputation, I won't report it to the Court of Judicial Review or the Censorate. You can investigate it yourself. Yes, Your Majesty, I thank you for your great kindness. Also, while we're investigating the case, we need to hurry up with the disaster victims outside the city. The spring chill is still in the air, and quite a few people are about to give up. Yes, Your Majesty, I will obey your decree. Oh, by the way, to prevent those who steal and sell government grain from resorting to desperate measures, I have dispatched the embroidered uniform guard to the Ministry of Revenue to protect the Grand Secretary's safety. Yes, Caillou was stunned. Putting a few imperial guards in the Ministry of Revenue to protect me? Isn't this a way to secretly monitor the Ministry of Revenue? So this is what the tyrannical emperor was planning. He gasped in shock. What a brilliant scheme! This isn't a conspiracy, it's an open strategy. What else can I say? I thank you, Lord, for your kindness. Caillou was helpless, but in the end he had to compromise. Lin Jiming nodded and said solemnly, All right, then I will return. Grand Secretary Kai, I await your good news. Please find the culprit in this case as soon as possible. Your Majesty, I respectfully see you off, Caillou said weakly. After leaving the Ministry of Revenue and walking quite a distance, Lin Jiming suddenly kicked a tree by the roadside and cursed it fiercely. He really wanted to take this opportunity to dismiss Caillou from his position as Minister of Revenue, but reason told him that it was impossible. Even if Ning Song doesn't protect him, this old fox could easily resolve the situation with his own methods. It would be a waste for him to miss such an opportunity. Therefore, he never intended to directly target Caillou from the beginning. He would just make an issue of the official grain supply and didn't even mention the Ministry of Revenue's treasury. Playing mind games with that old fox is exhausting. Being able to plant a spy in the Ministry of Revenue is the best outcome I can hope for now. But it doesn't matter, the first step to tearing through the 6 department's defenses has begun. It was already afternoon when they returned to the Qianqing Palace. Lin Jiming had been busy all day and had forgotten to eat lunch. He was starving and had someone bring him some food. He ate haphazardly while thinking about things. He believed that Caillou would take better care of the disaster victims outside the city after his reprimand today, but what happened on the city wall was a thorn in his side. The 8 battalions of the Beijing army must be recaptured as soon as possible. The largest force outside the capital must be under our control. But who would be the best person to take over? Lin Jiming was very troubled, as he had very few people he could use. Xia Fengqing was by his side. Seeing his furrowed brows, she couldn't help but ask, "Is something on your mind?" Lin Jiming smiled wryly, told her what was on his mind, and said, "Actually, they don't necessarily have to be my people. As long as they are loyal to the royal family and don't collude with Ning Song's faction, that's fine." Xia Fengqing thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there is someone you can try to be with." "Oh? Who is it?" "Marquis Xuanwu, and Fuyang, is the elder brother of Empress Dowager and Ling Xuan. Since the death of the late emperor, the Yin family has gradually declined under the suppression of the Empress Dowager and Chief Minister Ning. Last year, the old Marquis Yin passed away, and Yin Fuyang inherited the title. He was transferred to the position of Transport Commissioner of Hunan Province, which was a civil post. However, the Yin family is a family of military generals, and Yin Fuyang is also a famous general with a great reputation. In his youth, he followed Prince Shennan to quell the rebellion in the southern border. His military achievements and seniority are enough to lead the capital garrison." Lin Jiming's eyes lit up as the image of the Empress Dowager's stunning beauty and exquisite figure appeared before his eyes. Gurgle. He swallowed hard. Ever since that day when he was forced and accidentally did that thing with the Empress Dowager, he hadn't gone to comfort her again, and thinking about it made him feel a little guilty. Plucking a bird is heartless. Lin Jiming put down his chopsticks and stood up. "I'll go and have a talk with the Empress Dowager right away." Xia Fengqing was taken aback. "Huh! Isn't this too abrupt?" Lin Jiming said solemnly. "This concerns the safety of the capital. The sooner the better." Lingquan Palace. Ling Xuan, who was curled up on the brocade couch, suddenly woke up, propped herself up to sit up, her face pale. "Holly, Holly!" she called out softly, her voice weak and feeble. Ever since that night, when she was attacked by that fake emperor who appeared out of nowhere, after that, she fell ill from shock and horror, compounded by the fact that she was newly pregnant. The palace doors opened, and a maid-servant rushed in. "Your Majesty! I need some water, cough cough," Ling Xuan said weakly. "Yes, Your Highness, please wait a moment." The little palace maid Dongqing quickly brought a cup of hot tea, helped Ling Xuan sit up, and carefully fed her water. Ling Xuan suddenly said, "Your hands are so cold, why didn't you light a stove in the outer hall?" Dongqing's little face twitched. "Your Highness, we've been bullied again. Today, when I went to get charcoal, those damned eunuchs from the Xixing division only gave me 100 caddies of firewood. That stuff isn't warm and it's very smoky. It's really unusable." She grew angrier and angrier as she spoke, angrily saying, "Even the old women in the Empress Dowager's palace use silver charcoal, but we're given this kind of charcoal meant for servants to use to heat the calm, heated brick bed. It's too much of a rip-off. If the late emperor were still alive, I'd skin them all alive." Chapter 30. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Ling Xuan paused for a moment, then fell silent and did not speak. She has always been timid by nature, and even when she is angry with someone, she will just remain silent and never argue or quarrel. She was alone and helpless in the palace. Moreover, the Yin family was at odds with the Grand Secretary. Even if the Empress Dowager did not give a personal order, people from Xixing division would make things difficult for her in order to curry favor with the Empress Dowager and the Grand Secretary. Lin Yiming stepped inside, frowning. It's so cold and freezing, why aren't you lighting a fire? Unlike in Ling Xuan's social anxiety, the little palace maid Dongqing was a social butterfly. She loudly complained. Your Majesty, the firewood department is not giving us charcoal. Holly! Ling Xuan tried to stop her, but it was too late. She is always kind to others and would never want to annoy others for such a trivial matter. Lin Yiming glanced at her. They've already bullied you to the point of humiliation, why are you being so polite? After saying that, he shouted, Guards! Before Wang Qing returned, another eunuch attending him responded, This servant is here. Go to the firewood bureau and find out who refused to give it to them. Have them beaten to death. Also, give them 200 caddies of silver charcoal within 1 incense stick's time. Your servant obeys! Holly cheered with joy. Your Majesty is so good. Long live the Emperor! After being bullied for so long, someone finally came to their aid, and it was even His Majesty himself who came. Dongqing's little heart felt incredibly warm. Ling Xuan didn't say anything more, but looked at Lin Yiming with a complicated expression. I do have important matters to discuss with you, is that all right? He deliberately emphasized the words. Important matter. Then looked intently at Ling Xuan, waiting for her reply. Helpless, Ling Xuan could only say, Dongqing, you should go out first and don't come in without my permission. Although Holly was lively, she was quite well behaved in this matter. After bowing, she went out and closed the door behind her. Now that only the two of them were left in the room, Ling Xuan suddenly felt awkward again. She lowered her head and whispered, Is there something you want to tell me? When there were no outsiders around, she even started addressing people as you and me. Lin Yiming said, As long as I am alive, no one in this world can bully you, not the Xixin Division, not the Directorate of Ceremonial. Don't do this, cough cough cough. Her voice was almost pleading, but it was weak and feeble, and she coughed after only saying half a sentence. Lin Yiming was taken aback. Are you sick? And Ling Xuan nodded helplessly and finally looked up at him. Chapter 31. Don't worry, I won't do anything else. At this moment, Lin Yiming admitted that he was moved. No! No, go away! Ling Xuan was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She supported herself on Lin Yiming's arm with both hands, desperately trying to escape, but the brocade couch was only so big, and she had nowhere to hide. She was the Empress Dowager, a woman of noble status. Even a glance from afar would be considered a desecration. This lecherous man actually took off his socks and stared straight at his feet. Lin Yiming was awakened by her resistance, and glared at her irritably. Why are you running away? I've seen everyone I need to see. Don't worry, I'll just give you a foot massage, nothing else. Ling Xuan's body stiffened as the dark memories of that day resurfaced in her mind, and finally she gave up struggling. You keep your word. Yes, let's do it. Lin Yiming adjusted his posture, gently placed those jade-like feet on his knees, and then reached out to touch them. The moment her hands and feet touched, Ling Xuan's delicate body visibly trembled, and she let out a soft moan. So smooth! So tender! This was Lin Yiming's first impression. Using phrases like, skin like solidified cream, to describe Ling Xuan's jade-like feet would be a bit too literary. His fingertips were like touching a piece of the finest warm jade, smooth, soft, and without the slightest flaw. The hem of her skirt was slightly lifted, revealing a section of her fair and slender ankle, which could be easily grasped. Lin Yiming took a deep breath. If he continued watching, something bad might happen. Although he didn't mind something going wrong, since it had happened before, he came here today with serious business to discuss with Ling Xuan. After we've finished talking, we can see if there's any chance we can be a little less serious. His hands began to knead. Has Ning Daishi been bullying you lately? To ease the awkwardness, Lin Yiming started a conversation. Ling Xuan gritted her teeth, unsure whether she was enduring the itchy, numb, and comfortable sensation in her feet, or recalling the unbearable memories of being oppressed and bullied. Of the late Emperor's consorts, only you and Ning Daishi remained. She was the Empress Dowager, and you were a concubine. It's normal for her to suppress you because she was afraid you would take away her power and prestige. Ling Xuan remained silent for a moment, then nodded. She was timid and cowardly, but not stupid, and naturally understood. Ning Song was not a soft-hearted person. Finding a pretext to send her to the cold palace would be considered a good ending. But what could be done? The late emperor took her as a concubine to bring him good luck, but the good luck didn't come to fruition and he died. There were many rumors in the palace, saying that Ling Xuan's fate was unlucky and lacked wealth, and that she was a jinx to her husband, and that the late emperor was killed because of her. Suddenly she let out a soft cry, her body tensed up, and a sharp pain shot through her little toe. Lin Jiming loosened his grip and said softly, "This area represents your ears, nose, and throat. It hurts because you have a cold. Oh, you mean a slight chill." Ling Xuan came from a noble family and was very knowledgeable. She also knew a little about traditional Chinese medicine. However, she had never heard of what Lin Jiming was talking about, and the words he used were very unfamiliar to her. A cold? Is it just a chill? Throughout history, feet have been a very private part of the human body, especially for women, who are rarely touched by others. The medicine of this world is similar to traditional Chinese medicine, with herbal decoctions, pills, powders, and the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, but there is no such thing as foot therapy. Lin Jiming said softly, "I'm very big, just bear with it." "Oh, I mean strength." Unable to break free, Ling Xuan could only deceive herself. "He's treating my illness, this is treatment." Lin Jiming suddenly stopped, leaned close to Ling Xuan's ear and whispered, "I can protect you, but I need your help." The intense masculine scent wafted over her, and her ears felt hot. This unfamiliar sensation made her feel flustered. She didn't dare to lift her head, stammering, How can I help? "I want to transfer your elder brother to the capital and appoint him as the commander of the Beijing garrison, so that we can take back these 50,000 Beijing garrison troops from that old dog Ning Song." "Ah?" Ling Xuan was startled and looked up sharply, only to meet Lin Jiming's determined gaze. Lin Jiming suddenly pecked her red lips. Her lips were as red as peach blossoms, and her makeup from the previous night made her look shy and delicate, her hair styled in a slightly messy bun. "There's no way around it, it's so close and so tempting." Ling Xuan covered her mouth, both embarrassed and anxious, and said, "You said you wouldn't do anything else." I couldn't resist. Lin Jiming was still a little embarrassed. He coughed and said in a low voice, "Ji Jinwen is dead. Now I am the emperor. In front of outsiders you are the Empress Dowager, but in front of me you are my woman. So, I can only feel at ease if my brother-in-law takes charge of the capital garrison. And with this layer of protection, you will be safer. Do you understand?" Ling Xuan was somewhat stunned. The Yin family was originally a prominent family, inheriting the title of Marquis of Xuanwu. However, everything changed when she was selected to enter the palace. The late emperor was already seriously ill at the time, and a so-called marriage to bring good luck was just a pretext. In fact, she knew that the late emperor wanted to use the Yin family's influence to counterbalance Ning Song, so as to leave a court that Crown Prince Ji Jinwen could easily control. Everyone knows that even if she enters the palace, she can only become a widow. Sure enough, her guess came true, but she didn't expect it to be more serious than she thought. After the late emperor's death, Ji Jinwen failed to gain control of the court as he had hoped. Instead, the Empress Dowager ruled from behind the curtain, effectively stripping the emperor of his power, and Ning Song's influence grew stronger and stronger. In contrast, the Yin family was suppressed by Ning Song and declined. Especially after the death of their father, Ning Song took the opportunity to find an excuse to transfer his eldest brother to another province, changing his military post to a civilian post. Is Anjia doomed to decline or even disappear from this point on? Her timid nature prevented her from even thinking about it. However, just when she was almost in despair, these words made her tremble all over. "You are my woman!" She looked up at Lin Jiming. Those eyes were like those of a frightened fawn, stirring a protective instinct within you. Whether Lin Jiming's protection level had increased or not was unknown, but the desire he had managed to suppress was rising again. Before entering the palace, Lin Xuan was a famous beauty in the capital. Born into a noble family, she was well-educated and reasonable, a true beauty and a favored daughter of heaven. Chapter 32 Teachings. I'm leaving now. Don't forget to write a letter to your elder brother. To keep it confidential, I'll have the embroidered uniform guard deliver it to you later. Inside the Qianqing Palace, Wang Qing finally returned. The resettlement of disaster victims outside the city is proceeding slowly, and the distribution of porridge has finally returned to normal. Led by the capital city government, the 5 city military commands have provided reinforcements, and have been busy all day at various disaster victim gathering points outside the 8 city gates. Well done! Lin Jiming patted Wang Qing on the shoulder as a sign of commendation. Wang Qing was moved to tears, feeling as if half of his bones had melted. He had endured so much neglect and humiliation in the palace for so many years, and he never expected that he would finally make it through after all these years. Lin Jiming liked subordinates who were willing and capable of working, and just then, another capable subordinate arrived. Chen Ping. Your Majesty, we have made some progress in interrogating those dozen or so spies. Oh? Lin Jiming became interested. Tell me about it. Chen Ping handed over a confession and said, Sure enough, they couldn't withstand the torture. Some of them confessed that they weren't Yuezhi, but Western Liao people. Western Liao people? Lin Jiming frowned. As the name suggests, the Western Liao was located at the western end of the Great Wu, and was adjacent to the Yuezhi on the map. Like the Yuezhi, they were nomadic peoples, but they were slightly different from the Western Liao. The Western Liao were descendants of the former Liao dynasty. They fled to the west after their country was destroyed by the ancestral emperor of the Great Wu dynasty more than 200 years ago, and after many years of struggling to survive, they established the so-called Western Liao. Over the years, the Western Liao dynasty gradually reached its peak of power. However, since it was a regime established by invading and uniting many small countries in the west, the domestic situation was quite complex. The court had people of various ethnicities, and although the army was powerful, it was not united. In comparison, the Yuezhi were not as powerful as the Western Liao, but their military strength was far superior. In recent decades, both the Yuezhi and the Western Liao have invaded Dawu many times, but they only harassed and plundered the people on the border of Dawu to gain some small advantages. There were more conflicts and contradictions between the two countries. Chen Ping did not let any personal emotions interfere with his explanation. He simply presented his views rationally and objectively. Lin Jiming looked at the confession, stroked his chin with one hand, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly asked, Chen Ping, are you loyal to me? Chen Ping hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, my heart is as clear as heaven and earth, as bright as the sun and moon. What if I were to send you to assassinate Grand Secretary Ning? Chen Ping's expression remained unchanged as he said with utmost seriousness, Your Majesty, I will certainly not fail in my duty. Lin Jiming smiled and continued, But you failed in your assassination attempt and were captured. Chen Ping was taken aback, not knowing what Lin Jiming meant. Lin Jiming then asked, If you were tortured and interrogated, forced to reveal who ordered you to do it, what would you say? I will never utter a word. Death is my only option. No, they insist you say a name. What will you say? Chen Ping thought for a moment and said, I will confess that it was Minister of War Su who instigated it. Lin Jiming laughed heartily. You, Chen Ping with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are something else. Chen Ping suddenly realized. I understand now. The confessions of those spies may not be true. They were captured not long ago and couldn't hold out for long before they confessed. They don't seem like professional spies. Besides, the spies sent by the Yuezhi and the Western Liao to incite the people of our Great Wu are not doing them any good. Lin Jiming was very happy to see that he finally understood what she meant. Chen Ping was a man of few words and appeared to be quite honest and upright. Lin Jiming was always a little worried about whether such an honest and kind-hearted boy could be competent for the position of commander of the embroidered uniform guard, a position that required a certain degree of moral malpractice. It seems that his unethical tendencies may need further training, but at least his brain is still functional. That's right, but if you continue to interrogate them, you might just kill them. Try to find out their origins. I obey the decree. Chen Ping bowed again, sincerely, but also with a touch of shame. It's such a simple truth, yet His Majesty had to remind me. It seems I'm still too inexperienced, and need more practice and refinement to live up to His Majesty's expectations. Your Majesty, the total amount of silver seized from Su Liang, Li Yi, Chan Yong, and others during the previous investigation was over 20 million taels. As Chen Ping spoke, he handed a list to Lin Jiming. In previous raids there were already lists, but this time it was a final list after the items were gathered and categorized. This demonstrates Chen Ping's meticulousness and conscientiousness in his work. Lin Jiming was startled. He had killed so many people and ransacked their homes several times. He had forgotten how much money he had. The fact that this number was being reported really shocked him. Chen Ping asked, I wonder if it needs to be put into the inner treasury, or does His Majesty have other uses for it? Lin Jiming thought for a moment. Keep it with you for now, but send more people to watch over it. I have a use for this money. Your Majesty's decree shall be obeyed. Lin Jiming didn't hold back on the money obtained from the confiscation of property. Ning Song wouldn't give it to him even if he wanted to, and it all became his own private funds. Because Lin Jiming already had a plan in mind, a very expensive one. Chapter 33 The road to becoming a tyrant is long and difficult. It's been so long since we went to Lingquan Palace, and it's already very late at night. After running around outside all day and having a blast with Lingxuan, Lin Jiming was feeling a bit tired. Back in his palace, Xia Fengqing was already waiting for him. Just this evening, Master Tao came and brought you 20 elixirs. Lin Jiming stopped taking off his clothes abruptly and turned to look at her. What the hell? A celestial master? A magic pill? Xia Fengqing took out a box, made of ebony and lined with yellow velvet, inside which were 20 deep red pills, each the size of a finger. Lin Jiming reached out, picked up a herb, and smelled it. It had a strong medicinal fragrance. Tell me, who is this Master Tao? Master Tao's name was Tao Yuanheng. He came from Jianxi. In the first year of the Honghua era, he came to the capital to pay homage to the emperor. He was summoned by the emperor, by Ji Jingwen. He did not preach or discuss the way of the world, nor did he talk about governing the country. He just said one sentence to Ji Jingwen. Xia Fengqing paused for a moment, then said, He can teach Ji Jingwen how to maintain health and seek the way to immortality. Lin Jiming's expression was somewhat strange. He came from the new era of Blue Star, so of course he knew that the so-called immortality was just a load of nonsense. And the box of pills in his hand smelled quite convincing, but that bright red color was mercury sulfide. There's no cutting-edge technology, it's all heavy metals, anyone who eats it will die. Think about how many emperors in his world's history died from taking drugs. They all wanted to live forever, but ended up dying earlier than anyone else. Xia Fengqing continued. Ji Jingwen was overjoyed, so he ordered the construction of the Day Temple in Xianshan outside the city for Tao Yuanheng to live in, and bestowed upon him the title of Chongling Jinjuan, and made him the chief of Taoism, in charge of the 3 palaces of Chaotian, Xianling, and Lingji, with a status above that of the contemporary Taoist leader, Zhang Tianshi, who was directly under his Taoist leadership. This matter left the Taoist Discipline Bureau speechless. They originally had a legitimate Taoist celestial master, but Ji Jingwen appointed him as a celestial master instead. They didn't know whose advice to follow. Lin Jiming listened to the gossip with great interest. Ordinary people would never know such things. Only someone of his current status could know such secrets. He looked at the elixir in his hand and smiled. Now I know how Ji Jingwen died. Xia Fengqing's gaze also fell upon it, and she quickly realized. It is already a very strange thing for an ordinary Taoist priest to meet the emperor. Who would believe that no one arranged it? This Taoist priest possesses the art of immortality, and can also refine elixirs. while Ji Jingwen is powerless to reclaim imperial power because he has been sidelined. In this situation, all he could do was grit his teeth and desperately try to live until Ning Song died of old age. Therefore, becoming an immortal is the only thing he can look forward to. Under such circumstances, he was completely powerless to resist when the Taoist master offered him the elixir. No wonder Ji Jingwen was furious when he saw us doing that. It turns out that Master Tao was the one who helped us. One sentence reminded Xia Fengqing of the absurdity of that night, the panic when Ji Jingwen caught them, and of course, the indescribable thrill. Very good, very good. It's too late today. I'll invite that Master Tao over tomorrow so I can thank him properly. Lin Jiming smiled meaningfully, casually put down the box in his hand, and put his arm around Xia Fengqing's slender waist, saying, "Now we should rest." Xia Fengqing blushed. Although it wasn't their first time, and she had been living in Qianqing Palace ever since Ji Jingwen died in Weiyang Palace, sleeping in each other's arms every day, she still felt shy like a newlywed. I'll go in first." After she finished speaking, she turned around and ran inside. Lin Jiming laughed, picked up the list and the box of elixirs, pondered for a moment, and then turned and walked towards his bedchamber. He was taken aback as soon as he entered the inner hall. A basin of silver charcoal had been lit, making the hall warm as spring. A wisp of sandalwood incense rose from the beak of the bronze crane by the bedside. Red curtains hung low on the bed, and a graceful body could be vaguely seen lying there. Lin Jiming smiled slightly and walked unhurriedly towards the bedside. The next day, Lin Jiming slept until late morning, and his first feeling upon waking was that his back and legs ached. Turning around, the scent of last night still lingered on the bedding, but Xia Fengqing was no longer there. "Wang Qing!" Lin Jiming took a sip of tea to regain his senses and called out. Wang Qing entered the hall in response. "This servant is here." "Where is Tao Yuanhang now?" "Your Majesty, Master Tao went to perform a prayer ceremony for the Empress Dowager early this morning and has not yet returned." Lin Jiming nodded. He guessed that the Taoist priest must be related to Ning Song, so it wasn't surprising. Seeing that it was almost noon, and Xia Fengqing was perhaps too shy to show up after being too indulgent last night, Lin Jiming, having nothing else to do, decided to go to the outskirts of the city again. He still kept so many disaster victims in his heart. Although Wang Qing said yesterday that he was distributing porridge normally, he still had to go and check on them to feel at ease. He would leave that Master Tao aside for now. Logically speaking, the Emperor leaving the palace is a major event, but Ning Song and the other cabinet members completely ignored him and let him travel as he pleased, which made things much more convenient for him. "Go and call Su Dachuan, let's go for a stroll outside the city." "Your servant obeys the decree." Wang Qing helped Lin Jiming change into ordinary clothes, and then changed into commoner's clothes himself. Under the escort of Su Dachuan and the Imperial Guards, they arrived outside the city. Workers gathered in several open spaces, busily building simple shacks with wooden planks for walls and thatched roofs. Although simple, they were enough to help the disaster victims temporarily during this early spring season. "The Ministry of Works is commendable and deserves praise." Lin Jiming nodded and praised him, then suddenly seemed to notice something in his sight. "Let's go take a look ahead." Chapter 34 Xinglanzhai, Guqingyi. Ahead was a long queue, seemingly endless, waiting to receive porridge. Lin Jiming's decree was clearly distributed. The Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, and the Imperial Hospital each had their own responsibilities. The Ministry of Revenue had only made a brief appearance yesterday, and Lin Jiming had come to their door to settle accounts. The Ministry of Works, on the other hand, had started working diligently. Building a habitable shed takes time, materials and labor require time to procure. But the Ministry of Works has already started working, while the Imperial Medical Academy has yet to be seen. We must go back and settle this score with them. Recalling what that court judge Zhu Qichao had written on the note, Lin Jiming sneered inwardly. The Imperial Medical Academy controls the Emperor's life and death. If it is still controlled by that old dog Ning Song, what difference is there between that and putting your life in someone else's hands? I aspire to be a tyrannical ruler, not a former emperor. Lin Jiming walked and looked around, his feet never stopping, heading towards a bright spot he had just discovered. A vacant lot by the river was crowded with people, gathered around something, but none of them went to line up for porridge. Lin Jiming walked over first, and upon getting closer, he discovered that someone was treating the disaster victims. He initially thought it was someone from the Imperial Hospital who had come, but through the gaps in the crowd, he discovered that it was actually a beautiful woman dressed in white with graceful bearing. Beside the woman was a young man who looked like a scholar, trying his best to maintain order. He was sweating profusely and shouted, don't push, one at a time. It's still early, we won't leave." Lin Jiming didn't go over to disturb them, but watched from a distance. He was amazed by the woman's skill and also by her beauty. It was a stunningly beautiful face that was in no way inferior to Xia Fengqing and Ling Xuan's, and Lin Jiming's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. After taking another look at his figure, his excitement subsided. That's quite a lot in the context of Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game. A is not an option. She held a silver needle in her delicate hand, moving it swiftly and precisely. In a short while, a sick child who had been crying incessantly fell into a deep sleep in her hand. "All right, I have some medicine here. Go and decoct it, and give it to the child while it's hot. He'll be fine tomorrow." The woman's voice was clear and gentle, inspiring eye yet remaining approachable. "Thank you so much, doctor! Thank you so much, doctor!" The mother holding her child bowed repeatedly in gratitude, took the medicine, and left. Then an elderly man sat down, and the woman took his pulse and asked him a question. Lin Jiming clicked his tongue in admiration. "Although he's not very old, I mean his age, he's very skilled and kind-hearted, quite impressive." With the city in such chaos, he only dared to come out with so many imperial guards by his side. Yet this woman, with just a scholar by her side, dared to come and treat the disaster victims. Her courage and sense of responsibility alone are admirable. Moreover, the woman was extremely beautiful, with willow leaf eyebrows, cherry lips, long hair like a waterfall, and skin as white as jade. As the saying goes, to look beautiful, one must wear morning clothes. And this white dress adds a touch of aloofness and elegance to the woman's overall appearance. Lin Jiming was thinking of an excuse to get to know the woman when suddenly a cry of alarm came from nearby. "Someone is drowning! Help!" 2 people were seen pulling a teenager ashore and desperately trying to save him from drowning. Everyone rushed over, and the woman also got up and walked quickly away. Lin Jiming also rushed over. He was a child who grew up by the river in his previous life and was very familiar with rescuing drowning people. The boy was deathly pale and appeared to have stopped breathing. A thin woman next to him was holding an infant and stroking the boy, crying out in pain. "Let me take a look." The woman walked to the boy's side, took his pulse, and then checked his eyelids. Her expression darkened. "He's beyond saving. My condolences." The woman, in a great hurry, grabbed the young woman. "Divine Doctor, please save my son, please!" The woman shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to save him, but the boy had clearly lost his heartbeat and pulse. He had already drowned. The woman was startled, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, and burst into tears. "Eldest brother! How could you be so heartless as to abandon your mother and little sister?" Suddenly a voice came from the side. "Move aside, it's not necessarily hopeless." Then a person quickly stepped forward, laid the boy flat on the ground, placed his palms together on his chest, and pressed down hard several times. After a few times he shouted, "Pinch his lips and blow air." Amidst gasps from the onlookers, a burly, white-faced man next to him bent down, pinched the boy's mouth, and blew hard into his mouth, then blew again. It was Lin Jiming who arrived, and he used the CPR technique from his world. Saving lives was the priority, and he disregarded the public outcry by performing artificial respiration. However, since the person being rescued wasn't a girl, the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was left to Wan Qin. The woman frowned slightly and shouted, "What are you doing? He's already dead." In this day and age, the dead are respected. Once a person is dead, their bodies should be treated with respect and not handled casually, especially in such a shocking manner as mouth-to-mouth contact. "You're all men, for crying out loud!" Lin Jiming ignored her and continued pressing on her chest, occasionally having Wang Qing give her artificial respiration. The woman reached out to stop him, but Su Dachuan blocked her hand. "You!" The woman's face turned angry, and she was about to scold him when she saw the boy on the ground suddenly cough, spit out a mouthful of murky river water, and then slowly wake up. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "He's alive! He's alive!" The woman, who had been watching from the sidelines, was at a loss for what to do. But when she saw that her child was alive, her eyes widened in surprise, and she rushed over with a cry, wailing, "My child, you scared your mother to death!" The boy slowly opened his eyes, looking blankly at his side. "Mother, what happened to me? What kind of trick is this?" The woman stared at Lin Jiming, who was drying his hair, and asked in disbelief with wide eyes. "This is called cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR. If a person loses their heartbeat and breathing in an emergency, there is hope of saving them if this method is used within half an incense stick's time. Since there is no concept of minutes in this world, he modified the golden 4 minutes, thought for a moment, and then said, However, you can't use this method." The woman was taken aback. "Why?" Lin Jiming shrugged. "Mouth to mouth, you're a woman," the woman said unhappily. "Doctors treat illnesses and save lives. How can they disregard human life because of men and women?" Lin Jiming asked in surprise. "Really?" The woman nodded earnestly. "Of course." Looking at the woman's slightly pouting lips, which were pouting in anger, Lin Jiming suddenly had a strong urge to lie down on the ground and pretend to be dead, to see if this girl would give him artificial respiration. However, he held back, as Su Dachuan and Wang Qing were still nearby, and he had his pride. "My name is Lin Feng. May I ask how you are addressed, young lady?" He was very interested in this doctor who claimed to be able to perform CPR on men, so he made up a well-known name to get close to him, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and looked sincere and honest. The woman returned the greeting and said, "Gu Qingyi, the 11th generation successor of Xinglin's Hai." Chapter 35 Humbly Seeking Advice. Xinglin's Hai? Lin Jiming was unfamiliar with various parts of Beijing, and he didn't react much when Gu Qingyi mentioned the name. However, Su Dachuan, who was standing next to him, was taken aback. "The one in Xingzi Haotong?" Gu Qingyi nodded. "Exactly." Su Dachuan was filled with respect. "So you are a descendant of the legendary physician Gu. I have long admired you." Lin Jiming asked curiously. "You know?" "Yes, the name Xinglin's Hai is not only known to me, but also to many people in the capital." Su Dachuan spoke of this with a look of reverence. "More than 10 years ago, a plague raged in Tongzhou. The Imperial Medical Academy sent people to see it, but they were all helpless. At that time, it was the then owner of Xinglin's Hai, Dr. Gu, who resolutely went deep into the center of the plague and prepared a medicine called Tai Lu Jin San, which gradually brought the plague under control." Lin Jiming exclaimed in surprise. "A miracle doctor!" Su Dachuan shook his head. "It's a pity that Dr. Gu was attacked by bandits on his way back to the capital and died. Later, the government dispatched soldiers to suppress the bandits. When the people of Tongzhou heard about this, thousands of them came spontaneously and wiped out the bandits. But Dr. Gu was gone in the end." Even this emotionless imperial guard was sighing with regret, and Lin Jiming was also deeply moved after hearing it. "It's such a pity that good people don't get good rewards." Gu Qingyi was unwilling to discuss the matter further. Instead, she looked at Lin Jiming earnestly and asked, "Young Master Lin, please forgive my impertinence, but could you teach me the CPR technique you just used? I found it to be quite effective in first aid. I hope you will be so kind as to teach me. I would be very grateful." After saying this, she curtsied again. Lin Jiming has always been open to beautiful women. Even if they are a little small, they are still very pretty. "Of course," he said, gesturing as he spoke by the river. "First, lay the patient on their back, tilt their head back, and lift their chin." This was a first aid method that was widely disseminated in his previous life. Anyone who had received 9 years of compulsory education would know it. So he spoke eloquently and taught the method to Gu Qingyi. This descendant of the divine doctor listened very carefully, and took out a charcoal pencil and paper from his medical kit to take notes. The disaster victims who were waiting for her treatment also waited quietly, and no one urged her to hurry up. Gu Qingyi, a frail woman, came to the outskirts of the city to treat their illnesses without charging a penny. In their eyes, she was a living bodhisattva. Anyone who dared to show the slightest impatience would be drowned in the spittle of countless people. That's about it. After Lin Yiming finished speaking, he looked up and saw that Gu Qingyi's eyes seemed to be shining, while Su Dachuan and Wang Qing next to her both looked surprised and admiring. Gu Qingyi might not recognize him, but Su Dachuan and Wang Qing did. Who was this man? He was the current emperor. Unexpectedly, His Majesty is even skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. No, this is no longer just medical skill, he even knows these strange methods of saving lives. Yesterday at the Ministry of Revenue, Lin Yiming discovered the huge deficit in just an hour and a half, which amazed Su Dachuan. But who would have thought that His Majesty's abilities were far beyond that? Wang Qing was also greatly surprised. Although His Majesty made him kiss that child, which was a bit shocking, the fact that the child was saved meant that it was truly effective. Our emperor is truly capable. May I ask what kind of business your family engages in, young Master Lin? And how do you know such a method of saving lives? Gu Qingyi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Lin Yiming readily offered his reason. My family used to be military doctors. While we can't compare to Miss Gu's family's expertise in treating illnesses, we still have some experience in rescuing the wounded on the battlefield. Although I didn't inherit the family business, I've learned quite a bit since I was a child. I see. Gu Qingyi suddenly realized, glanced at the disaster victims who were eagerly waiting beside her, and said with some regret. If it is convenient another day, I would like to invite young Master Lin for a chat. I wonder if young Master Lin would agree? No problem. Lin Yiming flashed a bright, sunny smile. Of course, he had time to chat with pretty girls. At this moment, the child he had just saved walked over with his mother, and knelt down in front of Lin Yiming. Benefactor above, I, Wang Anshu, kowed out to express my gratitude for saving my life. After he finished speaking, he respectfully kowed out 3 times, and his mother knelt down beside him as well. Lin Yiming quickly helped the mother and child up, looked them over, and found that the child had delicate features and was very handsome, but he was too thin, probably due to long-term malnutrition. Seeing that he was soaking wet and shivering from the cold, Wang Qing felt a pang of sympathy and took off her robe to put it on the child. The boy quickly bowed and thanked him. Seeing that he was well-mannered and that his name didn't sound like that of an ordinary country child, Lin Yiming couldn't help but ask, Who gave you your name? My benefactor, it was my father who initiated this. Oh? Where is your father? Wang Anshu's expression darkened. My hometown was suddenly hit by a flood. My father, while trying to save his fellow villagers, accidentally fell into the water and drowned. Lin Yiming sighed. Yet another person had lost their life while trying to save someone. He glanced at Gu Qingyi, only to see that she was also looking at Wang Anshu, her eyes filled with a sorrowful sympathy for someone in the same boat. But while he sympathized, safety education was still necessary. He put on a stern face and said, Since you know that floods are like ferocious beasts, why did you still go into the water so easily? If we hadn't happened to be here, you would have lost your life. Wang Anshu lowered his head and said, My mother is sick and has no food to eat, so I thought I'd go to the river to catch a couple of fish to make soup for her. Lin Yiming was speechless. What a good child, so sensible and filial. Wang Qing, who was standing to the side, had tears in his eyes. Although he was a eunuch, he was a sentimental person, especially since the child's experience was almost the same as his own when he was a child. The only difference was that his father had died because of the disaster, while this child at least had a mother. Lin Yiming patted Wang Anshu's head and asked, What are your plans for the future? Will you wait for the floodwaters to recede before returning to your hometown with your mother? Or will you stay in the capital? Without even considering it, Wang Anshu said firmly, I want to stay in the capital, find a job to make a living and support my mother, and then take the military examination in a few years to serve the country. Despite his young age, his words were full of ambition and passion, which impressed everyone. You've studied martial arts? Lin Jiming was quite surprised. This child was so thin that it was impossible to tell that he had studied martial arts. When Emperor Taizu established the country through military force, he issued an edict to all prefectures to promote martial arts education at the beginning of the dynasty. He also stipulated that, under the auspices of the Ministry of War, an examination would be held every 3 years for all warriors in the country, and those who passed the examination would be granted military positions. The military examination was administered by the Ministry of War, and the subjects included horse archery, foot archery, flat archery, horse spear, weightlifting, and wrestling. It was another way for academically weak students to stand out. However, as the saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts, meaning that without a family fortune or a family tradition of martial arts, one simply doesn't have the means to learn martial arts. Is this child perhaps a hidden figure like Yu Fei or Shuirengue? Chapter 36 Fleeing in Haste. Wang Anxu nodded. I have been learning martial arts from my father since I was 3 years old. My father was born into the army, and once fought with Marshal Xia against the Western Liao. Later, he lost an arm and retired to his hometown. Su Dachuan, curious, stepped forward and pinched Wang Anxu's arm, then turned to Lin Yiming and smiled. This child is indeed very strong. He clearly has a good foundation. Lin Jiming saw that although he was shivering in the early spring weather, his complexion was still normal, which showed that he was indeed in good physical condition. He thought about it, and realized that he was, after all, an emperor. It was fate that he had personally saved this child. Just as he was about to say something, he turned his head and saw Wang Qing staring straight at Wang Anxu, her eyes full of heartache and sympathy. A thought struck him, and he smiled. Wang Qing, this child is destined to be with you. He is from your clan and was saved by you. Why don't you take care of him from time to time in the future? Wang Qing was overjoyed. This was His Majesty's word, which suited him perfectly. He was about to kneel down to express his gratitude when he saw Su Dachuan glaring at him. He quickly realized what was happening and bowed deeply, saying, Your Majesty has spoken to my heart. I obey your command. He turned to Wang Anxu's mother and said, I'll buy a house in the city later, and you and your son can live there. I'll take care of all the child's expenses from now on. Wang Anxu's mother was shocked. She was no ordinary peasant woman. Her family had originally been scholars. Lin Jiming and his group had saved her child and now promised to take care of them. How could there be such a good thing? No, I can never repay the debt of gratitude that saved my life. Wang Qing waved his hand to interrupt her. My master said that this child is destined to be with me. Lin Jiming also laughed and said, All right, Wang Qing, you take them to the city first and buy a spacious house. I'll pay for it. Wang Qing was overjoyed. Thank you, master! Amidst the envious gazes of the surrounding disaster victims, Wang Anxu and her son were taken away by Wang Qing. They still felt like they were in a dream, wondering what they would do when they learned that the one who saved Wang Anxu was the current emperor and the Grand Eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial. Lin Jiming was also very pleased with how this matter was handled. Although Wang Qing was a eunuch, he was honest and upright, and had suffered as a child, so Lin Jiming could empathize with him. Wang Anxu's accusation of asking him to take care of Wang Qing was actually a disguised way of asking him to adopt a son, which was a good thing for both Wang Qing and Wang Anxu. At this moment, Gu Qingyi saw that the people waiting to see the doctor were all staring at her expectantly, and the young man next to her also looked impatient, so she was about to say goodbye to Lin Jiming. However, Lin Jiming suddenly had an idea and said, Miss Gu, it's fate that we met today. Is there something I could trouble you with? Gu Qingyi said. Please speak, young master. Lin Jiming leaned closer and whispered, I suspect I've been poisoned. Could you please take a look at me, Miss Gu? Gu Qingyi's expression tightened, and she placed her delicate hand on Lin Jiming's pulse point, carefully taking his pulse. After a while, she took out a silver needle and pricked it a few times, her willow eyebrows furrowing slightly from time to time. Lin Jiming couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw her like that. The Imperial Medical Academy had also been infiltrated by Ning Song, and he didn't know if he would be ambushed at any time, so he decided on the spur of the moment to ask this folk doctor to take a look at him. However, judging from her current appearance, it seems that she really has contracted the virus? After a moment, Gu Qingyi withdrew the silver needles and gave him a strange look. Young Master Lin has not been poisoned, but he shows signs of withered wood and decaying earth, which is a symptom of yang deficiency. Lin Jiming asked blankly. Yang deficiency? What does that mean? Gu Qingyi coughed and said, Young Master, you should restrain yourself a bit in your sexual affairs. Wow. Lin Jiming finally understood, and even though he was usually thick-skinned, he blushed deeply at that moment. There were quite a few people around, including Su Dachun and dozens of Imperial guards who were secretly following him. Damn it. Everyone dies eventually, but you absolutely can't die a violent death. Thank you, Miss Gu. Oh, you go ahead with your work, I have to go now. Lin Jiming, clinging to his last shred of integrity, managed not to flee in disarray. He cupped his hands in farewell, then strode away as if nothing had happened. Restrain? I'm determined to be a tyrannical ruler. How can I be tyrannical if I restrain myself? Besides, the Empress Dowager, the Imperial concubine, and the Empress Dowager, oh, not even the Empress Dowager, they're all so alluring. I really can't resist. Lin Jiming thought to himself, and seeing that no one seemed to be paying attention, he quickened his pace and fled this deadly place. Su Dachun followed closely with his head down, not daring to show any expression on his face. After all, he was a veteran of the embroidered uniform guard, and his expression management was professional, but he was having a hard time holding back. Yesterday's efforts to establish authority yielded good results. Lin Jiming visited several disaster relief gathering points outside the city and saw porridge distribution points at each one. I went over to take a look, and the porridge was made with the best white rice. It was so thick that chopsticks could stand upright without falling over. Lin Jiming nodded. See, they can all do it, they're just shameless. Su Dachun wholeheartedly agreed. Master is right. With a weight lifted from her heart, Lin Jiming was in the mood to enjoy the scenery. This is the second time he has come to the outskirts of the city, but when he came yesterday, all he could see were the starving and freezing disaster victims. He couldn't see any flowers or greenery at all. He now finds that the scenery here is actually quite nice. A wide river flows east to west along Dishengmen to the north, then turns southwest after passing a plain on the south bank. In the distance, a mountain peak shines green under the sunlight, thus the northwest of the capital city presents a rhinoceros horn-like terrain, which the people of the capital call Rhinoceros Horn Island. Not far from the city gate, with mountains and water, the northwest wind in winter is perfectly blocked by the mountain, and the land is also very sunny, making it a place with excellent feng shui. However, one thing is very strange. The land in sight is sparse, and not much has been cultivated. Most of the ground is just covered with weeds. This is why so many disaster victims gathered here. Lin Jiming looked at the area thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, Dachun, is this place unclaimed? Why is all this land empty? Su Dachun glanced at it and said, Oh, this whole area belongs to the Duke of Wei. He has a huge estate and countless fields, so it's normal for it to be left uncultivated. Duke of Wei? Lin Jiming repeated the name to himself, his expression shifting slightly. Duke Deng Yu of Wei was one of the founding fathers who followed Emperor Taizu in the uprising and established the state. After establishing the country, Emperor Taizu stayed in the capital for a long time to train soldiers, promote land reclamation, repair and dredge city defenses, and consolidate border defenses. He rose through the ranks to become Grand Tutor, Right Chancellor of the Secretariat, military advisor and junior tutor to the Crown Prince, and was later enfeoffed as Duke of Wei. When the throne was passed down to Deng Yu, he was a man of considerable stature. He was skilled in military affairs and had been entrusted with important responsibilities by the late emperor in his youth. He led his troops to repel the enemy forces of the Yuezhi. However, in his old age, he became cautious to the point of being cowardly. He never participated in court struggles and instead amassed wealth in private, seizing a great deal of land through trickery and coercion. These were all recorded in the embroidered uniform guards' ledgers, which Lin Jiming had just reviewed a couple of days ago. However, Lin Jiming dared not touch him casually. Chapter 37. My mood improved. During the Great Wu Dynasty, there was a special group called the Noble Clan. When Emperor Taizu established the country, he envisioned that the Great Wu court should be a system of checks and balances between nobles, civil officials, and eunuchs, so that no single group could become too powerful. However, the Great Wu Dynasty lasted for more than 200 years. The factional structure among civil officials became more and more stable, while the ancestral legacy of the nobles gradually faded. Successive emperors could only rely on eunuchs to check the civil officials, and the nobles became marginalized in the political struggle, their position becoming increasingly awkward. Emperor Honghua had been sidelined since his ascension to the throne and had no real power in the court. On the day Lin Jiming attended court alone for the first time, while he was having a great time fighting with the civil officials led by Ning Song, no one from the noble group spoke up. Because they were already too weak, their descendants, who had inherited the legacy of their ancestors for generations, only sought to protect themselves and were extremely indifferent to power. Even if the emperor and civil officials fought to the death, it had nothing to do with them. They had no real power or military strength, and therefore they banded together. Anyone who offended one of them would face a counterattack from the entire noble group, and a mad dog-like counterattack at that. The Duke of Wei, whom Su Dachuan mentioned, was the head of this clique of nobles. Lin Jiming looked at the plain before him, secretly plotting something. After he replaced Ji Jingwen as emperor, a plan gradually took shape in his mind. This plan was related to his future income from the imperial treasury and whether he could become a rich and idle tyrant. It's necessary to engage in open and covert struggles with that old dog Ning Song, but this plan also needs to be carried out simultaneously. The plan is complex and ambitious, and part of it requires a lot of money and a large territory. The rhinoceros horn continent in front of him perfectly meets his requirements, but it is the territory of the Duke of Wei, which is a bit troublesome. He needs to find an opportunity to swindle it over. After all, he was the emperor, and a tyrannical one at that. It wasn't too much to ask him to betray his subordinates, was it? Just as she was thinking, Lin Jiming's stomach growled. After going around in circles, it was already past 1 p.m. before they knew it. Lin Jiming was just about to give the order to return to the city when he suddenly heard a series of arrogant shouts and curses coming from ahead. Lin Jiming frowned. Who's causing trouble again? Let's go see. Su Dachuan gave a signal, and dozens of plainclothes imperial guards dispersed and surrounded the area in front. Lin Jiming hadn't gone far when he saw a dozen or so servants dragging a young woman out of a newly built shack. A pale-faced young man with slicked back hair stood beside her. The woman was holding a child in her arms, begging for mercy, while the child cried loudly in fear. However, the servants ignored her and grabbed her hair to forcibly drag her away. The woman grabbed the door of the shack with one hand, but they dragged her out. Even the door that had just been hung up was torn down, and several pieces of the wood piled up next to the door were broken by them. There were many disaster victims around, as well as some craftsmen and laborers with tools, but they were all too afraid to make a sound. Lin Jiming looked displeased. He had finally managed to appease the disaster victims, but whose servants were these? Just as he was about to tell Su Dachuan to go up and stop it, an official wearing a robe embroidered with a 7th-rank official badge suddenly stepped out from the side. You forcibly abducted a woman in broad daylight. Do you even know what the law is? The official was in his 40s, with dark skin, slightly graying temples, and droopy corners of his eyes and mouth, giving him a naturally bitter look. However, his bright and piercing eyes exuded righteousness. The young man glanced sideways at the official's robe and said nothing in a disdainful manner. The servant standing nearby, taking advantage of the situation, said, We are from the Duke of Wei's family. This is my 5th young master. Who do you think you are to meddle in this matter? The middle-aged official glared with his triangular eyes and said angrily, So what if I am the Duke of Wei? I am the chief of the Ministry of Works, and I am here on His Majesty's orders to build temporary shelters for the disaster victims. You trampled on the timber and tore down the doors. What do you have to say about that? The fifth young master finally snorted coldly. Minister of Works? What a big official attitude! He pointed at the child in the woman's arms and said, That brat trampled my wheat seedlings. It's only right that I ask them to pay me compensation. Get out of here. I don't have time for trash like you. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the servants and wicked men were about to drag the woman away. The official stepped forward, blocking their way, and angrily said, I am here today, let's see who dares to make a move. If you dare to step forward again, I will report your Deng family to the emperor. Lin Jiming was very satisfied. Although this minor official from the Ministry of Works was not good-looking, his character was really good. He was only a 7th-rank official, yet he dared to stand up for the people and even confront the young master of a noble family. The 5th young master scoffed. The emperor? Fine, go ahead and investigate, see if he dares to interfere in the affairs of my Deng family. The official's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sternly. Insolence! How dare this brat utter such disrespectful words to His Majesty? This junior official in the Ministry of Works is quite good. Lin Jiming was praising the official in a low voice to Su Dachuan when he overheard this. His face immediately darkened. Damn it, Dachuan, give it to me! Yes! Su Dachuan had been annoyed by what he heard, and without saying a word, he rushed forward and kicked the 5th young master away. Ah! The 5th young master screamed in agony. Before he could even get up, he was chained up with an iron chain as thick as a finger. Young master! The servants were shocked and rushed over to help. With a clang, the embroidered spring blade was drawn, its chilling gleam instantly stunning everyone. Su Dachuan pulled out his waist token and said in an icy tone, When the embroidered uniform guard is on duty, who dares to act recklessly? More than a dozen people rushed out from the crowd of onlookers. They were Su Dachuan's men in plain clothes. They quickly subdued all the servants and pinned them to the ground. Lin Jiming slowly walked out, looked down at the 5th young master, and said indifferently, What did you just say? That I have no say in the affairs of your Deng family? 5th young master was pinned to the ground by Su Dachuan like an eagle snatching a chick. He struggled to lift his head and look at Lin Jiming. The arrogance on his face just now was completely gone, leaving only fear and confusion. You! Lin Jiming put his hands behind his back and said, I am the coward you just mentioned, the current emperor. The 5th young master's already pale face instantly turned ashen, completely devoid of color. The emperor? The emperor has actually arrived? What did I just say? His mind went completely blank. I have been speaking nonsense and have no sense of propriety. I beg your majesty to spare my life. Spare my life! Lin Jiming's mood, which had been fine, suddenly became even better. Just as they were plotting how to swindle the entire Rhinoceros Horn Island, the Deng family delivered such a huge handle to their advantage. Feeling great. The Duke of Wei is a pillar of our great Wu dynasty, a beam of gold that holds the sky high. I have always held him in high esteem. But I never imagined that I would be such a coward in his eyes. Ha! Chapter 38 Nightlife, Here I Come. With a self-deprecating chuckle, the 5th young master felt his soul begin to float away. Lin Jiming pointed to the child being held in the woman's arms. This child is only 3 or 4 years old, right? How many wheat seedlings and how many fertile fields could he trample on? Is it worth it for your 5th young master of the Deng family to lead his wicked servants to arrest him? The Duke of Wei's mansion is more powerful than I am. The 5th young master felt his hair stand on end and couldn't help but burst into tears, crying, Your Majesty, spare my life! I know I was wrong! Lin Jiming looked at him and shook her head, saying, No, you still haven't admitted your mistake, because you haven't apologized to the mother and child you bullied. At this point, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted sternly, Power is not a means to oppress the people. On the contrary, it should be used to protect the people, love the people, feel their feelings, and judge them with one's own heart. This is the way to govern a country, not to support a group of spoiled brats like you who run rampant and act recklessly. His words were passionate and inspiring, truly awe-inspiring. Su Dachuan and the Imperial Guards standing nearby were all thrilled, not to mention the middle-aged official, and the onlookers. The woman who had been bullied, in particular, was already in tears. The official was stunned by the sudden turn of events, and only then did he snap out of it, hurriedly turning over and kneeling down. Your subject, Xianyu, the principal of the Ministry of Works, pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor! The crowd of onlookers, including craftsmen and laborers, hurriedly knelt down in a large group. Unlike Xianyu, they didn't know the proper etiquette, and just kept kowtowing with their heads covered. Lin Jiming waved his hand. Get up, everyone! Thank you for your great kindness, your majesty! Xianyu then stood up and stood respectfully to the side with her hands at her sides. The common people also rose in fear and stood aside trembling, not daring to speak. Lin Jiming coldly said to the fifth young master, Do you understand everything I've said? The fifth young master trembled all over. I understand. Good that you understand. Lin Jiming waved his hand. Guards, take him to the embroidered uniform guard prison and let the Duke of Wei come to me to ask for his release. Yes. The imperial guards took the fifth young master and his wicked servants away. Lin Jiming looked at Xianyu, the official in charge of the Ministry of Works. You're quite good. He admired this minor seventh-rank official, but he secretly complained about the name. With such a rough appearance, he chose such a name. Xianyu, Xianyu? There's an old song about it. Thank you for your kind praise, your majesty. I am unworthy of such praise. I am truly grateful for the blessing I have accumulated over many lifetimes to be able to see your majesty's countenance today. Xianyu looked terrified and almost knelt down again. The Ministry of Works was already at the bottom of the 6 ministries, and he was among those at the bottom. He accidentally saw the emperor, and was even praised by him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he inadvertently blurted out his true feelings. Lin Jiming laughed heartily. Then why don't you take the surname Xian, give the name Yu, and use the courtesy name Lifu from now on? Xianyu was overjoyed and knelt down again. Your subject Xian Lifu kowtows to thank your majesty for bestowing this calligraphy. Oops. How could you actually take that seriously? Lin Jiming had a toothache, but he had already said it and the other person had accepted it, so what else could he do? Ahem! Did you oversee the construction of all these buildings? He could only change the subject, looking around at the surrounding shacks. Xianyu respectfully replied, Indeed, the sheds and resettlement sites within a 10-mile radius are all under my responsibility. Lin Jiming was very satisfied with Xianyu's work efficiency, and he also discovered other highlights. Although the shacks were simple, they were not built with any shortcuts, and the resettlement sites in this area were planned in a very reasonable way. For example, the sheds are arranged in several rows, all located on the south side. Drainage ditches have been dug around the sheds to ensure that sewage and rainwater will not flood into the sheds. In addition, several outhouses have been built by the river. They are not yet finished, but you can see that even the septic tanks have been dug, covered with wooden boards, and lime has been sprinkled on them. It is very meticulous and thoughtful. Lin Jiming's heart stirred. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the vast rhinoceros horn continent before him, and said, Xianyu, your subject is present. I want to transform this vast rhinoceros horn island into a district that combines dining, entertainment, residences, schools, and even clinics. What do you think? Is it a good idea? Xianyu paused for a moment, then asked, Why did your majesty choose this location? Isn't this a good place? Lin Jiming smiled and pointed to the river. All the ships coming to the capital from all directions enter the city from here. Xianyu suddenly realized that he was from the Ministry of Works and naturally had a weaker sense of traffic, but now that Lin Jiming had said it, he immediately understood. He gazed intently at the still vast, empty plain, the rushing river beside it, and the verdant mountains in the distance, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, he looked up at Lin Jiming and said firmly, In my humble opinion, your majesty's idea is extremely wise and feasible. Lin Jiming laughed and said, All right, then I'll give you a task. Think about it in your mind first, and I'll come to the Ministry of Works to find you after I've finished this matter. Xianyu was so excited that her lips trembled. She lifted her robe and knelt down. Your subject will obey your Majesty's decree. Lin Jiming patted him on the shoulder. All right, get up. You're a technician, so don't kneel down so easily in the future. Entrusted with an important task, Xianyu continued her work with renewed vigor, while Lin Jiming took Su Dachun back to the city. Master, aren't we going back? Looking at Lin Jiming, who was leisurely strolling around, Su Dachun asked in astonishment. As Lin Jiming looked around at the dazzling array of shops lining the street, he casually asked, Dachun, what do you usually do after you finish your shift? Su Dachun thought for a moment, then chuckled and said, It's nothing much, just... I like to have a little wine and listen to some music, and occasionally go to the brothel to find a girl I like to confide in. Oh, the Jia Fangxi? I've heard so much about it. Lin Jiming then asked, What's the name of the most popular girl in the Jia Fangxi right now? Speaking of this, Su Dachun became animated. Although the girls there each have their own strengths, the most popular and famous one has to be Su Su from Yanshui Pavilion, she. Alright, let's go to Yanshui Pavilion. Huh! Su Dachun's words came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widened, and then his legs went weak. His Majesty is going to the Jia Fangxi? Putting aside the security issues, even if the cabinet finds out, he'll lose his position as the vice commander of the embroidered uniform guard, and his head will likely be taken away along with it. Taking the emperor to a brothel? Do you think I've ever had the guts to do that? Su Dachun said with a sob in his voice. Master, you don't really want to go, do you? You didn't bring any money? This isn't about the money. That's settled then? Stop dawdling, come on, take me to broaden my horizons. Half an hour later, a carriage stopped in the southeast of the capital, right in front of the famous Jia Fangxi, Imperial Music Bureau. The spacious alley is lined with courtyards, with lanterns hanging at the gates, illuminating the alleyway. The sound of string and wind instruments drifted from afar, and the seductive music made Lin Jiming's heart feel hot and itchy. Lin Jiming took a deep breath. Ah, the wonderful nightlife, here I come. Chapter 39 Yanshui Pavilion. Su Dachun led Lin Jiming into the alley with heavy steps, glancing around furtively like a thief. He was afraid that if he ran into a court official who knew the emperor on the way, and that official impeached him, his precious 6-pound and 4-ounce head would be gone. The Jia Fangxi was a government-run brothel with a business license. Apart from some recruited girls, most of them were female relatives of officials who had committed crimes. Therefore, even though both were places that dealt in the flesh, the Jia Fangxi, a type of brothel, was more sought after than ordinary brothels, not for any other reason than its reputation as a place for the female relatives of convicted officials. Think about it. A once high-ranking official has fallen from grace. If you have money, you can go to the brothel and maybe even get a girlfriend from the wife and daughter of that official who used to boss you around. For a man, there is almost no more ruthless and satisfying way to get revenge. It wasn't just wealthy merchants and tycoons, even more so, it was officials in the imperial court who exhibited such perverse tastes and distorted mindsets. Yesterday I was visiting a certain elder brother, and when I saw his beautiful daughter, I praised her. I never imagined your daughter had grown up so much. Then I ran into her again at the brothel, and my uncle became a patron. He blew out the lamp and pounced on her, saying, My dear niece, your uncle is here to pamper you. Such examples are numerous. Another type of guest is the scholar. Scholars are human beings too, and they also have physiological needs, but they value communication even more. A dual exchange of body and mind. Those who hold official positions in the court usually have wives and daughters who have been trained in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood. They can play instruments and sing with you, and even compose poems with you. How wonderful is that? After being reluctantly given a lecture by Su Dachun, Lin Jiming finally arrived at today's destination. A small courtyard, not too big, with the words Yanshui Pavilion written on the plaque above the door. 2 octagonal lanterns hang outside the door, casting a reddish, ambiguous light through the light gauze. A clean-cut gatekeeper was standing by the door, scrutinizing the two with a look as if he were going through a security check. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he bowed with a grin. So it's Master Su. It's been a long time. He knew Su Dachuan's identity, but in the Jiafangxi, a government-run entertainment institution, official titles were generally not mentioned for the sake of avoiding suspicion and for safety. Su Dachuan handed over a silver ingot with a blank expression. It was 20 taels. Drinking tea and watching girls at the Jiafangxi, a type of entertainment venue, was called the Chao Wei, and you had to pay an entrance fee of 10 taels per person. The servant's smile became even more friendly, and he stepped aside to gesture. Please, gentlemen. Stepping into the courtyard, the laughter and music became even clearer. The fun for tonight had already begun. There were countless girls in the Jiafangxi, a government-run entertainment institution, among whom the best were called the Flower Queens, selected based on their looks, talent, voice, and character skills. Only 8 of them were chosen. The selection of the most beautiful courtesan was based on the total number of gold flowers thrown by her patrons. This girl, Su Su, ranked 3rd, not because she was not good enough, but because she was not seductive enough, or rather, she didn't know how to be seductive. While others were posing and cheering on their idols on the flower boats, she just stood there quietly without saying a word, which worried her fans. Moreover, Su Su was registered as a musician in the Jiafangxi, a government-run entertainment institution, not as a prostitute. Her services to customers consisted only of playing the zither and composing poems. Even so, she still managed to get 3rd place, which shows her strength and unparalleled beauty. On one side of the courtyard is a delicate little flower garden, planted with a plum tree and several clumps of orchids. It is only early spring now, and the orchids have just recovered from the cold winter and turned green. It is still a long time before the flowers bloom. Only a few plum blossoms are emitting a faint fragrance on the branches. On the other side is a pavilion built against the wall, called the Half Pavilion. Beside the pavilion is an artificial hill made of thin, wrinkled, and porous Taihu stones, which are spiritual and translucent, and contain hidden charm. Lin Jiming is an art student, and has worked in planning for many years, so he has a very keen eye for scenery and aesthetics. He was amazed. Just by looking at the courtyard, he could see the owner's elegance and talent. The 3rd-ranked courtesan was indeed worthy of her reputation. Passing through the courtyard, you'll find a flower hall. Fine white charcoal burns in a charcoal brazier, warming the hall and dispelling any hint of spring chill. A maid led Lin Yiming and Su Dachuan into the hall. There were already quite a few people present, with an initial estimate of over 30. Business is pretty good, Lin Jiming praised. When they saw someone else enter, everyone looked over, but most of them just glanced at them and then turned away. Su Dachuan's eyes were sharp as a hawk's. He looked around and didn't see anyone he knew, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At the front of the hall was a small, empty platform where a maid was playing the zither. Lin Jiming couldn't understand what she was playing, but he knew that the melody rose and fell and stammered, as if she was describing something. Lin Jiming sat down and glanced to his left and right. There were 3 people at the table to his left, all dressed in brocade robes with jingling ornaments at their waists. They were probably sons of officials. There were only 2 people at the table to the right, both of them young, dressed neither in fancy or luxurious clothes, just like ordinary scholars. Seeing him look over, the 3 people at the table to the left rolled their eyes and pretended not to see him, while the 2 scholars on the right smiled and cupped their hands in greeting. Lin Jiming was very good at making friends. He cupped his hands and smiled. Greetings, gentlemen. My name is Lin Feng. May I ask how you 2 are addressed? The slightly taller man smiled and said, My name is Su Qian, from Dezhou, Sichuan. The other replied, My name is Tang Yao, and I am from Wanzhou, Sichuan. Lin Jiming asked curiously, Did you 2 study in the capital? The Imperial Academy? Su Qian said, That's right. We are both tribute students and are currently working at the Imperial Academy, preparing to participate in this year's Autumn Imperial Examination. Autumn Imperial Examination? Lin Jiming was taken aback. The Imperial Examinations of the Great Wu Dynasty were similar to those in his previous life, held every 3 years. From the first student to the second, then to the provincial examination, and finally to the metropolitan examination in the capital, The elites who passed the metropolitan examination would then take the palace examination, where the emperor and his ministers would divide the candidates into 3 categories, and the top 3 scholars would be selected as the first, second, and third. Gongxing were selected from outstanding students by various prefectures and counties, who were recommended to study at the Imperial Academy. It was essentially a guaranteed admission. Lin Jiming knew that Feng Menglong, the famous veteran driver in his world, had once been a tribute student. He glanced at the 2 of them again. Academic geniuses! I'm impressed! Since transmigrating, Lin Jiming has been working hard to fight Ning Song and ensure his survival. He hasn't paid attention to the imperial examinations yet, but he didn't expect it to be this year. The autumn imperial examinations are here, and the court can once again recruit a new batch of fresh talent. I don't know if I can use this opportunity to gain many loyal followers. Lin Jiming's thoughts wandered a bit too far. It was only early spring, and the exams were still a long way off. He kept that in mind and didn't continue the conversation. Because he was so hungry, he needed to eat. So he beckoned to a maid and asked, "Is there anything to eat?" Su Dachuan lowered his head, feeling utterly humiliated. The maidservant had clearly not encountered many customers dining at Yantsui Pavilion before. She hesitated for a moment before answering. "Yes, what would you like to eat, young master?" Lin Jiming thought for a moment and said, "Let's keep it simple with a bowl of beef noodles, lots of meat, lots of soup, lots of noodles, and no cilantro." Chapter 40 Eating Melons. Su Dachuan covered his face and quickly crawled under the table. Lin Jiming nudged him. "What about you?" "Me same." Su Dachuan's weak voice came through his fingers. A loose piece of silver was taken up from under the table. While waiting for their noodles, the 2 of them continued chatting with Su Tang. Lin Jiming noticed that Su Qian was more outgoing and talked more, while Tang Yao was more reserved, usually just smiling slightly and not saying much. From the conversation it was learned that both of them came from scholarly families. Su Qian's ancestor had served as a prefectural magistrate, while Tang Yao's grandfather had served as an imperial censor. Therefore, he was cautious in his words and deeds from a young age, and devoted himself to learning and self-cultivation, showing the upright character of his ancestors. Lin Jiming grew increasingly fond of the 2 young people and had a strong desire to befriend them. Su Qian asked, "You 2 have also come because of Miss Su Su's reputation for talent, right?" Lin Jiming didn't know what talent this courtesan had, so he replied perfunctorily. "Indeed, although I haven't read many books, I have always admired talented men and women. Although this Miss Susu has fallen into prostitution, talent doesn't depend on its origin." Tang Yao's expression shifted, and he gave a thumbs up. Su Qian also smiled and said, "Brother Lin is absolutely right. I'll offer you a cup of tea instead of wine, and a cup of toast to these words." Lin Jiming didn't stand on ceremony, picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, displaying a carefree and unrestrained spirit. Su and Tang were clearly men of strong character, and they greatly appreciated Lin Jiming's attitude of not looking down on Su Su at all. Su Qian suddenly sighed. "It's a pity that Miss Su Su is also a person with a hard life." Something interesting? Lin Jiming keenly sensed the stench of gossip. "Brother Su, why don't you elaborate?" Su Qian looked around and whispered, "This Miss Su Su sells her art, not her body. You both know that, right? Because—" He deliberately kept everyone in suspense, dragging out the words, "She has a childhood sweetheart she loves." "Aha!" Lin Jiming ate a few dried fruits, eagerly waiting for him to continue. "The 10 taels of silver for the entrance fee to Yantsui Pavilion includes a pot of tea and 2 plates of dried fruits." Su Qian continued, "It is said that she and her lover once made a vow under the moon, promising that they would marry no one but him in this life. Later, her lover went to the capital to take the imperial examination, and Su Su waited for him at home, but he disappeared." Lin Jiming was taken aback. "Gone? What do you mean?" Su Qian shrugged. "I don't know, they just disappeared, we can't find them." Tang Yao continued, "So she came to the capital and searched everywhere for her lover. When she ran out of money, she found a courtyard in this alley and registered as a musician in the Jiafangxi. One reason was to wait in the capital, and the other was to use this identity to find her lover. Su Qian sighed again. It's a pity that so much time has passed, and her lover is still nowhere to be seen, either alive nor dead. He didn't say the last word, which showed that he was very sympathetic. Lin Jiming clicked his tongue. This kind of story was not uncommon, but this kind of girl was rare. It's not easy to be devoted to someone and to be willing to frequent places like the brothel for that man. It's truly not easy. Just then, 2 bowls of beef noodles were delivered. Lin Jiming temporarily put down Su Su's gossip and picked up the bowl to slurp it down. Su Dachun was doomed anyway, so he gritted his teeth and started snoring. I must say, the noodles were quite chewy, and the beef tasted good too. As expected of the number 1 red light district in the Great Wu Dynasty, the supporting services were quite good. Su Qian and Tang Yao were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had ever seen people eating beef noodles in the Jiafangxi, let alone in Yansui Pavilion, slurping noodles in Su Su's flower hall. Lin Jiming didn't care about any of that. He was a free spirit by nature. After coming to this world, he had been very formal in his speech and actions, even being careful with his words. Now that he had finally come out to see the world, he was going to do whatever he wanted. Everyone in the hall stared at these 2 oddballs, speechless. However, one person couldn't help but speak up, a young man in brocade robes sitting at the table to Lin Jiming's left. He glanced disdainfully at the bowl of beef noodles and sneered. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Eating and drinking at Yansui Pavilion, he probably never had anything good to eat in his past life. Lin Jiming and Su Dachun dressed casually today for convenience, looking neither like scholars nor businessmen, but certainly not like powerful or influential people. Upon hearing the mockery, Su Dachun paused, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Lin Jiming didn't even look up, continuing to eat by himself. Tang Yao raised an eyebrow and said angrily, Brother Lin's eating and drinking here hasn't bothered anyone, so why are you speaking so rudely? Another young man in brocade robes said, Humph! What, trying to stand up for justice? Kid, you're not qualified. Su Qian glanced at the group and said, If I remember correctly, you are all students of the Imperial Academy. My brother and I are not qualified, but surely Master Zhou is. Humph, I will go and report to him tomorrow and ask him to judge right and wrong for us. The Imperial Academy Chancellor, Chan Yong, who was also the Grand Academician of the Wenhua Hall, was killed by Lin Jiming, and a new Chancellor has not yet been selected. Currently, the Imperial Academy is in charge of the second-in-command, the Director of Studies, who is the Master Zhou mentioned by Su Qian. Go ahead and report this, and see if Master Zhou will punish me for a few words because of you. The young man in brocade robes who had spoken earlier burst into laughter, his words extremely arrogant. Judging from his appearance, if it weren't for the fact that this was the Jiafangxi, which was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights, and that there were soldiers patrolling outside, he probably would have already made a move. Lin Jiming ate his noodles quietly, finishing the bowl in no time. The young man in brocade robes was laughing arrogantly when suddenly a shadow flew toward him. The boy was shocked and tried to dodge, but it was too late. A bowl of greasy noodle soup was poured all over his face and body, and his 2 companions were also drenched. You! The young man was furious and jumped up to attack. Su Dachun had already quietly pulled the embroidered spring blade out of his boot with one hand under the table. The servant outside rushed in and blocked the way between the 2 tables. Gentlemen, fighting is not allowed in our alleys, otherwise the city patrol will cause trouble. The young man in brocade robes retorted angrily. Bullshit! He splashed me with noodle soup, why don't you say that? What are you talking about? This is a Jinyuri Imperial Guard official. The servant thought to himself that he was complaining, but his face was still full of smiles. Yes, young master, please calm down. Perhaps that gentleman slipped. Miss Susu will be coming out soon. Shall I take you all to change your clothes? Mentioning the city patrol was useless, but mentioning Miss Susu clearly calmed the 3 of them down. They're after the beauty. If things really escalate, they'll lose everything and get nothing in return. No problem, I'll just bear with it for now and settle the score with you after I leave Yensui Pavilion. 2 bumpkins and 2 tribute students, that's all. Chapter 41. Her dimples held no wine. Lin Jiming took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, placed the empty bowl on the table, and praised. This noodle is really good. If I weren't already full, I would have finished the soup. It wouldn't be a waste. Su Dachun was eager to try and follow suit, but just then, a soft clang of the clapper sounded, and the entire flower hall fell silent. A stunningly beautiful woman with delicate eyebrows and slender eyes, and a figure as graceful as a willow branch, emerged from behind the hall. She wore a long, lake green dress, her shoulders slightly exposed, her neck long and slender. She held an antique-looking zither in her arms. Her graceful steps carried the elegance of a well-bred lady, and when she slightly raised her eyes she also had a sense of detachment from worldly affairs. At that moment, everyone present stared intently at her. Even Lin Jiming, a seasoned veteran who had seen countless beauties, was momentarily stunned, then secretly sighed. Indeed, mature women are alluring in any era. Her swaying waist and the trailing skirt that concealed her bound feet as she walked were enough to warm one's heart. Her cool and aloof demeanor made one want to embrace her and cherish her. Susu, as her name suggests, is so charming that half of her body feels soft and mushy just by looking at her. She slowly walked up to the small platform, bowed gracefully to the crowd, and glanced at them with her beautiful eyes, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. When she saw the noodle soup stains on the 3 young men in brocade robes, she showed a slight surprise, but it quickly disappeared. She turned around and sat down on a brocade stool. With her fair hands she gently plucked the strings and tested the sound. Then, with her 10 slender white fingers, she gently plucked and strummed the strings, and soft notes immediately flew up. The music was like the warbling of orioles in the forest, or the flowing of a stream, tinkling and melodious. Everyone in the flower hall gradually narrowed their eyes, and even the resentment that the young men in brocade robes had been filled with dissipated, leaving only expressions of enjoyment. Lin Jiming was all right. Having grown accustomed to all sorts of catchy tunes on NetEase Cloud Music, he wasn't so easily moved by this kind of single-instrument piece. The girl with the delicate figure was playing music upstairs, while he was eating downstairs. However, to be fair, this girl is indeed very beautiful. She has a pretty and aloof appearance with a mature and sophisticated vibe. She has a slender and slim figure, but she has all the curves that others have. A stunning beauty. This was Lin Jiming's assessment. If he hadn't just been told today that he was utterly worthless and pathetic, he might have had some thoughts about it too. Dr. Gu, the beautiful doctor, said we must practice moderation. Moreover, he didn't come here today just to browse the seafood market. There was a part of his plan where he needed to learn from others. However, after seeing it now, he was slightly disappointed with this particular industry of this era. If you spend so much money and all you can do is look and listen, but you can't even touch it, what's the point? Actually, each of the top courtesans' courtyards has another rule. Even if you can't sleep with the top courtesan, you can sleep with any of her maids as long as you pay. Lin Jiming was simply unhappy. After all, he was the emperor. The music gradually faded away amidst a touch of melancholy, and everyone in the hall wore expressions of rapture. Susu stood up, curtsied gracefully, and parted her lips slightly, her voice like a nightingale's song. This song was composed by a young woman inspired by the red beans in the garden, and is offered to you all. The crowd cheered and applauded, showering everyone with compliments. This music is only fit for heaven. How often can one hear it on earth? Miss Susu has poured her emotions into her music, reaching a state of perfection. Could she be a celestial being descended to earth? The emotions in the music are like a dream, like an illusion, like reality, like stillness, yet moving like flying catkins, ethereal and fleeting, ultimately returning to tranquility. Wonderful, wonderful! Everyone was fawning over him like they were on steroids, and even Su Qian and Tang Yao were getting a little flustered. Looking at them, Lin Jiming thought that it would be perfect if they held up a light sign as well. Su wore a faint smile, a professional, emotionless smile, but the audience below seemed to enjoy it immensely. There was no wine in her dimples, but dozens of dogs were drunk beneath them. Once the flattery subsided, Susu said again, "Thank you for your kindness. Susu would like to express her gratitude." "Well then." She paused slightly, then asked, "Gentlemen, are you ready?" Another uproar erupted from below. All right. We've been waiting for this moment. Miss Susu, please give me a question." Lin Jiming was a little confused and asked Su Dachuan, "What do we need to prepare? What kind of questions will we have?" Su Dachuan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "Miss Susu is the most beautiful courtesan, so she usually only plays a song in front of others. But next, everyone can compose a poem, and the best one will be invited into the inner hall. Miss Susu will accompany you alone, enjoy a cup of tea, and play a song on the zither." Lin Jiming's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's just tea, drinking, and music again, that's it?" That's all." "Wow." Lin Jiming was unhappy. Although he only came to learn from the scriptures and broaden his horizons, the entrance fee of 10 taels of silver should at least be worth it, right? "So all I did was have a cup of tea and some dried fruit. I paid extra for the bowl of noodles, listened to a song, and that was it. If you want to hear it again, you have to write a poem and compete. The winner will then go in to drink tea and listen to the music." "What the hell does this mean?" "Susu is pretty, but she's dressed so conservatively that you can't see anything except her collarbones." "I'm not a dog, why are you showing me bones? I want to watch the game." "Watch the game." Lin Jiming was inwardly complaining, while Su Tang and the other two beside him were already rubbing their hands together excitedly. Looking at the guqin in front of her, Susu said with a leisurely gaze, "Today's topic for the poetry contest is the title of the piece I just played, Red Bean." As soon as the question was posed, many people began to rack their brains, and several maids brought writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones to each table. Su Dachuan glanced cautiously at Lin Jiming and whispered, "Master, I'm a roughneck. I can fight and kill, but I won't get involved in writing poetry." Lin Jiming shook his head. "I'm not interested either." Since there was nothing to see, he decided to go back. He had been wandering around all day and was quite tired. But then they heard a mocking voice from next door, speaking in a voice only they could hear. "If you can't make it, you can't make it. What are you pretending for? You two better not leave. Be good and wait. Young master has no intention of letting you go." Su Dachuan's murderous aura resurfaced, and Lin Jiming smiled. "All right, I'll wait. Anyway, with Brother Su and Brother Tang around, you guys should lose pretty quickly." To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. Those 3 people did get into the Imperial Academy because of their family's power and influence, and they are not comparable to the recommended scholars like Su Qian and Tang Yao. But since they've already come all this way, how could they be content without giving it a try? "Even if I win, I'll deal with you first before I go listen to Miss Susu play the piano." The young man seemed to have a plan in mind. He picked up his pen and wrote a poem in one stroke. He then handed it to the maid and said loudly, "My name is Liao Jun. My father is the provincial governor of Huguang. This is a humble work. I hope Miss Susu will correct it." Lin Jiming's heart skipped a beat. The provincial governor of Huguang? The place that was hit by floods? Chapter 42. A Wanderer. The maid picked up the poem written by Liao Jun and read it aloud. "Red beans are planted in the courtyard, and after the rain, a row of them fall. The spring breeze blows fiercely. When will my lover come?" With a pft, Lin Jiming spat out a mouthful of water. The son of the provincial governor? A student at the Imperial Academy? That's it. Liao Jun glared at her upon hearing the sound, then turned and looked at Su Su with his head held high. The others below remained silent, no one spoke, but their expressions suggested they were all struggling to hold back their emotions. Su Su, being third on the list of top courtesans, only twitched her lips slightly before her expression returned to normal. She simply nodded slightly and didn't say anything. To Lin Jiming's surprise, Tang Yao stood up next, having already written a poem, and handed it to the maid beside him. The maid also picked it up and began to read aloud. "The bright moon shines over half the courtyard, and the fragrant flowers bloom in the other half. the clear waves gently ripple on the small pond. Each red bean carries sorrow, each note of the zither conveys melancholy. Good! Lin Jiming stood up and clapped vigorously. Although Tang Yao's poem was just so, it was much better than Liao Zhen's rubbish. You should always support newly made friends, right? Su Su looked at Tang Yao and smiled slightly. This poem, written in such a short time, using scenery to express emotions, is quite good. When the leader applauded, the subordinates naturally followed suit. Su Dachun clapped his hands as well, glanced at Liao Zhen, and said with a sinister smile, "Oh dear, young Master Liao is out of luck. Looks like he'll be coming to settle accounts with us soon." Liao Zhen's poetry is rubbish, but he still knows the difference between good and bad. After Tang Yao's poem came out, he knew he basically had no chance. Mocking him by Su Dachun, he immediately flew into a rage. "Then let's go, I'll show you what's what." "Wait a minute." Lin Jiming waved his hand. "Seeing you write poems makes me a little itchy to write one too. Seeing that Su Su is also a pitiful person, let's send her a poem to comfort her." Su Dachun immediately perked up and personally ground the ink and laid out the paper to serve him. Su Qian and Tang Yao also looked over curiously. This newly acquainted brother Lin didn't look like a scholar. Could he be a hidden master? Liao Zhen was taken aback. "You can write poetry too?" Lin Jiming nodded in a manner reminiscent of Zhuge Liang. I know a little. Then he said to Su Dachun, "I'll tell you, you write." Su Dachun's hand trembled. "Huh!" But he immediately understood, and with a bitter face, he obediently picked up the pen. Liao Zhen couldn't help but mock. "You can't even write characters, yet you're trying to write poetry? You'd better not embarrass yourself." Lin Jiming scoffed. "Because my calligraphy is very valuable, you're not even worthy of looking at it." "You!" Liao Zhen was furious again. "Valuable? Who do you think you are?" Only Su Dachun knew that this was true. This was the current emperor, and his handwritten words were certainly very valuable. As Lin Jiming whispered in Su Dachun's ear, scribbles appeared on the paper, and Su Dachun's ashamed expression began to change. Su and Tang leaned closer to look, their expressions gradually turning to shock. After writing for a moment, Lin Jiming folded the paper and handed it to the maid. "Give it to Miss Susu after I leave." The maid hesitated for a moment, then answered and took it. "My two brothers, I hope we can meet again someday. Farewell." Lin Jiming stood up, cupped his hands in farewell to Su and Tang, and raised an eyebrow at Liao Zhen. "Let's go, young Master Liao." "Humph." Liao Zhen didn't hesitate and followed along with the two people beside him. Su Qian and Tang Yao looked at each other, about to follow them out to see what was happening, when Su Dachun stopped them with one hand. As soon as Liao Zhen stepped out of Yansui Pavilion, he clapped his hands, and 7 or 8 servants ran out from the alley and instantly surrounded Lin Jiming and Su Dachun. Under the moonlight, the servants all looked hostile, probably waiting for Liao Zhen's order to come up and cripple Lin Jiming. Liao Zhen walked up to Lin Jiming with his hands behind his back and sneered. "Weren't you very confident? Didn't you throw noodle soup at me? What, do you have anything else to say? Hurry up and say it." Lin Jiming smiled and said, "I have one question." "You say." "Has the floodwaters in Wuzhou and Hezhou been dredged? Have the disaster victims been properly resettled?" Liao Zhen's expression changed. "What did you say? What does this have to do with me?" "Oh, so it's none of your business now?" Lin Jiming's expression turned cold. "More than 100,000 people have been displaced, while the son of the Huguang provincial governor is indulging in debauchery in the capital and bullying people in the brothel. Dachun, what do you think should be done about this?" Su Dachun chuckled and said, "I'm rather slow-witted and can't think of a solution right now. Let's take this young Master Liao back to our embroidered uniform guards prison first, and I'll think about it slowly." Lin Jiming nodded. "Okay, that works too." Liao Zhen was startled. "What did you say? The embroidered uniform guard?" Su Dachun grinned and raised his hand in the air, making a fist. Suddenly, 50 imperial guards rushed out from all sides and easily knocked Liao Zhen's servants to the ground. Seeing himself surrounded by several layers of people, Liao Jun felt a sudden heat in his crotch and wet himself in fear. My lord! My lord, spare me! I was blind and offended you both, no. Don't arrest me, I don't want to go to the imperial prison! He cried out loudly, and at that moment he didn't care about anything else. He knelt down on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. The two boys with him were also terrified, kneeling down and begging for mercy. We don't know him at all, please spare our lives, sir! Lin Jiming glanced around and saw that many people had been alerted and were looking over curiously. Even the patrolling soldiers were walking in this direction. He waved his hand and said, Take them away. Don't disturb their business. Yes. Su Dachun was about to arrest the man when Liao Jun cried out in distress. The flood in Huguang was not my father's fault. It was the work of the rebels of Taiping Dao. They breached the dikes on the upper reaches of the Xiang River, which caused the flood. My father is innocent too. Wait. Lin Jiming's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What did you just say? The way of peace? Yes, my father has been trying to catch them, but those rebels are too cunning and treacherous, and we can't catch them at all. Your Honor, it's really not my fault. Lin Jiming looked at Su Dachun questioningly, while Su Dachun glanced around and whispered, Let me report back later. It seemed there was more to the story, so Lin Jiming didn't press further and said, Then let's go. The imperial guards escorted the wailing Liao Jun and his group of servants away, including two unfamiliar bystanders. Su Dachun accompanied Lin Jiming back to the palace. The streets of the capital were quiet, and the moonlight was beautiful. Inside the flower hall of Yansui Pavilion, Susu took a piece of paper and opened it. What met her eyes were extremely ugly words, but soon her gaze went blank, her delicate body trembled slightly, as if struck by lightning. A 7-character poem was written on the paper. Lighting a lamp at the bottom of a well illuminates her deeply. Let us walk together for a long time, without playing chess. A delicate die holds a red bean, a symbol of deep longing that penetrates to the bone. The signature reads, A Wanderer in the World. Chapter 43, The Way of Peace. Susu read it several more times, and by then she was already crying her eyes out. Lighting a lamp at the bottom of the well to illuminate her deeply, I earnestly entrust her with my wishes. Before Wan Lang left that year, he repeatedly told Wan Lang that no matter whether he passed the exam or not, he must write to him to let him know that he was safe. Let us not play go together, and let us not break our promise. It's been 3 years, my love. Do you still remember when we parted 3 years ago? But you left and never returned, and there has been no news of you since. The exquisite dice are inlaid with red beans. Do you know how deep my longing for you is? People say that red beans are the best expression of longing. Those red dots that penetrate deep into the bone are precisely the poignant feelings I have been waiting for but cannot have. So, do you know or not? At this moment, the longing she had kept hidden for so long was finally brought to the surface. At the same time, it made her realize more clearly that although she had become the most beautiful woman in the capital, the customers who came every day were only attracted by her beauty. Few people cared about her music, let alone her true feelings. But this person, Lin Feng, who called himself a wanderer from the ends of the earth, revealed the thing he cared about most in his heart, and completely exposed his longing. The flower hall was completely silent. Everyone who could write had written their own poem. Those who didn't have the skill were just there to see the beauty and casually try to appear cultured. Lin Jiming's poem was presented by the maid after all the other poems had been read. Everyone stared intently at Susu, waiting for her to announce the lucky ones who would finally be allowed into her inner room to enjoy tea and listen to music. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't hear anyone call their name. Instead, they saw Susu crying. Su Qian and Tang Yao looked at each other and gave a wry smile. They were probably the only ones present who knew what was going on. Whispers broke out below. What's wrong with Miss Susu? Is someone bullying her? I haven't seen her. She's holding a piece of paper. Could it be that debt collectors have come looking for her? Miss Susu is in debt? Then this young master will pay it off for her. Inside the flower hall, everyone was speculating, and finally, Susu opened her eyes and curtsied to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Su is not feeling well, so she will not be able to invite you to the inner room for tea today. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted in an uproar. Why? What's wrong with Miss Su Su? Don't any of our many poems meet your standards? Su Su shook her head and held up the paper in her hand. The winner has been revealed today, but this young master is gone. Before anyone could ask her any more questions, she choked up and recited the poem clearly, word by word. In an instant, the flower hall fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone fell silent, and some were even moved to tears by the poem. Those men were all scholars, and although they were no longer young, who didn't have the prime of their 20s. And at that time, they had also experienced a love that was unforgettable and unattainable. If they weren't hopelessly in love, why would they spend their days indulging in brothels and revelry? A delicate dye inlaid with red beans, does it know the depth of my longing for you? This sentence struck the softest spot in their hearts, and they couldn't help but think of the beautiful woman they had wronged, or who had been wronged. A middle-aged scholar suddenly stood up, his eyes red, and said loudly, "May I ask Miss Susu's name? With such talent, I wish to befriend him and hope you can introduce me." Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking too." Excellent, excellent. Having heard such a fine work today, I humbly admit defeat." Su Su shook her head, looking at the dark night outside the hall, and said wistfully, "This young master's surname is Lin, given name Feng, and his pen name is Tianya Wanlurin. This is the first time I've met him. It seems that an introduction is a long way off. I really want to see him again, but I don't know." She didn't continue speaking, but there was a thought in her mind that she didn't say aloud. This young Master Lin probably had a story of untold hardship behind choosing such a name. Are you and I, fellow sufferers in this world, both fallen on hard times? The tea ceremony at Yensui Pavilion ended hastily, but no one felt dissatisfied. On the contrary, the poem began to spread throughout the capital at an unimaginable speed, along with a name and a pseudonym. Lin Feng, a wanderer in exile. Now that there's no one around, tell me about the way of peace. The forbidden city was quiet, and the moonlight was bright. Lin Jiming walked slowly and asked Su Dachuan. Su Dachuan organized his thoughts and replied, "The way of great peace is a religion that spread from the previous dynasty to the common people. Their slogan is peace and prosperity for the world, and their original intention was to universally benefit all people and help each other, so it quickly gained widespread popularity. However, over time, the organization and doctrines of the way of great peace have changed. The rules have become lax, and some followers gather at night and disperse during the day, causing trouble. They often use natural disasters as an excuse to organize armed resistance against the court, claiming to be seeking peace for the people. In reality, they are just a bunch of ambitious peasants who want to revel." Lin Jiming nodded. In the few days since he arrived in the Great Wu dynasty, he had roughly figured out the current situation. In short, it was once powerful, but is now declining more and more. Domestic disasters are frequent, powerful enemies surrounded from the borders, the court is corrupt, and the people are suffering. People can't survive, so naturally they have nothing to talk about. Look at the disaster victims outside the capital these days. If they could live well at home, who would want to travel thousands of miles to the capital? This is a harbinger of national ruin. The painful lessons of history told him that if the country did not rectify its situation under these circumstances, rebellion would occur sooner or later. Missionary work has a fine tradition in the Central Plains. For example, in Lin Jiming's previous life, the Ming dynasty was established by Zhu Yuanong, but its foundation was the White Lotus religion. Slogans like, "Don't say that the stone man has only one eye," "Stirring up the Yellow River and the world rebelling," were powerful and easy to remember, and the people were drawn to them. Even though it was later banned, its variants, such as the Jin Chan and Wu Hiwei sects, are still very active in rural towns and villages across the country, with followers almost everywhere. To put it bluntly, any religious sect or sect that wants to attract followers absolutely needs three things: charity, healing, and the promise of a better afterlife. As long as the doctrines are simple and the practices are easy, coupled with these three things, a large number of followers can be developed very quickly. Su Dachuan continued, Actually, there was a rebellion in Sichuan and Guizhou provinces last year, which was later suppressed by General Wei Yuan Li Bingyuan. However, General Li did not receive any commendation from the court. Instead, he was accused of failing to suppress the bandits and embezzling military funds, and was executed. General Li's wife, children, and 3 generations of his family were all beheaded. Only his eldest daughter is missing. She must have escaped. Lin Jiming angrily said. Those who have made contributions are not rewarded, but instead their families are framed and killed. Who the hell gave this order? Su Dachun said. The second Grand Secretary of the Cabinet is Cai Yu, the Minister of Revenue. Very good, I'll remember this for now and settle it with Fatty Kai later. Lin Jiming sneered. Chapter 44 Being an emperor isn't easy. The Ministry of Revenue was something he absolutely needed to control, and Cai Yu was in cahoots with Ning Song, so in Lin Jiming's eyes, Cai Yu was already a dead man. However, now that he is on the throne, he is having a bit of a headache about the Taiping Dao. Su Dachun sighed. Speaking of which, Li Bingyuan was unlucky. His military achievements were coveted by others, so someone reported him and got him killed. Naturally, the military achievements became someone else's. Lin Jiming roared. Who? If I can't kill Cai Yu, why can't I kill him? Su Dachun coughed and said. He has already been executed by His Majesty. He was Chan Yong, the Grand Secretary of the Wenhua Hall. Lin Jiming's face stiffened, and he cursed. Damn it, that old bastard got off easy. What about the one who stole the military merit? Who was it? Former Vice Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Ma Yang, was also executed by His Majesty. Lin Jiming's anger subsided slightly. Although he didn't know General Li, he had unintentionally helped him get revenge, which was not bad. He just didn't know if General Li's eldest daughter was still alive. If he had the chance to see her, he would make it up to her properly. Su Dachun's lips trembled a few times, as if he wanted to say something but dared not. Lin Jiming glanced at him. There are no outsiders here, so feel free to speak your mind. Su Dachun was a little embarrassed and said, Now the people are quite dissatisfied with the court, so they are more likely to accept the way of peace. In fact, the way of peace has indeed done a lot of practical things for the people. For example, as long as they are followers, if they have any needs for food, clothing, money, or medical treatment, someone will quickly deliver them. Last year, when the 2 provinces rebelled, many people secretly helped the rebels and even spread rumors about them, saying that the Taoist masters of the way of peace could summon wind and rain, drive away ghosts and gods, and turn paper into soldiers to fight, etc. Lin Jiming curled his lip. It's just some smoke and mirrors and some publicity. Oh, it's just good hype. Anyone who has taken a physics class knows the basic principles of these tricks, but the vast majority of people in the Great Wu dynasty are illiterate, so these kinds of things are the most persuasive and seductive to them. As expected of His Majesty, truly the most sagacious. Su Dachun flattered, then added, The most outrageous thing is those few compilers in the Hanlin Academy. They are scholar officials who have studied the classics, yet they all believe this statement without a doubt, and even recorded it in the history books. Lin Jiming waved his hand impatiently. Find the book and the people tomorrow, don't let them harm the next generation. Yes. Su Dachun responded happily. He was a military man, and had always disliked these hypocritical scholars. Now he finally had a chance to teach them a lesson. Lin Jiming was not happy. The Taiping Dao, which had been peaceful for many years, resurfaced, making the already troubled Dao dynasty even worse, and making his reign as emperor even more difficult. He himself wanted to be a tyrannical ruler, but he still had to ensure the stability of the country. The resurgence of the Taiping Dao can be attributed to 2 factors. First, they used the most popular and effective methods of the time to create hype, namely, magic and miracles. Second, the local government failed to suppress them effectively and cooperated with them to shirk responsibility by using sorcery. They had arrived outside the Qianqing Palace. Lin Jiming saw Wang Qing waiting at the entrance from afar and ran up to him as he approached. His Majesty. Has the little one made all the arrangements? Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. That's right. Lin Jiming said, then remembered something. Wang Qing, has the Empress Dowager issued an imperial decree appointing you as the Grand Eunuch? Wang Qing bowed his head. I haven't seen it yet. Lin Jiming was dissatisfied. This woman had agreed to everything the other day, so why did she change her mind? She needs some discipline. So he decided to find some time to go and give it another pep talk, to urge him on. Your Majesty. At this moment, Wang Qing handed over a letter and said in a low voice. It was sent by the imperial concubine. Lin Jiming took it. He had always remembered this matter. If Lin Xuan hadn't sent it over, he would have had someone ask for it anyway. There was no other way. He was eager to take control of the Beijing garrison, but he was short of manpower. The envelope wasn't sealed with sealing wax, so he opened it casually. The letter was very simple and straightforward, saying that His Majesty hoped his elder brother could return to the capital, and that His Majesty would arrange for someone to come and tell him in person how to do so. He hoped his elder brother would do his best to receive this great favor. Dachuan, I'm giving you a task. Lin Jiming put the letter back in the envelope and handed it to Su Dachuan, lowering his voice as he said, Select 50 trustworthy Jinyui brothers from your subordinates and send them to deliver a letter to Marquis Xuanwu and Fuayang. Su Dachuan took the letter and casually stuffed it into his underwear. What should I do? The Taiping Dao became increasingly rampant, leading to widespread banditry in Hunan. Lin Jiming finished speaking, and Su Dachuan understood. And Fuyang was transferred to a civil post by Ningsong, but a civil post does not necessarily preclude military merit. For example, he recruited local militia and righteous men, which were the dozens of Jinyui sent by Su Dachuan. They wiped out bandits and pirates in various places and ensured peace in the region. These measures were within the scope of Fuyang's duties as the transport commissioner, so there was nothing wrong with them. Once they achieve certain results, the Jinyui will return to the capital, and the credit will go to Fuyang. With his decisive command and ability to protect the people, he is certainly qualified to compete for the position of Commander-in-Chief of the capital garrison. Your Majesty, I will obey your decree. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the people I have chosen will keep their mouths shut and will not fail Your Majesty's trust. Very good. Each of the brothers on the business trip will receive 100 taels of silver. Send someone over first thing tomorrow morning. Yes. Su Dachuan gladly accepted the order. What a wonderful mission! He would accompany Marquis Xuanwu to suppress bandits. The embroidered uniform guard would have no difficulty dealing with those bandit dens full of peasants, and he would also receive 100 taels of silver. If he could leave, he would have wanted such a cushy job. Wang Qing then said, Your Majesty, Duke Deng Yu of Wei is requesting an audience and has been waiting in the imperial study for nearly 4 hours. Oh? Lin Jiming laughed. I've kept the Duke of Wei waiting for so long. It's my fault. Let's go see him. In the imperial study, Lin Jiming met the leader of the current noble family. Deng Yu wasn't actually that old, only in his 60s, and judging from his appearance, his hair was only slightly gray, and his complexion was quite ruddy. Su Dachuan quietly spread some gossip. The old Duke Deng's youngest daughter was born 2 months ago, proving that he is still vigorous despite his age. Therefore, Deng Yu simply did not want to get involved in the various wars, using his advanced age as an excuse to stay home, earn money, and have children. Your subject Deng Yu pays his respects to Your Majesty. Deng Yu's expression was not good, as if someone owed him hundreds of taels of silver and hadn't paid it back. When he saw Lin Jiming, he didn't pay a proper respect, but just cupped his hands in a perfunctory gesture. Lin Jiming walked to the desk and sat down, asking with a smile, Duke of Wei, what important matter brings you to see me so late? Chapter 45 Planning. Deng Yu's face darkened, and he said, Is Your Majesty asking a question you already know the answer to? This old minister has come for the sake of my son. Lin Jiming was actually quite understanding of him. Because his son spoke without thinking, he, the current duke, had to come to the palace in person to plead for him. However, the emperor was out for a stroll and not at home, so he had to wait for so long in vain. But as a subject, you should still have the proper etiquette. It's one thing to cup your hands, but to look so unhappy is another. Who are you trying to impress? So he said lazily. Oh, then what does the Duke want me to do? Deng Yu didn't stand on ceremony and said directly. I heard that my son was taken away by the embroidered uniform guard. I beg your majesty to return him to this old minister. Once he returns home, this old minister will certainly discipline him properly. Deng Yu showed no mercy to the emperor before him. He knew perfectly well that the emperor was a useless figurehead. A few days ago, he had gone all out and taken back the embroidered uniform guard and the imperial guard. But so what? Based on Deng Yu's understanding of Ning Song, as long as the cabinet intervenes, the power in these two departments can be regained immediately. The late emperor was someone he respected, but this one, He arrived in the afternoon, and has only been drinking tea, not eating anything. Now, as soon as he stands up, his stomach is rumbling. They already looked down on the emperor, and now they were even more resentful. Lin Jiming nodded. Oh, you want me to release your son? No. Deng Yu looked up angrily and said, Your Majesty, my son has been imprisoned in the embroidered uniform guard for a whole day. He should know he was wrong. After all, it wasn't a serious mistake. Why does your Majesty have to hold it against him? Not a big mistake? Lin Jiming smiled, then his smile vanished, and he said coldly, Your son said you think I'm cowardly. I initially thought it was just your son talking nonsense, but now it seems he wasn't lying, is he? Deng Yu was startled and realized that he had said the wrong thing. He could look down on the emperor in his heart, but he could never say it out loud, because no matter how useless the emperor was, he still represented imperial power. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed his head, saying, This old minister dares not. It was just a slip of the tongue in my haste. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Oh, a slip of the tongue? Lin Jiming's face suddenly returned to normal, smiling, like the weather in June. The change was so fast that Deng Yu was a little overwhelmed. Since the Duke says it was a slip of the tongue, I naturally believe him. Lin Jiming seemed to only then realize that Deng Yu was standing, and feigned displeasure, saying, It's been so long, why hasn't anyone brought a stool for the Duke of Wei? Someone, bring him a seat. Deng Yu. Thank you, Your Majesty. All right then. Lin Jiming took a cup of tea that Wang Qing had brewed, took a sip, and said slowly, Your son did not suffer any injustice in the embroidered uniform guard prison, so you can rest assured, Duke. However, he made some very disrespectful remarks in public. Considering your hard work and contributions, although I do not intend to punish him, I still need to punish him a little. So, I will fine him a small amount of money. What do you think, Duke? A fine? Deng Yu was taken aback for a moment, but then it dawned on him. This useless emperor has the court controlled by Ning Song and his daughter, and the imperial treasury is probably already depleted, which is why he is seizing this opportunity to extort money from me. All right, fine me then. My Duke of Wei's mansion may not have much else, but we do have some money. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your great kindness. I do not know how much the fine is, but I will have someone send it to you tomorrow. However, he heard Lin Jiming say, Oh, actually, I don't really need money. Deng Yu? Lin Jiming stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, Duke of Wei, do you know that the Empress Dowager is from Yingtian Prefecture in Nanjing? Deng Yu looked completely bewildered, wondering how the conversation had suddenly shifted from fines to the Empress Dowager. But he still replied, This old minister understands. You know there's a Qinhuai River in Nanjing, right? The Qinhuai River, stretching for 10 miles and steeped in the splendor of 6 dynasties, was Nanjing's premier den of extravagance, and the most prosperous area in the entire Dao region, even surpassing the capital city. The banks of the Qinhuai River were ablaze with lights, adorned with gilded pavilions and rows of painted boats, and gliding gracefully on the water. Countless famous courtesans were born along the river, attracting countless romantic scholars to pursue them. Deng Yu certainly knew about it. He had even been there many times. This old minister knows as well. The Empress Dowager has been away from her hometown for many years and misses Nanjing and the Qinhuai River very much. Deng Yu was getting a little impatient. The emperor was going off on a tangent, and he couldn't help but want to steer the conversation back on track. Lin Jiming then said, The Empress Dowager said that she wants to build a place in the capital as bustling and prosperous as the Qinhuai River, and she has even chosen a location. Deng Yu felt a chill run down his spine and had a bad feeling. However, I heard that the land belongs to the Duke of Wei, so he hopes I can speak with him and see if he would be willing to part with it. Oh, by the way, that place is Rhinoceros Horn Island. Rhinoceros Horn Continent? Deng Yuding stood up angrily. Isn't your Majesty asking for too much? Lin Jiming smiled and asked in return. Is it big? Then why don't you tell me, Duke of Wei, how much silver did you spend to acquire such a large piece of land? If I'm not mistaken, Rhinoceros Horn Island is nearly 10,000 acres in size, which must be worth a lot of silver, right? And how much is the Duke's annual salary? You must have saved up for many years to buy that land, right? Deng Yu was suddenly speechless. Land prices in Dawa vary. For example, ordinary farmland in Hebei and Shandong is worth about 2 taels of silver per mu, but here in the capital, land prices are almost 10 times higher, or even more. Deng Yu himself knew that the area of Rhinoceros Horn Island totaled 8,250 mu, and would be worth several 100,000 taels of silver at market price. But this is only if the person sells and leaves voluntarily. If you want to relocate them, you have to pay a resettlement fee and a relocation fee, but Deng Yu has never paid any of these. He seized the entire Rhinoceros Horn Island by force and coercion, and who knows if there were any deaths involved. Now that the Emperor has brought up this matter, Deng Yu is indeed feeling guilty, but he is very unwilling to just give up the entire area. He glanced at Lin Jiming, pondering whether he should agree first, and then talk to Ning Song tomorrow. Even if it meant sacrificing something, he wanted to thwart this good-for-nothing's plan. Lin Jiming is only in his 20s in this life, but in his previous life he had spent his middle age navigating intrigue and deceit. How could he not see through Deng Yu's ulterior motives? He smiled and patted his hand. Sit down first. I don't care how the Duke of Wei obtained this land. I just want to tell the Duke of Wei that a restaurant on the banks of the Qinhuai River can earn tens of thousands a year, and a cloth shop can earn tens of thousands a year. But if I were to transform the entire Rhinoceros Horn Island into a place as prosperous as the Qinhuai River, guess how much it could earn in a year? Lin Jiming leaned forward and said in a seductive tone, If the Duke is willing to part with it, then I will give you shares and let you play along. Every year we will share the profits. This Rhinoceros Horn Continent does not belong to the Empress Dowager, nor does it belong to me, but it belongs to us. Chapter 46: The Center of the Future. Deng Yu was dumbfounded and completely shocked. To transform Zijiazu into a bustling metropolis like the banks of the Qinhuai River? In his youth, he was a notorious playboy who frequented the Qinhuai River. He knew very well how lively and expensive it was. It's no exaggeration to say that a restaurant can earn tens of thousands of yuan a year, and it might even earn more. And how many restaurants and cloth shops are there along the 10-mile-long Qinhuai River? The area of Zijiazu is much larger than the banks of the Qinhuai River, and there will be more shops that can be opened. Build it, let yourself play it, get dividends. These keywords kept flashing through Deng Yu's mind, and the thought of seeking cooperation with Ning Song had vanished. Make money! Who would complain about having too much money? Moreover, although the Duke's mansion seems to be a large and wealthy family, its expenses are also huge. How much money can they make from their salary alone? They can make money by breaking the law, but he is too timid to do so. Now, the Emperor is leading the development of a commercial district. Although the idea is incredibly far-fetched and absurd, it has to be said, it's too tempting. However, Deng Yu was an old fox after all, and after a moment of excitement, he calmed down. Your Majesty's vision is indeed far-sighted and insightful. This old minister is utterly impressed. However, such a large area requires the construction of roads, the laying of foundations, and the building of structures. Where will those restaurants and shops come from? Where will those, pavilions and courtyards come from? The Qinhuai River was not built in a day. If Zijiazu is to achieve that scale in business, I don't know when it will be. He paused for a moment and then added, Furthermore, the amount of money required to build such a large place is already unimaginable. Where will this money come from? Lin Jiming smiled and said, I am the ruler of a country. As long as I give the word, what difficulty is there in setting up a commercial district? As for the construction costs, who said we need to pay for it ourselves? Deng Yu was dumbfounded and almost uttered a curse. You're not going to pay? Are you planning to fill empty sacks with rice? Lin Jiming waved his hand and continued. There's nothing unbelievable about it. I just need to be the initiator and designate this place as the new commercial center of the capital. Do you think that if those shop owners and merchants heard about this, they would be willing to open a branch in Rhinoceros Horn Island? Deng Yu paused for a moment, then said, I think it might. So, you can open a branch. I'll allocate a piece of land for you, but the land will only be leased, not sold. You can build the building yourself. I'll waive your rent for a year at most. Hiss. Deng Yu had a bit of a toothache. If you put it that way, this matter actually seems to have potential. Anyway, if he had a shop, he would be very willing to go there and open a shop with others. It's the royal territory, a business led by the royal family, and the geographical location of Zijiazu is excellent, with convenient access in all directions. Ships coming to the capital all have to pass through here, so wouldn't money be flowing into Zijiazu from all over the world? Deng Yu took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty has persuaded this old minister. So, I wonder how much of a share Your Majesty will give this old minister, and what Your Majesty needs this old minister to do. Lin Jiming said, I will give Rhinoceros Horn Island to you. You will not need to invest in its development and construction. I will give you 3/10 of the profits. 3%, which is 3%, is a very fair and attractive price for the future scale of Rhinoceros Horn Island. After all, this old minister has offered up the entire piece of land, more than 8,000 mu. A mere 3/10 of an acre is far too little. Deng Yu was not good at leading troops in battle, but he was quick at calculating things related to money. He knew how big a pie this 3/10 was, and he was actually satisfied with it, but he still couldn't suppress his greed and wanted to raise the price. Lin Jiming shook his head. Your descendants of the Deng family can get a 0.3% dividend every year without doing anything. What more do you want? Duke of Wei, you just said that I made too big a statement. Do you think you have a small mouth? Giving you 3 points is already quite generous. There are others to be given as well. It's not just about having land. The vast Rhinoceros Horn Island requires infrastructure, greening, and various supporting facilities, all of which cost money. Where does this money come from? Naturally, it comes from finding investors. And of course, I will give dividends to those who invest. So, in small increments, your 3 points are probably already quite a lot. Deng Yu was getting dizzy listening to this. He was getting on in years and had been waiting for Lin Jiming until now, and it was already late at night. To be honest, his brain wasn't quite up to par. Lin Jiming stood up, walked out of the desk and came to him, lowering his voice and saying, If I remember correctly, in the past 100 years, 2 dukes, 3 marquises and dozens of earls and viscounts of our great will have been impeached and stripped of their honors. How many more years can your Deng family be glorious? How many more years can the others be glorious? This time, not only the Duke of Wei, but also the Duke of Chao, the Duke of Jing and other nobles, I will also try to win them over. This Rhinoceros Horn continent is a business between the royal family and you all. At that time, who could easily move this ironclad group? Boom! One sentence struck Deng Yu like a thunderbolt, shattering his thoughts and bringing him back to clarity. True, their noble group has now banded together, but that's all just a verbal agreement. If something really happens to any of them, the others might not actually do their best. Ning Song and his group of civil officials were like mad dogs, constantly causing trouble for them. They were simply jealous of the remaining wealth of their ancestors. In fact, the nobles had always been trembling with fear and walking on thin ice. However, now the emperor has presented a tremendous opportunity. Under the guise of creating a brand new commercial district, they secretly won over and united all the nobles. When the businesses on Rhinoceros Horn Island complemented each other, everyone was interdependent. Moving one person would affect everyone, and the civil officials could only watch helplessly. A surge of excitement rushed to Deng Yu's head, and he slapped his thigh. Good! This old minister agrees. It was already midnight, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. On the dragon bed, Xia Fengqing lay on Lin Jiming's chest and asked softly, "You went to so much trouble to build Rhinoceros Horn Continent. Is there any benefit for you?" Lin Jiming smiled and said, "Of course there are benefits, but it's not just for me. It benefits the royal family, the nobles, the common people, and the whole world." Xia Fengqing didn't understand. She came from a respectable family and had been well versed in literature since childhood, yet she still didn't understand. Once a rhinoceros horn continent with the capital city as its backdrop is operational, all the resources in the world will be directed towards it, and all intelligence will converge here. This place will become the center of the Great Wu, and even the center of the world. Xia Fengqing opened her mouth in surprise. Lin Jiming saw her clearly in the moonlight. Her rosy lips and snow-white teeth formed a striking color contrast, and there was also the perfectly shaped, "Oh, Qinger, you look so beautiful in the moonlight." Xia Fengqing blushed slightly and asked, "Where is it beautiful? Let me see before I tell you." Lin Jiming spoke softly, and casually pulled up the brocade quilt. "Who is galloping on horseback, weary from the journey?" Chapter 47 Master Tao. "Your Majesty, these are all the land deeds of Rhinoceros Horn Continent." The next morning, the Duke of Wei came again and presented a wooden box containing a thick stack of land deeds. Lin Jiming rubbed his eyes. He was still half asleep in the early morning, but the old man was so excited. He wondered if he should ask him for some beauty secrets so that Gu Qingyi wouldn't say he looked withered and sallow. Leave it there." He yawned, thought for a moment, and said, "As for those who inherited their titles through family connections, I'll trouble you, Duke, to talk to them. I won't get involved. Those with money can contribute money, and those without can contribute manpower." Yes, your old minister obeys." Deng Yu was very excited. The emperor had assigned him this job, which was a lucrative one. Of course, he was just thinking about it and didn't actually intend to take the opportunity to extort or exploit others. The best days were yet to come, and there was no need to scramble for such a small amount of money. "Go and negotiate first. I'll find someone to plan this out properly and then come back to you. There might be some people who won't agree. If they don't agree, then don't worry about them. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be gone forever. Let them regret it later." Of course. Deng Yu agreed with this, and sneered inwardly. If anyone was unwilling, that would be perfect, as he could have a chat with His Majesty and get a bigger share. Wei Guogao, who was over 60 years old, retired, his steps as light as a 16-year-old's. Just as Lin Jiming was about to consider the layout of Rhinoceros Horn Continent, Wan Qing suddenly came to report that Master Tao was requesting an audience. "Oh? Tao Yuanheng?" Lin Jiming laughed, then suddenly took off his coat and started doing squats on the spot. Wang Qing was dumbfounded, not knowing what he was doing. After doing a full 100 squats, Lin Jiming finally stood up and sat down, saying, "Please invite Master Tao in." Wang Qing finally came to her senses. Although she didn't know what Lin Jiming meant, she still responded and turned to leave. Not long after, a lean old Taoist priest entered the hall. "May the Heavenly Venerable grant you boundless blessings. This humble Taoist greets your Majesty." Lin Jiming took a closer look at the old Taoist priest. He was wearing a dark blue Taoist robe, a 9-ridged turban on his head, and a whisk in his left hand. He bowed to Lin Jiming but did not kneel. He just stood there casually, exuding an air of otherworldly elegance. "Master Tao, you've finally arrived." He seemed very eager and enthusiastic, grabbing Tao Yuanheng's hand. "I took your elixir, but why do I feel so hot all over? Look, I don't even need to light a brazier in this imperial study, yet I'm still sweating profusely." The weather was gloomy today, and it was so cold in the imperial study that you could see white mist when you breathed on it. Yet Lin Jiming was only wearing an undergarment, and there was even a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. However, Tao Yuanheng was not surprised. He was the one who refined the elixir, so he knew best what its effects were. "Your Majesty, this pill is called the Supreme 9-Yang Pill. It can dispel cold and evil, strengthen bones and preserve essence. Long-term use will be extremely beneficial to your Majesty's health. Perhaps the Empress will soon conceive a child. Dragon seed? Lin Jiming sneered inwardly. Ji Jinwen has consumed so many of your elixirs, but if he could make his wife pregnant with the dragon seed, would he need to come to me? But his face still showed gratitude and admiration as he nodded repeatedly. Not bad, then I'll trouble you, Immortal Master, to go back and refine a few more batches for me. This time there are only 20, I'm afraid it won't be enough for me, ha ha ha. May the Heavenly Venerable grant you boundless blessings. This humble Taoist will humbly obey your holy decree. Tao Yuanheng nodded calmly, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Wang Qing, standing to the side, finally realized what His Majesty had been doing. He didn't like this Taoist priest and knew perfectly well that he was deceiving the emperor. Now, seeing His Majesty pretending to fool the old Taoist priest, Wang Qing was genuinely happy and relieved, and at the same time, he found it amusing. Our emperor seems quite different from before. He used to be like a madman, hysterical, but now he's suddenly become adorable? Interesting. He didn't know how to evaluate it, but he felt that His Majesty had become smarter. He was just an old fox who didn't realize that His Majesty had seen through his tricks long ago, yet he was still putting on an act. Lin Jiming also thought the old Taoist priest acted quite well. In his time, he would definitely have been able to fool a lot of old men and women in the park. Xia Fengqing had told him that Tao Yuanheng was one of the few people Ji Jinwen had trusted in recent years. Of course, since he was sidelined by Ning Song and his daughter, he had no one he could trust. Over the years, Tao Yuanheng had refined many elixirs for him, and Ji Jinwen had bestowed upon him the honorific title of Chongling Jingjuan. Regardless of whether the old Taoist priest was hired by Ning Song to plot against the emperor, Lin Jiming was very disgusted by the matter of alchemy. What are elixirs? They are things that alchemists concocted to fool emperors in exchange for wealth and status. In previous dynasties, alchemy was highly sought after by the royal family. The emperors of all dynasties were even more obsessed with alchemy than the history books Lin Jiming had read described. More than a dozen emperors died from elixirs, eventually becoming so engrossed in cultivating immortality that they neglected state affairs, which led to their overthrow and the establishment of the Great Wu Dynasty. The emperors of the Great Wu Dynasty took this as a warning and none of them ever touched such things. However, it was only in Ji Jinwen's generation that he was forced into power and suppressed to the point of helplessness. Under Ning Song's scheme, he became obsessed with cultivating immortality and elixirs. The final result was that he stumbled upon Lin Jiming and Xia Fengqing making love and collapsed from anger. This shows how weak the elixirs had made his body. Lin Jiming didn't plan to deal with Tao Yuanheng now, because killing Tao Yuanheng would be easy, but it would expose his physical condition, and Ning Song would likely find other ways to deal with him. What brings you here today, Immortal Master? Wang Qing moved a chair over for Tao Yuanheng to sit down, and Lin Jiming asked. The other night, I observed the stars and saw that the 5 planets were divided in the sky and gathered in the east. This is an auspicious sign. Tao Yuanheng bowed again with a devout and solemn expression. Oh? Lin Jiming immediately perked up and asked excitedly. Please enlighten me, Immortal Master, what is this auspicious omen? Tao Yuanheng said. When our Wu dynasty was founded, there were 5 stars in a line and a phoenix brought a heavenly book. This event is recorded in the annals of Emperor Wu. Is your Majesty aware of this? The green leaves are lush and the red flowers are faded. Is this just a case of using mythology to fill in the gaps in the boasting? Lin Jiming inwardly complained, but on his face he nodded solemnly. Of course I know. Immortal Master, please tell me, what should I do now that the 5 planets are aligned? Will my Wu dynasty prosper again? Tao Yuanheng suddenly stood up. Please forgive my presumptuous words, Your Majesty, before I dare to speak. Lin Jiming waved his hand. Granted. Immortal Master, please speak freely. I will not punish you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tao Yuanheng bowed, then raised his head and said solemnly. The Great Wu Kingdom is currently in turmoil, with many natural disasters. I have consulted a divination for Your Majesty, and it is the Water Mountain Difficulty Hexagram. The hexagram says that the mountains are high and the waters are deep, making the journey difficult. This is all because your Majesty's dragon energy is weak. You must find an auspicious location and hold a grand Taoist ritual to strengthen your dragon energy and stabilize the country. Lin Jiming was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. All right, I approve, and I have already chosen the auspicious burial site. Chapter 48 I Decide. The I Ching and Bagua were too profound for Lin Jiming to understand, but he roughly knew what the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony was and understood Tao Yuanheng's meaning. Taoism has grand sacrificial ceremonies such as the Universal Ritual, the Zhou Tian Ritual, and the Luo Tian Ritual, which are among the most solemn activities in Taoist fasting and ritual ceremonies. Luo Tian means all the heavens, encompassing all the heavens and the earth. Refers to a religious ceremony, and refers to the scale of the ceremony. The purpose of holding the grand ritual is to pray for national peace and prosperity, and for favorable weather. This is a good thing. With so many disasters this year, holding a grand Taoist ritual is more reassuring to the people than issuing an imperial decree. As for Tao Yuanheng's claim that his dragon aura was weak, he didn't care at all. He was focused on the auspicious position mentioned by Tao Yuanheng. What a coincidence! Ha ha! Tao Yuanheng was taken aback. Have you chosen a place? I wonder which place your Majesty is referring to? Lin Jiming pointed northwest. Outside the capital, Rhinoceros Horn Island. Could it be that a master geomancer investigated and informed His Majesty? No, I mean there is there. Tao Yuanheng's expression finally changed, and he looked rather unhappy. Your Majesty, the Jinji position is related to the fate of the Great Wu Kingdom, and it cannot be treated so lightly. Is this child's play? I am the Emperor, the Son of Heaven. If I say a place is auspicious, then it will surely be auspicious. Tao Yuanheng was silent for a moment, then asked, Why did your Majesty choose this place? Lin Jiming revealed a bright smile. Because I want to make Rhinoceros Horn Island the most extravagant place in the world. Since the Immortal Master is going to hold the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony anyway, why not just hold it there? While praying for good weather and a good harvest, he can also help spread my reputation. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Tao Yuanheng's lips twitched. It was clear that if he weren't a monk, he might have already sworn. What, does the Immortal Master think that what I say is not golden words? Lin Jiming looked a little unhappy. Tao Yuanheng took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, the auspicious location needs careful geomancy to determine. Your Majesty's words are indeed infallible, but still. Lin Jiming interrupted. Then that's settled? Forget about geomancy. Let's just go with Rhinoceros Horn Island. I'm so bored staying in the palace all day, I just want to create a place to play in the future. Does the Immortal Master think there's anything wrong with that? Lao Tzu is here to pray for the well-being of the world. Although that thing is just a way to fool people, you've created such a huge area just to build a place to play? You tyrant! Tao Yuanheng was quite helpless. His purpose in proposing the Luotian Grand Ritual was very simple, because Grand Secretary Ning Song said that the world was at peace recently, and he wanted to hold a ritual in the name of the cabinet to appease the people and to enhance the reputation of the cabinet, especially Ning Song. Tao Yuanheng, on the other hand, will receive even more direct benefits. His reputation as a Taoist master will grow even stronger, and his Dade Temple will become even more popular. Countless sums of money and a higher status await him. Perhaps he will be the next Taoist celestial master. All of this was originally part of his plan, and he was quite pleased with himself. But now that the Emperor had spoken, most of his plans had been ruined. Of course, he can still make money as usual, and his reputation will still be established, but he may not be able to achieve what Grand Secretary Ning Song was hoping for. I understand. Then, as your Majesty said, the grand ritual of Luo Tian will be held in Rhinoceros Horn Island. I will go and make preparations and choose an auspicious day to begin the ritual. That's right. Immortal Master, just go ahead and make the arrangements. If you need money, just ask the cabinet. I will grant it all. Lin Jiming wasn't stupid. He had already guessed the purpose of this Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. Since that old dog Ning Song wanted to gain fame, he couldn't possibly make me pay for it, could he? So naturally, whoever proposes the plan should pay for it. As for whether that old dog Ning Song can still gain fame, that's none of my business. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tao Yuanheng was speechless and left. He had barely left when Lin Jiming put his clothes back on. The craze for squats has passed, it's so cold now. Just then, a eunuch suddenly appeared outside the door and announced loudly, Empress Dowager's decree, Your Majesty, receive the decree. Lin Jiming raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even gone to find this woman yet, but she had come to him first. Could it be that she had come to promote Wang Qing? He remained seated and said, Come in. What imperial decree is it? Read it. The one who entered was a young eunuch with a haughty and aloof expression. After entering the hall, he did not read out the imperial edict, but instead raised his chin and said coldly, The Empress Dowager's imperial edicts must be heard by Your Majesty while you are standing. It is disrespectful for Your Majesty to receive the edict while sitting down. Lin Jiming laughed. Last time he killed an old eunuch who didn't know his place and had no sense of propriety. He didn't expect that there would be someone who was not afraid of death to provoke him. What's wrong with the Empress Dowager? Even if I'm lying down, she has to move herself, let alone sit. What kind of imperial decree is this? I'll just point one finger at her, Cato's hand, and see if she's scared. Wang Qing, slap him. He ignored the little eunuch and waved his hand dismissively. The young eunuch's expression suddenly changed, and he said urgently, This servant is here to read the Empress Dowager's edict, Your Majesty. Wang Qing came over, grabbed him, and slapped him 20 times in quick succession, with both hands. The crisp slapping sounds echoed in the imperial study. The little eunuch's originally fair face visibly became fleshy and red. After the slapping was finished, Lin Jiming said, Can you read it now? If you can't, I'll give your mouth another blessing. Yes, yes, yes. The little eunuch hurriedly admitted defeat, took out a roll of yellow silk, opened it, and read aloud. The Empress Dowager has decreed that Prince Zhao has recently been studying his lessons and has written an essay entitled Exhortation to Learning. I have observed that his words are fresh and his writing style is upright, and he is quite intelligent. Therefore, I wish to have Prince Zhao become a student of Lu Yunsong, the Grand Secretary of the Hall of Preserving Harmony, and enter the cabinet to observe politics, so that he may assist Your Majesty in the future. Your Majesty may grant this request. The little eunuch's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his reading was mumbled. Lin Jiming frowned and barely managed to listen, and surprisingly, he understood almost everything. King Zhao? That brat Qi Jingyi? He wrote an essay on encouraging learning, which the Empress Dowager thought was good, so she wanted him to take someone as his teacher and even sent him to the cabinet to observe government affairs? Quite capable, entering the cabinet at the age of 10 to learn how to handle government affairs. He seems to be thinking of himself and is very brotherly and respectful. But Lin Jiming is not stupid. This is Ning Song and his daughter's preparation for their own deaths in 3 months, and then supporting the Prince of Zhao to ascend the throne. The young eunuch nervously handed the yellow silk to Wang Qing, instructing him to pass it to the emperor's desk. He then took out several sheets of paper filled with writing and handed them over. Lin Jiming took it. The title on the paper read, Encouraging Learning. Looking further down, the characters are written neatly and tidy. To be honest, it's quite impressive for a 10-year-old to have such skill. Youthful hardships are for a lifetime. The sea of learning is vast and boundless, so one must not waste time in laziness. Lin Jiming couldn't read more than 2 or 3 sentences. Is this what you call well written? Ning Daishi probably hasn't seen anything high-class or sophisticated. The young eunuch eagerly awaited his reply, because the Prince of Zhao's entry into the cabinet was a matter for the royal family, and it required the emperor's approval. Even though Ning Song was all-powerful, it was inconvenient for him to speak about this matter. Snap! Lin Jiming threw the article directly on the ground. Chapter 49 Bathing, just right. Lin Jiming said with a mocking expression. That's it. The Empress Dowager thinks it's excellent? The young eunuch trembled with fear and dared not utter a sound. Wang Qing, grind the ink, Lin Jiming said calmly. I will write one and let the Empress Dowager see what constitutes a good article. Wang Qing quickly stepped forward to grind the ink, laid out the paper, and weighed it down with a white jade Shilin paperweight. Lin Jiming picked up his brush, pondered for a moment, and wrote 2 characters on the paper, also titled Exhortation to Learning. Then he wrote with a flourish, and neat, albeit not particularly beautiful, regular script characters appeared on the paper. Indigo dye is extracted from the indigo plant, yet it is bluer than the plant itself. Ice is made from water, yet it is colder than water. Wang Qing stood by, his eyes widening as more and more words appeared on the paper. I have pondered all day long, but it is not as good as a moment of learning. I have stood on tiptoe to look into the distance, but it is not as good as climbing high to see a wider view. What awe-inspiring and thought-provoking words these are. The opening uses an analogy to illustrate the subject, which is very inspiring and encouraging. It also profoundly and powerfully elucidates the central argument, and motivates people to forge ahead. Therefore, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without accumulating small streams, one cannot form a great river or sea. As the wise man said, learning should never cease. After writing the last word, Lin Jiming put down his pen and clapped his hands. Ah! Wang Qing exclaimed in surprise, lifted his robe and knelt down, excitedly shouting. Your Majesty's writing is superb! Superb! This article is not very long, but it cleverly uses various comparisons to subtly express the difference between learning and not learning, and between accumulating knowledge and not accumulating knowledge. Learning is a process of accumulation. There are no shortcuts to learning well. It can only be achieved through long-term, continuous accumulation. That last sentence is the finishing touch. Learning should never stop. Wang Qing was so excited that he trembled all over. Who said our emperor is a foolish and incompetent ruler? You damn well better step forward and say that. This article is far superior to Zhao Wang's, even among the current Hanlin Academy. It's hard to imagine anyone could write something like it. Try it if you don't believe me. Lin Jiming picked up the article, blew on the ink to dry it, and said to the little eunuch, It's good that 7th brother is eager to learn, but he should know his own limitations. Who would want to listen to this piece of rubbish to persuade someone to study? Would you want to listen to it? The little eunuch below stammered, not daring to make a sound. A slap in the face finally made him realize that no matter how useless the emperor was, he was still the emperor. The Empress Dowager could despise him, and the Chief Minister Ning could despise him, but who did he think he was? Yes, my own garlic cloves had already been harvested long ago. Lin Jiming handed his essay on exhortation to the young eunuch and said calmly, Go and show it to the Empress Dowager. Also, have the 7th prince copy it 100 times and hand it in before sunset today. In addition, tell the Empress Dowager that the 7th prince still needs to practice his studies. It's not appropriate for him to enter the cabinet to observe politics. If his mind is not settled, he should go to the Buddhist hall for half a month to calm down. For a 10-year-old child, going to a Buddhist temple to meditate and sitting motionless all day would be more painful than any punishment. Besides, meat is not allowed in Buddhist temples. The young eunuch bowed and accepted the gift, then withdrew without saying a word. Lin Jiming leaned back and let out a long breath. Should we say that Lao Qi is just a child and doesn't understand, or that he has ambitions at such a young age? Honestly, I have to force myself to deal with him. If he ever pisses me off, I'll kill him without any guilt. After all, my surname is Lin, not Ji, so killing you wouldn't be considered fratricide. He silently thanked his former Chinese teacher. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have remembered Xuanzi's timeless masterpiece. Even though he had forgotten a lot when he wrote it, he had forgotten the opening sentence at the end. But judging from Wang Qing's expression, it seemed to have worked quite well. Furthermore, while Confucianism exists in this time and space, it has a different literary founder. There are no Confucius, Mencius, or Xuanzi, and no great poets like Li Bai, Li Shangyin, Su Shi, or Nailan Xingde. Just yesterday, I used Wen Tingyin's poem to soothe Su Su's fragile heart, and today I'm using Xuanzi's exhortation to learning, to urge Lao Qi to study hard. Ah, the feeling of pretending to be a beau is so wonderful. Today, he was woken up early by the Duke of Wei, and spent half the day wits and battles with Tao Yuanheng and the Empress Dowager. Lin Jiming felt very tired, so he returned to his palace and planned to take a restorative nap. The palace door was tightly closed, and 2 palace maids stood outside. Upon seeing Lin Jiming arrive, they quickly knelt and bowed. Lin Jiming asked curiously, "Is the Empress taking a nap?" The palace maids exchanged furtive glances and replied, "Her Majesty is bathing. Please wait a moment." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Jiming's eyes lit up. He recalled the night he first met Xia Fengqing. The water in the wooden tub rippled, and the mist was thick, obscuring everything, yet making it all the more alluring. "What do you mean by later? She is my Empress. What is there to hide?" Lin Jiming said righteously, then pushed open the door and went inside, closing it behind him. Behind the beaded curtain in the inner room, a large wooden tub sat, still shrouded in the same mist as that day, and still holding the image of that beautiful woman bathing. Flower petals were scattered on the surface of the water in the wooden tub. A pair of snow-white arms gently scooped up the water and poured it onto her shoulders. Water droplets slowly trickled down her collarbone. Although it wasn't the first time Lin Jiming had seen Xia Fengqing's body, he was still amazed by it. At this moment, he had already forgotten what Gu Qingyi had said yesterday. In fact, even if he had remembered, he would have forgotten it all by now. What's the difference between being withered and decaying? If you can resist such beauty, what's the difference between you and someone who's already withered and decayed? Real men, just go for it. He quietly removed his coat and stepped forward. Xia Fengqing had been practicing martial arts since childhood and had amazing hearing. She had already noticed someone coming in. She thought it was the 2 palace maids, so she lazily said, "I told you there's no need to serve me. You can go and rest for a while." A voice rang out from behind. "My Qing'er is taking a bath, how could I not serve her? There's no way she'll rest, she'll never rest in this lifetime." Xia Fengqing exclaimed in surprise, then said in embarrassment and anger, What do you want to do in broad daylight?" Lin Jiming grinned mischievously. "Guess? Hee hee. Get out. No. No. No." Chapter 50 How Great It Would Be to Be a Tyrant. After the naval battle, Cao Cao was defeated, and Lin Jiming was also defeated. He slept until evening, feeling weak in the legs and sore in the back. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Xia Fengqing nestled against his chest, her bright eyes gazing at him intently, unblinking. Lin Jiming leaned over and kissed her, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Xia Fengqing shook her head. "I was thinking, if you weren't the emperor and I weren't the empress, we could build a small courtyard in the mountains and live a simple and peaceful life. That would seem better than what we have now." Lin Jiming smiled and said, "There is no absolutely peaceful and safe place in the world. Even if we hide in the mountains, we will still be discovered. Even if we are not discovered, what about our descendants? What about their descendants? When foreign enemies invade, our homes are destroyed, and lives are lost, what will they do?" Xia Fengqing bit her lip and remained silent. Lin Jiming hugged her tighter and whispered, "So it's better to do what I can while I'm still the emperor. Besides, that old dog Ning Song is watching me like a hawk, and I can't escape him. Since I can't escape him, I might as well fight him to the death." "But aren't you going a bit too far with some of the things you're doing now? Aren't you afraid that Ning Song might lose his temper one day and take action against you without any regard for the consequences? So I have to be a tyrant, a man. He can't figure out what I'm thinking, so he'll have some reservations. Ah, a tyrant, there are some advantages to this." "Yes, I'm sorry to trouble you." Xia Fengqing nodded obediently, looking at the sunset outside the window, which was already mostly gone, and sighed. "It's so beautiful. If only I could watch the sunrise and sunset with you every day from now on." "Well, I prefer the endless gentleness of the sunset to the magnificent light of sunrise." "Why?" "Because I can't get up in the morning." You really are cut out to be a tyrant." The sun set, and the 100 copies of Exhortation to Learning that Zhao Wan had punished him with were delivered on time. Lin Jiming did not imagine that he would feel wrong. Since he dared to try to take what did not belong to him, then he should accept the corresponding punishment. Lin Jiming felt that he was already being very kind by not giving him a set of math problems to do. Meanwhile, inside the Wenyuan Pavilion, chaos erupted. He Li, Grand Secretary of the Wenyuan Pavilion, Lu Yunsong, Grand Secretary of the Baoha Hall, Zhou Qin, Grand Secretary of the Wuying Hall, along with the 6 ministries' censors and a group of civil officials, gathered around an article, discussing it animatedly. However, their attitudes differed. He Li and Zhou Qin were excited. The useless and incompetent ruler in everyone's eyes had actually written such an amazing article, which completely shocked them. Meanwhile, the nitpicking officials of the 6 ministries believed that the emperor must have had a ghostwriter write it. They argued that with his level of literary skill, he couldn't believe he needed eunuchs to draft even an imperial edict. They wondered if he was trying to show off his literary talent to slowly regain control of the court. As for Ning Song and Kai Yu, the Minister of Revenue, they were elegantly sipping tea on the side. The commotion here had nothing to do with them. What did it matter whether the article was written by the emperor or not? Even if it was well written, so what? In the corner was another person, Su Wenzhong, the Minister of War. He appeared to be reading a memorial, but his eyes were not focused at all. Instead, they flickered slightly, revealing the fluctuations in his heart. Moreover, the corners of his mouth were slightly curved into a barely perceptible arc. As for what he was thinking, no one knows. Just then, a man rushed in from outside shouting, "An urgent military report from 800 li away!" Ning Song raised an eyebrow. "Present it immediately!" The man was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was clearly exhausted from his long journey. He struggled to pull a bamboo tube from his waist and handed it over. As soon as it was in Ning Song's hand, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ning Song personally uncorked the bamboo tube, took out a slip of paper, and read. In Zhejiang province, bandits attacked Taizhou, massacred more than 50 villages, and the cities of Ninghai, Lihai, Tiantai, and Xianju fell. The prefect of Taizhou was assassinated, and 1,000 household commander of the Zhejiang garrison of the Embroidered Uniform Guard died in the line of duty. The Wenyuan Pavilion was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Su Wenzhong shouted. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and summon the imperial physician!" Everyone seemed to wake from a dream. The person closest to the door rushed out, while Su Wenzhong quickly stepped forward, helped the messenger up, and propped his head up. Before long, the imperial physician arrived and used acupuncture, medicine, and other methods to stop the bleeding. After a short while, the person finally woke up. Su Wenzhong, as the Minister of War, was the first to ask, "What happened? Tell me in detail." The man took a breath and said weakly, "Taizhou could have been held, after all, the bandits were only a few thousand strong. But the night before last, several fires suddenly broke out in Taizhou, causing chaos. Prefect Lu personally led troops to patrol the city, but was assassinated and beheaded on the spot. The murderer then fled and was not captured." As he said this, he couldn't help but cough. Su Wenzhong personally brought him a cup of tea, held his head, and fed him a few sips. "Thank you, sir." Although the man did not know Su Wenzhong's identity, he saw the official robe with the rank of a second-grade official. He was a high-ranking official, but he did not know which department he was a minister of. He continued, "After the death of the prefect, the assistant prefect immediately tried to quell the commotion, but the city gates were opened by someone and 5,000 bandits stormed in. The Taizhou garrison was caught off guard and fled in defeat. My Imperial Guard commander, Lord Lu, led his entire guard to meet the enemy, but was wounded by a stray arrow and died in battle. The assistant prefect of Taizhou arrived in time, and the bandits fled. 127 of my Imperial Guards were killed in action, and although the rest were rescued, most of them were seriously injured." His expression turned very sad as he said this. Su Wenzhong asked, "What is your position?" "Your humble servant is Zhou Jiafeng, Deputy Commander of the Zhejiang garrison of the Embroidered Uniform Guard." After Zhou Jiafeng finished speaking, he said urgently, "Sir, please hurry to rescue them. The bandits are extremely cunning. This was just a coincidence. They never enter the city normally, but only harass the people outside the city. If we do not wipe them out soon, countless people will be poisoned and harmed." He paused and then added, "Furthermore, the opening of the Taizhou city gates and the assassination of the prefect have led our embroidered uniform guard to uncover some clues, which we suspect were the work of the Taiping Dao, a remnant of the previous dynasty." "The way of peace?" Su Wenzhong's eyebrows furrowed. He was an upright man. No matter how much trouble the Taiping Dao rebels caused, that should be a matter for their own private affairs. But if they colluded with the bandits in secret, that would be a different, even more heinous act. Ning Song and Kai Yu exchanged a glance, their expressions not looking too good. Bang! Su Wenzhong slammed his hand on the table and looked at Ning Song. "Grand Secretary Ning, Grand Secretary Kai, I will take charge of dealing with the bandits, but as for the Taiping Dao, please come up with a plan." A surprised voice suddenly came from outside the door. "The way of the peace again? Is this never going to end?" Everyone turned around and saw Lin Jiming standing at the entrance of Wenyuan Pavilion. Chapter 51, Dividing the Army into 3 Routes. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they all bowed in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty! Long live the Emperor!" Only 3 people present did not kneel. One of them was Zhou Jiafeng, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. He was seriously injured and exhausted from traveling 1,000 miles, and now he could hardly move. One of them was Su Wenzhong, the Minister of War, who was half squatting and supporting Zhou Jiafeng, holding a teacup in his hand. The last one was Grand Secretary Ning Song. When Lin Jiming arrived, he remained seated in his armchair. Only after everyone knelt down did he slowly stand up and cup his hands in greeting. Lin Jiming had no time to argue with him about these things. She simply nodded, walked into the hall, and looked around with a rather unpleasant expression. "Can anyone tell me exactly what happened?" Before anyone could respond, a 7th-rank official solemnly said, "Your Majesty, the military situation is urgent. The cabinet is about to discuss countermeasures. Please excuse us for the time being." Lin Jiming turned her head to look at him. "Who are you?" The man puffed out his chest. "Your humble servant is Lu Zhang, supervising secretary of the Ministry of Justice." Lin Jiming nodded and waved his hand. "Drag him out and behead him." Su Dachun responded and entered, grabbing Lu Zhang and dragging him out. Lu Zhang was greatly alarmed and shouted urgently, "I am a supervising secretary of the 6 ministries, and I am in charge of remonstrating with the Emperor. What crime have I committed? What crime have I committed?" Ning Song raised an eyebrow and slowly spoke up. "The Great Wu Law established by Emperor Taizu stipulates that officials who offer advice should not be punished for doing so, Your Majesty." Lin Jiming coldly interrupted him, saying, "The Emperor Taizu asked you to offer advice, not to argue. Even I cannot listen to matters of state. Who gave you the audacity?" After saying that, Su Dachun waved his hand and dragged him out without delay. Lu Zhang cried, begged for mercy, and even cursed all the way until he finally fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The recent emperor made them feel completely unfamiliar with him. The former Honghua emperor was irritable and easily angered, like a Manan, but he did not take any effective action and often just raged in a state of impotence. He once stormed into the cabinet to participate in political discussions, but was persuaded to return by Ning Song and the officials. He could only swallow his anger and then return to the harem to humiliate and abuse the palace maids. But today he not only came, but also so decisively and ruthlessly slaughtered one of Ning's dogs. Ning Song felt the throbbing vein on his forehead, a bad feeling creeping over him. What kind of trouble was this good-for-nothing going to cause today? The 6 ministries of censors were originally established for the 6 ministries of personnel, revenue, rights, war, justice, and works. They were responsible for attending to the emperor, offering advice and remonstrances, filling in gaps in the records, and assisting the emperor in handling memorials. They were a supervisory body of the 6 ministries directly responsible to the emperor, and to put it bluntly, they were the emperor's henchmen. But today this lackey dared to speak disrespectfully to the emperor. Just like the previous embroidered uniform guard, disobedient dogs should be killed and not kept alive. Lin Jiming had just finished eating at the Qianqing Palace and was strolling through the back garden with Xia Fengqing. It really was the back garden. Suddenly, Su Dachuan rushed over to report that there was an urgent report from 800 li away, concerning various coastal areas of Zhejiang province. He then hurried to the cabinet to see what was going on. He was already in a bad mood because of the invading bandits, and this censor from the Ministry of Justice was so blind as to betray him. What else was there to say? He was killed. Don't think I didn't see that old dog Ning Song winking at you. If you want to take my life after I'm dead, go find him. Ning Song forced himself to swallow his anger, and ultimately decided not to argue with him. This wasn't a situation where he alone had the final say. There was also Su Wenjong, who was always against him, and He Li, the emperor's newly acquired confidant. In addition, there were several neutral officials watching the show from the sidelines. Before he had complete control of the situation, he was unwilling to openly fall out with the emperor. 3 months, almost there. Lin Jiming walked into the Wenyuan pavilion with his hands behind his back, and this time no one dared to object. Grand Secretary Su, you are loyal and upright. Tell me, what has happened? Many people were spitting blood upon hearing this. There were so many people in the Wenyuan pavilion, and you only said that Su Wenjong was upright, so we were all traitors and sycophants. Su Wenjong helped Zhou Jiafeng sit down against the wall, straightened up, and briefly recounted what had happened. He concluded by saying, "This old minister is about to draft a memorial to respond swiftly. Okay, you guys start drafting." Lin Jiming sat down to the side, and whether it was intentional or not, he sat opposite Ning Song. The Ministry of War acted the fastest, quickly drafting a memorial to the throne. The document states, "The bandits have been massacring villages along the coast for several days. It is expected that they will head inland. The Zhejiang military commissioner is ordered to send troops to Cizhou and Wuzhou to ambush them and annihilate them as soon as possible. No omissions are allowed." After finishing the document, the Ministry of War hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to show it to his eldest son, Su Wenjong, or to the emperor first. Lin Jiming beckoned, and the clerk had no choice but to present the prepared memorial with both hands. "Grand Secretary Su, let's go together." Lin Jiming placed the memorial on the table, and Su Wenjong, without any ceremony, came over. Su Wenjong frowned after just one glance, and Lin Jiming looked up at him. "Grand Secretary Su, are these your household documents?" "Yes." "Transfer him to the Jiafangxi, a government-run entertainment institution, to work as a gatekeeper. His brain isn't suited for the Ministry of War." Everyone was stunned again. This clerk was very low-key and hadn't offended Lin Jiming in any way, so why were they going to take action against him? But to their surprise, Su Wenjong also nodded. "Yes." The clerk was greatly alarmed. "Your Majesty, Your Excellency, could it be that I have made some mistake?" "You're so wrong." Lin Jiming pointed at the memorial and said, "Who told you the bandits would go inland? Do you know what kind of terrain Cizhou has? It's all mountains. The bandits are here to make money, so of course they'll just rob the coast and then go back to the sea to hide. Do you think they'd go into the mountains to hunt wild boars?" The eyes of all the civil officials gradually widened as they stared at Lin Jiming in disbelief. This good-for-nothing actually knows about Cizhou. They might not even know. Look at Caillou, the big shot over there. He's a Fujianese, and he's completely clueless. Su Wenjong glanced at Lin Jiming, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, a light mixed with surprise and astonishment. Only Zhou Jiafeng, who was half lying down, said with difficulty, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Cizhou is in Zhejiang and borders Wenzhou, it is surrounded by rolling mountains and towering peaks, which is a typical southwestern mountain landscape. The bandits hide on the islands and use speedboats and small boats to rob and leave. Naturally, they would not go to the mountains." After reading books and questioning Xia Fengqin for so many days, Lin Jiming discovered that the terrain and map of this great Wu dynasty were almost identical to those of his previous life on Blue Star, meaning that this was a parallel space to Blue Star. That's why he succinctly described the terrain of Cizhou and the characteristics of the bandits, subtly showing off in front of everyone. Su Wenjong pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Then, in your Majesty's opinion, where should we send troops?" "With the assassination of the prefect of Taizhou, chaos will inevitably ensue in the city, and the bandits will surely return. We will divide our forces into 3 groups. The Imperial Guards will search on horseback, the Navy will cut off their retreat at sea, and the military commissioner will act swiftly upon hearing the news. Lin Jiming pointed at the map and said in a firm and unquestionable tone, "If I want these bandits, they may come, but they cannot leave." Chapter 52. I Can Be Sweet Too. A brief silence fell over the Winyuan pavilion. Everyone stared at Lin Jiming as if they were seeing him for the first time. It wasn't that what he said was outrageous, but rather that everyone present was an elite of the court, and they all knew that Lin Jiming's decision at that moment was very appropriate and reliable. Is this Emperor Honghua? That good-for-nothing who only dared to vent his anger by beating up palace maids after being bullied by Ning Song? Su Wenjong let out a barely perceptible breath and nodded emphatically. "Your subject will obey your Majesty's decree." Ning Song's forehead veins throbbed again. He really didn't want Lin Jiming to stand out in front of everyone, but today's events happened so suddenly that he was completely unprepared. Now that things have come to this point, and Su Wenjong has already given his approval, the military situation is extremely urgent, and even if he wanted to oppose them, he couldn't choose this time. He showed no emotion on his face, and after ordering someone to transcribe it, he said, "Someone, quickly send it to you at palace to ask the Empress Dowager to use the seal." The eunuch on duty at Winyuan Pavilion was about to come over when Lin Jiming suddenly said, "Empress Dowager, the soldiers and civilians along the coast are suffering terribly. This matter should be handled as soon as possible." As he spoke, he took out the imperial seal from his bosom and stamped it directly on the transcribed document. With a snap, it seemed to awaken everyone from their slumber. "So it's settled already? Weren't you just sidelined? Weren't you the one causing trouble and acting like a tyrant in the harem while the Empress Dowager was ruling from behind the curtain?" Ning Song's face finally showed displeasure. "Your Majesty, matters of state and military affairs are not child's play." Lin Jiming glanced at him. "Are you the son or am I the son?" Ning Song was speechless for a moment. "So whether you are a son or not doesn't matter to me whether I use the seal or not." Lin Jiming took the opportunity to make a joke and then ignored him, saying to Su Wenjong, "Speed is of the essence in war." Su Wenjong accepted the document bearing the seal. "Your old minister obeys the decree." Thus, the first imperial edict personally issued by Emperor Honghua of the Great Wu Dynasty was born. It was sent to the Zhejiang Provincial Military Command by express courier, and the military, Navy and Jinhui Imperial Guard cooperated to begin the plan to suppress the bandits. Lin Jiming felt extremely relieved. This confrontation ended with his ultimate victory, which made him very satisfied. This also means that from then on, he and the Empress Dowager were completely locked in a power struggle. Even if there were any matters that required his decision in the future, the Empress Dowager would gradually become a dispensable figure, until she slowly faded from the sight of the officials and eventually stopped ruling from behind the curtain, returning all imperial power to him. However, this is also a very long process. Ning Song's strength is beyond what he can currently contend with. The Empress Dowager is also a person of great power in the harem. If it weren't for Lin Jiming using the excuse that he still has 3 months to live, Ning Song might have already broken off relations and attacked him. With military affairs settled, the next step is the other matter mentioned earlier, the way of peace. Dealing with rebellious people has always been a complex undertaking, requiring either appeasement or suppression. It cannot be accomplished overnight. Lin Jiming picked up the tea brought by the eunuch, took a sip, and glanced at Ning Song sitting opposite him with a smile. Lin Jiming saw obvious displeasure on Ning Song's face, which was on the verge of exploding. He deliberately hesitated for a moment before saying, "As for the Taiping Dao uprising in Taizhou Prefecture." A fierce glint flashed in Ning Song's eyes, but Lin Jiming changed the subject. "Then let Chief Minister Ning and the ministers discuss and decide. I'm tired, so I'll go back and rest first." He stood up and said, "With the unwavering loyalty and tireless efforts of all my beloved ministers, the revival of my great Wu is imminent and will soon be prosperous." Su Wenjong and his loyal royalists, along with the neutrals, stood silently, while Ning Song's faction wore complex expressions. As Lin Jiming spoke, He had already walked to the door when he suddenly turned back to look at Kai Yu and the Ning party members beside him. Grand Secretary Kai, and everyone else, do you think our great Wu will prosper? Kai Yu, beaming with smiles, nodded in unison with the others beside him, chanting, "Woof! Woof! Woof! Ha 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 ha!" Lin Jiming laughed loudly and strode away. Only then did Kai Yu and the others realize what had happened, and the smiles on their faces quickly disappeared. Zhou Jiafeng was also taken away by Lin Jiming. Of course, he wasn't sent to the palace, but Su Dachun arranged for him to go to the Jingqing town government office to recuperate. Lin Jiming also instructed him to come to the palace to find him once he felt a little better. For no other reason than that Lin Jiming had some experience in dealing with bandits, even though it was only from books and television. On the way back to the palace, Lin Jiming remained silent, her smile gone. Su Dachun and Wang Qing stood silently by, clearly sensing that His Majesty was in a very bad mood. Lin Jiming was indeed in a bad mood. The more he learned about this world and his own position, the more dangerous it seemed. He was quite lucky, having met Chen Ping, Wang Qing, and Su Dachun so soon after arriving in this world. Whether they were loyal or not would only be known over time, but at least they were obedient and dutiful. However, Lin Jiming still felt that there were simply not enough people, far from enough. Take today for example, the coastal areas of Zhejiang are plagued by bandits, and he can't even spare a single person to send. Ugh! So frustrating. A series of hurried footsteps approached, followed by the high-pitched voice of a eunuch. By imperial decree of the Empress Dowager, His Majesty is summoned to the Yue Palace for an audience. Lin Jiming looked up and saw a little eunuch running towards him, blocking his way. Not the one who got his head swollen during the day, this little eunuch clearly knew the sad story. He was very obedient, stopping after running a certain distance, standing with his hands at his sides, not daring to even raise his head. Lin Jiming sneered inwardly. He was quick to run errands and had already informed that old woman, Ning Daishi. Okay, lead the way. He remained calm and collected. Let them meet then. Who's afraid of who? Anyway, I'm never the one who suffers every time we meet, haha. The bright moonlight shone on the dark blue-green floor of the palace, creating a hazy glow. Lin Jiming couldn't help but think of the Empress Dowager's voluptuous figure, and the pop-up window that appeared after he accidentally tore his clothes that day. This pop-up is so white and so big. The courtyard of the Yue Palace was cool and refreshing. The palace gate was open, and Ning Daishi could be seen sitting in the main hall from the doorway. The phoenix head round chair made of Wangwali wood hugged her body perfectly, either too plump nor too thin. She wasn't lying on that chaise lounge today, and she was wearing 2 layers of socks. I wonder who she was keeping an eye on. Greetings, Empress Dowager. May I ask what brings you here so late at night? Lin Jiming went straight to Ning Daishi as if he were returning home, without bowing or paying respects, but simply cupping his hands in a casual gesture. Ning Daishi seemed to have gotten used to it, and just gave him a cold smile. Your Majesty seems to have a lot of free time lately. Lin Jiming returned the greeting with a bright and handsome smile, his lips curving upwards as he leaned forward and said softly, I can be sweet too. Ning Daishi's almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. Is that bastard flirting with me again? Chapter 53 3 Things. Ning Daishi clenched her teeth so tightly that her delicate little jaw was shaped like a walnut. I'm giving you a huge rip-off, go and taste it yourself to see if it's sweet or salty. However, Lin Jiming straightened up, put away his smile, and became serious. Ning Daishi had nowhere to vent her anger. She glared at Lin Jiming and said to the maids and eunuchs who were attending her, You may leave first. I have something to say to His Majesty. Huh? Is this woman being unusually proactive today? You're such a nice person. Everyone immediately withdrew, but Ning Daishi suddenly glanced at Lin Jiming and asked, Does your Majesty still have that sharp weapon with you today? Lin Jiming, as if he had just remembered, took out a short knife from his sleeve and handed it to Wang Qing to take out. I forgot for a moment that I brought a knife to the Empress Dowager's palace. It was my fault. Yes, you don't need to bring a knife, just a stick. After everyone left the hall and closed the door, Ning Daishi looked at Lin Jiming coldly and said, "Your Majesty, I'm giving you face in front of others, but I hope you know your place." Lin Jiming asked knowingly, feigning surprise. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong? I have already made it clear that His Majesty is too impetuous and reckless in handling matters, and is not yet qualified to govern the country. So why did you go to the Wenyuan Pavilion today and disrupt the affairs of the cabinet?" Ning Daishi looked at him with a disappointed expression and said, "You even want to divide your troops into 3 routes to wipe out the bandits? How many military books have you read before you dare to give Su Wenzhong advice? Do you want the great Wu Empire to be destroyed by your own hands before you're satisfied?" At this moment, she seemed to believe that she was doing it for the good of the great Wu kingdom and for the good of Lin Jiming, as if she really was the Empress Dowager and Lin Jiming's mother. Lin Jiming didn't treat her as his mother, he just cursed her as mother in his heart. Ha! How noble! In order to maintain control of the government and prevent himself from interfering, he speaks so righteously and nobly. All right, you act and I'll act too. Let's see who can win more praise from teacher Qingru. Sigh. Ning Daishi started with a deep sigh to set the mood and atmosphere, and sure enough, she was stunned for a moment. "Your Majesty, you may not know this, but I have been feeling increasingly unwell these days. My heart and lungs feel like they are burning slowly, so I cannot sleep at night, and cannot get an erection in the morning. Cough, I cannot get up. I have consulted the imperial physician several times, but there has been no improvement." Lin Jiming looked up, his face full of melancholy. "I may not have much time left to live. If I don't go crazy now, when will I?" Ning Daishi was startled, and her subconscious reaction was whether Lin Jiming knew something. "That's why he's been acting so recklessly lately, killing people at will, interfering in politics, and even harassing himself." But she was still quite shrewd, otherwise, Ning Song wouldn't have sent her to the palace to become the Empress Dowager. After calming down and thinking it over carefully, Lin Jiming seemed to have no reason to know that he only had 3 months to live. So if that wasn't the case... She glanced at Lin Jiming. His complexion was fine, except for some dark circles under his eyes. "Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting?" Ning Daishi deliberately put on a stern face and scolded. "You are the current emperor, protected by the aura of the Son of Heaven. What are you talking about, life and death? Since the Imperial Hospital hasn't said anything, then naturally nothing will happen to you. Stop thinking nonsense all day long." I spoke without thinking, or perhaps I was overthinking it." Lin Jiming hurriedly admitted his mistake and sighed. "But Empress Dowager, I ascended the throne at the age of 15 and am now 22. I accept that you say I am impetuous, and I am grateful that you manage state affairs for me. However, I am the ruler of a country and do not want others to do everything for me. I must control everything. Everything." Ning Daishi smiled faintly, her eyes cold. "However, with His Majesty's current knowledge and experience, I'm afraid he is not yet able to control everything." Lin Jiming glanced at the phoenix on Ning Daishi's phoenix robe, which was bulging out like a Q version, and nodded secretly. "Indeed, I just can't resist this thing." Having learned her lesson from before, Ning Daishi had been wary of Lin Jiming ever since he entered. Her eyes narrowed instantly, and she snapped. "What are you looking at? Watch the game." Lin Jiming's expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at Ning Daishi's feet in surprise, exclaiming, "There's a rat!" Children from poor families might not react much to mice, but Ning Daishi is clearly not one of them. She screamed and jumped up from the chair. Lin Jiming caught her in his arms with lightning speed. Where? Where? Ning Daishi suddenly realized that she had been tricked by that bastard because she hadn't seen the rat, but her current position with Lin Jiming had become incredibly ambiguous. In her moment of panic, she jumped into Lin Jiming's arms, her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist. But that bastard actually hugged me, one arm around my waist, and the other hand steadily supporting my leather drum. Ning Daishi was so angry she wanted to kill someone. She shouted, "Why aren't you letting me down?" Lin Jiming remained unmoved, standing there calmly, and said leisurely, "Tell me, if I were to call out now, and the eunuchs, palace maids, and imperial guards outside came in and saw this scene, wouldn't they start to have all sorts of wild thoughts? You're here again, you bastard? Ning Daixi was furious. He's using this tactic to threaten me again? He's using this tactic to threaten me again. She braced herself with both hands, struggling to jump down, but Lin Jiming's left hand gripped her waist like an iron hoop, their bodies so tightly that not even a piece of paper could fit between them. What's most infuriating is that his right hand, seemingly protecting himself, was actually resting on that awkward spot. Ning Daixi trembled, her anger and rage surging through her, and she whispered with all her might. You let me go! Lin Jiming tightened his left hand, and Ning Daixi let out another muffled groan. If you agree to these 3 things, I'll put you down. Ning Daixi gritted her teeth. How dare you threaten me? She had only spoken half of her sentence when she suddenly trembled all over again. Lin Jiming whispered in her ear. A handsome guy named Wei Yangxing told me that there's a spot on a woman's body called the wind-burning acupoint, which will make her surrender as soon as it's touched, just like you are now. So, 3 things, will you agree or not? Chapter 54 Little Green Tea. You say. A smile appeared on Lin Jiming's lips. First, get me the position of the chief eunuch in charge of Wanqing. Ning Daixi nodded without hesitation. Okay. Secondly, you can continue to rule from behind the curtain and control the court, but when I occasionally need to do something, you shouldn't interfere. Ning Daixi hesitated for a moment. Okay. Have you taken a rest? Princess Jinyang Jiqiu. She glared at Lin Jiming fiercely, struggled and jumped to the ground, then stomped on Lin Jiming's foot hard with immense shame and anger. Ouch! She misstepped and twisted her ankle. With a bang, the palace doors were pushed open, and Jiqiu rushed in nervously. What happened, oh? Lin Jiming was filled with hatred, which was now ruined by Xiao Lu and Cha. Oh, you've come at the right time. I twisted my ankle. Yes. Jiqiu hurriedly came over to help Ning Daixi sit down in the chair. Ning Daixi forced herself to calm down and asked. What brings you here so late? Jiqiu said. It's like this, Yura is going to attend a poetry gathering tomorrow. Although it was initiated by Deng Liang, there will be many students from the Imperial Academy there. Yura thought that simply composing and appreciating poems might not be very interesting. It would be more fun if we had some prizes. Perhaps this would stimulate the creation of more excellent works. So I came here, to ask for some silver. Princesses also receive a monthly allowance, but Jiqiu is known for her flirtatious nature and is fond of socializing, so her allowance is simply not enough to cover her expenses. Before Ning Daixi could speak, Lin Jiming said seriously. Nonsense, can't you come to me for help? Jiqiu's eyes lit up. Great! The prize for tomorrow depends on you. How much silver will you give me to buy it? Lin Jiming reached into his sleeve and found something. He finally managed to pull out a silver ingot. 20 taels, is that enough? Jiqiu's smile froze, then she rolled her eyes at him. That's enough. I can still buy a house in the east of the city with the rest. The eastern part of the capital city was the residence of many important officials and nobles, and its land and housing prices were the highest in the capital. Lin Jiming was taken aback. 20 taels isn't enough? Buying a few pens and an inkstone for the poetry gathering would be enough. What expensive things are you buying? Brother, those coming tomorrow will either be scions of aristocratic families like Deng Liang and Wu Chaoan, who are naturally not short of money, or talented scholars from the Imperial Academy or elsewhere who are short of money but still have pride. If I were to spend 20 taels on the prize money, then you would be the one who is short of money but has no pride. Jiqiu pouted, looking pitiful. Lin Jiming felt a little sorry for him. To be honest, he was actually quite stingy, especially when it came to people he didn't know. Wouldn't it be better to save the money to buy some perfume for Xia Fengqing and Ling Xuan? They could even apply it to them themselves. But since the poetry gathering had already agreed to attend, it wouldn't be fair to push the money-paying task onto Ning Daixi now, lest she spit in his face. Lin Jiming's eyes darted around, and he asked, So the prize is awarded to whoever wins the poetry contest, right? Ji Qiu said. Of course. Okay. Lin Jiming made the decision. I'll give you as much as you want. Wow. You're so kind. Ji Qiu was overjoyed, but Lin Jiming's next sentence left her bewildered. Anyway, I'll just win it back myself when the time comes. Chapter 55. So expensive. Ji Qiu said. Your Majesty, did you mishear? Tomorrow it's the talented students from the Imperial Academy, not those soldiers from the 5 cities garrison. Lin Jiming scoffed. So what if it's the Imperial Academy? I am the Emperor, the ruler of the country. In terms of civil administration and military prowess, how have I fallen behind others? It's just a poem. Ji Qiu didn't want to talk anymore, but Ning Daishi seemed to be deep in thought. She had read the exhortation to learning that Lin Jiming had made Ji Jingyi copy 100 times as punishment. The grand style and delicate language of the writing had completely changed her impression of Lin Jiming. Writing poetry? She really couldn't say. Lin Jiming was too lazy to say anything more. He reached out and ruffled Ji Qiu's hair before turning around and leaving. I'll go back to sleep now. Come to the Qianqing Palace and wake me up tomorrow. He paused at the door, turned back to Ning Daishi, and said with a smile, Mother, please remember what I asked you to do, or I'll remind you again tomorrow. Ning Daishi's heart tightened as she recalled the ambiguous posture and cheesy words from earlier. I understand, you don't need to remind me again. She gritted her teeth and said those words, deciding to process Wang Qing's promotion right away, so that the bastard wouldn't come again tomorrow. They always come up with something new, making me look so pathetic with nowhere to hide. Damn it! The next morning, Ji Qiu came to find Lin Jiming, forcibly woke him up from his bed, had breakfast with him, and then left the palace. Ji Qiu looked beautiful today, dressed in a pink palace gown. Her hair was styled in 2 buns without any hairpins, only tied with 2 pink ribbons. She looked adorable and full of girlish charm. Lin Jiming was still wearing the same clothes he had worn when he went to the city outskirts that day. They looked ordinary and had nothing particularly outstanding about them. On the way out of the palace, Ji Qiu kept looking at him with a strange gaze. Finally, she couldn't help but take out a folded piece of paper from her bosom and whispered, Brother, who wrote this for you? The writing is so good. Can you introduce it to me? My teacher wants me to hand in my homework, and I would like to ask him to teach me. Lin Jiming glanced at it, and saw that it was indeed the essay. Exhortation to learning, he said. What do you mean someone wrote it for me? I wrote it myself. Impossible! Ji Qiu cried out instinctively, but immediately realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth, saying pitifully, Brother, you didn't mean that. Lin Jiming rolled her eyes at her. Drinking a cup of green tea first thing in the morning, with milk foam added, is really good for the eyes and lungs. How about I write a poem for you right now and show you whether I have the literary talent? Ji Qiu was taken aback. Ah? Then, Your Majesty, write a poem? Lin Jiming glanced at Ji Qiu from head to toe. She's developed really well, long legs, slim waist, and voluptuous figure. He thought for a moment, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. A beautiful woman of 16 or 17, her body as soft as butter, with a sword at her waist to slay fools. In the open, no heads fall, but in the shadows, the Lord's marrow is drained. Ji Qiu froze, then gasped in surprise, her face instantly turning bright red. Brother, you. Lin Jiming winked. My poem is pretty good, isn't it? This is a warning poem by Lu Dongbin, which was later borrowed in the famous Jin Shi Mei. No annotation is needed, you can tell what it means just from the words. Ji Qiu was both embarrassed and anxious. Royal brother, you're so annoying! Ha ha! Lin Jiming laughed heartily. The car rumbled as it headed west of the city. Kunming Lake is located just west of Beijing, about half an hour's drive away. Whether they are high-ranking officials or ordinary people, they all like to visit the lake in their spare time. It is a famous scenic spot in the Beijing area. Today's poetry gathering is held by the lake. Lin Jiming sat in the car, staring blankly at the 3 items in front of him, his heart bleeding. This was the first plaque he bought from Zhenbazhai, the shop in Beijing that sold calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. He paid for it. A painting, a gilded folding fan, and a coral pen holder. These 3 items alone, costing 720 taels of silver, are enough to buy a 3-courtyard house in the capital of the Great Wu dynasty. It's important to know that not everyone can afford a house in the capital. A 3-courtyard house is considered a small mansion. For example, Su Dachuan, a commander of the embroidered uniform guard, lived in a house like this. Only then did Lin Jiming realize the disdainful look Ji Qiu had given him when he took out 20 taels of silver yesterday. Why? These 3 things are worth a house. Ji Qiu covered her mouth and smiled. Young Master Lin, this coral brush holder is from Siam. It is flawless and blood red, and it is a top-grade item. This fan is made of ivory with silk on the surface and is double-sided embroidered. The most expensive item is this calligraphy and painting, which was made by the great Confucian scholar Huang Zongxi. This one item alone is worth more than 500 taels. I bought these 3 items for more than 700 taels. That was only because Zhenbazhai gave me a discount. Once outside the palace gates, she changed how she addressed Lin Jiming, calling him young Master Lin at his request. Lin Jiming wasn't interested in the introductions to these things. The only thing he took in was 2 words. Great sage. Huang Zongxi? Yes, Mr. Huang is a close friend of Master Xian. However, he is of a strong character and does not wish to serve as an official. But he is renowned throughout the world for his exceptional calligraphy and painting skills. Young Master Lin, you should know this, right? Lin Jiming had indeed heard of it, but hadn't paid attention to it before. In his understanding, a great sage refers to a person with exceptional moral character and talent, who often lives in seclusion in the mountains and forests, and disdains officialdom. Of course, there are exceptions among the 7 sages of the bamboo grove, who claim to live in seclusion but then eagerly go to serve as officials when summoned by the emperor. This is just idleness. Sima Guan once said, "The profound wisdom and foresight of great sages are beyond the reach of ordinary people." Therefore, a person must possess both morality and talent to be considered a great sage, and such talent is highly sought after by every member of the imperial administration. The Great Wu dynasty is now in turmoil, beset by internal and external troubles. Lin Jiming has become the emperor, and what he needs most now is someone to help him govern the country. So when Ji Qiu uttered the words, "Great sage," his eyes lit up. "You said he's Master Tsun's good friend? Will he come today?" Lin Jiming asked. Ji Qiu shook her head. "I don't know either. Today's poetry gathering is a group of young students from the Imperial Academy who gathered under the guise of early spring. Master Tsun is just here to witness it. In Master Huang's eyes, we are just a bunch of children playing around, which is not worthy of his attention." Lin Jiming didn't say anything more, but he had made a decision in his heart. Even if I don't get to meet Master Huang today, I must find a way to get to know him another day, starting with Master Tsun, of course. This stubborn old man wasn't very friendly to Ning Song and his group of civil officials, but he was definitely a great help to them. It didn't matter that he couldn't see. He had students all over the world, and it wouldn't be bad for him to recommend a few outstanding students to them. I need manpower. Chapter 56. The pretty boy beats someone up. When a vast expanse of water came into view, Lin Jiming was captivated by the scenery. Before me lay a vast expanse of water, shimmering with turquoise waves, and rows of willows lined the lakeshore. After walking along the lake for a while, a large flower garden separated by a bamboo fence came into view, planted with various flowers such as roses, peonies, and orchids. Although it was not the right season, many flowers were already in full bloom. A path paved with pebbles runs through the center of the flower bed, with 2 rows of peach trees planted along the way, their buds soon to be bursting forth. Inside the bamboo fences on both sides of the path, several clumps of roses have already bloomed with clusters of colorful flowers. Ji Qiu explained, "This is a golden bell rose brought back by Master Tsun's student when he went on a mission to the Tatars. Although it belongs to the rose family, it blooms earlier." Lin Jiming suddenly realized, what a wonderful place! Not to mention living here, it would be wonderful to be buried here even after death. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Is Master Tsun's immortal abode something that mortals dare to desecrate? The lake next to it is not taboo, you can bury someone in water there. Lin Jiming's face darkened. Who the hell interrupted? Ji Chuyu was horrified and cursed the current emperor, demanding that he be buried at sea, which was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of his family. Looking back, I saw 2 richly dressed young men, one tall and thin and the other short and fat, walking over. Despite the strong wind by the lake, they were each carrying a folding fan, which was a bit of an overreaction. Ji Chiyu's face hardened, and she angrily said, Ji Shangtao, how dare you curse someone's life and death? Lin Jiming was not happy at first, but when he heard the name, he almost burst out laughing. Chicken in a trap? Who gave that divine name? But he quickly realized his surname was Ji, no Ji? A descendant of royalty? Huh! You're? The tall, thin boy, Ji Shangtao, seemed to have just noticed Ji Chuyu. His face lit up with surprise, then he said in astonishment. When did I ever curse someone to die? Sister Yu, please don't spread rumors and smear my reputation. The short, chubby boy chimed in. That's right, Sister Yu. Brother Tao said this place is suitable for water burial. He didn't mention this person next to you. What's her name? Your new friend? He pronounced the word, friend, in a particularly strange way, and his small eyes on his round face even winked playfully. Ji Chuyu angrily said. Ji Shanghuan, shut up! Lin Jiming was speechless. Just a small squad. Ji Shangtao added with a look of sudden realization. Seeing you 2 come together so early, could it be that you got together yesterday? Ji Chiyu's face grew increasingly grim, her fists clenched tightly, and her whole body trembled. Rumors circulated in the capital that Princess Jin Yan had a penchant for befriending handsome young men and was a womanizer. Some even say that she was no longer a virgin in private, and that the men she had slept with could form a whole squadron of centurions. These words were enough to ruin the life of a girl who was only 17 years old. They were vile and had no bottom line. Ji Chuyu had heard them all, but she was powerless against such rumors. It takes only a mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of legwork to refute them. But she knew the source of these rumors, the 2 people in front of her. Ji Shangtao was the heir apparent of Ji Honglai, the Prince of Yen. The short, stout boy was named Ji Shanghuan, the heir apparent of Ji Hongzhu, the Prince of Qin. The Prince of Yen and the Prince of Qin were not Ji Jingwen's brothers, but the brothers of the late emperor. In other words, these 2 were Lin Jiming's, Ji Jingwen's, cousins. Ji Shangtao looked at Ji Chuyu with a smile, a wicked glint hidden in his eyes. He had liked Ji Chuyu for many years, especially after they both grew up. But he belonged to Ji Chuyu and could not be married, so a twisted feeling arose in his heart. He dreamt of making love with Ji Chuyu countless nights, only to wake up to find it was already too late. Ji Chuyu finally snapped, yelling, Ji Shangtao, shut your stinking mouth! Ji Shangtao snapped open his folding fan and waved it, laughing strangely. TSK, if you dare to speak so disrespectfully, don't blame me for telling my father when we get back, and he'll punish you for speaking recklessly and disrespectfully, ah ha ha. He was laughing wildly with his mouth wide open when suddenly a dark shadow attacked him and kicked him hard in the stomach. Ah! With a scream, Ji Shangtao was sent flying backward and crashed to the ground. Lin Jiming stood in front of Ji Chuyu and said disdainfully, So weak, yet you still dare to be so foul-mouthed? Brother Tao! What happened to you? The chubby Ji Shanghuan was shocked and rushed over to help Ji Shangtao up. He turned around and glared at Lin Jiming. You actually injured the Prince of Yen? Guards! 2 attendants stepped forward in response. Take it down! Ji Chuyu turned around and stood in front of Lin Jiming, angrily shouting. Get out of my way, all of you! The 2 attendants were stunned and dared not move. Ji Chuyu is known for her good temper, which has earned her many friends, but today she actually got angry. Not to mention the 2 attendants, even the brothers Ji Shangtao and Ji Shanghuan had never seen her lose her temper like this before. Ji Shangtao struggled to sit up from the ground. Lin Jiming's kick made him feel as if his liver had been ruptured, and he was in excruciating pain in his chest and abdomen. Jin Yang, you actually brought a pretty boy to beat someone up. I will definitely report this to my father, you just wait. Ji Chiyu's pretty face grew increasingly ugly. Ji Shangtao's back attack, her protecting the attacker, and leading people to attack Ji Shangtao were two different things. Moreover, in the end, it was Ji Shangtao who insulted me first. This bastard is clearly confusing right and wrong and turning black into white. Lin Jiming pursed his lips and took another step forward. Don't wait any longer, let's do it now. You seem like you're not satisfied yet. Ji Shangtao was startled and instinctively shrank back. His two attendants rushed forward to protect him, their faces full of vigilance. Lin Jiming already knew the identities of the two brothers, the Crown Prince of Yan and the Crown Prince of Qin. Princess Jin Yang was quite wary of them because the Prince of Yan was the director of the Imperial Clan Court, while the Prince of Qin was the right director of the Imperial Clan Court. The Imperial Clan Court was in charge of the affairs of the royal family. Most importantly, it had the power to punish any members of the royal family who committed crimes or misconduct. Lin Jiming turned his head slightly and whispered in Ji Chiyu's ear. They're just two lazy princes who do nothing but eat and wait to die. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of this for you. Ji Chiyu was taken aback, and suddenly felt a warmth in her heart for no apparent reason. She nodded, a subtle, complex emotion hidden in her eyes. Hey, what's going on? Just then, a sweet, delicate voice came from the side, followed by a man and a woman appearing. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, with a dignified and imposing presence. He was dressed as a scholar, yet possessed the air of a martial artist. The woman was younger, with a slender figure, a long dress trailing on the ground, a delicate and fair oval face, and captivating eyes. A small mole on the left corner of her mouth added to her charm. Chapter 57 The Children of the Duke. Upon seeing the two, Ji Chiyu immediately pouted and rushed over to hug the woman's arm, saying, Sister Qianqian? The girl named Qianqian hugged her back and asked softly, What's wrong? Lin Jiming's eyes lit up. This girl's looks were no less than Xia Fengqing's, and she was tall and slender. Even though she was wearing a long dress, the way the dress clung to her legs in the wind perfectly outlined the lines of her long legs. Those legs are amazing. Ji Chiyu seemed to have found a backer, and whispered a lot in the girl's ear, telling her everything that had just happened. Qianqian glanced at the Ji brothers and said indifferently, You two young masters, although Master Tsun's eyesight is not good, his hearing is very sharp. You may continue to make trouble. The Ji brothers' expressions changed slightly, clearly showing that they were also somewhat intimidated by Master Tsun. Lin Jiming noticed that this girl, Qianqian, was just like Ji Chiyu. She spoke in a soft, sweet voice that made people's skin crawl. However, the difference is that Ji Chiyu is a scheming woman, while this Qianqian girl seems to have a natural flirtatiousness and charm, yet her beautiful eyes also carry a faint air of authority. A mature and sophisticated queen-like style with polysaccharides. Finally, Lin Jiming gave this complicated and strange definition. Ji Shangtao's expression shifted, and finally he glared fiercely at Lin Jiming. Humph! I'll settle accounts with you after the poetry gathering, and I bet you won't be able to escape this capital city. After saying that, he led the short and stout Ji Shanghuan into the flower garden, which was Master Tsun's home and the venue for today's poetry gathering. As soon as the two left, Qianqian patted Ji Chiyu's head and said gently, All right, those two annoying people are gone. You should think about what to do later. Ji Chiyu snorted. I'm not afraid of them at all. My brother the Emperor came to the poetry gathering to conceal his identity, and doesn't want to fall out with those two now, but if the poetry gathering ends, humph. She was already imagining the expressions on the two brothers' faces when they found out that the person they had quarreled with was the current emperor. And who is this? Qianqian's curious gaze fell on Lin Jiming. There were many rumors about Princess Jin Yang in the capital, but she knew that they were all false. Princess Jin Yang was a person who cherished her reputation very much. Although she had a wide circle of friends, she would never travel alone with a man. But now this man was not only brought out by the princess, but they also seemed to be standing very close just now, and even shielded each other when the Ji brothers made their move. Suddenly, a mischievous thought popped into Ji Chiyu's mind, and she chuckled. "This is young Master Lin, a talented man I recently befriended." Then she introduced them to Lin Jiming. "This is brother Deng Liang and sister Deng Qianqian from the Duke of Wei's family." Then she whispered in Lin Jiming's ear. "Sister Qianqian is 21 years old this year, but she is still unmarried." "The Duke of Wei's son and daughter? Their family?" "Huh! Why are you telling me this? Are you testing an old cadre with a glamorous, mature woman?" Lin Jiming coughed and said, "We'll talk about it later, we'll talk about it later." Deng Liang, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Young Master Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't want to deal with those two filthy fellows earlier, and it wasn't just an act. Please forgive me, young Master Lin." Lin Jiming immediately took a great liking to him, cupped his hands in return, and said with a smile, "Young Master Deng, my name is Lin Feng." Deng Qianqian said with slight surprise, "What a coincidence, it's another young Master Lin." Lin Jiming asked curiously, "Another one?" Deng Qianqian smiled and said, "These past 2 days, a poem has been circulating in the capital. It was given to Miss Susu of Yensei Pavilion by a mysterious young master. As soon as the poem was published, it was hailed as a masterpiece. Many talented scholars have admitted that they could not even come close to surpass it. And the young master who gave the poem is surnamed Lin. Isn't that a coincidence?" Lin Jiming was taken aback. "The poem was sent to Susu of Yensui Pavilion? Wasn't that referring to me? Even more coincidentally, this man surnamed Lin is standing right in front of you." Looking at Deng Qianqian, who was gazing longingly at the white clouds, Lin Jiming ultimately didn't expose her, but pointed to the depths of the flower bed. "It's getting late, shall we go inside first?" Deng Qianqian came to her senses, her pretty face slightly flushed. "That's right, let's go in first." After saying that, he pulled Ji Qiyu deeper into the flower garden, his steps a little hurried. Deng Liang gestured to Lin Jiming, saying, "Brother Lin, please. Brother Deng, please." Walking along the path in the flower bed, looking at Deng Liang beside her, Lin Jiming secretly admired him. The Duke of Wei's children are no ordinary pair. His daughter, in particular, is a perfect combination of domineering charm, a large bust, and long legs, a true empress. As for this young Master Deng Liang, first of all, it's his attitude towards people. Even though I'm dressed as a commoner, he still treats me with respect and courtesy. Well, it's a bit shameless to say that, but it's true that Deng Liang didn't show any superior attitude. He even addressed me as Brother Lin. As expected of a child from a duke's family, he has a long family tradition of learning and has shown aristocratic demeanor since childhood. Stepping along the cobblestone path and through the flower beds, Lin Jiming felt as if a bright and open space had suddenly opened up before him. Ahead lies Kunming Lake, with 3 thatched huts lined up along its shore, surrounded by bamboo fences, forming a small courtyard like a flower bed. There was a stone mill in the courtyard, along with several farm tools, and a straw raincoat hanging on the door of the thatched hut. If one did not know beforehand, one would hardly imagine that such a rural courtyard was actually the home of Cin Xinyan, a great Confucian scholar of the time, former Grand Secretary of the Hall of Literary Glory, and tutor to the Crown Prince. A circle of low tables was set up in the open space outside the courtyard, with writing implements, fruits and snacks on them. There were no chairs on the ground, only straw mats, which had a style reminiscent of the Han and Tang dynasties. There were 30 or 40 people standing around, men and women, chatting in 2s and 3s, but none of them sat down. A handsome, sunny young man in a brocade robe greeted Deng Qianqian with a grin, saying, "Sister Qianqian, I've got everything arranged. Is there anything I've forgotten?" Deng Qianqian glanced at the scene and nodded, saying, "Well done, you deserve a reward." The young man's eyes lit up, and he leaned closer. "What's the reward?" Deng Qianqian glanced at him. "Didn't I already reward you? I just praised you." The young man was instantly deflated. Ji Qiyu ran back and introduced Lin Jiming. "This is Wu Chaoan, the only son of the Marquis of Jihai, who co-initiated this poetry gathering with brother Deng Liang. He is very close to me and sister Qianqian. Young Master Wu, this is my friend young Master Lin. Lin Jiming nodded, cupped his hands in greeting to Wu Chuan, and said with a smile, Young Master Wu, I've heard so much about you. Wu Chuan was only slightly surprised before smiling and returning the greeting. Young Master Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, another well-mannered child. Lin Jiming secretly praised him, but suddenly noticed two cold gazes in his line of sight. He turned his head and saw that it was the Ji Shangtao and Ji Shanghuan brothers, with several young men dressed as noblemen standing beside them, all of whom were looking at him with unfriendly eyes. One of the boys suddenly raised his voice and said in a strange tone, Since when can even peasants come to the poetry gathering we've been waiting for? If that's the case, then it doesn't matter whether this poetry gathering is held or not in the future. Chapter 58 A Talented Scholar? That's all? Lin Jiming glanced around. A peasant? He seemed to be the only one in the room not wearing a scholar's robe. He looked at the young man who had spoken and said calmly, Running around, you see dogs everywhere. The boy flew into a rage. How dare you insult me? Lin Jiming said. I'm scolding a dog, why are you barking? The boy, who also frequented aristocratic circles, had never seen such a blatant way of cursing people, and was so angry that his face turned red. This place is the Imperial Academy Poetry Gathering, a gathering place for talented scholars from the capital. Your foul language is an insult to culture. Guards, throw him out. Lin Jiming looked at him coldly. Throw me out? Come here and talk to me. The boy froze instantly. Stared at by such an emotionless gaze, he suddenly felt his blood freeze. The person standing in front of him was not a peasant he thought he knew, but a terrifying prehistoric beast. An inexplicable pressure swept over him, causing the boy to tremble and his legs to go weak. He involuntarily took a step back, but somehow he stepped on someone's foot and was tripped up, falling to the ground. Everyone was stunned. This person seemed to be about the same age as them, or even younger than some of them, but the aura he exuded seemed to carry a terrifying power that came from someone who had long held a superior position. For a moment, the scene was completely silent. Having just been wronged, Ji Qiu could no longer contain herself and roared. This is my friend! I'd like to see who dares to do this! Ji Shangtao snapped out of his daze and took a deep breath, saying, This man is an insult to scholarship, yet the princess is still so protective of him. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the dignity of the royal family? Lin Jiming turned her gaze to him. You also know that the princess is here? I was brought by the princess. This person spoke rudely. Does he have any respect for the princess? Isn't he challenging the majesty of the royal family? Ji Shangtao was speechless. Nonsense, utterly disrespectful. A talented man? Is that all? Lin Jiming sneered. Furthermore, what gives you the right to look down on peasants? The peasants you mock and despise are the foundation of my great Wu dynasty, the people who support so-called talented scholars and nobles like you. Farmers toil under the midday sun, sweat drips onto the soil. Who knows the hardship behind every grain of rice on the plate? What would you eat without the hard work of peasants? Go eat shit. Boom! The entire audience erupted in uproar. It wasn't because of the insults Lin Jiming hurled, but because of the poem hidden within them. Everyone's gaze toward Lin Jiming changed. They had all thought the same thing, that socialite princess had brought him along, probably just some pretty boy she'd found somewhere. But they never expected him to be able to compose such a simple, unadorned, yet deeply moving poem. Most importantly, he wrote this poem on the spur of the moment, while cursing someone, without adding a single word or hesitating. Any poem that can be composed in 7 steps is utterly weak in comparison to this one. Deng Qianqian had already run to the low table, picked up paper and pen, and copied it down. Then she ran over with the paper in her bright eyes and asked, Young Master Lin, please add a title to this poem. This will be the first masterpiece of today's poetry gathering. Lin Jiming was also a little surprised. He had gotten carried away with his cursing and accidentally showed off. Well, this was just something I made up on the spur of the moment, out of compassion for the farmers of the world, so let's call it sympathy for the farmers. Before Deng Qianqian could speak, the wooden gate creaked open, and then an elderly man dressed simply and holding a cane was helped out of the house by a child of about 7 or 8 years old. Everyone immediately turned around and stood up, bowing deeply to the old man in unison. Students pay their respects to Masterson. Lin Jiming also bowed, while secretly observing the renowned Confucian scholar, Masterson. The old man wasn't actually that old. He stood very straight and walked steadily. His eyes, though open, seemed to be covered by a thin layer of white film. Despite being unable to see, his demeanor was extraordinary. As he walked, he slowly said, "What a wonderful line! Every grain of rice on the plate is the result of hard work. Though the language is not eloquent, it uses an example to illustrate a principle, making it extremely profound." "Excellent!" Lin Jiming bowed again. "Thank you for your kind words, Master." Masterson nodded and, with the help of a young boy, sat down at a low table in the center. He said calmly, "I heard everything you said outside just now, Ji Shangtao and Fang Bingxian. What did the Imperial Academy teach you? To bully others and be arrogant?" Ji Shangtao and the boy who had been scolded trembled and hurriedly bowed, saying, "We know we were wrong, please punish us, Master." Masterson said, "Since you have gathered here today, I will not punish you. Go back and reflect on your actions." The two breathed a sigh of relief and said in unison, "Thank you, Master." Deng Qianqian suddenly leaned close to Lin Jiming's ear and whispered, "The teacher is trying to protect you from trouble. If he punishes the two of them now, he might retaliate against you later." Lin Jiming nodded. "Thank you, Miss Qianqian, I understand." Masterson continued, "The poem written by this young friend today teaches you a lesson. Writing poetry does not necessarily involve crafting words and phrases, nor does it necessarily involve pursuing elegance. What is poetry? It is the will of the heart. Expressing one's thoughts and feelings is poetry. If it can move people, then it is good poetry. For example, this young friend has the image of farmers working under the scorching sun in his heart, so he can write poetry on his lips." Everyone shouted in unison, "We have learned a great deal!" But then a discordant voice in the crowd said, "The poem is good, but who knows if he had already written it beforehand?" The cheerful and sunny young man, Wu Chaoan, immediately raised his hand and said, "Teacher, someone is not convinced." It was Ji Shanghuan who spoke, and he hurriedly said, "I didn't." Masterson lowered his eyes slightly, seemingly not having heard, and just sat there. Lin Jiming understood what the old man meant and looked at Ji Shanghuan. "Then tell me, how can I take it?" Ji Shanghuan looked at his cousin Ji Shangtao, whose eyes were filled with malice and malice. He said in a low voice, "He recited this poem so fluently, he must have already prepared it. Humph, give him a new topic and make him write a new one. Let Masterson see that he is nothing but a good-for-nothing, and he will no longer protect him. Then we can settle our old scores together." "All right." Ji Shanghuan nodded, an idea forming in his mind. He looked at Lin Jiming and shouted, "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Lin Jiming scoffed. "Using poetry to gamble? You really are a talented scholar." Ji Shanghuan blushed, but still said, "I'll give you another challenge. If you can compose a poem right away, you win. If you can't, you lose. How about it?" Lin Jiming laughed heartily. "You just want to find a plausible reason to deal with me, right? Fine, I'll take the bet. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me, but what if I win?" Ji Shangtao sneered. "Just name your price. Is 500 taels of silver enough?" Lin Jiming shook his head. "If I win, you'll provide the porridge for the disaster victims outside the city for the next 3 days, and—" He looked coldly at the two brothers, his gaze like a knife. "Kneel down before Princess Jinyang and admit your mistake." Chapter 59 Red Beans. Ji Shangtao was taken aback, then angrily said, "Why should I kneel down and apologize to Jinyang?" Lin Jiming said, "You slandered and spread rumors to defame people, and it's already the greatest leniency that I haven't slapped your mouths raw." "Outrageous! When did I ever spread rumors? You are the one who is defaming me." When Ji Shangtao said this, his eyes were darting around, clearly indicating that he had something to hide. Ji Shanghuan, on the other hand, shrank back and remained silent. Deng Qianqian said leisurely, "Dare to do it but not admit it? Is that what a man does? Ji Shangtao angrily said. Deng Qianqian, what's it to you? Shaw! Getting impatient already? You! At this moment, Master Tsun spoke up, saying slowly, Such a bet is inappropriate. Ji Shangtao, as if grasping at a straw, hurriedly said, What you say is true, Master. I have never spread rumors about Jinyang, so why should I apologize? Master Tsun shook his head. What I mean is that if this young friend loses, he will be at your mercy, that is, he will entrust his life to you, while you, who loses, will only have to pay some money and make some empty promises. This is not fair. Huh! Ji Shangtao was stunned. Master Tsun continued. A poetry contest is an elegant affair if there is a wager. How can one gamble with one's life? In my opinion, if you lose, Princess Jinyang should provide porridge to the disaster victims for 7 days. If you win, the two heirs of Yan and Qin should jointly provide porridge for 7 days. Furthermore, regardless of whether you win or lose, I will donate 1,000 pieces of clothing to keep the disaster victims warm, which will be my humble contribution. What do you think? Lin Jiming stepped forward and bowed deeply. Master, your righteousness is admirable. I agree to this agreement. Ji Qiu also said, Jinyang will respectfully obey the master's command. Deng Liang spoke up from the side. In that case, regardless of whether young Master Lin wins or loses, our Duke of Wei's mansion will donate 1,000 sheds. Wu Chuan also shouted. My Jinghai Marquis' mansion will donate 1,000 caddies of pork every day for 7 consecutive days. This set a precedent, and other students and young ladies who were watching the spectacle joined in to donate to the disaster victims. Some donated food, some donated clothes, and others donated medicine, turning the poetry gathering into a charity donation event. The Ji brothers, Shang Tao and Shang Huan, were embarrassed. At this point, they had no chance to change the bet. However, they figured they would definitely deal with this guy surnamed Lin, regardless of winning or losing. As for the 7 days of porridge distribution, both families could afford it anyway, and it would also earn them some reputation. So the two of them gritted their teeth and said, We will obey your command, Master. But then Lin Jiming suddenly smiled at Deng Qianqian and said, Miss Qianqian, to avoid chaos, why don't you and Princess Jinyang distribute the items donated today? As for the donors, let's use the name of the Imperial Academy. Deng Qianqian was slightly taken aback, then overjoyed, and gave a graceful bow. It is my honor. Ji Qiu clapped her hands happily. Great! Great! Only she knew that this was a cushy job given to her and her sister Qianqian by her brother, the Emperor. Although it was nominally the Imperial Academy, the two of them were actually present to preside over it, thus gaining them the benefits of fame. Master Tsun stroked his beard and nodded. Very well, then it's settled. The Ji brothers were furious. If they won, that would be fine, but if they lost, not only would they have to pay for porridge to give to those poor people, but they wouldn't even get any recognition. Why should they? In the name of the Imperial Academy, what business is it of theirs? But Master Tsun had already made his decision, so they couldn't argue any more, and could only hope that Lin Jiming would lose. Ji Shangtao glared at Lin Jiming with resentment, quickly calculating what kind of question he could ask to stump him. Using Master Tsun as a topic? No way, this kid probably already planned to flatter him before coming here. Using Kunming Lake as the topic? That won't work either, for the same reason as above. Spring? Flowers? Birds? Trees? Neither will work. Just as he was scratching his head in frustration, he suddenly remembered something and a flash of inspiration struck him. Recently, a masterpiece has been widely circulated in the capital. It was given to Ms. Susu of Yensui Pavilion by a mysterious person who called himself a wanderer at the ends of the earth. One of the lines is, The exquisite dice are inlaid with red beans, and the deep longing is known to all. Ji Shangtao chuckled. Then I would like to ask this young Master Lin to compose a poem on the theme of red beans, and it must be reviewed and approved by Master Cien. How about that? Ji Shanghuan quickly added from the side. You'll have 7 steps. If you fail to complete 7 steps, you lose. Lin Yiming chuckled. It was that song again. He hadn't expected that his unintentional act as a caring older brother a couple of days ago would be brought up again and again today. He felt truly ashamed. Red beans, is that right? No need for 7 steps, we can do it now. He had a plan without even thinking. With his hands behind his back, his voice suddenly became deep and sorrowful. Red beans grow in the south, how many branches will sprout in spring? I wish you would gather more, for this thing is the most poignant symbol of longing. The scene was quiet for a moment, but then erupted in uproar. That's fast. He really doesn't need 7 steps, he can even just say it out loud. Most importantly, he was not only fast, but the quality of his poem was also quite high. Just listen to it. It begins with red beans, and the whole poem is full of youthful enthusiasm and the breath of youth, with a heart full of feelings that are never directly expressed. Every sentence revolves around red beans, yet transcends the imagery to capture the essence, expressing the longing for love in a profound and poignant way. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Masterson was also clearly surprised. After his initial astonishment, he nodded in praise and said, Excellent! This poem is clear and concise, yet subtle and implicit. It is written in one breath and must be read in one go. It is truly a masterpiece. Ji Qiyu reacted the fastest, having already copied the poem down, and then looked at the Ji brothers. The teacher has already praised it, you too have lost. Ji Shangtao felt utterly horrified, and Ji Shanghuan found it unbelievable. You're so fast at writing poetry, there's a limit. You can compose a poem without even thinking? Did you copy it? Yes, it's definitely copied. Ji Shanghuan then retorted. Your speed is outrageous. It's hard to believe that this was written in real time. Lin Jiming frowned. Can't you afford to play? Who says you can't take a joke? It's just that the poem Red Bean Longing is now widely known. Who knows if you've already written many of them in private, and are just showing them off now. Ji Shangtao also realized. Right, our bet is that you compose a poem on the spot, and what you did before doesn't count. Masterson frowned, clearly displeased, but the Ji brothers still wanted to argue, so they tried their best not to look at Masterson's expression. Lin Jiming chuckled. It's just asking you two to distribute porridge, why go to such lengths? Fine, since you two are still not giving up, I'll just give you another question. He certainly didn't care. He came here today to win over Masterson, and it was essential to shock him with his poem so that he could make a good first impression on the old man in the subsequent conversation. In addition, leaving a mysterious and unpredictable figure among these talented men and women is also a very sophisticated thing to do, so why not? Of course, he also had to annoy these two people, so he accused them of being unwilling to distribute porridge. In order not to lose, Ji Shangtao had no choice but to pretend he didn't understand, while his eyes darted around, looking for a more difficult question. Chapter 60 The Great Wu Poetry Scene is saved. The students and young ladies present all looked at them with disdain. Ji Shanghuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly walked to a fair-skinned girl who looked refined and gentle. On the low table in front of her was a scroll. Miss Wang, is what you brought calligraphy or a painting? Miss Wang was taken aback, and weakly replied, Yes, it's a painting I made. I've got it. Ji Shanghuan laughed heartily. Young Master Lin, neither of us has ever opened or looked at this painting. How about you compose a poem for it? Ji Shanghuan looked at Lin Jiming with a smug expression. Before Lin Jiming could speak, Miss Wang let out a soft, "Ah," and her face flushed red, clearly very excited. Is this okay? Lin Jiming rolled her eyes. I know what you're drawing, right? What if you draw a picture of a chick pecking at rice? But since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to agree, only praying that the drawing wouldn't be too outrageous. Masterson said, Since young Master Lin has agreed, then let's do it one more time, but this is the last time. Ji Shangtao replied awkwardly. Yes. Miss Wang excitedly unfurled the scroll. From the moment she arrived, Lin Jiming had become her idol. Just thinking about asking her idol to write a poem for her painting made her incredibly happy. Everyone looked over, and saw that it was a landscape painting with figures. On a hillside, wildflowers were in full bloom, and two old men sat facing each other drinking. One of them was already drunk, while the other played the zither and sang. The painting uses light ink, the brushwork is concise and skillful, and the figures are depicted very vividly. One of the old men looks like Masterson, and the one playing the zither is elegant and unrestrained. Someone next to him exclaimed, "Is that Master Huang Zongxi?" Miss Huang said shyly, "This was originally meant to be presented to Master Cn." Masterson nodded, completely unconcerned that he couldn't see right now. "Is this Qian? Okay, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it in advance." So everyone's eyes turned to Lin Jiming again. To compose a poem on a painting that had only been seen once, and that perfectly matched the mood of the painting, was quite a challenge. Ji Qiu, Deng Qianqian, and the others also looked worried, but Lin Jiming felt no pressure at all, because he had already thought of a suitable and awesome poem. He walked to the low table, picked up the pen, and started writing without thinking. Ji Shangtao looked at him with a sneer. He didn't believe that this guy surnamed Lin was really that talented, always able to spout off so easily. He followed Lin Jiming's pen and read aloud. "Two people drink together as mountain flowers bloom." The audience listened and felt that it was rather bland compared to the previous song, nothing special. Ji Shangtao continued reading. "One cup after another." He became increasingly calm. Was this just to reach the word count? However, when the third sentence came out, his expression changed drastically. The sarcasm disappeared, and he couldn't continue reading the drawing. Wu Chaoan pushed him aside with his arm and read in a clear and bright voice. "I am drunk and want to sleep, so you may leave. If you wish, bring your zither tomorrow." The room fell silent. Even Wu Chaoan himself was stunned after finishing his reading. After a long while, someone shouted, "Bravo!" and the crowd came to their senses and burst into cheers. This poem, titled "Two Worthies Drinking Together," is both a casual stroke of the pen and incredibly stunning. Especially the line, "I'm drunk and want to sleep, you may leave." What a carefree and unconventional attitude towards life that is. Truly the demeanor of a sage. It's just a pity that this young Master Lin's handwriting isn't very good, but it doesn't matter. These people were either students of the Imperial Academy or famous talented men and women in the capital. Even if they couldn't write popular poems themselves, their appreciation level was very high. The Great Wu Dynasty was named after the military, but in reality it valued literature over military affairs. Scholars loved to write lyrics and poems, but there were very few truly outstanding works that could attract attention. And this poem, they almost all felt, could be called the pinnacle of the Dawu poetry scene in more than 200 years. Oh right, there's also the poem about longing for red beans and Su Su girl. Masterson, who had been sitting with his head bowed, suddenly stood up, his old eyes already brimming with tears. "What a wonderful poem! What a wonderful poem! There is hope for the poetry scene in Dao. There is hope. Stunning. Only the word, stunning, suffices. What's amazing is not just the poems, but also the person. From the initial sympathy for the farmers, to the later, red beans, and now this, to leisurely drinking together. This person is quick-witted and has outstanding literary talent. What is most commendable is that he has the world in his heart. Have you not heard him just now vehemently criticize the Ji brothers and vindicate the common people?" Lin Jiming put down his pen and looked at Ji Shangtao. "Have you admitted defeat this time?" Ji Shangtao's expression changed repeatedly. He was unwilling from the bottom of his heart to admit defeat to this pretty boy. "Who knows if it was you?" He mumbled half a sentence, when suddenly a gust of wind swept in. Ji Shangtao knew he was in trouble, but it was too late. Sure enough, the familiar scene repeated itself. Lin Jiming kicked him in the chest, and Ji Shangtao screamed and flew backward once again. Amidst gasps of surprise, Lin Jiming stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and whispered in his ear, "I have spared your life time and time again, yet you have repeatedly provoked me with your words and insulted Jin Yang. Do you think I dare not kill you?" These words struck Ji Shangtao like a thunderbolt, each word chilling and carrying immense pressure. "I?" He calls himself, "I?" Ji Shangtao asked incredulously. You are the emperor?" Lin Jiming sneered. "I was just here for the spectacle, and I'm sparing your life for the sake of the Prince of Yen. You'd better watch yourself." Just then, Ji Shanghuan and Ji Qi rushed over and heard these words. Ji Shanghuan was also struck dumb, looking at Lin Jiming with a face full of horror, while Ji Shangtao looked at Ji Qiu in disbelief, as if seeking confirmation. Ji Qiu nodded and said in a low voice, "Do you think anyone else would dare to impersonate my imperial brother?" The Ji brothers finally believed it. Looking at Lin Jiming, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, their legs went weak and they were about to kneel down. Lin Jiming sneered, "Today I am merely young Master Lin. If you two spoil my enjoyment." Before he could finish speaking, the two men still didn't dare to kneel down, but they couldn't suppress their shock no matter what. Lin Jiming walked back leisurely, a kind smile on his face. "It's all right. The two young masters have admitted defeat after my persuasion, and they probably won't renege on their promise to provide porridge for 7 days." He turned to look at them. "The two young masters, is that right?" Ji Shangtao snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, Yes, young Master Lin's literary talent is unparalleled in my life. I am completely impressed and naturally admit defeat." Ji Shanghuan's legs were still weak, and he nodded repeatedly. Not bad, I admit defeat too." Everyone looked at them with suspicion, deeply doubting that they had been beaten into submission by this young Master Lin. Lin Jiming smiled and said, "Gentlemen, since this is a poetry gathering, why don't we begin?" The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 61. Don't forget, your surname is Ji. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lin Jiming hurriedly asked Ji Qiu to take out the 3 items he had brought. "Everyone, please don't hold back your talents," a student from the Imperial Academy said with a wry smile. "If I, a student, am not worthy of your praise and write a poem, then I will truly be unable to hide my clumsiness and will really make a fool of myself." As soon as he started, others couldn't help but chime in, saying, Yes, how can we compare to Mr. Lin? Let's skip the poetry." Lin Jiming was embarrassed. He had been forced to write 3 poems by Ji Shangtao, and it wasn't intentional. How did he end up being the villain who ruined the poetry gathering? The most excited person in the room was Ji Qiu. She had brought her brother, the Emperor, and he was in the limelight. She also benefited from the attention, because no one knew that this was the current emperor, they just thought he was her friend. Lin Jiming turned to look at Master Tsun, only to see that the old man had not yet sat down and was standing there smiling at him. Of course, he was only looking in his direction, his vision was still completely blurred, and he couldn't see anything. Lin Jiming's heart stirred, and he said to everyone, "Everyone, I'm going to ask Master Tsun some questions first. You don't need to worry about me. Just have fun." After saying that, he walked to Master Tsun's side and said, "Master, may I speak with you in private?" Master Tsun nodded. "All right, young friend Lin, please come inside for tea." Lin Jiming ignored the others and followed Master Tsun into the thatched hut. The place was clean and tidy, with only a few bookshelves filled with all sorts of books, besides tables and chairs. The servant boy served tea, then discreetly left the room, closing the door behind him. Lin Jiming bowed respectfully and said in a low voice, "Student Ji Jinwen greets his esteemed teacher." Master Tsun's expression suddenly changed, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. "So it is His Majesty who has arrived. Please forgive me for being unable to perform the proper greetings due to my physical limitations. The students dare not." Lin Jiming was actually quite uneasy. Ji Jinwen was Master Tsun's student, and the old man could basically recognize his voice. Although his appearance was exactly the same as that dead emperor, his voice was still different. But Master Tsun didn't seem to understand, and simply waved his hand casually. "Sit down and talk." "Yes." Lin Jiming obediently sat down and, taking advantage of the bright sunlight outside the window, carefully observed Master Tsun's eyes up close. He had a premonition, and now that he can see it clearly, he has confirmed it. It is indeed cataracts. He was somewhat tempted, because cataracts are different from other eye diseases. They can be cured. He just didn't know if the Imperial Hospital had such an expert. Master Tsun smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Lin Jiming snapped out of his reverie, thought for a moment, and said, "This student would like to ask my esteemed teacher, what should a young tiger do when it is trapped in a pack of wolves and dares not move rashly, for rash action will lead to its death?" Master Tsun countered, "What do you mean by how? Escape? Go along with it? Or turn the tables and kill it?" Lin Jiming said decisively, "Either expel or kill. Leave no one alive. If your strength is insufficient, then proceed slowly." Master Tsun said with a smile, "Even a young tiger, however small and weak, is still a tiger, and even jackals are wary of it. I know Ning Song's thoughts, but he ultimately dares not. He is well read and acts with caution, and this is your opportunity." "Where is the opportunity?" Lin Jiming hurriedly asked. Master Tsun said slowly, "By using all means to do things openly and honestly, he cannot imprison you, and you will have the opportunity to grow." "All means? Does that mean even the most sordid and despicable methods are acceptable, as long as they appear to be legitimate?" Lin Jiming felt that experience was indeed valuable. Thinking back to his previous actions, he realized that killing anyone he didn't like was too reckless. Perhaps he should learn how to be a more reliable and experienced leader. He thought for a moment, then said helplessly, "The students understand, but we don't have enough people, and even if we do, we might not be able to fully trust them." Master Tsun laughed heartily. "People? My great Wu dynasty lacks everything, but it doesn't lack people. Don't forget, your surname is Ji." He emphasized the word, Ji, as if to highlight his royal status. Lin Jiming finally understood that he was still too unfamiliar with this era. Regardless of whether he was a de facto emperor or not, he was still an emperor. As long as he wanted to win people over, he could still do so. Because he is the ruler of a country, the son of heaven. He stood up and bowed deeply again. "Thank you, my teacher! But I have another request." Master Tsun asked with a smile. "Do you wish to invite Huang Zongxi to come out of seclusion?" "Exactly. He is learned and capable, but he has a bad temper and high standards. You should do something to impress him first, and then he will come on his own without me having to invite him." Lin Jiming understood. "Then I will not disturb my teacher any longer and will take my leave now." "Jing Wen," Master Tsun suddenly called out to him. "Since you still can't control the government, why not take this opportunity to visit the army?" Lin Jiming smiled. He had the same thought. "Yes, thank you very much, teacher." Back outside the thatched hut, the group of talented men and women were still excitedly discussing. Lin Jiming thought they had finally started composing poems, but upon closer listening, he found they were still discussing his 3 poems from that day, occasionally comparing them to Su Su's poem, Red Bean Longing. When he came out, everyone looked at him. The brothers Ji Shangtao and Ji Shanghuan looked at him with awe and bowed slightly. Lin Jiming smiled and said, "Everyone, I have other important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. I hope we can meet again another day." Everyone was very reluctant to see them go, and tried to persuade them to stay. Only Deng Qianqian smiled and said, "I will go to visit Princess Jinyang another day. If it is convenient for you then, young Master Lin, I hope we can meet again." "All right." Lin Jiming clasped his hands in a fist salute, and strode away. Ji Qiu came with him, so of course she left with him too. Besides, Deng Qianqian was the only one she was close to at the scene. Everyone else was giving her strange looks, so she naturally didn't like hanging out with them. "Brother, you are truly a man of great talent." As soon as they left the flower garden and got into the carriage, Ji Qiu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Today, Lin Jiming really opened her eyes. She had always thought that her emperor brother, who was being sidelined and only capable of powerless rage, could actually compose poems that amazed everyone. "So now you believe that I wrote Exhortation to Learning?" "Yes, yes. I believe you. You apologized for questioning my brother before. If it's not true, then you don't need to pay. Just treat me to dinner." It was already noon, and Lin Jiming felt his chest pressed against his back. Ji Qiu's chest was too thick to tell whether it was pressed against her back or not. Today was a poetry gathering, so Wang Qing didn't come out. Only Su Dachuan, disguised as a coachman, accompanied him, along with dozens of guards who secretly followed. Back in the city, Ji-Qiu pointed in a direction, and soon they arrived at a restaurant. Young Master Lin, look, this shop has been around for over 200 years. Their glutinous Rice Krispie duck is so delicious it makes your mouth water. As Ji-Qiu introduced the shop, she got out of the car, but suddenly paused when she reached the shop entrance. Why is business so slow today? Chapter 62 Soaring Grain Prices. Lin Jiming also found it strange. If a century-old shop doesn't do well, it certainly won't last a century. But now, looking from the entrance, there are only 2 or 3 tables of customers. The waiter had already come forward. Gentlemen, please come in. Ji-Qiu asked. What's wrong today? Your business is so slow? Upon hearing this, the waiter gave a wry smile and said nothing. He first led Lin Jiming and Ji-Qiu to the table to sit down. As for Su Dachuan, he didn't dare to eat with Lin Jiming and waited at the door. The tea was served, and the waiter also brought over a menu. We've recently changed our menu prices. Please take a look first. Ji-Qiu picked up the bill with suspicion and glanced at it. She immediately exclaimed, Your glutinous Rice Krispie duck used to cost only 4 yen of silver each. How come it's now 2 yuan? You can't raise prices like this. Aren't you afraid the government will shut down your shop? The waiter protested loudly. Grandma, it's not that our shop is raising prices. Originally, new rice was only 1 tael of silver per shur, a unit of dry measure. But now the grain shops in the capital are raising prices every day, and it has already risen to 3 taels and 5 mace per shur. Pork, chicken, duck, fruits, vegetables, and so on have all increased many times over. If our shop doesn't adjust its prices, won't we go bankrupt? Ji-Qiu was taken aback. She never cared about the prices of daily necessities, but she knew that if the prices of essential goods suddenly skyrocketed, it would definitely not be a good thing. Why did it suddenly rise so much? Why else? There are so many disaster victims outside the city, hundreds of thousands of them. Wouldn't the grain sellers take this opportunity to make as much money as possible? Ji-Qiu angrily said. Aren't they afraid of retribution for making such dirty money? The waiter said. Didn't our emperor deal with the Xing family who were making money through dishonest means? The whole city was applauding, but money is just too tempting. There are always some who aren't afraid of death, right? Besides, those who dare to make this kind of money must have connections in the court. They're incredibly audacious. The shopkeeper, who was not far away, suddenly coughed, and the waiter immediately shut up. Ji-Qiu glanced at Lin Jiming, who simply said, Since you're here, bring me a few of your family's signature dishes, and a pot of wine. The waiter happily replied, All right, please wait a moment. It's not easy for him either. He only got a few customers in the middle of the day. If this continues, the shop might have to close down. Lin Jiming beckoned Su Dachuan, who was standing at the door, to come in and eat with them, but Su Dachuan refusing to come. Sit down and eat. After you're full, come with me to kill someone. A simple sentence, yet it contained boundless killing intent. Su Dachuan immediately stopped talking and carefully sat down. There were few customers in the restaurant, so the food came out quickly, and it wasn't long before the dishes started arriving one after another. Lin Jiming didn't care whether the sticky rice duck was good or not. He just ordered a big bowl of rice and ate it all. He also finished the pot of wine. Finally, with his cheeks slightly flushed, he paid the bill and left. Dachuan, take me to the nearest grain shop. Su Dachuan could tell that Lin Jiming was in a very bad mood, so without saying a word, he took him to the rice shop closest to the restaurant. The rice shop wasn't large, but it was surrounded by layers upon layers of people, with countless people carrying bags of rice crowding outside the shop, while the door remained tightly shut. Not open? Lin Jiming raised an eyebrow. It was only just past noon, and the rice shop was already closed? He stepped forward and saw that the rice and water price sign hanging high outside the door was completely blank. Su Dachuan cleverly grabbed an elderly man in line and asked, Grandpa, why is this shop closed? The old man stared intently at the rice shop's door, muttering, I'm just waiting for the next price hike. Once it's gone up and the price is set, it'll open again. The price has gone up 7 or 8 times today, and the shop has closed temporarily 7 or 8 times. I've been queuing since this morning and I still haven't gotten a turn. I wonder what price my rice will be when it's finally my turn." Just then, the door of the rice shop opened, and a shop assistant came out and shouted, "The price list has been changed. Everyone, please look carefully before you buy." He then took down the water sign and wrote, "3 taels and 8 mace," in large characters with chalk. The crowd in line immediately erupted in chaos. "It was only 3½ ounces a moment ago. How come it increased by 3 chien just from a sneeze? How are we supposed to live on such high prices? Oh, forget about the price, let's buy more now, otherwise who knows if the price will go up again tomorrow." Lin Jiming watched intently, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists so tightly that veins bulged on his forehead. 1 share of rice costs 3 liang and 8 chien, which translates to a little over 200 won per jin. The monthly expenses for an average moderately wealthy family are only 3 to 5 liang of silver. Is the price of rice going to skyrocket? Ji Qiu gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Brother, the waiter just now said that the people were very grateful for your handling of the Xing family last time. So this time, you should also deal with these unscrupulous grain merchants. The people are so pitiful." Lin Jiming shook his head. He saw things differently than Ji Qiu did. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the skyrocketing grain prices. Moreover, with grain prices rising across the city, it has caused a frenzy among the people. He suspects that the grain on the market now includes not only the grain stored in the capital, but also grain sent from other places to profit from the national crisis, and even the official grain from the Ministry of Revenue. Don't be fooled by the fact that he checked the accounts at the Ministry of Revenue last time and confirmed that there wasn't much surplus grain. After all, he hadn't personally visited the official granary. How could an inexperienced newbie like him possibly outmaneuver those corrupt officials in the Ministry of Revenue? De Chun, send men to check all the waterway locks and record how many grain ships have arrived in the capital in the past week, regardless of size. Su Dachun solemnly accepted the order. Yes. Also, find someone with good skills to quietly check the official granary to see if it is really empty. Be careful not to be discovered. Your subject understands. Su Dachun sent someone over, then asked, "What about this family?" Lin Jiming shook his head and took out a token. "This is just a small shop that follows the trend. It's no use closing it down. Go and transfer Xia Yun to the East Market. We'll go there too." Yes. Su Dachun took the token and assigned people to go. Then he drove towards the east of the city, which was the largest commercial district in the capital, the East Market. The carriage traveled through the city, and Lin Jiming sat in the carriage deep in thought. He felt quite powerless, as there were always unscrupulous merchants to catch. The waiter at the restaurant said that the people are very grateful to him now, but that's only because the Xing family was raided. If things continue like this, the people will suffer and will turn around and curse him, the ruler of the country. Then let's be patient and catch the termites, one by one. He sneered inwardly. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage suddenly stopped. Lin Jiming lifted the carriage curtain and glanced inside. They were only at the intersection of a street, but the street was already so congested that people couldn't even get through, let alone carriages. Su Dachun turned around and said, "Master, the East Market is just ahead, and Dafeng, the largest grain shop in the capital, is located there." Lin Jiming jumped out of the car and said to Ji Qiu, "People will die later. If you're scared, just wait in the car." Chapter 63: The Near Outbreak of Riot. Ji Qiu jumped out of the car without hesitation. Although her face was a little pale, her expression was still firm. "I'm not afraid." Lin Jiming said no more and strode inside. The East Market was bustling with people, almost all of whom were carrying bags of rice. Su Dachun and several imperial guards led the way, guiding Lin Jiming to the front of a grain shop. This grain shop occupies an excellent location, with 8 bays in front and a shop sign hanging in front that reads, De Fenghao. De Fenghao was the largest grain merchant in the entire capital. Almost all the grain shops in the city got their goods from here, so the price of grain in the capital was controlled by them. By this time, countless people had already crowded outside the door, but surprisingly, they were just making noise and no one was attacking the shop. Lin Jiming's face darkened at the sight, for there was a squad of soldiers guarding the entrance to Dafeng. A shifty-eyed man emerged from the crowd, whispered something to one of the imperial guards next to Su Dachuan, and then quietly disappeared back into the crowd. The imperial guard hurriedly approached Lin Jiming and whispered, "Master, we just received new information. Dafeng Company changed owners yesterday. The new owner is Marquis Yongming Guosun, but on the surface, it is his brother-in-law, Peng Zhong, who is in charge of the business." Marquis of Yongming? Lin Jiming recalled that he should have seen him in the imperial court, but he had no recollection of it at all. It's also part of the Sungui group, so why didn't old man Deng Yu go and give them a warning? Deng Yu would definitely have kept the noble group quiet for a while after releasing such a large piece of the pie, Rhinoceros Horn Island, but then Guosun suddenly appeared. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lin Jiming's mind, and he whispered, "Dachuan, has Xiaoyan arrived yet?" "Reporting to Master, we have arrived, and the surrounding area has been prepared." "Very good." Lin Jiming was very satisfied with Xia Yun's speed and said solemnly, "You should also send people to various places. With such a chaotic scene, Taiping Dao will probably not miss such a good opportunity." Su Dachuan nodded. "Your Majesty is wise. I have already made the arrangements immediately." Lin Jiming couldn't help but glance at him. This kid was good, he had potential. It seemed that promoting him to the position of vice commander of the embroidered uniform guard was a wise move. With 3 sharp cracks, the sign outside Defengho changed once again, this time directly displaying, "For Liang, a unit of weight." 1 share of rice yielded for Liang, breaking the highest record since the founding of the Great Wu dynasty. The crowd's cheers immediately rose several notches. A middle-aged man who looked like a manager stepped out of the Dafeng ship and pressed his hand to quiet the crowd down a bit. The manager said slowly, "Recently, Anhui, Huguang and Hebei have all been suffering from disasters, making it difficult to transport grain. So the price of rice will naturally rise. If you want to buy quickly, because it might go up even more later." These words were like pouring cold water into a frying pan, causing the surrounding crowd to shout insults. "Have you no humanity? Selling rice at such a high price, are you trying to force us to our deaths? You all know there's a disaster, yet you're still selling at such high prices. Don't you see all the disaster victims outside the city? Profiteering from national disaster and sucking human blood, you are utterly inhuman." The manager pretended not to hear, rolled his eyes, and turned to go inside. "Stop!" Suddenly a loud shout rang out. The steward frowned and turned his head, only to see a young man looking at him coldly. It was Lin Jiming. "Who are you? What do you want by stopping me?" Lin Jiming's lips curled into a cold smile, and with a wave of his hand he said, "Take him down!" "Yes." Several imperial guards rushed out from both sides and pounced on the steward. The soldiers on duty were shocked and hurriedly drew their swords to stop them. Su Dachuan sneered. "Compare numbers to ours." Suddenly, 20 more people appeared from the crowd and blocked the way for the group of officers and soldiers. Because of this delay, the manager was arrested and detained in front of the main gate of Defengho. Lin Jiming looked down at him, his eyes icy cold. "You just said you were me?" The steward was terrified and stammered. Who are you people?" The imperial guards were all there to protect Lin Jiming as he went to the poetry gathering. They were all dressed in civilian clothes and carried only ordinary steel knives, so he couldn't see anything amiss. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "These grain sellers are scum, they have no humanity. Why be polite to them? Everyone, go in and rob them. The dogs outside have been stopped. Don't be afraid, everyone break in. Hurry up and grab them, or they'll be gone." Several voices appeared in different directions within the crowd. Lin Jiming heard them clearly, and immediately raised an eyebrow. "What you fear most has come to pass. There really are those who take advantage of the chaos to loot and incite public sentiment. This is when the people are most vulnerable and have a herd mentality. Once someone takes the lead, the consequences will be unpredictable." The kneeling steward also heard this, and his face immediately became even more horrified. Suddenly, several screams and cries of pain rang out, and then more than a dozen people emerged from the crowd, each grabbing a person in their hand. They were all brought in front of Lin Jiming, and with a kick in the back of their legs, they were forced to kneel down. The commotion that was just beginning to rise was instantly suppressed. Lin Jiming nodded approvingly to Su Dachuan and then looked at the group of people. These dozen or so people looked like ordinary people, but only in terms of their clothing. You could see a kind of arrogance and madness in their eyes. Even though they were forced to kneel, they still raised their heads high and glared fiercely at Lin Jiming. The unsuspecting people were stunned and fell silent. Lin Jiming looked around at the crowd with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "The Taiping Dao really knows how to pick their time, choosing this moment to stir up trouble. Luckily, I anticipated this, otherwise." He pointed to the thousands of people present. "Wouldn't this place be a river of blood and a huge mass of dead and injured today?" A man with his head held high said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Their rice prices have gone up so much, all I want is to have enough to eat." "Ordinary people? Ha!" Lin Jiming sneered, then suddenly drew Su Dachuan's waist knife and slashed down, severing the man's right hand. Amid the man's loud screams, Lin Jiming picked up the blood-soaked hand and raised it high. "With those thick calluses on your hands and that murderous glint in your eyes, you're telling me you're just an ordinary citizen?" Lin Jiming whirled around, coldly eyeing the others kneeling before him. "And what about you? Are you ordinary citizens, or what?" The dozen or so people remained silent, their expressions complex. They never expected that the opportunity they had finally found would be seized so swiftly before they could even incite a civil unrest. Ji Qiu watched with immense excitement. She suddenly realized that her brother, the Emperor, was so calm and composed in the face of the impending riot, and so decisive in his actions. The figure standing in front of her was incredibly tall and imposing, and he seemed to exude a captivating aura. At that moment, Ji Qiu felt her heart skip a beat, and her pretty face quietly flushed. Chapter 64: Those who disrupt people's livelihoods shall be killed. The dozen or so people who incited public sentiment were all taken away and slowly tortured and interrogated in the Jinui prison. Lin Jiming looked at the manager kneeling on the ground. "Now you see, it is because of your depravity that evil cults have secretly taken advantage of your power. If I had not foreseen this and arranged for manpower, how many people would have died here today? Can your Dafeng company bear that responsibility?" The steward trembled with fear, realizing he had apparently offended someone he shouldn't have. At this moment, a young man rushed over, his face displeased. Before he even got close, he shouted, "Where are you from? How dare you cause trouble at my Dafeng company? Have you even inquired about who the young master is?" Lin Jiming turned to look at him. "Are you the owner of Dafeng?" The young man, his face full of arrogance, glanced at me sideways and said, "That's right, I am the boss." "Who are you?" Lin Jiming sneered. "Then I'll let you know who I am." Su Dachuan understood, pursed his lips to make a whistle, and a loud whistle rang out, followed by the sound of neat and heavy footsteps all around. The young man's expression changed drastically. As a son of a noble family, he could naturally recognize that only a heavily armed army could make such footsteps. Sure enough, a large contingent of soldiers quickly appeared at both ends of the East Market, and swiftly surrounded the entire Dafeng store and the section of street outside. "Ha! Imperial Guards?" The young man stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. The Imperial Guards were the Emperor's personal guards, also known as the Imperial Guards. So now that the Imperial Guards have appeared, who is this person in front of us? The young man's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. A handsome and upright military officer stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "Your subject Xia Yun pays respects to your majesty. Long live the Emperor!" The remaining soldiers saluted in unison, pounding their right fists on their chests. The clanging of their armor startled all the civilians present, who instinctively knelt down. Clang, clang. The soldiers outside the gate of Dafeng were so frightened that they hurriedly dropped their weapons and knelt down. Xia Yun's personal guards stepped forward and tied them up. The leading officer shouted, We are the personal guards of the Marquis of Yongning. The young soldier who had tied him up slapped him across the face, and he fell silent. Lin Jiming raised his hand and pointed at the young man, uttering two voices that sounded as if they came from hell. Kill him! Yes! Xia Yun clasped his hands in a fist salute, stood up, drew his sword, and the young man's head flew off. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the scene was filled with screams and panic. Dafeng ship, shut down, all relevant personnel arrested and imprisoned. Lin Jiming's cold and ruthless voice echoed throughout the street. Imperial guards, search the entire city. Anyone found raising prices, shut down the shop, arrest the person, and execute them at Kaishiku tomorrow. Su Dachun clasped his hands in a deep fist salute. Your subject obeys the decree. At this moment, Lin Jiming loudly addressed all the people present. Now I assure you that the price of rice will return to its previous level. You no longer need to worry about not being able to buy rice or not being able to afford rice, and there is no need to panic buy. Anyone who dares to arbitrarily raise prices and disrupt people's livelihoods will be executed by me, one by one. The last word, kill, was chillingly cold, sending shivers down the spines of everyone who heard it. However, all the people present stared blankly at him, at his figure, which was not particularly tall, but was incredibly upright. That was their emperor, who actually came to the common people in person to uphold justice for them. What a wise and sagacious emperor! Someone, I don't know who, started it all, shouting loudly, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" And so one by one, the people knelt down and shouted loudly, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Lin Jiming stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the people. He felt a surge of emotion that almost burst his chest. It was his ambition to protect the people and his courage to face any high-ranking officials or important courtiers without fear. How brave and fearless he was to take direct action to eradicate the cancer for the sake of the people of the city, regardless of the forces behind the Dafeng Company. The Imperial Guards had already taken away everyone from Dafeng, including the personal guards of the Marquis of Yongning, and the shops were sealed off, but the people no longer panicked. Because their emperor has come to their rescue, they are no longer afraid of exorbitantly expensive rice. Lin Jiming departed amidst cheers and tearful murmurs of emotion, with Xia Yun and Su Dachun urging him to return to the palace immediately. The emperor is of inestimable health. How could he linger among the common people for an extended period? They dared not bear this responsibility. Are you going back to the Qianqing Palace? Ji Chuyu finally returned to normal and asked Lin Jiming, who still had a murderous look on his face. Lin Jiming shook his head. You should go back first, I have other matters to attend to. He didn't say what was wrong, but his gaze was fixed in a certain direction. Lingquan Palace. The maid Dongqing looked at Lin Jiming in surprise. Oh, Your Majesty! I have some important matters to discuss with you. Go and have some fun by yourself. Holly exclaimed excitedly. Great! Thank you, Your Majesty. She's still a child, very playful, so of course she doesn't feel much pressure, but she should still play if she can. Lin Jiming dismissed Dongqing and gently pushed open the door to the palace. Su Dachun stood guard in the courtyard, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Inside the hall, wisps of smoke curled from the cranebeak incense burner. Lingxuan was leaning back on a soft couch, engrossed in reading a recently popular novel. As the footsteps drew closer, she assumed it was Dongqing and said, Go play if you have nothing else to do. You don't need to serve me here. A familiar voice rang in my ears. Isn't this why I'm here to serve you? Ah? Chapter 65 I want to create another one. Lingxuan, I want to do something. And Lingxuan gave a soft Now there are disasters everywhere, and many people are displaced and forced to leave their homes. Many people want to help but do not know how, and waste their time, energy and money. Lin Jiming's tone softened and became heavy. Lingxuan looked up at him with slight surprise. Lin Jiming looked at the high roof beam and said, There are actually many wealthy and kind-hearted people in our Great Wu, but many people find it difficult to personally go to the disaster area and do not trust others. So I want to set up another department to bring together those who are willing to donate money and goods, and to provide unified relief to help the people of the world. Ah! Lin Xuan exclaimed softly. She had never had this idea before, nor had she ever seen anything like it in the history of the Great Wu dynasty, or even the previous dynasties. Just as Lin Jiming said, she also wanted to help those displaced disaster victims, but she didn't know how. To set up another department specifically for disaster relief, what a noble goal, what a wonderful plan. Lin Jiming gently patted her shoulder and smiled. I've already had the daughters of Jin Yang and the Duke of Wei start piloting this. You'll be the one to take the lead. I've even thought of a name for this, the Great Wu Charity Association. If she was just surprised before, now she was astonished. Lin Xuan asked, both surprised and delighted. Me? Is that okay? Of course, that would be perfect. So what do you say, will you agree? I promise. The Dawu Charity Association, especially the word charity, deeply moved in Lin Xuan. She doesn't care whether she becomes famous. She only cares about whether she can truly help those in need around the world. Lin Jiming smiled. He knew when Lin Xuan would be interested in this matter. Because she is a kind person, the word charity seems to have been created just for her. The Dafeng ship was sealed off, the bodies in front of the gate had been removed, and a large pool of blood remained on the ground, serving as a simple and clear warning. As a result, all the other grain shops in the city restored the normal rice prices, and the price tags were changed back to the original price of 1 tael and 2 mace per shire, a unit of dry measure. Even though their purchase price in the past few days was much higher than this price, they could only accept their bad luck. The people cheered and spread the news, for their emperor had come to their rescue, a wise ruler, a truly wise ruler. A riot that almost broke out was easily quelled by Lin Jiming. Ning Mansion, in the study? Kai Yu, sitting at the lower end of the table, said with a smile. Grand Secretary Ning, are these impeachment memorials sufficient? Ning Song glanced at the thick stack of memorials on his desk, flipping through them casually. The signatures were all from various civil officials, censors, and imperial secretaries in the court. He nodded. Tomorrow we will invite our emperor to court. He has always wanted to rule in his own right. Tomorrow we will ask him how to handle this matter. Caillou sighed sarcastically. His Majesty must be in a difficult position. After all, he just reached an agreement with the Duke of Wei, and now he suddenly turned on him. TSK. Ning Song shook his head with a smile on his face. He wants to sit in that position, then we'll show him whether he has the ability to sit there securely. Caillou and he exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Just then, the steward of the Ning family arrived and handed a piece of paper to Ning Song. Ning Song glanced at it, his smile gradually fading, and then said indifferently, He's quite lucky. Caillou asked, What happened? Ning Song handed him the paper, on which was written a line. Before the People's Rebellion began, the Emperor arrived just in time, quelled it, and grain prices returned to normal. Caillou held the paper over the candle and burned it, shaking his head and saying, What a pity! Ning Song got up and walked out of the study, saying, It's all right. We will still invite His Majesty to court tomorrow. After all, there are other important matters that require His Majesty's judgment. The Imperial Study. Wang Qin came to report. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yongning requests an audience. Lin Jiming was flipping through a booklet when he said, Let him in. Yes. A middle-aged man stepped into the hall and bowed deeply in worship. Your subject Guosun pays his respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor! Lin Jiming continued looking at the booklet in his hand, without raising his head, and said, Kneel down. Guosun arrived filled with rage, his face even bearing several blood streaks, because his brother-in-law had died, and his wife had been arguing with him at home for a long time. Even if Lin Jiming didn't summon him, he would still come because he wanted an explanation, but he still didn't dare to act recklessly in the imperial study, so he could only endure it and kneel obediently. A moment later Duke Chao arrived. He was an old man in his 50s, with a robust build. Although he was already of age, he walked with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was clear that he came from a military background. Your humble servant Qianmo greets your majesty. Lin Jiming finally stopped flipping through the pages and looked up at the two of them. Rise, all of you, stand up and speak. Thank you, your majesty. The two stood up and stood with their hands at their sides. They were specially summoned by Lin Jiming. Lin Jiming looked at Guosun. Marquis Yongning, is Dafeng yours? Chapter 66 Duke of Chao, Marquis of Yongning. Guosun said irritably. Since your majesty already knows, why ask again? On the contrary, I would like to ask your majesty, why did you seal up my shop and kill my brother-in-law? Lin Jiming nodded without answering, but asked again. Those soldiers guarding the door of your shop, they claim to be your personal guards, but they're actually the Tiger Guards, right? The Tiger Guard, one of the 12 guards of the capital, was established to handle various events in the capital, and was also one of the royal elite forces. Its commander was Guosun. Guosun hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes. Lin Jiming said calmly. Then explain why my elite troops are guarding your grain shop? Guosun paused for a moment then said. Your Majesty, grain prices have been soaring recently. I was afraid that the people would become agitated, so I sent a few people to maintain order, but I will not take any action against them. Bullshit! Lin Jiming suddenly roared in anger. With a squad of soldiers standing there, do you think the people will believe you if you say you won't take action? All they know is that Dafeng Company is colluding with powerful figures and trying to use force to oppress them. Guosun fell silent. It was indeed inappropriate for a dignified Tiger Guard to be used as a doorman for a grain shop, but his ancestors were founding heroes and he had the confidence to not be impeached. Originally it didn't matter. But who would have thought that the emperor would come there in person and be caught red-handed? Lin Jiming then looked at Qianmo. Does Dafeng also have a share in Duke Chao? What's wrong? Are you short of money lately? Qianmo paused for a moment, then hesitated and said, Your Majesty is wise. This old minister of Dafeng only contributed a small amount, and we are short of money, but it's all right. Lin Jiming sneered. It was the Duke of Wei who told you about that matter, so you were in a hurry to raise money and that's why you partnered with the Marquis of Yongning to do that mess, right? Qianmo looked a little embarrassed, and Guosun also fell silent for a moment. Because that's exactly why they wanted to make a quick buck at this juncture and gain a larger share in Rhinoceros Horn Island. With the city currently filled with disaster victims and food prices soaring, it presents a great opportunity to make money. Lin Jiming then asked, You must have spent a lot of money to take over such a large company as Dafeng, right? Besides the two of you, who else has invested? Upon hearing this, Guosun said unhappily, Only I spent my savings of many years and even brought in the Duke of Chao to invest. There was no one else involved. This matter is merely my private affair. Why does your Majesty inquire about it? The cost of acquiring Dafengho was already considerable, and the purchase of grain in the past 2 days had also been quite expensive. Now that it was being sealed off so easily, his anger flared up again. Ha! Fine, why ask? Lin Jiming laughed, then suddenly stopped and said angrily, Shouldn't I also ask about your exorbitant grain prices that are causing chaos in people's lives? Guosun was already displeased about this matter, and upon hearing this, he stubbornly retorted, Didn't your Majesty forcibly shut down Dafeng Company? My brother-in-law was also killed by your Majesty. I accept such a great loss. Whatever punishment your Majesty desires, I will accept it. Qianmo's eyebrows twitched. Although he came from a military background, he was already quite old and had become a shrewd person. He had already sensed that something was wrong, so he quickly nudged Guosun, signaling him to shut up. Lin Jiming leaned forward slightly, looked at Guosun, and said, Since you say you'll accept the punishment, then I will have your entire family executed. Do you think that's a fair punishment? Guosun was taken aback and angrily said, Your Majesty, the soaring price of rice is due to the soaring purchase price. I only added 0.5%, how can it be my fault? I refuse to accept this. 0.5%, or 5%, isn't actually that much of a price increase. You're not wrong? That's because you're brainless. Lin Yiming roared. Do you even know who originally owned the Dafeng ship? Guosun said. I know, it's the Wang family from Shangxi. Why did the Wang family suddenly give you the Dafeng lot? The Wang family said there had been a change in their family situation, so they sold it to me at a low price. Didn't you ever think about it? With such a big shop, why would he give you a lower price instead of someone else? Is it because other people aren't as good at business as you, Guosun? It's my brother-in-law, Peng Zhong. He's on good terms with the young master of the Wang family. Lin Yiming suddenly sneered. Being on good terms with the Wang family? Doesn't he know who the Wang family's daughter married? Guosun's heart skipped a beat, as if he realized something was wrong. Your Majesty, I do not know. Who is it? Lin Yiming said with a mocking expression. Wang Huafang, the second daughter of the Wang family, married a man surnamed Kai. The Kaiyan Kai Yu, the second Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, who is also the Minister of Revenue. Thump. Guosun trembled, his legs gave way, and he knelt down again. Lin Yiming threw the booklet in front of the two men. Take a look. This is the information that the embroidered uniform guard just found out. Dafeng Company is ostensibly owned by Wang, but it is actually owned by Kai Yu. Why would he give Dafeng Company to you? Use your pig brain and think about it carefully. Guosun picked up the booklet with trembling hands, opened it, and saw that it clearly stated the relationship between the Wang family and the Kai family, as well as the current grain prices in various provinces. Although the disaster was widespread, grain prices in various places were generally normal, with only minor fluctuations. Only the dozens of ships of grain recently sent to the capital were priced at several times the normal price. The source of this grain, and the major grain merchants behind it, all had the shadow of the Kai family. Furthermore, the people inciting the crowd in front of Defengho today were members of the Taiping Dao sect. After being interrogated by the Jinyui Imperial Guard, they confessed that the person who tipped them off was the Wang family from Shangxi who transferred Defengho. Thump! Qian Mo's legs buckled and he knelt down. He realized that Guosun had fallen into a trap, and he himself had been dragged into it. With grain prices soaring, and with hundreds of thousands of disaster victims outside the city, unrest is bound to break out in the capital. At that time, the court will launch a fierce impeachment against the two of them. Why were they chosen? Because they were short of money, and they wanted to work with the Duke of Wei to develop Rhinoceros Horn Island. This is a conspiracy to sabotage the development of Rhinoceros Horn Island and dismantle part of the Noble Group. Although Lin Yiming kept a low profile when he privately met with the Duke of Wei to discuss the development of Rhinoceros Horn Island, the Duke of Wei's need to contact all the nobles would inevitably be discovered by Ning Song's faction. Now you understand? Lin Yiming said coldly. Do I need to explain anything further? The two men hurriedly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, we know our crime. Lin Yiming said. Fortunately, I happened to see it and brought the riot under control. Otherwise, if the civil uprising had started, your two families would have been executed along with your entire clan. Qian Mogwa soon trembled all over. After learning the whole story, they were terrified and felt a deep sense of awe and gratitude towards the emperor they had previously taken for granted. Guosun, you fell for a conspiracy, but that's because you're stupid. Whether you lose money or your brother-in-law dies, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. I'm returning Dafeng Company to you, but you must control the grain price properly. If you cause any more trouble, I will execute you without mercy. Lin Yiming continued. Duke Chao, although you were innocently implicated, you are also suspected of opportunism. You two will each be fined 100,000 taels of silver to be given to the Empress Dowager for disaster relief. Do you have any objections? Both of them were heartbroken, but they could only kowtow and say, Your Majesty, we respectfully obey your decree and thank you for your great kindness. Just then, a report came from outside the door. Your Majesty, the Cabinet has come to request that you attend the morning court tomorrow. Chapter 67 Meeting Again. Qian Mo and Guosun subconsciously looked up at Lin Yiming, their faces filled with undisguised astonishment. Lin Yiming wasn't surprised at all. He stood up and said, Then, go back and rest early. Let's see what surprises they have in store for us at the morning court tomorrow. We take our leave. Qian and Guo left, and Lin Jiming called out, "Da Chun." Su Dachuan entered in response. "Your subject is here," Lin Jiming asked. "Is it halfway done?" Su Dachuan grinned, revealing a large set of teeth, and said, "Your Majesty, not a single one has fallen." "Very well, if they don't provoke me tomorrow, fine, after all, it's not the right time to turn against them yet. But if they do provoke me, then I'll make them feel disgusted." "Hee, Your Majesty is wise." After offering a flattering remark, Su Dachuan whispered, "Your Majesty, Lord Chenping asked me to convey that 2 of the Taiping Dao rebels arrested outside the city last time were deliberately released, and we are now making some progress." Lin Jiming glanced at him. "Is he not coming to see me because he has discovered that someone in the court is secretly colluding with the Taiping Dao sect, so he is afraid of alerting them?" Su Dachuan was shocked again, his eyes widening into bulging cow eyes. "Your Majesty is truly too. Speak quickly." Yes. These are some of the people that Lord Chen found out." A list was handed over. Lin Jiming took it, glanced at it, and scoffed. "Hey, you were such a beauty, why did you become a thief?" Su Dachuan praised. "Your Majesty has excellent literary talent." "Get lost!" Lin Jiming kicked him. He was worried that Su Dachuan would go astray if he continued like this. He was much better at flattering than Wang Qing, the personal eunuch. However, despite his flattery, he was still quite reliable when it came to getting things done. The next day, at the hour of 3 to 5 a.m., 3 drumbeats sounded outside the Meridian Gate, and the civil and military officials went to court once again. This time, the atmosphere in the Hall of Supreme Harmony was very different from the last time. The civil officials no longer whispered among themselves, and the nobles no longer laughed and joked as if joining in the fun. Instead, they were divided into 2 distinct factions. The civil officials were led by Grand Secretary Ning Song, and the nobles were led by Duke Deng Yu of Wei, each standing in their respective ranks. "His Majesty has arrived!" At a loud announcement, all the officials knelt and bowed in respect. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Lin Jiming entered the hall, walked up to the golden platform, and before taking his seat, he glanced at the side and back of the dragon throne. That was where the Empress Dowager used to sit while ruling from behind the curtain. It was empty last time, and it was empty today as well. He chuckled lightly, knowing full well that Ning Song, that old dog, had countless tricks up his sleeve and naturally wouldn't let the Empress Dowager take the fall. "My beloved subjects, rise!" Before Wang Qing even had to shout, "Speak up if you have something to say," people below had already stepped forward. "Your subject Yao Yeqing, the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, has a memorial to present." Lin Jiming glanced at him and saw that he was a lean old man with white hair and beard, and there was a patch on the cuff of his robe. He looked like an honest and upright person. "Explain." "The floods in Huguang province are becoming increasingly severe, with floodwaters inundating thousands of miles, causing great suffering to the people. The affected areas have reached 5 prefectures and 37 counties, and the number of affected people has exceeded 1 million. As Yao Yeqing spoke, his eyes reddened, and he choked up as he continued. "Now countless disaster victims are displaced and barely surviving, forced to eat grass roots and tree bark. Even field mice have been exhausted, and there are even cases of people exchanging their own children to eat them. It is truly a tragedy. The Ministry of Revenue has provided disaster relief many times, but it is just a drop in the ocean. The official granaries are empty, and every day countless disaster victims are still freezing and starving to death. The plague in Luzhou has been brought under control, but tens of thousands of men and households have died from the disease, leaving behind orphans and widows who are struggling to make ends meet. The other prefectures of Daizhou and Weizhou have suffered from a severe drought since last year. Although there is rain now, there was no harvest last year, and the people have nothing to eat." At this point, he bowed deeply, tears welling in his eyes, and cried out, "Your Majesty, I implore you to raise funds and provisions to provide relief to the disaster-stricken areas and save the people from this dire situation." What a drama queen! Lin Jiming looked at Kai Yu, the Minister of Revenue, and asked, Grand Secretary Kai, has the Ministry of Revenue verified the discrepancies in the official granaries that I discovered a few days ago? Kai Yu stepped forward and calmly replied, Your Majesty, I personally led the 4 departments of the Ministry of Revenue to conduct a joint review and found that the accounts were incorrect. Those responsible for dereliction of duty have been approved by the Cabinet and imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. They will be executed soon. Lin Jiming wasn't surprised at all by his smooth answer. Last time, he personally uncovered the false accounts, and Kai Yu was able to deny them completely, but he is currently helpless. So the official granaries are really empty? Completely empty. Oh. Lin Jiming only said one word before falling into deep thought and remaining silent. Kai Yu also retreated after speaking, lowering his eyes and looking down as if it had nothing to do with him anymore. Yao Yeqing, who was crying below, was a little tired. Seeing that the emperor had been silent for a long time, he couldn't help but urge him. Your Majesty, please raise grain. Lin Jiming retorted. If you want me to procure grain, then what is your Ministry of Revenue doing? Yao Yeqing spread his hands. After the new year, many places in Daw suffered from disasters. Even a skilled cook can hardly cook without rice. The Ministry of Revenue has already done its best. Now the old grain is exhausted, and the new grain. Spring planting has not even started, so there is no way to talk about the new grain. He paused here. However, the people have already paid their annual grain. If we raise more, it may cause a peasant uprising. I think Your Majesty can allocate funds to purchase grain from the people. There is plenty of grain in Jiangnan, and it is convenient to transport it to Huguang by water. I ask Your Majesty for your permission. Lin Jiming narrowed his eyes and looked at him. I'll allocate funds? From where? Yao Yeqing said loudly. Your Majesty knows that Your Majesty has seized more than 10 million taels of silver from Su Liang, the former commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Li Yi, the former prefect of the capital, and the Xing family, a wealthy family in the capital. Your Majesty asks for little, only that Your Majesty allocate 2 million taels, which would be enough to relieve the urgent needs of Huguang province. When the truth was revealed, Lin Jiming knew that these civil officials had been eyeing this sum of money all along. He sneered. The Ministry of Revenue can't come up with money or grain, and instead of finding a solution themselves, they've set their sights on me? Yao Yeqing cupped his hands in greeting, but did not budge an inch. Your subject dares not. Another person stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Duke of Wei has offered up a piece of land in the northwest of the imperial city, Rhinoceros Horn Continent, to build a place of pleasure and debauchery with Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to rescind your order and use the money to help the people of Dewu who are in dire need of saving their lives. Lin Jiming looked over and saw another person whose clothes had patches on them. Who are you? Your subject is Liang Jinquan, censor of the censorate. After answering, he took another step forward and said again, Your Majesty, please abandon the construction of Rhinoceros Horn Continent and save the people of Great Wu. Just then, as if by prior arrangement, more than a dozen civil officials stepped forward and shouted in unison. Your Majesty, please abandon the construction of Rhinoceros Horn Continent and save the people of Great Wu. Liang Jinquan said again. Your Majesty, such a wasteful and extravagant act of squandering national resources and manpower is not the behavior of a wise ruler. If Your Majesty insists on doing so. He abruptly ripped off his hat and roared. I will remonstrate to the death. More than a dozen people simultaneously removed their hats and shouted. We, your subjects, will remonstrate to the death. Chapter 68. Do you know your guilt? Lin Jiming leaned back, his face calm, seemingly ignoring the oppressive aura emanating from below. Instead, he leisurely asked, How did you learn about Rhinoceros Horn Continent? Liang Jinquan said. That's not important. What's important is that if Your Majesty abandons the people and only knows how to indulge in debauchery and pleasure, and even colludes with the nobles in the court to build Rhinoceros Horn Island for a place of debauchery, may I ask Your Majesty, how is this any different from that of a tyrannical ruler? His tone grew increasingly harsh, almost pointing his finger at Lin Jiming and cursing him, though his face was full of righteous indignation while he was inwardly sneering. His goal today was to make this good-for-nothing realize his place, and this, tyrant, was just the beginning. Yao Yeqing spoke again. Your Majesty, I and Imperial Censor Liang jointly advise that the silver seas should have been deposited into the Ministry of Revenue and the National Treasury, but Your Majesty has taken it for yourself, which is a violation of ancestral precepts. If Your Majesty continues to be obstinate, we will report to the Imperial Clan Court and go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices to the founding Emperor and the late Emperor. We beg Your Majesty to think carefully about what you have done. A dozen or so officials below shouted in unison. Your Majesty, please reconsider and act accordingly. The court was suddenly filled with a dark atmosphere, as if shrouded in gloom. The perfect coordination was between the Ministry of Revenue and the Censorate. The incompetent emperor was a test, while going to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices to Emperor Taizu was a warning to Lin Jiming. How incompetent must an emperor be to provoke the wrath of his court officials, who then rushed to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to mourn his passing? If it really comes to that, then Emperor Honghua will be cursed by the world, and even after his death he will be given a posthumous title such as Li Shang or Han. The nobles in the distance watched the spectacle without saying a word, but their eyes all held a hidden look of anticipation. He Li, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, frowned and was about to take a step when he felt his sleeve being tugged. He turned his head slightly and saw that it was Su Wenzhong, the Minister of War, who was looking down as if he were asleep. He Li was taken aback, but calmly withdrew his foot and stood still, as if nothing had happened. Lin Jiming took a deep breath and looked at Cai Yu, the Minister of Revenue, who was at the forefront of the 6 ministries. Grand Secretary Cai, why are you silent? Cai Yu stood there nonchalantly. He hadn't joined in the civil officials' accusations against the emperor. Only when Lin Jiming called him did he raise his head with a smile and say, You gentlemen have already done what I wanted to say. As if receiving a signal, Liang Zhenquan shouted again. Your Majesty, please return the confiscated silver to the Ministry of Revenue so that it can be used to allocate funds for disaster relief and give the people a way to survive. The civil officials shouted again. Your Majesty, please return the silver and give the people a way to survive. Ha! Ha! Lin Jiming suddenly burst into laughter, laughing wildly. The civil officials stood in unison beneath the golden platform, their aggressive gazes fixed on him like a pack of wolves eyeing a powerless, furious calf. Mocking, ridiculing, and despising. It was as if the person in front of them was not their emperor, but a piece of trash they could bully at will. Lin Jiming laughed for a while before slowly stopping. Very well, then I will explain everything to you one by one. He pointed at Liang Zhenquan. Guards, remove his official hat. Liang Zhenquan was shocked and angrily said, What crime have I committed? By what right? Before he could finish speaking, Su Dachun was already beside him, slapped him across the face, and then took off his official hat and kicked it to the ground. Liang Zhenquan struggled to get up, but Su Dachun stepped on him. He flew into a rage, his face pressed to the ground as he continued to curse. You tyrant! Unless you kill me today, I will expose your evil deeds to the public and let the people spit on you. Lin Jiming shook his head and sneered. Imperial Censor, you can report on hearsay, but you can't fabricate stories. Who told you that I, along with many nobles, intend to turn Rhinoceros Horn Island into a place of debauchery? Liang Zhenquan glared at him angrily. Do you dare to do it but not admit it? Then I'll tell you exactly what I've been doing. Lin Jiming stood up, flicked his sleeves, and said loudly. There are hundreds of thousands of disaster victims outside the capital. If they were put into the city, the people's livelihood and public order would all collapse and fall into chaos. The Duke of Wei, out of compassion, took the initiative to come to me and offered the land of Rhinoceros Horn Island to accommodate the disaster victims temporarily. The other ministers were moved by this and were all willing to lend a helping hand. Lin Jiming continued. For those hundreds of thousands of disaster victims, each of them generously donated to help those in distress. Duke Xiong of Jing even took out his savings for his own funeral, just to help more people. Such a great act of kindness, enough to make the people burn incense and worship, was twisted into building a frivolous place in your mouth. You even dared to publicly curse me as a foolish emperor. Tell me, is it wrong to hit you? Liang Jingquan was stunned, as were Yao Yeqing and the other civil officials who jumped out to denounce him. This isn't what we agreed on. Is this for real? The sudden plot twist caused the atmosphere in the Hall of Supreme Harmony to fall silent. At this moment, Xu Hong, the Minister of Rights, spoke up. Your Majesty, even if Censor Lian has made a mistake and wrongly blamed Your Majesty and the other officials, his crime does not warrant the removal of his official hat and public humiliation. Lin Jiming didn't even glance at him, and sneered. You say I'm in cahoots with you ministers, ha! But you're wrong, it's you who's in cahoots. Am I right? Liang, the head of the Taiping Dao's capital branch. Liang Jingquan was struck dumb, his struggling movements stopped abruptly, and he stared at Lin Jiming in horror. Lin Jiming then looked at Xu Hong. Minister Zhu, what did you just say? Xu Hong remained silent for a moment, then bowed and returned to the ranks. Your subject said nothing. Liang Jingquan then realized what was happening and hurriedly cried out. Your Majesty, I do not know what you are talking about. I am not a member of the Way of Peace. Your Majesty must have made a mistake. Lin Jiming stepped down from the golden platform and stood before him, looking down at him with murderous intent. Do you think I'm a useless person? Do you think the embroidered uniform guard is useless? You sent a message to the Taiping Dao, ordering them to incite the people and cause a civil unrest in front of the Dafeng store. Did you really think you could get away with it without anyone noticing? How innocent are the common people? They are being manipulated by you to drive up grain prices, and now they are suffering from civil unrest. The Way of Peace? Ha! Is it for the sake of peace or to destroy peace? Lin Jiming grew angrier as he spoke, and kicked out, the cracking sound echoing throughout the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Ah! With a scream, Liang Jingquan's nose broke instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire court was terrified and in uproar. This was not the first time Lin Jiming had hit someone in the court, but now no one cared about the emperor's breach of etiquette. How could a censor known for impeaching and investigating the faults of officials, a man of upright character and integrity, be the Taiping Dao rebels who have recently caused a great uproar throughout the land? With a kick, Lin Jiming seemed to have used all his strength, his whole body trembling and panting. Wang Qing rushed over to support him, saying urgently, Your Majesty, please don't be angry, take care of your health. Then, the officials in the hall watched in disbelief as Lin Jiming took out a deep red pill from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. This is an elixir of immortality? Chapter 69. The elixir is a good thing. A cold glint flashed in Ning Song's eyes as he stood at the front of the line, but it quickly disappeared. After taking the pill, Lin Jiming leaned on his knees and panted for a while before slowly recovering. He sneered. Didn't you call yourself an imperial censor and take pride in being flogged in court? I'll grant your wish. Guards, Imperial Censor Liang Jingquan has broken the law. His crime is 3 degrees more serious. Drag him out of the Meridian Gate and be flogged to death. The censorate has misjudged people. The left and right censors-in-chief will each be fined 1 year's salary. He paused, then looked at Ning Song, who remained silent, and raised an eyebrow. Grand Secretary Ning, do you have any objections? Ning Song remained calm and shook his head, saying, Your subject has no objection. The 2 bigwigs from the censorate in the queue could only bow their hands and accept the punishment with their heads hanging low. Su Dachuan had already ordered his men to drag Liang Jingquan, who looked ashen-faced, out. Lin Jiming then turned to Yao Yeqing. And you, do you know your crime? Yao Yeqing was greatly surprised. I have served in the court for more than 20 years, and have always been conscientious, honest and upright. Please forgive my ignorance, I do not know what crime I have committed. Lin Jiming chuckled lightly. Ha! Integrity? The Wang family colluded with you to frame Duke Chao and Marquis Yongning. Do you want me to throw you into the Jinui prison to confront Wang Huafang before you'll be convinced? Upon hearing the name Wang Huafang, Yao Yeqing froze, instinctively glancing at Kai Yu, whose lips twitched almost imperceptibly. The Wang family is finished. Lin Jiming then looked at him and asked, Grand Secretary Kai, do you have any objections? Kai Yu took a deep breath and smiled wryly. Your Majesty is wise, and I have no objection. I will accept the penalty of 1 year's salary. Lin Jiming returned to the golden platform and sat down, saying, Remove Yao Yecheng from his post, strip him of his official title, and hand him over to the 3 judicial departments for joint trial. With the outcome already decided, even Ning Song couldn't say anything more. Caillou, having suffered a loss in silence, was so frustrated that he didn't want to speak. Whether Yao Yecheng was responsible for this is not important. What is important is that since we can't bring down Caillou now, we should take down one of his dogs first. This serves as a warning and also saves him some face. Caillou understood, Lin Jiming understood, and Yao Yecheng understood, so he silently admitted his guilt. Lin Jiming pointed at Qian Mo. Also, the Wang family colluded with the Taiping Dao to frame Duke Chao and Marquis Yongning. Now that they have been punished, let's let this matter rest. Does anyone have any objections? Ning Song's supporters thought to themselves. What objections could there be? Even if there were, what would be the point? The atmosphere in the Hall of Supreme Harmony was completely different from what it had been a moment before. The nobles and military officers were calm and even excited, while the civil officials were lifeless and dejected. Ning Song calmly asked, Your Majesty, how should we handle the disaster relief? Where will the money and provisions come from? Lin Jiming said calmly, The Wang family is the largest grain merchant in the Great Wu dynasty. They colluded with rebels first, and then framed the Duke. I will not kill their entire family. All disaster relief funds and grain will be provided by them. After saying that, he glanced at Caillou intentionally or unintentionally, the subtext being, Wang Wanfeng's husband is your cousin. Don't think I don't know about your dirty deeds. Whether you're willing to bleed or not is up to you. Caillou gritted his teeth inwardly, but still managed a smile on his face. Your Majesty is wise. Lin Jiming understood his meaning. I admit defeat. Court adjourned. Amidst the chanting of officials from the Court of State Ceremonial, Lin Jiming brought today's court assembly to a perfect close. After leaving the Hall of Supreme Harmony and crossing the Golden Water Bridge, a trusted aide whispered to Caillou. Sir, what do we do now? Caillou shook his head. Go to the prison and tell Yao Yecheng that he should take the blame for this. I will not treat him unfairly and will arrange a good job for him once things have calmed down. The confidant hesitated and said, I'm afraid this storm won't pass so quickly, will it? A sinister smile crept across Caillou's lips. It won't be long. The elixir is a very good thing. Outside the Qianqing Palace, Lin Jiming glanced at Su Dachuan and said, There are no outsiders here, so feel free to laugh if you want. Su Dachuan grinned and laughed heartily. Ha! Today was so much fun, so satisfying. Wang Qing also laughed and said, The Ning party probably didn't expect that Liang Jinquan was actually a member of the Taiping Dao rebels, and their formation was thrown into disarray. Su Dachuan said, And look at Yao Yecheng's face, it's so distorted with fear. Lin Jiming took out another pill from his pocket and put it in his mouth. This stuff is still the best. It moisturizes the lungs and stops coughs, and it can even fool people. De Chun, you did a good job. Su Dachuan laughed even more heartily. Your Majesty is busy with countless affairs of state, and still has to argue with those scoundrels. This dried plum is just what your Majesty needs to soothe your throat. These are candied fruits from Suzhou Prefecture. They look exactly like the elixir given by Tao Yuanheng. It was this very thing that reminded Ning Song that Lin Jiming only had less than 3 months to live, so he once again yielded in the Hall of Supreme Harmony today. Lin Jiming looked at the azure sky above him and felt very relaxed. More than 20 million taels of silver belong to him, and he has too many places where he needs money, so no one can touch it. So today he used the Wang family to force Caillou into silence, and then used the good deeds of the entire nobility group to leave Ning Song speechless. Dachuan, change your clothes, let's go for a stroll outside the palace. Yes. Su Dachuan immediately changed his demeanor. Young Master Lin, where are we going today? Lin Jiming thought for a moment, Xingzi Hutong. There are many things to do, but right now Lin Jiming is most worried about the disaster victims outside the city. As the weather gradually warms up, with so many disaster victims gathered outside the city, there is a risk of viral outbreaks if we are not careful. We must take precautions to prevent such a situation from happening. The Imperial Medical Academy is still paying lip service to the cause, not actually working in the disaster-stricken areas. They've only sent a few tens of thousands of doses of medicine as a token gesture. Lin Jiming hadn't really expected anything from them, so he thought of the beautiful doctor he met outside the city that day. Xingzi Hatong is located in the northwest of Beijing and is the only way to Zijiazu. Lin Jiming thought he would talk to Dr. Gu first, and then go to Zijiazu to see the scene. Wow, so many people? Lin Jiming was startled when he arrived at Xingzi Hatong. The alley entrance was completely blocked by a huge crowd. The carriage stopped at a spot outside the alley, and Su Dachun led the way, taking Lin Jiming inside. The alley was filled with people of all kinds of attire, the elderly, children, women, the rich, and the poor. Despite the crowd, they all lined up obediently and moved slowly forward. Suddenly, a woman in a yellow dress walked over and said, "Are you two here to see a doctor? Please line up. If it is an emergency that cannot be delayed, please tell me and I will ask Miss Gu to see you first." Lin Jiming's eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! The beautiful woman in front of him looked to be about the same age as Gu Qingyi, probably not even 20. She had a slender figure and a graceful demeanor, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, yet her eyes also held a touch of heroic spirit. Lin Jiming smiled and said, "I'm here to see Miss Gu Qingyi." The beautiful woman shook her head. "Everyone who comes here says so, please line up." Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the entrance of the alley, accompanied by several screams and cries of pain. "Get out of here! You bunch of blind fools!" Chapter 70 Xinglin's Typhoid Medicine. Lin Jiming raised an eyebrow and looked back. He saw 3 hooligans with their hats askew and chests exposed walking into the alley, kicking and punching the people queuing up. Those waiting here are all honest and law-abiding citizens. One can only feel anger towards them but dare not speak out. The woman in the yellow dress turned cold and angrily demanded, "What are you doing?" A thug glanced at them sideways and said, "What are you doing? We're here to see a doctor, and they're blocking our way." The woman in the yellow dress angrily retorted, "Everyone who comes to Xinglin's for treatment has to wait in line. Why are you an exception? Do you have horns on your heads or sores on the soles of your feet? Hey! You little bitch, are you fucking looking for death? I'm going to cut in line today, and if you don't like it I'll cut you off, you hear me?" Another ruffian was about to grab the woman in the yellow dress when Lin Jiming stopped him and waved to Su Dachun. Su Dachun accepted the order and stepped forward. In just one exchange, the ruffian was pinned against the wall, his arms twisted behind his back, and he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The other 2 hooligans were furious when they saw this and rolled up their sleeves to step forward. Su Dachun exerted force, and the hooligan he was holding screamed in pain. The other 2 dared not move. Lin Jiming said, "If you want to see a doctor, you have to wait in line. If you don't want to wait in line, then get lost." The scoundrel was pinned against the wall and unable to move, but he still struggled and shouted, "You dare mess with us, brothers? Do you know who I am?" Lin Jiming had come to Gu Qingyi today to discuss something, and he was too lazy to deal with these hooligans, so he just waved his hand and said, get lost, or I'll break your legs." Su Dachun picked up the rascal and kicked him out of the alley. A few thugs hesitated at the alley entrance for a moment, but still didn't dare to come in. They just shouted and cursed from the alley entrance. "Kid, you better not leave here, just you wait." Lin Jiming ignored them and said to the woman in the yellow dress, "I really am here to see Miss Gu. You'll know when you see her." The woman in the yellow dress thought for a moment, and said very seriously, "Okay, but if you lie to me, I will kick you out of the queue again." Lin Jiming smiled. This girl was quite interesting. She looked dignified and gentle, but she had a kind of naive and easily fooled quality. The interior of Xinglin's was simply furnished, and the small clinic was filled with the aroma of medicine. Gu Qingyi sat upright behind the table, which contained only a few simple items, a pulse pillow, a box of silver needles, and a writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Lin Jiming noticed that she looked more haggard than when he saw her that day. Not only was she noticeably thinner, but her eyes also had dark circles. Just then, she finished examining an old woman, wrote out a prescription, and added a few instructions. The old woman thanked her profusely and left without paying. Lin Jiming couldn't help but say, "Miss Gu, although doing good deeds is a good thing, how will you make a living if the patients who come to you for treatment don't pay?" Gu Qingyi was busy and covered in sweat. When she looked up and saw Lin Jiming, she was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Oh, young Master Lin?" Lin Jiming turned to the woman in the yellow dress and said, "See? I told you she knew me, didn't I?" The woman in the yellow dress pouted but didn't speak. Gu Qingyi asked curiously, "What did Miss Mu say to you?" "Miss Mu?" Lin Jiming looked over. The woman in the yellow dress curtsied and said, "This humble woman is Mu Yuan." "My name is Lin Feng, Miss Mu. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Jiming still used his alias. The old woman went out, and then a middle-aged man came in with a child. The child was coughing and had chills, and his body was trembling. "Young Master Lin, please sit down for a while." Gu Qingyi didn't even have time to greet him, and after saying this casually, she continued with her consultation. Lin Jiming looked at the child carefully, then glanced at the people in line behind him, and frowned, saying, "They all have, typhoid fever?" As Gu Qingyi began to give the child acupuncture, she said, "Yes, it's springtime, and typhoid fever is more likely to spread. This time of year sees the highest incidence of typhoid fever." Typhoid fever is somewhat similar to the common cold, but the virus survives longer and is a disease that could easily kill people in ancient times. Lin Jiming was afraid of this. There were already people in the city who had contracted typhoid fever, and he didn't know what the situation was like outside the city. The child was only about 5 or 6 years old. He was so frightened by the bright silver needles that his little mouth trembled, but he was very sensible and held back his tears. Lin Jiming sighed and said, "Won't you exhaust yourself doing this? Stop with the acupuncture, I have a simpler way." "Huh? Really?" Gu Qingyi's eyes lit up. He might not believe it if others said it, but Lin Jiming had already shown him that first aid method and even saved a child's life right in front of her. Lin Jiming reached out, and Su Dachun behind him handed him a bamboo tube about 2 feet long. He then found a small teacup next to him and poured out a light green, transparent liquid with a minty flavor from the bamboo tube. "What is this?" Gu Qingyi looked at the liquid with a blank expression, because she had studied medicine since childhood, but she had no idea what it was. Lin Jiming didn't answer at first, but said to the child, "Good boy, drink this and you won't need the needle anymore." The child's father hesitated for a moment, and looked at Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi nodded. "If young Master Lin says it's useful, then it must be useful." The child's father thanked him and took the teacup to give the child the tea. The child finished drinking, smacked his lips, and exclaimed in surprise, "It's so delicious!" Lin Jiming patted his little head. "Even if it tastes good, you can't drink too much. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep." So the child was reluctantly taken away by his father, and Gu Qingyi became even more curious. Lin Jiming poured her some. "You treat other people all day long, don't catch something yourself. Have a drink as a precaution." Gu Qingyi couldn't wait and took it, taking a small sip first. Her eyes immediately lit up. "It really tastes good. This is a cold medicine I made myself, typhoid medicine. It's very effective for typhoid cough and fever." Lin Jiming explained while pouring some from Mu Yuan as well. The girl was helping out here, so it was good to take precautions. Then he placed the entire bamboo tube on the table, shook his head and said, "There are so many people outside, wouldn't you be exhausted if you administered acupuncture to each one? Give them each a sip, hurry up." Gu Qingyi was overjoyed. "You gave them all to me?" "Yeah, hurry up, I need to talk to you about something." So every patient with a cold who came was lucky enough to have a taste, and then go home. Most of the people queuing outside were also infected with colds. The 100 or so people were all seen in no time. Xinglansai was renowned, and no one who came to see the doctor doubted the efficacy of the medicine. Who wouldn't believe in Dr. Gu? Seeing that no one was around, Gu Qingyi got up, closed the door, and turned back to tug at Lin Jiming's sleeve urgently, saying, How is this medicine brewed? Why is it as clear as water? Can you teach me? Lin Jiming said. I came here to teach you, but speaking of which, didn't you go outside the city today? Gu Qingyi paused for a moment, then said angrily. I want to go, but the people at the Imperial Hospital won't let me. The Imperial Medical Academy? Lin Yiming frowned. Chapter 71. There is a royal physician named Kun. If I remember correctly, the Imperial Medical Team was ordered to provide aid to the disaster victims outside the city a long time ago, at least before he met Gu Qingyi outside the city. But until now, he has not received any news of Imperial physicians treating the disaster victims outside the city. He only knows that they distributed some medicine. However, Gu Qingyi now says that the Imperial physician forbids her from going outside the city to see a doctor. Lin Jiming remained calm and asked, What happened? Tell me in detail. Before Gu Qingyi could speak, Mu Yuan said, The weather has warmed up these past few days, but too many disaster victims have gathered outside the city, and many people have contracted typhoid fever, which spreads very quickly. The Imperial Hospital has distributed some medicine, which is indeed very useful, but it is just a drop in the bucket. When disaster victims ask them for medicine, they say they want money, and one dose costs 3 qian of silver. 3 taels of silver! The area outside the city is full of refugees who have fled here. Where would they get so much money to buy medicine? So many people would rather take a detour to see Qingyi, since Qingyi doesn't charge consultation fees. As a result, they offended the people at the Imperial Hospital. Not only did they send her back to the city, but they also sent hooligans to harass Qingyi every day. Didn't you just happen to see that? Hearing this, Lin Jiming felt a surge of anger. This is the Imperial Medical Academy? The Imperial Medical Academy that is revered and held in high esteem by all people. Gu Qingyi said angrily. They even banged drums and threw clay pots outside my yard in the middle of the night, not letting me get a good night's sleep. If it were just that, it would be fine, but people outside the city are dying from disease every day, and they don't care at all. Without money, there is no medicine, and these hundreds of thousands of disaster victims have become their source of income. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiming gradually calmed down, though only on the surface. He nodded and said, Let's not talk about that for now. Let me tell you about this typhoid medicine first. Oh, okay. Gu Qingyi immediately turned her attention back to the topic. This medicine is not difficult to make, and it has a remarkable effect on typhoid fever and infections such as knife wounds and arrow wounds, but... Lin Jiming looked at her and said in a deep voice, No one in this world knows how to make it except me. In other words, if I teach you, you might not be able to keep the secret formula and it could be stolen. Wouldn't that be helping others get rich while the common people don't benefit at all? The first thing Lin Jiming considered after transmigrating was the problem of illness. In this era where even a cold could kill people and there was no penicillin, the best solution he could think of was the artemisinin that Grandma Tu had won the Nobel Prize for. Take a handful of Artemisia annua, soak it in 2 liters of water, squeeze out the juice, and drink it all. This was a sentence he had inadvertently remembered while watching an interview with Grandma Tu, and now it had become his life-saving treasure. Not only that, he also added Fritillaria cerosa, Platycodon grandiflorus, honey, and mint to it, so the medicine looks transparent and tastes quite good, completely different from the bitter and unpleasant medicines of this era. Stolen, Gu Qingyi was stunned. After a moment of contemplation, she said dejectedly, Young Master Lin is right. However, Lin Jiming added, So, I will still make the medicine and send it to you. You can continue to help people outside the city for me. Oh? Really? Gu Qingyi was overjoyed. Yes. Lin Jiming looked at Gu Qingyi and said slowly, Because I don't trust others. Gu Qingyi stood at attention, curtsied, and said, Qingyi thanks young Master Lin. Lin Jiming hurriedly helped her up. No, Miss Gu is so understanding and righteous, Lin Feng dares not accept your bow. Gu Qingyi smiled wryly. That medicine was given to us by young Master Lin free of charge. Shouldn't he be even more worthy of our respect? All right, there's no need for mutual flattery. Lin Jiming laughed. You can use this bamboo jar first, and I'll have someone bring you another one later. I have something to do now, so I'll be leaving now. He originally had other things to say, but now he couldn't help but go and deal with those bastards from the Imperial Hospital first. All right. Gu Qingyi didn't try to stop him, but then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. Then she rushed into the inner room and soon came out with a small wooden box. She said in a serious tone, Young Master Lin's body is too weak. This is a health-preserving boxing exercise passed down in my family. It has, the effect of replenishing deficiency and boosting energy. Practicing it once a day will greatly benefit you. Lin Jiming noticed that she seemed a little embarrassed when she said this, and when she heard the words, replenish the void, she finally realized what was going on. Then she saw that Mu Yuan next to her also had a strange look on her face. So he was embarrassed. Was this some kind of talk about my yang deficiency? Thank you very much, Miss Gu. Farewell. Lin Jiming left, and firmly refused Gu Qingyi's offer to see him off. Su Dachun was a professional follower, keeping his eyes straight ahead and his face solemn the whole way. With the carriage right in front of him, Lin Jiming couldn't help but scold. Stop pretending, aren't you tired? Su Dachun finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, but then a sarcastic voice suddenly came from the side. Oh, you can still laugh? When Lin Jiming turned around, he saw that the hooligans he had just chased away had returned, and there were several more of them now, surrounding his carriage. Laugh, why aren't you laughing anymore? The leader of the thugs sneered, holding a wooden stick as thick as his wrist. Dare to help that little wench? Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Jiming narrowed his eyes. He had been wanting to find these hooligans for a while. Oh? I heard you come here to cause trouble every day, even in the middle of the night? What, you want to stand up for that little wench? Ha, you'd better take care of your pretty boy first. The gang leader twirled his stick, shouting, Brothers, we're done for. Clang. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened suddenly, the stick fell to the ground, and his knees followed. I knelt down. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared around them, dressed in flying fish robes and carrying embroidered spring knives, their eyes filled with chilling menace as they approached them. The embroidered uniform guard. With a thud, the hooligans all knelt down. Lin Jiming crossed his arms and said calmly, You just said you were going to cripple me? The gang leader was shocked and shook his head repeatedly. No, I wouldn't dare, I was just talking nonsense. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was, he never dared to imagine that someone could travel with dozens of Imperial guards. Lin Jiming didn't waste any more time arguing with him and asked, Who sent you? Lin Kun, a physician in the Imperial Medical Academy, gave me 2 taels of silver to make us brothers cause trouble for Xinglin's High every day and night. He betrayed his benefactor without hesitation. I knew it. Lin Jiming nodded. What's your name? The leader hurriedly said. My name is Lei Wu, and my nickname is Lei Tiger. Lin Jiming sneered. You're called Tiger, and he's called Kun. What a pair of beasts. Lei Wu dared not utter a sound. Lin Jiming pointed at the other ruffians and said, Men, write down their names. They will stay here to maintain order from Miss Gu. They will be on duty every day. Anyone who dares to be absent will have their legs broken and be exiled to Ling'an. Yes. The Imperial Guard stepped forward to register the ruffians, who wrote down their names and addresses with bitter faces, none of them daring to resist. Lin Jiming then looked at Lei Wu, his tone icy. Where does that Kun live? Take me there. Chapter 72 Being a royal physician is a really good job. Lei Wu said. Master, Physician Li is not at home right now. He should be out in the city making money. Make money? Lin Jiming had a bad feeling and chuckled. Lead the way. Yes. Lei Wu led the way, jogging ahead to guide Lin Jiming's carriage out of Dishing Gate, where they could see Rhinoceros Horn Island in the distance. I haven't been here for a few days, and a lot has changed on Rhinoceros Horn Island. Lin Jiming wondered if it was just his imagination, but there seemed to be a lot more people here than when he last came. In the distance, he could see dozens of people pulling stone rollers to level the ground in many places, creating a lively scene. The soil in Zijiazu is not very fertile, and the Duke of Wei, with his vast wealth, has not put much effort into it. As a result, large areas of land are left barren. Since the commercial street that Lin Jiming mentioned is going to build, Deng Yu and the other nobles decided to take advantage of the large number of people to prepare the land. Of course, they would pay the workers. Lin Jiming was very satisfied. One of the reasons he proposed building Rhinoceros Horn Island was to resettle those people who were unwilling or unable to return home. Now it seems that the Sun Gui group has done a good job. However, his main purpose in coming here today was not to inspect the scene, but to punish the group of cancerous cells in the Imperial Medical Academy. Lei Laohu, do you know where he is? Sir, I've changed my name. Just call me Guzi. Lei Wu smiled obsequiously, looked around, and pointed to a spot, saying, "He's over there." Lin Jiming looked in the direction he pointed and saw a shed set up in a wide, flat area. Inside the shed were tables, chairs, and a tea table. A middle-aged man dressed in the robes of an 8th-rank official was sitting calmly inside the shed. On the tea table were fruits and snacks, as well as a fine Yixing purple clay teapot, but he didn't know what kind of tea it was brewing. Beside him were dozens of square medicine boxes, with the names of various medicinal herbs written on the lids. A little boy stood beside him, holding a scale, ready to grab the medicine at any time. "Is he Li Yinquan?" Lei Wu replied. "Yes, it's him." Lin Jiming sneered. "He lives a more comfortable life than I do. Being a royal physician is a really good job. Isn't that right?" "You don't know, sir, he drinks silver liquor at home that costs 6 yen, a unit of weight, per tael. TSK, he has to have 16 dishes for every meal." When Lei Wu said this, his eyes gleamed with envy. The position of imperial physician was not high, but it was a coveted job. Not only did they treat the emperor, empress, palace maids, and eunuchs in the palace, but even the nobles and officials of all ranks outside the palace would seek them out when they fell ill, and of course, they would receive a bonus. Especially in the era of concubines vying for favor, secretly slipping some silver to buy a prescription in hopes of giving birth to a son as soon as possible to secure their position, the imperial physician was a highly sought-after person. Lin Jiming remained silent. Although he was the emperor, he had been sidelined for so long that the imperial kitchen did not care about his diet. In addition, he himself was used to being frugal, as was Empress Xia Fengqing. The two of them usually only had 2 or 3 dishes when they ate in the palace. But now this lowly 8th-rank imperial physician is so extravagant that he drinks such fine tea and eats so many dishes, and even when he comes out to treat disaster victims, he puts on such a grand show. Lin Jiming walked towards the shed, wanting to take a closer look before making a decision. A long line stretched out outside the tent, mostly consisting of local disaster victims, dressed in rags, their faces pale and emaciated. The group consisted mostly of elderly people, children, and women, and they moved slowly as Li Yinquan calmly and deliberately treated them. There were several soldiers from the 5 cities garrison maintaining order next to the tent, but they were very kind. They would even help elderly people who couldn't walk. Lin Jiming thought of Feng Xian, the commander of the 5 cities garrison, and secretly praised him, but did not disturb them. He walked to the back of the shed and quietly stood watching. At this moment, it was a woman's turn. She was clearly quite ill. She struggled to enter the shed, first giving a feeble bow, and before she could speak, Li Yinquan, without even lifting his eyelids, said, 5 yen of silver. Lin Jiming's eyelids twitched. He didn't move for the moment. The woman seemed to know the rules. After a moment's hesitation, she took out some silver and placed it on the table. Li Yinquan then looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" The woman said weakly, "My period is irregular, and I am bleeding heavily. I am almost collapsing from exhaustion." Li Yinquan nodded, casually wrote down a prescription, and handed it to the boy beside him. The boy followed the prescription, fetched the medicine, and haphazardly wrapped 2 packets. Just as the woman was about to reach out to take it, Li Yinquan spoke up again. 8 yen of silver. Ah? Didn't I just give you 5 coins, sir? The woman exclaimed in surprise. Li Yinquan said calmly, "That's for the consultation fee, the cost of the medicine is separate." After hesitating for a while, the woman took out a hairpin from her sleeve and said weakly, Sir, I don't have enough money. This hairpin was a betrothal gift from my husband years ago and is worth 2 taels of silver. Could you please give me some change? Li Yingqun glanced at it and said disdainfully, 2 taels? It's just an old item. It's probably worth 6 coins at best. As he spoke, he reached out and snatched the hairpin away, and the boy sang, Next. The woman's eyes immediately reddened, and she wanted to say something more, but Li Yingqun had already turned and shooed her away. The woman was alone and dared not argue with Li Yingqun, who was an official. She could only leave the thatched hut with red eyes, looking back at the hairpin with reluctance as she walked away. The refugees queuing behind them began to stir. They couldn't enter the city, and even if they were sick, they could only endure it. In just a few days, typhoid fever had broken out, and many people had already died. They were supposed to have a beautiful, ethereal female healer in a white dress who would treat them for free, but suddenly she disappeared. Later, when they heard that the current emperor had sent a royal physician to treat them, they were all relieved and happy. But now it seems that's not the case. Some people have already started to leave the queue. Their illnesses aren't too serious, but the key issue is that they don't have enough money, so they can only grit their teeth and endure it. Some hesitated because they were already near death, but they were thinking about whether they had any valuables left, and even looked at their wives and children. But many more people were watching Li Yingqun from afar with angry eyes, their fists clenched. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. These are the imperial physicians of their great Wu dynasty. They are not here to treat and save their lives for free, but to take this opportunity to plunder their last bit of money and take their lives. That damned imperial physician! That damned De Wu! A young man gritted his teeth and muttered those words, but the person next to him quickly covered his mouth. However, these words had already reached Lin Jiming's ears, who was not far away, and his eyes turned cold. Without taking a pulse or observing the patient's qi, they treat patients so perfunctorily yet dare to accept a hairpin from someone, even forcing ordinary people to go bankrupt. Is this what imperial physicians are like? Su Dachun asked in a low voice. Master, should we? Lin Jiming took a deep breath and shook his head. He had already seen the anger of the disaster victims. Since the Imperial Medical Academy was to be thoroughly punished, the people's hearts were in his favor, but it was not enough. Chapter 73 Public support can be used. Next to enter the shed was a middle-aged man carrying a dying old man on his back. The man was very straightforward. As soon as he came in, he placed half a string of coins on the table, which the boy took. The man then helped the old woman to a chair and said urgently, Sir, please take a look at my mother. She is dying. Li Yingqun raised his eyelids to look, then extended a finger to touch the old man's pulse point before withdrawing it in disgust, as if he had touched something dirty. It's hopeless. Go back and prepare for your funeral. The man trembled, then suddenly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Sir, please take another look, please save my mother. Li Yingqun waved his hand impatiently. If I, the imperial physician, say I can't save you, then you can search the entire capital and still not find anyone who can. Is there really no way to save her? Really? The man was stunned for a long time, then stood up dejectedly, picked up the old woman again, and suddenly came to his senses and said, Since my mother can't be saved, please give me back my money so I can take care of her in her final days. Li Yingqun gave him a cold look. This imperial physician charges 5 coins for a consultation. If you want to save money, you might as well stay with your mother and wait to die. What does your funeral have to do with me? You! The man stood up abruptly, glaring at him angrily, his teeth clenched. If he hadn't been carrying an old man on his back, he probably would have already pounced on Li Yingqun and fought him to the death. Several soldiers rushed up to stop him, whispering, Brother, hurry back and prepare for your mother's funeral. You can't win this argument. Li Yingqun chuckled and picked up the purple clay teapot to take a small sip of tea. Suddenly a cold voice rang out behind him. Imperial physician Li, do you like human blood buns? Li Yingqun was startled. He turned around and saw a large hand reach out and push him to the ground. Strip him of his official robes and hang him up. Lin Jiming looked down at him, her face cold. The people's hearts are enough, That's sufficient now. Su Dachun had been waiting for these words, and without saying a word, he roughly tore off his official robes. Stop! Who are you? I am the Imperial Physician. A slap as big as a palm fan landed on his face, instantly swelling up half of his face and stopping him from speaking. Su Dachun cursed. Imperial Physician? You're not even fit to be a veterinarian. Calling you a beast is an understatement. The incident happened suddenly, and several officers and soldiers from the 5 cities' garrison rushed over to stop them. Su Dachun raised his eyelids and showed a token in his hand. Embroidered uniform guard. The officers and soldiers were startled and stopped in their tracks. Several Imperial guards carried over some timber and shouted, Any men here who know how to build a scaffold? We'll use it to beat this guy up. The disaster victims were already furious but helpless. When they saw someone standing up for them, 7 or 8 men rushed out from the crowd, along with 2 burly women, and quickly set up a scaffold that was more than 2 people tall. Li Yingquan was hung high up. His official robes were stripped off, leaving him only in a snow-white undergarment. I am an 8th-rank physician from the Imperial Medical Academy. How dare you? Li Yingquan, his face swollen, mumbled his protests, but when he turned around and saw the person in front of him, his eyes widened in shock. Your Majesty? The exclamation was exceptionally clear amidst the chaotic crowd. Countless people were startled and stared in disbelief at Lin Jiming, who stood with his hands behind his back and an icy expression. The officers and soldiers of the 5 cities' garrison were the first to react and knelt down in unison. Welcome, Your Majesty! Some quick-thinking citizens prepared to kneel down, but Lin Jiming shouted angrily, Stand up! Everyone froze. Lin Jiming then said loudly, Due to my oversight, such scoundrels have been allowed to harm the people of my great Wu. If I do not give you an explanation today, I am not worthy of your kneeling. The common people were terrified, as were the soldiers of the 5 cities' garrison. Everyone stood there, stunned, staring at the Imperial Physician hanging from the wooden frame. Lin Jiming stretched out his hand, and Su Dachun handed him the riding whip. Li Yingquan seemed to have guessed what was about to happen, and trembled with fear. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this was not something I did on my own, but was ordered by Chief Physician Kang. Your Majesty, please understand. Your Majesty, please understand. Kang Yuanjing is Kang Hanqi, the head of the Imperial Medical Academy. Although he is only a 5th-rank official, he is a popular figure among the court officials. Lin Jiming has never met him, but he knows that he and the other academy judge, Zhu Qichao, are both loyal lackeys of Ning Song. Ha, you're acting on his orders to rob and oppress the people? Are you my Imperial Physician or Kang Hanqi's dog? Lin Jiming sneered, his anger finally bursting forth, and lashed out with his whip. Snap! The crisp crack of the whip was accompanied by a shrill scream, and a deep bloodstain appeared on Li Yingquan's white undergarment. Lin Jiming continued his loud questioning, his voice booming and resounding. A doctor is a benevolent person. He should practice medicine with noble sentiments and compassion, so as to be worthy of heaven and earth and worthy of his own conscience. Snap! Another lash, another scream. But you actually betrayed the original intention of a doctor, disregarded the lives of the people outside the city, and used life-saving medicine to make a profit. Snap! Another lash. Li Yingquan's scream pierced the sky above Rhinoceros Horn Island, and many people from afar gathered in astonishment. There are clinics in the city that are voluntarily providing free medical treatment and medicine, but you drove them away and even hired people to vandalize other clinics and harass them day and night. As an Imperial Physician, you do not think of serving the country or seeking peace for the people. Even if I beat you to death, it would not appease my hatred. At this moment, the woman was called back, and Su Dachun returned the hairpin to her, as well as to the man and everyone who had paid, and refunded their money. Lin Jiming suddenly raised his voice. The embroidered uniform guard! Dozens of Imperial guards responded loudly. Present! Seize his house, exile the men, send the women to the brothel, and have Li Yingquan whipped to death on the spot. Yes! Li Yingquan shuddered, a wet patch seeping from his crotch, dripping onto the ground. He cried out, "Your Majesty, spare me! Your Majesty, spare me! This humble subject knows his mistake." Lin Jiming ignored him, threw the whip on the ground, and said to Lei Wu, "Dog! Dog is here!" Lei Wu hurriedly stepped forward and knelt down to kowtow, behaving very respectfully. "Go and invite Miss Gu here, quickly!" Lin Jiming ordered, then leaned down and said softly, "Just say that the embroidered uniform guard has invited you, no need to mention me." Lei Wu, a shrewd and worldly man, immediately understood what was going on, responded, and dashed into the city. He now felt deeply ashamed of his previous behavior. Even though he was just a scoundrel, he was still excited by what he saw. After all, he was just an ordinary citizen. Lin Jiming then loudly addressed the onlookers. "Don't panic, everyone. There's no need to rush. Xinglin's High in the city already has a miraculous medicine to treat typhoid fever. Please be patient, Dr. Gu will be here soon." At this point, the people could no longer contain themselves. With a whoosh, a large number of them knelt down, tears streaming down their faces. The old and the young, men and women alike shouted in unison, "Your Majesty is wise! Long live the Emperor!" Lin Jiming waved his hand, and a member of the Imperial Guard picked up a riding whip and began the execution. Lin Jiming turned around and said, "Dachuan, let's go to the Imperial Hospital." The warm midday sun shone on his face, but it couldn't melt away the sternness in his eyes. "I'm going to kill someone again." Chapter 74, Curing Their Problems. The Imperial Medical Academy in Dao implemented a centralized and unified management model for medicine and pharmaceuticals, including pharmacies, raw herb warehouses, anlatang, a traditional Chinese medicine hall, and pharmacy bureaus. It also had connections with the Royal Physicians Institute and local medical education institutions. In Dao, all matters related to medicine and pharmaceuticals generally had to be coordinated and handled by the Imperial Medical Academy before they could be implemented. The officials in the Imperial Medical Academy were not high-ranking, but they wielded great power, which fostered their arrogance and willfulness. That's why Li Yingquan disobeyed the emperor's orders and went through the motions of treating disaster victims outside the city, extorting money from them without proper care. Furthermore, imperial physicians were not recruited from the common people, but rather their positions were hereditary. Like farmers and military households, if their ancestors were imperial physicians, their descendants would also become imperial physicians. While the inheritance of genes cannot be ruled out, most imperial physicians become mediocre and have mediocre medical skills after several generations. In order to continue to survive in this circle, they become more opportunistic and scheming. They may not be good at treating diseases and saving lives, but they are experts at scheming and intrigue. This is also why Lin Jiming decided to reorganize the Imperial Medical Academy. The Imperial Medical Academy, a prestigious institution, was colluding with Ning Song's faction and disobeying him, the emperor. His life was in their hands at any time, which was an outcome Lin Jiming absolutely did not want to see. The carriage headed into the city. Lin Jiming patted the carriage door and said, "Dachuan, are the things I asked for ready?" Su Dachuan replied, "It's ready." As he spoke, he brought in a booklet from outside the carriage curtain. Lin Jiming flipped through a few pages, then snapped them shut, clenching his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. This booklet records the various misdeeds of several officials in the Imperial Medical Academy. For example, the opening chapter records that Kang Hanshi, the head of the academy, accepted bribes of more than 300,000 taels of silver for raw medicinal herbs, and that many of the herbs in the royal medicine storehouse were of inferior quality. In addition, he abused his position to manipulate many officials and their families. Some who were originally easily cured were forced into long-term illnesses requiring long-term treatment. There were many honest and upright officials in the court, but some were driven to poverty by medical expenses and were even forced to embezzle and accept bribes. If this is the case for officials, it is even worse for ordinary people. The medicines used by pharmacies and clinics all require approval from the Imperial Hospital before they can be purchased. Thus, the Imperial Hospital holds their lifeline in its hands. If they don't offer enough bribes, they won't get approvals, or they might even come to their door and find a reason to shut them down. Some, with all the necessary permits, like Gu Qingyi's Xinglancai, would hire people to harass and disrupt them, causing chaos and even breakdowns. Su Dachun said, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Medical Academy is not actually a one-man show by the head of the academy, Khan Hanshi. If you want to deal with them, please open your eyes and make a clear choice first." Lin Jiming's heart stirred. "Oh? Tell me about it." This was his intention in taking back control of the embroidered uniform guard at the first opportunity. All the secrets of the court, and the dynamics of the officials would be in his hands. Su Dachun said, "There are a few people in the Imperial Medical Academy who are quite courageous and principled. For example, the head of the academy, Pu Zhou. I learned that the day His Majesty ordered the Imperial Medical Academy to go out of the city to treat the disaster victims, he was the first to prepare to go, but Khan Hanshi ordered him to be in charge of the assessment and dispatch of the physicians of the Liangyi Institute. As a result, Pu Zhou had a fierce struggle with Khan Hanshi." He paused for a moment and said with regret, "Although it ended inconclusively, when Judge Pu was on his way home, he was attacked by two vicious dogs that suddenly jumped out and attacked him. Fortunately, one of my officers was with him and managed to drive the dogs away in time, saving Judge Pu's life. However, he was seriously injured and is currently recuperating at home." Lin Jiming's expression grew even colder. "Did Khan Hanshi release the dog?" Su Dachun said, "Pretty much. It was Zhu Qichao who ordered people to do it. Because Pu Zhou is an upright and incorruptible person, Zhu Qichao was afraid that if he knew that Khan Hanshi was planning to make money off the disaster victims, he would report them. So he took the initiative to strike first. This was heard by my subordinate. So he took it upon himself to follow Pu Zhou, and sure enough, something happened on the way." Lin Jiming snorted coldly, his heart filled with murderous intent. "Zhu Qichao, it's Zhu Qichao again." Although they didn't actually poison him in the palace, they conspired with the charlatan Tao Yuanheng to secretly count their own lifespans and report it to the old dog Ning Song. "Well done. Bring your subordinate to me when you have the chance." Lin Jiming sincerely praised him and gave the centurion a chance. Su Dachun is efficient and intelligent, but he is sometimes not meticulous enough. Lin Jiming is currently lacking manpower. The embroidered uniform guard has the steady Chen Ping in charge of the overall situation, and Su Dachun charging into battle, but he still needs some smart people who can do some of the finer things for him. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will bring that boy to meet you later." Su Dachun was clearly a magnanimous person. He was not jealous at all because his subordinate was favored by the emperor. On the contrary, he was very happy for his subordinate. This made Lin Jiming admire him even more. Lin Jiming thought for a moment, then took out his token. "Dachun, go find Xia Yun and ransack the homes of Khan Hanshi and Zhu Qichao." "Yes." Su Dachun expressed his deep admiration for Lin Jiming's resolute decision, and a junior officer from the Imperial Guard took the order and rushed off. The Imperial Hospital was located just outside the Imperial City, very close by, precisely to facilitate emergency medical treatment within the palace. Lin Jiming got out of the car and looked at the entrance of the Imperial Hospital from afar. He saw that the gate was closed and many people were waiting anxiously outside, but no Imperial physician came out. Various carriages and sedan chairs were parked in the alley outside the gate, all there to pick up the Imperial physician for medical treatment. Su Dachun spat. "These bastards have little ability but a big show of it." He harbored resentment towards the Imperial Hospital. Once, when his father fell seriously ill, he rushed to ask the Imperial physician to treat him. However, he waited for more than an hour before a physician leisurely came out to accompany him. Although his father was saved, he was left with a disability on one side of his body. It should be noted that Su Dachun's position was hereditary. His father had previously been a commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Even so, the imperial physicians remained arrogant and perfunctory, which shows their attitude towards lower-ranking officials and even ordinary people. Lin Jiming lifted his foot and walked towards the gate of the Imperial Hospital, saying calmly, "Let's go, let's cure their ailments." The remaining Imperial guards scattered and blocked every side and back door of the Imperial Hospital. Su Dachun, full of energy, stepped forward and pounded on the main gate. A minor official opened the door and poked his head out, angrily shouting, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Even if you're in a hurry, wait for me, take a number and get in line." Su Dachun said with a serious face, "It's urgent to save a life, could you make an exception?" "What concessions? Get out of here!" The clerk, looking impatient, was about to close the door. Su Dachun blocked the door with a smirk and said, "I already said it's about saving lives, don't you even ask whose life we're saving?" The clerk was taken aback. "Whose is it?" Su Dachun pointed inside the door. "You will be saved, along with the entire Imperial Medical Academy." Bang! He kicked the door open. Chapter 75. A Minister of State? Where's his face? With a scream, the minor official was also kicked and sent flying into the courtyard. Lin Jiming strolled into the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He saw two imperial physicians sitting leisurely under the eaves, enjoying the bright sunshine and peaceful time. It was as if they were in a completely different world from the patients and their families who were anxiously waiting outside the gate. After a moment of stunned silence, the two men suddenly stood up, glaring angrily, and shouted, "Insolence! How dare you trespass into the Imperial Hospital?" The minor official fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while, howling in pain like a pig being slaughtered. The noise startled the courtyard, and soon a number of people slowly walked out from various rooms, including imperial physicians, clerks, and servants. They all looked at Lin Jiming with a mocking and sarcastic gaze, as if they were marveling at his overestimation of his abilities and his audacity. However, footsteps echoed outside the gate, and more than 20 agile men rushed in, standing in a row beside Lin Jiming. They were dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, but the knives in their hands were recognized by everyone. Embroidered spring blade. Is this the embroidered uniform guard? Su Dachun shouted. His Majesty has arrived! Everyone from the Imperial Hospital, come out immediately to greet him! Ah? The two imperial physicians who were enjoying tea in the corridor trembled in fright, dropping their teacups and shattering them on the ground. Then, like the others, they scrambled out and knelt in the courtyard. Lin Jiming glanced at the tea table under the corridor and the tea, snacks and fruits on it, then looked at the two imperial physicians who were trembling like leaves. He didn't say anything for the time being, but just waited quietly. A moment later, more than a dozen imperial physicians filed out, led by a frail old man with snow-white hair. He slowly knelt down in front of the group. "Your subject Kang Hanshi pays his respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor!" The crowd behind him shouted in unison. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Lin Jiming stood on the steps of the main entrance, not telling them to rise, and looked down at them coldly. The many patients seeking medical help outside the gate gathered around out of curiosity. They happened to hear Su Dachun's shout and were immediately startled, so they hurriedly knelt down outside the gate as well. Kang Hanshi remained calm and composed as he asked, "I was unaware of your Majesty's arrival. I apologize for failing to greet you properly. May I ask what brings your Majesty here? What is the matter? Means, what are you here for?" A mere fifth-rank official dares to speak to the Emperor like that. He is indeed arrogant beyond measure. Lin Jiming didn't indulge him and asked in return, "Do I need to explain to you why I've come here?" Kang Hanshi bowed his head slightly. "This old minister dares not." "You don't dare?" Lin Jiming sneered. "I think you dare quite a bit. When did the Imperial Hospital get a bunch of blind people like you? Otherwise, how could you ignore all those patients waiting for you to save their lives outside?" Kang Hanshi looked up at him and said calmly, "Your Majesty, a country has its laws and a family has its rules, and the Imperial Hospital naturally has its own rules. It is currently the hospital's lunch break, and unless the visitor has an emergency, they will generally have to wait a while." Lin Jiming turned to look at the door and said, "Who among you is waiting to be saved? Stand up!" Suddenly a dozen or so people stood up, but they dared not stand straight in front of the Emperor, hunching over slightly, and began to shout anxiously and in a cacophony of voices. "Your Majesty, my master is critically ill! My young master has been suffering from a fever, fainting and convulsing, and has been waiting in the carriage for almost half an hour." Your Majesty, my mother broke her leg and has fainted and regained consciousness several times in the carriage due to the pain. One angry and urgent voice after another clamored into the courtyard, and the kneeling imperial physicians looked stunned and fearful. Kang Hanshi remained calm and replied, Your Majesty, if they urgently needed treatment, the gatekeeper could have been sent to inform them. However, this old minister was unaware of this. These words caused an uproar outside the door. Someone in the alley was about to die. Should they have the gatekeeper announce their arrival if they needed emergency medical assistance? Well, he should have done that. Lin Jiming coldly pointed at the minor official who had been kicked over. Was it because he didn't report it? Two imperial guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed the minor official. With a flash of cold light, their embroidered spring blades were drawn, and the official's head rolled off the blade. A commotion broke out inside and outside the courtyard. The bloody head shocked them all, but Kang Hanshi remained unmoved. Lin Jiming didn't even glance at the corpse lying in the pool of blood. He took out the booklet from his pocket, opened it to a page, and called out, Tang Dayo Wu Qi. After calling out several names, 5 people immediately responded. Your subject is here. Lin Jiming looked at them. Why are you turning a blind eye to those seeking medical help? These individuals were the most honest in the Imperial Medical Academy, never accepting bribes or forming cliques for personal gain. However, they were also the least successful within the Imperial Medical Academy. The booklets sent by Su Dachuan contained detailed records, including how 2 of them were nearly forced to leave the Imperial Medical Academy because they refused to collude with Kang Hanshi and Zhu Qichao for a long time. The men replied, Your Majesty, we are currently compiling a medical manual in the inner courtyard and were unaware that anyone was seeking medical help. Lin Jiming angrily retorted, So many people are seeking medical help in broad daylight, and you're compiling a medical manual? Who arranged this? Several people answered in unison. Professor Kang. As expected, Kang Hanshi ignored the patients pleading for help outside the door, forbade anyone else in the Imperial Hospital to care for them, and even placed those who were dissidents under house arrest. Very good. Lin Jiming sneered and said, You guys go outside and treat people according to the severity of their conditions. Your humble servant obeys the decree. The group quickly got up, rushed back inside to retrieve their medical supplies, and went outside to provide treatment. The crowd outside was deeply moved and kowtowed again, shouting, Long live the Emperor! Although the current emperor is seen as incompetent, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty, this image is now quietly changing in their minds, becoming so majestic and upright. A hint of hidden dissatisfaction flashed in Kang Hanshi's eyes. He glanced at the group of people who had rushed out and said, Your Majesty, this old minister is old and humbly requests Your Majesty's permission for this old minister to rise and reply. Lin Jiming said, No, you can speak while kneeling. Kang Hanshi frowned. I don't know what this old minister has done that requires Your Majesty to come and question me personally. Do you not even care about the old age of your minister? Lin Jiming laughed heartily. Are you saying I'm a tyrant? Fine, I'll tell you what you've done wrong. I ask you, what is the essence of a physician? Kang Hanshi replied. A doctor should be meticulous, cautious, and attentive in treating illnesses and saving lives. No, a doctor should have discerning eyes and skillful hands, but most importantly, a compassionate heart that can set aside all worldly affairs and distractions to save people from danger. That is what makes a doctor. Lin Jiming slowly walked towards Kang Hanshi, speaking slowly as he went, each word resounding with conviction. And you, Kang Hanshi, as the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, are scheming and greedy, accumulating wealth without regard for the disaster victims and treating the sick as nothing. You are not worthy of the great and sacred word medicine. At this point, he poked Kang Hanshi's forehead with his finger and cursed. You still call yourself a minister of the state? What the hell are you doing? Chapter 76 Medical Ethics. Such vulgar and crude words coming from the Emperor's mouth caused a wave of silence and shock throughout the Imperial Medical Academy. The difference was that many people inside the courtyard felt resentful, but everyone outside felt triumphant and extremely satisfied. Only Kang Hanshi was pale, and his hair and beard trembled. As the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, Although his rank was not high, most officials treated him with respect. Even the Grand Secretary Ning Song had to give him some face. But now, being poked on the forehead and scolded by this useless and incompetent emperor in front of everyone was more painful than being killed. Suddenly, a man shouted loudly, "Your Majesty's humiliation of this elderly minister is contrary to the way of a sage king, and will also discourage the officials. I beg your Majesty to stop immediately and apologize to Chief Physician Kong. Otherwise, I will petition the cabinet to seek justice for the Imperial Medical Academy." Lin Jiming turned his head and saw Zhu Qichao, who was secretly lurking beside him, reporting his physical and mental condition to Ning Song at any time. He sneered, "You want to seek justice for this old dog? Don't be hasty, I also need to seek justice from you." Zhu Qichao was startled, but still stubbornly argued, "Your Majesty, I do not know what you mean." Lin Jiming abandoned Kong Hanshi, walked up to him and stopped, saying, "I have decreed that the Imperial Medical Academy should treat the disaster victims outside the city, and all expenses should be reimbursed by the Ministry of Revenue. But you have ignored the imperial decree and treated the hundreds of thousands of disaster victims outside the city as a cash cow, charging exorbitant fees for consultations and medicines. There are clinics in the city that provide free treatment for the disaster victims, but you have driven them away and even ordered people to use despicable means to harass and intimidate them. Those are hundreds of thousands of disaster victims, all citizens of my great Wu. You have disregarded their lives, leading to the current typhoid fever outbreak, with countless people dying every day. If this were to become a plague, I would not be satisfied even if I killed your head." Zhu Qichao's face turned pale and then red, and he wanted to make excuses, but he didn't know where to start. He was unaware that Li Yingquan, who was on duty outside the city to earn money, had been hung up and whipped to death. Lin Jiming took a deep breath and gradually calmed down, but his tone was filled with a chilling murderous intent. "Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Zhu Qichao truly felt the murderous aura and cried out in alarm. "No, Your Majesty, spare my life! Your Majesty, spare my life!" Just then, a sound came from outside the door. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Physician Pu Zhou has arrived!" Lin Jiming turned around and saw an elderly man with gray hair and beard being carried in on a stretcher. His arms and trouser legs were thickly bandaged. "Your subject, Pu Zhou, pays his respects to Your Majesty." Pu Zhou struggled to get up from the stretcher and tried to kneel down with great effort. Lin Jiming gently patted his hand. "Sit down and talk, no need to get up." "Your Majesty, I thank you for your great kindness. But the proper etiquette must not be disregarded." Pu Zhou continued to kneel down stubbornly, even though his forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain caused by the wound. Lin Jiming had no choice but to go along with him. He then looked at Kong Hanshi and pointed to the corpse of the minor official on the ground. "The one who closed the door to report has been killed, so how could you, the one who ordered the door to be closed, escape? Guards, strip Kong Hanshi and Zhu Qichao of their official robes and immediately take them outside the city to be executed in front of the disaster victims, so as to warn the law and appease the people's anger." Kong Hanshi, who was still full of anger, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave upon hearing these words. Zhu Qichao was even more overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. The Imperial Guards stepped forward, removed the two men's official robes and hats, and dragged them out of the courtyard. Terrified, they cried out repeatedly, "Your Majesty, spare us! We were wrong! No!" The two were filled with regret. They should have known better than to provoke this tyrannical emperor. They knew he had a violent temper and even had a history of killing people in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. But now it was too late, and it was all over. They struggled desperately, while simultaneously signaling to their trusted confidants kneeling in the courtyard, hoping they could find an opportunity to report the news to the cabinet, perhaps in time. However, it was obviously useless. Dozens of Imperial Guards were keeping a close watch on everyone present, making it impossible for anyone to slip away. Suddenly Lin Jiming spoke up again. "Oh, by the way, before I came here, I had already ordered your homes to be ransacked. You won't be able to take a single penny of the ill-gotten money you've earned with your life's work. So why were you so greedy? To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. No! You can't kill me! I need to see Chief Minister Ning. I need to see Chief Minister Ning. The sound gradually faded away and was eventually no longer heard. Lin Jiming walked up to Pu Zhou and helped him up. Pu Zhou was shocked, and before he could express his gratitude, Lin Jiming announced to everyone. From today onwards, Pu Zhou is appointed as the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, in charge of all affairs of the Imperial Medical Academy. Pu Zhou was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Then, after Su Dachuan subtly reminded him, he came to his senses, knelt down again with tears streaming down his face, and said loudly, "Your subject Pu Zhou thanks your majesty for your great kindness." Lin Jiming glanced coldly at the Imperial Hospital staff kneeling on the ground. To be honest, if he wasn't worried about running out of manpower and losing control, he would have killed them all. You are given 1 month to make amends and diligently fulfill your duties as doctors. If you dare to violate medical ethics again, you will be executed. The cold voice sounded like heavenly music to those people, and they hurriedly kowtowed and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" They once had pure ideals and innocent souls, but under the coercion of Kang Hanshi and others, they were forced to gradually change their nature and become dogs that drifted with the tide of the corrupt world. The Emperor's sudden arrival and his unexpected arrest of Kang Hanshi and Zhu Qichao made them think they would be implicated as well. However, His Majesty's magnanimous pardon made them feel ashamed. So, in a single day, the Imperial Medical Academy changed its head. As for the actual purge or replacement of the blood, that would have to be handled by Pu Zhou slowly. This was a test and task given to him by Lin Jiming. Outside the city, a large number of disaster victims gathered near the wooden frame where Li Yingkun had been executed. Before the crowd were 2 disheveled men, who were forcing people to kneel down. They were Kang Hanshi and Zhu Qichao. A member of the Imperial Guard loudly read out the 2 men's crimes in front of a huge crowd of disaster victims, which immediately drew a torrent of curses and rebukes. The 2 Imperial physicians, who were once incredibly powerful and whom no one dared to offend, now had unfocused eyes and ashen faces, kneeling like walking corpses. After the Imperial Guard finished reading, he reached for his embroidered spring blade, but did not act immediately. Instead, he walked to Zhu Qichao's side and whispered in his ear, "His Majesty told me to tell you that if he weren't afraid of alarming Ning Song, he would have wanted to kill you long ago. Today is the perfect opportunity to do it." Zhu Qichao's eyes widened suddenly, then his head flew off, and he lost consciousness. 2 headless corpses lay in pools of blood. None of the onlookers were afraid. Instead, they all knelt facing the direction of the Imperial City, shouting excitedly, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" The shouts were loud and clear, rising in waves as if they were about to reach the Imperial City. Chapter 77 Taking a Concubine for You. Inside the Qianqing Palace, Lin Jiming slumped in a chair, utterly exhausted from the day. He started by killing someone at court before dawn, then went to Xinglancai, then went outside the city to kill someone, and then went to the Imperial Hospital to kill someone. Running around isn't tiring, but the mental strain of outsmarting and outmaneuvering others is. Xia Fengqing gently massaged his temples, about to ask him about what had happened that day, when suddenly a loud announcement came from outside the hall. "The Empress Dowager has decreed that His Majesty is summoned to an audience." Lin Jiming opened his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. The news about the Imperial Hospital had already reached Ning Daishi's ears, which was exactly what he had expected. That's why he hadn't even changed his clothes after returning home. He was waiting for this. "Wang Qing," he called out softly. Wang Qing entered in response. "Your Majesty," Lin Jiming said in a low voice. "Make more typhoid medicine urgently." The medicine he gave Gu Qingyi that morning was the one he had taken some time to make with Wang Qing some time ago. The method was simple, and Wang Qing could make it with 2 eunuchs. Moreover, they were his trusted confidants, so he wasn't worried about leaks. As for Artemisia annua, it's springtime now, and there's plenty of it outside the city. You can easily gather several large baskets of it. Wang Qing accepted the order and immediately took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom. "Your Majesty, the allicin is ready." "Oh?" Lin Jiming was delighted. He took the box, opened it, and smelled it. A strong garlic aroma wafted out. He quickly closed the lid. Not bad, it worked on the first try. In an era when medicine was not advanced, apart from infectious diseases such as typhoid fever, even a small wound could easily lead to inflammation and take a person's life. Lin Jiming was afraid of death, so while he was working on artemisinin, he also tried to make some allicin. This stuff has amazing anti-inflammatory effects, and it's not complicated to make. After cleaning the garlic, wash it and crush it into a paste with the back of a knife. Then, light a small fire under the stove and slowly bake the garlic paste, turning it over every now and then. Once the garlic paste has dried into powder, it is sieved, poured into a jar, and soaked in alcohol. After 1 or 2 days, an oily substance will separate from the surface of the mixture in the jar. This is the allicin extracted using traditional methods. Lin Jiming was not only preparing for himself, but also for the future. The Great Wu dynasty was in turmoil, and neighboring countries were gradually becoming stronger. War was imminent. However, on the battlefield, the most common cause of death for soldiers was not direct combat, but infection after injury. Countless brave soldiers were slowly tormented to death by their wounds while struggling. Allicin is simple to make and easy to use. It can be applied externally and taken internally, making it an absolute miracle for eliminating inflammation. Wang Qing went to gather artemisia to prepare medicine, and Lin Jiming then got up and went out, boarding a light palanquin and leaving. In the Yue Palace, Ning Daishi sat upright, dressed in a phoenix robe that was very formal. The 2 knotted buttons at the collar were tightly fastened, completely covering her slender and fair neck. Although she had called Lin Jiming over again today, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. That bastard had been groping her every time they met lately, and she couldn't call him out for various reasons, which made him go further and further. Ning Daishi wasn't sure if the same thing would happen again today, so to prevent it from happening, she made sure to create as many obstacles as possible in terms of her attire. It's better to guard against thieves than against fire. A eunuch outside the door announced, "His Majesty has arrived." Ning Daishi quickly composed herself, sat up straighter, and said, "Come in." The palace gates opened, and Lin Jiming, dressed in casual clothes, walked in. "Your subject greets your Majesty. May your Majesty be well and healthy." Ning Daishi, with a stern face, coldly said, "Humph! What peace? His Majesty has turned the Imperial Hospital upside down, even killing the head and the vice-head. The Ministry of Rights has petitioned me to uphold justice. How can I be at peace?" Lin Jiming shook his head. "Health comes from physical and mental well-being, and it doesn't really have much to do with the Imperial physicians. Besides, I only killed 2 troublemakers, why should Mother Empress care? It would be a waste of your energy. If I were to cause Mother Empress to lose even a single hair, I would feel sorry for her and my heart would ache." Ning Daishi's heart pounded twice, and she glared fiercely at Lin Jiming. "I feel sorry for you, my ass. What nonsense are you spouting in front of all these eunuchs and palace maids? Aren't you afraid of what will happen? You may not be afraid, but I am." She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and then said, "His Majesty acts recklessly every day. If I punish you, it will damage His Majesty's dignity. If I don't punish you, there will be criticism in the court." Lin Jiming readily agreed. "Very well, then I will not attend court for the next few days and will reflect on my mistakes in seclusion. What does Mother Empress think?" Ning Daishi was taken aback. She hadn't actually planned to punish Lin Jiming much, since he was the emperor and it wouldn't look good if she went too far. She didn't expect Lin Jiming to suggest that she stay home and reflect on her mistakes, which saved her the trouble of playing the villain. "All right, then let him reflect on his actions for 3 days as a small punishment." "Thank you, Mother!" Having put on a show, Ning Daishi suddenly spoke up again. "I have summoned His Majesty to see me today because there is something else I want to tell you." Lin Jiming nodded, looking obedient. "Please give your orders, Mother." Ning Daishi couldn't help but roll her eyes again. "You big bad wolf, keep pretending. Keep pretending. Your Majesty has been married for some time, but still has no children. The harem is only occupied by the Empress, which is quite lonely. Therefore, I plan to recruit more beautiful women to take on a few concubines for your majesty to continue the bloodline of the Ji family. I wonder what you think, my son? Lin Jiming was taken aback. Taking a concubine for me? And deliberately letting my son take advantage of me? To prevent interference in politics by the Empress's family and relatives, the Great Wu dynasty's ancestral precepts clearly stipulated in the Emperor Wu's ancestral precepts that all concubines and palace women of the emperor and princes should be carefully selected from good families, and those who are recommended should not be accepted. Therefore, the concubines of the emperors of the Great Wu dynasty were generally selected from the common people. Lin Jiming was somewhat paranoid and immediately became wary. Would Ning Daishi be so kind? The Ning family is destined to usurp the throne sooner or later, so why the hell are they continuing the Ji family bloodline? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he seemed to have guessed something. His face instantly lit up with a smile again. As expected, the Empress Dowager loves me the most. As her son, I will naturally obey her every command. However, I still hope to make some requests regarding the selection of concubines. Ning Daishi felt disgusted by him and got goosebumps all over her body. She waved her hand and said, "Speak, what do you want?" Lin Jiming opened his mouth to speak, but then turned back and glared at the eunuchs and maids attending him in the palace, cursing. "What are you doing, listening so intently? Are you planning to overhear my demands and sell them for money? Get out of here, all of you!" The eunuchs and palace maids looked embarrassed and hurriedly withdrew, because they did indeed have such thoughts. Whether the girl is gentle, cheerful, obedient, or a little chubby or thin, this kind of news is like a golden key to unlock the phoenix's nest for families who aspire to rise in social status. Before each emperor selected his concubines, eunuchs often did this, and they usually made a fortune. But now Lin Jiming has cut off their source of income. Everyone left, and the palace doors closed with a loud bang, startling Ning Daishi awake. Why is he alone with me again? Chapter 78 Xingyang Technique. Lin Jiming's demeanor changed the moment the door closed. He slumped down, stretched lazily, and yawned. Ning Daishi shivered, and then saw Lin Jiming walking towards her in horror. What do you want? Stand there and talk, don't come any closer. Lin Jiming pretended not to hear and swaggered over. Ning Daishi was shocked and hurriedly stood up to run away, but it was too late. With a gasp, her hand was grabbed by Lin Jiming, who pulled her along. She felt a strong force coming from him, and her body involuntarily bumped into him, landing in a warm and generous embrace. Lin Jiming wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, their bodies pressed together perfectly without a gap. I'm tired after a long day. If you won't give me a place to sit, then I'll just have to sit in your chair. Ning Daishi struggled a few times but couldn't budge him at all. She was both ashamed and angry. Then just sit down. Why are you pulling me? Let go of me now. We agreed that when we're alone, we'd only call each other you and me. Have you already forgotten? It smells so good. Lin Jiming leaned close to Ning Daishi's hair and took a deep sniff, then said leisurely, Is your collar buttoned up so tightly because you're afraid of me? The man's breath tickled her ear and neck, and Ning Daishi felt her heart race. Shock and shame overwhelmed her, and she raised her hand to slap Lin Jiming. Lin Jiming grabbed her hand and gently stroked the smooth skin on the back of her hand with his fingers. He said softly, You're so angry. It seems I hit the nail on the head. What is my intense and passionate love scaring you, little Dai Dai? Little Dai Dai. Ning Daishi had never heard such words before. They were so cheesy and greasy that she wanted to die. She gritted her teeth and said, If you don't let go, I'll scream. Go ahead and scream. At worst, I'll be dragged to the Imperial Ancestral Temple by all the officials and the Imperial Clan Court. My throne will be stripped, and I'll die to atone for my sins. But so what? To die under the peony is to die a romantic death. She was on the verge of collapse, holding back her final outburst as she said, You, let go! Lin Jiming said softly. Then tell me, why did you suddenly think of taking me a concubine? Are you plotting something against me? Ning Daishi was shocked. How is that possible? Real? Real. Oh. Lin Jiming didn't press the matter, as if the question was just something he'd casually mentioned and wasn't actually interested in. He paused for a moment and then said, "All right then, but I have a request." Ning Daishi nodded. "Okay, go ahead." She had no other thoughts now but hoped that this bastard would finish talking and leave as soon as possible, so that he would stop torturing and harassing her. Lin Jiming traced circles around Ning Daishi's rounded jawline with his fingers. "First, you need an oval face like yours." Ning Daishi finally freed one hand, grabbed it, and gritted her teeth, saying, "What else?" Lin Jiming then rubbed her hand against the back of her hand again. "You need to have smooth, fair skin, like yours." "Can you please not mention me?" Ning Daishi said angrily. "Lastly, I don't like skinny girls. I prefer someone more rounded, like you." "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" She said it almost through gritted teeth, her face filled with shame and indignation. Lin Jiming smiled wickedly. "All right, that's all for now. Mother, you must remember them." After saying that, he winked at Ning Daishi, laughed heartily, and turned to leave. Ning Daishi leaned against the wall, barely managing to calm herself down. "Someone, prepare a bath for me." A palace maid entered, surprised, and asked, "Didn't the Empress Dowager just bathe during the day?" Ning Daishi retorted angrily, "I'll wash whenever I want. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Slap yourself!" Outside the palace came cries and pleas for mercy mixed with the sound of slapping. Several palace maids hurriedly prepared a bathtub with hot water and flower petals. Ning Daishi removed her clothes and stepped into the tub. Her whole body was enveloped in hot water, and she let out a soft groan of comfort before gritting her teeth and cursing under her breath. "Bastard! Bastard, 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 bastard!" A clean set of underwear was laid out to the side, waiting for her to change. The Qianqing Palace. As soon as Lin Jiming entered, Xia Fengqing rushed to greet him. "What is the Empress Dowager summoning you for?" "Good thing." Lin Jiming's smile was somewhat eerie. Xia Fengqing asked curiously, "What good thing could she possibly have?" Xia Fengqing was well aware that the Ning family father and daughter were eager to kill Lin Jiming as soon as possible, so she couldn't imagine Ning Daishi doing anything good. "She said she would recruit many beautiful women for me so that I could take concubines." Upon hearing this, Xia Fengqing was taken aback. "Why is that? Is she being so kind?" Lin Jiming chuckled. "Of course she doesn't have such good intentions. She just wants to find a few more beauties to share my attention and your favor. By the way, she'll find a few more helpers. After I die in 3 months, the harem won't be a 2-person power struggle between you and her. Instead, you'll be the minority submitting to the majority." Xia Fengqing's expression tightened. "So, did you agree?" "Why not agree?" Lin Jiming retorted. "The imperial concubines are all recruited from the common people. Even if there are a few daughters of officials, they may not necessarily listen to Ning Daishi. She thinks too highly of herself." When Ning Daishi told him about the selection of concubines, he instantly understood the hidden meaning behind it. Choosing a concubine? Sure, we welcome anyone. Lin Jiming believed in a principle: to capture a woman's heart, one must enter her body and understand her deeply. Even though Ning Daishi was the Empress Dowager, she could only talk. She didn't have that ability. "All right, let's not talk about this spoil sport anymore. Qing, I got something good today." Lin Jiming grinned and pulled out a small wooden box. "Go take a shower first, and I'll practice until I'm ready for another 300 rounds of battle with you." Xia Fengqing peeked into the box. There lay a thin booklet with a blue, somewhat worn cover, on which were written 3 large characters, Jingyang Ju. Xia Fengqing was no longer a virgin, and she understood immediately after a moment's surprise. The character is grand, the character is mysterious, and the character those who know, know. Her pretty face flushed involuntarily, and she turned and walked into the inner room. "Okay, I'll take a shower first." Chapter 79. Take care of Xinglin's High. The next day, when Lin Jiming woke up, he found that the sun was already quite high. He jumped off the dragon bed and found that he was full of energy, much better than he had been after that before. It really worked! He had only ever seen this type of secret manual in books before, and had longed for it. Today, he finally got his wish and experienced it firsthand. The experience was great, and it was simple and amazing. Xia Fengqing happened to walk in from outside. When she saw that he was awake, she blushed again and said in a soft voice, "Wang Qing has been waiting outside for a while." Yesterday she felt the power of that book, Jing'anju, even though Lin Jiming was not weak before. She awkwardly came over to help Lin Jiming get dressed, but a pair of hands wrapped around her slender waist, and a head rested on her shoulder as she whispered, "Qinger, we can't have children yet, so you'll have to make do for now. But don't worry, I'll sort out all the troubles as soon as possible, and then we can have 7 or 8 of them without any worries." "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Xia Fengqing nodded shyly. Clang! Clang! A procession of officials from the Imperial Household Department headed west towards the city, led by a gong. Behind them was a sedan chair, a roofless sedan chair, with a yellow silk cushion, upon which sat a 2-foot-tall purple gold gourd and a plaque with gold lettering on a black background. The gourd had a gilded copper base and a white jade lid. Its workmanship was exquisite and extremely beautiful. The plaque, however, was covered with a cloth, so the words written on it could not be seen. As soon as this procession appeared on the street, it attracted countless onlookers, because they were surprised to find a eunuch in the procession. The office of imperial envoys was in charge of conveying imperial edicts and bestowing titles. All matters concerning the issuance of imperial edicts, the investiture of members of the imperial clan, and the pacification of the 4 directions were handled by the office of imperial envoys. "Where are you going? What else can the court of imperial sacrifices do? Whose family are they going to deliver an imperial edict to? This gourd is clearly a treasure, it must have come from the palace, right? Since we're just idling around anyway, we might as well go and see for ourselves." People on the street whispered among themselves, and many busybodies followed along, wanting to find out what was going on. Behind the crowd, Su Dachuan and a fair-skinned, clean-shaven, handsome young man followed Lin Jiming, slowly moving forward with the procession. Su Dachuan exclaimed, "Tisk tsk! Such a grand display, master really takes good care of Miss Gu." Lin Jiming rolled his eyes at him. "You don't know anything. I'm taking care of the disaster victims outside the city, and I'm only taking care of Xinglansai by chance." Su Dachuan looked at him with an, "I understand," expression. Yes, I understand." Lin Jiming ignored him and continued walking at her own pace. Yesterday, after leaving Xinglansai, he had an idea. There were hundreds of thousands of disaster victims outside the city, a huge number. Although the Imperial Hospital had temporarily calmed things down, the few dozen Imperial physicians were still not enough. Meanwhile, many medical clinics and pharmacies in the city were just watching the show, and no one was willing to lend a hand. Some people even made sarcastic remarks behind Xinglansai's back, saying that they would lose money and not complain. So Lin Jiming planned to dig a pit and let those medical clinics that only watched the show without taking any action jump in themselves. He had Wang Qing retrieve a purple gold gourd from the inner eunuch storeroom and drafted an imperial edict. Today, he made a grand entrance by beating drums and gongs, intending to alarm the entire city. The young man smiled and said to Su Dachuan, "Brother Chun, some things can't be said. Anyway, you'll find out tomorrow, no, maybe before this evening." Su Dachuan was still completely bewildered, but Lin Jiming laughed and gave him a thumbs up. "Good for you, Su Yanin. Not bad, you're smart enough, thumbs up." Su Yanin is the centurion that Su Dachuan mentioned yesterday. He is quick-witted, decisive, and has a very fast reaction time. He is only a centurion because he is young. Given time, his future will be limitless. "Thank you for your kind words, master." Su Yanin simply clasped his hands in a salute, his expression calm. Lin Jiming grew increasingly fond of this young man. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and was a promising talent. The procession finally arrived at Xingzi Hotong. There must have been over 1,000 people following behind, completely blocking the entire street. People behind couldn't see what was in front, and many were anxiously shouting, "What's going on up ahead? Can someone tell us?" The sedan chair stopped at the entrance of the alley. Two officials from the Bureau of Public Security carried a gourd and a vermilion plate covered with a red cloth, while two other officials carried a plaque. The eunuch held the imperial edict in both hands and walked into the alley. Gu Qingyi went to treat patients and save lives outside the city early this morning. She just received a message and rushed back. At this moment, she is kneeling at the entrance of Xinglansai with a look of astonishment and confusion. There are two other people kneeling beside her. One is Mu Yuan, the cute and innocent beauty that Lin Jiming met yesterday. The other is a familiar face, but he is the scholar who was with Gu Qingyi when Lin Jiming first met her. An incense table had already been set up at the entrance. The eunuch stood at the back, facing south, and proclaimed in a high-pitched, shrill voice. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Gu Qingyi, a woman from Xinglansai, whose family has a long tradition of medical expertise and whose compassionate heart has selflessly helped the people outside the city, is greatly appreciated by the emperor. Therefore, the emperor hereby bestows upon her 100 taels of silver, a purple gold 8 treasure gourd, and an imperial plaque to commend her good deeds. This is the imperial decree. After the imperial edict was read, Gu Qingyi was still in a daze. The eunuch, however, was very kind and said with a smile and a low voice, Divine Physician Gu, why don't you quickly accept the decree and express your gratitude? Ah? Oh! Gu Qingyi hurriedly replied. This commoner, Gu Qingyi, kowtows to thank the emperor for his grace. Long live the emperor! The eunuch then rolled up the imperial edict and handed it over. Gu Qingyi took it with both hands, touching the smooth yellow silk, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. Xinglansai was originally run by her father and uncle. More than 10 years ago, her father was killed by bandits, and her uncle raised her alone. She is still unmarried to this day. Just before the Lunar New Year, her uncle was exiled to Guiyang for misdiagnosing a death. His leg was broken due to torture, and he is currently still in the government jail. Right now, she is the only one left in Xinglansai. In the past few months, she has single-handedly run Xinglansai as a woman, but it has been incredibly tiring. Since the beginning of spring this year, the number of disaster victims outside the city has surged. Although she has gained the people's praise by providing free medical treatment and medicine, she knows that she is about to be unable to continue. Not only was she running out of money, but the jealousy and hostility from her peers were also causing her immense distress. Yesterday, when I went to the pharmacy to buy medicine, the shopkeeper said in a sarcastic tone, Dr. Gu's reputation is truly renowned now. It is an honor for our shop to stock raw herbs with you. However, I'm sorry, the medicine is temporarily out of stock. Gu Qingyi had to visit several more stores before she could finally buy all the medicine. When she returned, she couldn't help but cry. But now, the emperor suddenly issued her an imperial edict, and also gave her a gourd and a plaque. But most importantly, she is now rich. Chapter 80 Lei Guzi turns over a new leaf. Good deeds are indeed rewarded, and 100 taels of silver, that could buy so much medicine and save so many lives. The young man beside her snapped her out of her reverie. Qingyi, lift up the plaque. Gu Qingyi wiped away her tears, nodded, and reached out to lift the red cloth. The plaque, with its black background and gold lettering, reads, Miraculous hands and benevolent hearts. The most important thing is not the words, but the seal next to it, the imperial seal of the current Emperor Honghua. The onlookers outside the alley erupted in an uproar, each with only one thought in their mind. Xinglansai is now thriving. The procession of pedestrians had left, the signboard had been lifted, and many in the crowd couldn't resist watching. Congratulations! May Xinglansai's business prosper and become extremely profitable. Shopkeeper, I'd like to ask for some lucky money to share in the good fortune. A tidal wave of people surged into the alley, and Gu Qingyi's pretty face turned pale with shock. Wedding money? She hasn't eaten meat for days. Where would she get extra money to give them as a wedding gift? However, the sheer force of the attack was terrifying. Even if she managed to hide inside, Xinglansai would likely be torn down by them. At this critical moment, suddenly a dozen hooligans stepped forward and blocked the way for the crowd. Each of them was carrying sticks, axes, chains, or similar weapons, and their faces were fierce and murderous. What are you doing? Stop right there. If you're going to offer congratulations, then so be it. Are you planning to take advantage of the chaos to rob us? We'll have to ask Grandpa's stick first. If you dare to step forward again, I'll smash your skull out. The crowd that had just rushed forward came to an abrupt halt, and they all retreated in a panic. Especially those who lived nearby, who didn't know the 13 sorrows of ghosts. They were a group of reckless and unruly people. Once you got involved, you would face endless harassment. Within a radius of several miles, everyone treated them like plague gods and avoided them at all costs. Gu Qingyi, who was so frightened that she was about to collapse, was caught by someone. When she turned around, she saw that it was Mu Yuan. Perhaps because of her innocent and cute nature, she was not very scared. Looking at the young man, he was even less scared than her, and had already fallen to the ground and was trembling. They. Gu Qingyi looked at them as if she had seen a ghost, and was speechless. 2 days ago, this group of people harassed Xinglan's day and night, causing me great fear and preventing me from sleeping. They even tried to break into my clinic yesterday to cause trouble. How did they suddenly become my guardian angels today? What she didn't know was that after being frightened by Lin Jiming yesterday, those hooligans had obediently guarded the door of Xinglan's for her all afternoon, but she just hadn't noticed. A burly man stepped out from among the hooligans, his face full of scars, his chest and belly protruding. He was none other than Lei Wu, the leader of the hooligans, whose new nickname was Lei Guzi, Thunder Dog. He shouted, "The Imperial plaque is right here. You dare to offend it? I could beat you to death and you wouldn't have to pay with your lives. But Dr. Gu is beautiful and kind-hearted, and today is an auspicious day for Xinglan's, so I won't let you bleed. Those who are about to die, stay and get treatment. Those who aren't going to die, hurry up and leave." Indeed, most of the people in the crowd were planning to take advantage of the chaos to rush in and grab something. They didn't dare to take the gourd bestowed by the emperor, but didn't they see that the scholar at the door was holding a plate of silver? But now, intimidated by this group of hooligans, no one dared to move forward. They looked around and slowly dispersed, unwilling to give up. At this moment, several more people walked in. It was Lin Jiming and his group. Lei Wu raised his stick, about to shout and curse, when he suddenly saw who it was. He felt his legs go weak and he was about to kneel down. Lin Jiming glanced at him indifferently, and Lei Wu immediately understood. He threw the stick aside, smiled broadly, and bowed, saying, "Greetings, young Master Lin." "Boss Lei, have you reformed?" Lin Jiming said, waving at Gu Qingyi. Lei Wu said solemnly and loudly, "Dr. Gu, a woman, has given up all her wealth to treat the disaster victims outside the city. I, Lei Guzi, am a man of the martial arts world, and I value loyalty above all else. Therefore I have decided to work with my brothers to be good people and protect Xinglan's. Lin Jiming nodded approvingly. "Brother Lei is indeed a man of the martial world, loyal and righteous. I admire him." Lei Wu felt as if he had drunk 3 caddies of peach blossom honey. His body was floating. This was the emperor himself, and he actually praised him. Could he also get a plaque with the title of righteous and chivalrous, like Dr. Gu? Su Dachuan carried a large bucket, and arrived at the entrance of Xinglan's with Lin Jiming. Gu Qingyi was still a little dazed at this point. Everything that happened today felt like a dream to her. First of all, when she left the city this morning, she found that there were several new wooden sheds with imperial physicians on duty, and they were all free. Not only that, but those imperial physicians who were usually high and mighty actually stood up and bowed to her when they saw her. Imperial physician? Bowing to oneself? These two seemingly unrelated things actually came together? Before she could even treat a few people, someone summoned her back. Then came the imperial edict, the bestowal of a plaque, and now this gang of hooligans even claimed to protect her. "Young Master Lin, you came to my dream too?" Gu Qingyi asked Lin Jiming blankly. Lin Jiming raised his hand and gently flicked her forehead. "Ouch!" Gu Qingyi winced in pain, then touched the plaque, gourd, and plate of silver beside her, and suddenly smiled foolishly. "This is real, not a dream." Lin Jiming smiled and said, "All right, let's go inside first and then talk. I brought you some nice things." Gu Qingyi's eyes lit up as she looked at the large bucket Su Dachuan was carrying. All right, please come in. In a corner outside the alley, Su Yanin looked at Gui Jian Shisanchu in front of him and said with a smile, Lei Lahu, I have long heard of your name. I am Su Yanin, a centurion of the embroidered uniform guard. Now that there were no outsiders present, Lei Wu hurriedly knelt down and bowed, saying, This humble one, Lei Guzi, pays his respects to Lord Su. Su Yanin was taken aback. He had indeed heard of Lei Wu's name before. He was a powerful and influential figure in the western part of the city. How did it become a dog? Lei Wu bowed to Xingzi Hatong and said smugly in a low voice, His Majesty gave me this name. Su Yanin couldn't help but chuckle, but then stopped and said seriously, Lei Wu, since His Majesty has bestowed this title upon you, it is your good fortune. From now on, I will leave the Xinglanzhai to you brothers to guard. Lei Wu patted his chest and said, Your Majesty bestowed this title upon me. It's because my ancestral graves are smoking. No, they've all burned down. The safety of Xinglanzhai and Dr. Gu is our responsibility. Su Yanin nodded. That's right, you, Boss Lei, are quite famous and a figure of importance. I wonder if you would be willing to serve my embroidered uniform guard? Ghost 13 was startled, looked at each other in bewilderment, and then they all trembled with excitement. Lei Wu clasped his hands in a fist and said, We are willing, of course we are willing. Lord Su, please give your orders. Guzi and his brothers will go through fire and water without hesitation. With a clatter, all 13 people knelt down. Chapter 81 His Majesty's Overt Scheme. Inside Xinglanzhai, Gu Qingyi stared wide-eyed at the bucket full of typhoid medicine, her eyes brimming with surprise. So many! That's wonderful! That's wonderful! At this moment, the young man came over and bowed deeply. My name is Han Shan, and I greet young Master Lin. Gu Qingyi slapped her fair forehead. This is my cousin, you've met him before. Oh, it's my cousin! Nice to meet you! Lin Jiming gave a bright smile and returned the greeting with a cupped hand. Like all men, he felt uncomfortable whenever he saw a pretty girl and there was another man around her, even if he had no feelings for the girl. But now that I hear he's my cousin, things are different. Although Dr. Gu's chest, his reserves aren't very good, he's good-looking and his personality is very likable. Mu Yuan and Gu Qingyi squatted down together by the wooden tub, and exclaimed in surprise, Is this all the typhoid medicine from yesterday? There's so much! Gu Qingyi hugged the wooden tub and started crying again. Han Shan sighed and comforted her. Don't cry anymore. Look, even the Emperor knows about Xinglanzhai. Today, even the Imperial Edict and Imperial Gift have arrived. Good days are about to begin. Mu Yuan suddenly said, Imperial Edicts and Imperial Gifts are good, but I'm afraid they might arouse the jealousy of others. Gu Qingyi was startled and realized she had indeed forgotten to cry. Oh no! What should we do? Lin Jiming glanced at Mu Yuan and chuckled. Jealousy? Ha, not necessarily. That's hard to say. Mu Yuan was about to say something more, but Han Shan waved his hand and said, Let them be jealous. We can't control what others say. At least Xinglanzhai has caught the Emperor's eye and will surely become famous from now on. This is not a bad thing. What an innocent child. Lin Jiming sighed inwardly, thinking that these people were no different from college students in his previous life, seeing only clean and pure things. Whether an imperial gift is a good thing or a bad thing is hard to say, because both can happen. However, Lin Jiming's purpose in doing this was not just to help Xinglanzhai gain fame, but also to hope that Gu Qingyi would not hate him when she found out in the future. The crowd outside Xingzi Hatong had completely dispersed, and at this time, in several pharmacies and clinics in the capital, the clerks were reporting the matter to their managers and owners. What? Xinglanzhai received an imperial edict and a treasure bestowed by the emperor? Did the Pedestrian Affairs Bureau deliver it with gongs and drums? Just because she went out of town to provide medical treatment and medicine. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go too. The shop's closed, everyone should go. Hurry, hurry, don't let someone else beat us to it. We just need to fight for the imperial edict. So, before noon that day, almost half of the clinics in the capital closed down, and everyone began to head out of the city to set up stalls in the areas where disaster victims gathered. Next to them, there was a sign that was almost as tall as a person, which read, Free Medical Consultations and Free Medicine Distribution Clinic X. Inside Xinglansai, Lin Jiming couldn't help but say, "Let's not worry about good or bad things for now. Aren't you hungry at midday?" Gu Qingyi let out a soft exclamation and rubbed her stomach, saying, "I'm really hungry. Please sit down, I'll go cook some noodles for you." Lin Jiming grabbed her arm. "Why eat noodles? So much money has arrived, shouldn't we have a good meal to celebrate?" "Ah?" Gu Qingyi hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Lin is right, let's go have a good meal." After the group left Xinglansai, Gu Qingyi carefully locked the door. There was an imperial edict and the purple gold gourd in the shop. If a thief broke in, she would be devastated. Of course, her worries were unnecessary. Anyone who touched either of those things would be beheaded. A carriage was already parked outside the alley, with Su Dachuan and Su Yanin standing with their hands at their sides. Mu Yuan asked curiously, "What kind of business does young Master Lin's family engage in?" Lin Jiming smiled and said, "My hometown is in Shanxi. My ancestors were military doctors. Now they live off a few mines and just wait to die." "Oh." Mu Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Two girls entered the carriage. Lin Jiming and Han Shun sat on the carriage shaft, while Su Yanin and Su Dachuan walked beside the carriage. "What? They've all gone outside the city?" Su Dachuan stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Su Yanin smiled and said, "Exactly. Just now, a junior officer came to report that many medical clinics were going outside the city to provide free medical services." Su Dachuan pulled Su Yanin aside and whispered, "Is this what you meant by we'll see the outcome before evening? How did you guess that?" Su Yanin said, "My lord, this is His Majesty's plan, and it's openly stated, commonly known as an open strategy. Actually, cough cough, it's quite easy to guess." He gave a vague hint, and Su Dachuan was stunned for a moment before slapping his forehead and understanding. After all, he was a smart man. Xinglansai received an imperial plaque, which was equivalent to being a medical clinic recognized by the emperor. This would greatly increase the public's trust in the clinic, something every medical clinic and pharmacy would dream of. So if they also wanted to win this honor, they had to follow the example of Xinglansai and go out of the city to provide medical treatment, and the disaster victims were blessed. "Our emperor is truly remarkable." Su Dachuan quietly gave Su Yanin a thumbs up and then said, "You've done your job well, kid. With your brains, His Majesty will surely treat you well." "Thank you for your kindness, sir." Su Yanin cupped his hands in thanks, then glanced into the carriage and said, "My lord, I suspect there may be something strange about the woman who was with Dr. Gu. Please remind His Majesty." What do you mean?" Su Dachuan, after all, made his living in this field, and immediately became alert. "So many people rushed into Xingzi Hatong just now. Dr. Gu and her cousin were both frightened, and although she looked a little nervous, it was obviously an act, and—" He paused. After the crowd dispersed, Lei Wu and the others were looking at the imperial edict and the gourd, as well as the plaque and the silver, but she was the only one looking at the bucket. Su Dachuan understood instantly and slapped Su Yanin hard on the shoulder. "You're not bad, kid." Su Yanin simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. Lin Jiming led everyone to the restaurant that Princess Jingyang had taken him to last time, the one where the glutinous rice and crispy duck was said to be delicious. Last time, because of the citywide riots caused by the soaring grain prices at Defengho, he wasn't in the mood to savor the meal. Today was different. He specially ordered 2 ducks and a large table of dishes, and enjoyed a hearty and satisfying meal. Ji Chuyu was right. The duck was indeed delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, stuffed with glutinous rice, mushrooms, and diced ham. It was incredibly flavorful. When Lin Jiming turned around, he saw Gu Qingyi with her brows furrowed, her cheeks puffed out, and her face full of heartache. Hey, this is to celebrate for you, cheer up." Lin Jiming couldn't help but say. "Oh." Gu Qingyi twitched her lips, revealing a forced smile. Lin Jiming couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, I've already settled the bill. This meal is on me." "Huh? Really?" Gu Qingyi's worried expression vanished instantly, but then she twisted her fingers awkwardly and said, "But I promised to treat you, but in the end, I have to ask young Master Lin to pay the bill. How can I accept this?" Chapter 82 Gu Tizhen. From today onwards, your shop will have an imperial plaque to mark its success. You can always hire me again when you make money. But speaking of which, is Xinglin's High in debt? Is 100 taels of silver not enough? No, that's not it. I've never owed any debts, but... Gu Qingyi hesitated for a moment, and before she could finish speaking, her eyes were already red. Han Shun sighed and said, "Let me explain." So he told Lin Jiming everything about Uncle Gu Qingyi, and finally said bitterly, "Actually, it wasn't Uncle Gu who misdiagnosed and killed her. That woman died from severe abdominal pain. When Uncle Gu went there, she was already dead. Zhao Dizhu, who is used to being unreasonable and domineering, sent Uncle Gu to the Yamen. During this time, a lot of money has been spent, but there is still no news of Uncle Gu. Otherwise, how could Xinglin's High be so poor?" Lin Jiming looked at Su Dachun beside him. "Zhao Dizhu?" Su Dachun whispered in his ear. "General Xuanwu Zhao Dizhu is Ning Bai's brother-in-law. He holds a 4th-rank military position and is on duty outside the 6 ministries in Qianbu Corridor." Ning Bai's brother-in-law? What a small world. The one who died was Zhao Dizhu's concubine, whom he kept outside. He didn't dare let his wife know, so he didn't go to the Imperial Hospital, but instead went to Uncle Gu. Gu Qingyi wiped away her tears and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling to spend money, it's just that my uncle is about to be exiled to Guizhou, and I need to make some arrangements for him. Otherwise, with the mountains and the long journey, I'm afraid." "Go and find out where he is." Lin Jiming calmly gave Su Dachun an instruction, and after finishing his meal, he parted ways with Gu Qingyi and her group. "Master, Zhao Dizhu is listening to music in Huansui Pavilion." The efficiency of the embroidered uniform guard was indeed high. In the time it took to eat a meal, Zhao Dizhu's whereabouts were already known. "Walk!" Lin Jiming's expression was cold. Soon we arrived at Huansui Pavilion. However, just as they were about to enter, they were suddenly stopped by 2 sheathed swords. "Halt! This place is reserved by General Xuanwu today. Go somewhere else." 2 soldiers stood at the door, their faces full of arrogance. Lin Jiming glanced inside the building. The lobby on the 1st floor was empty, with only the faint sounds of drinking games and unrestrained laughter coming from upstairs. "Tell Zhao Dizhu to get down here and see me." The 2 soldiers were furious. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you insult the general?" Seeing that they dared to be disrespectful to Lin Jiming, Su Dachun stepped forward, his eyes icy cold. "So what if they insulted me? If they dare to utter another word, I'll go upstairs and kill that damn general." The soldiers' expressions changed, because they sensed a murderous aura emanating from Su Dachun. It was a real, chilling aura of murderous intent. You could sense it without even asking that he must have taken many lives. Several soldiers rushed over and surrounded Lin Jiming and Su Dachun. With the help of others, the 2 soldiers finally mustered their courage and stood tall, declaring, "No one, no matter who comes today, will be allowed through this door." Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, and a steel knife was already at his neck. Su Dachun said, "I didn't hear you clearly, please say it again." The soldier's face turned pale instantly. He realized that he had encountered a ruthless person today. They dared to make a move even though they knew that General Xuanwu was upstairs. Lin Jiming laughed, a cold laugh. "He's just a mere 4th-rank military officer, yet he dares to act so arrogantly in the city. If he were to be promoted to 1st rank one day, would he be able to climb up to the Hall of Supreme Harmony and urinate there?" He stepped onto the stairs, pushed aside the soldiers in front of the door, their steel knives at his side, and no one dared to move. They could only watch Lin Jiming climb up to the 2nd floor step by step. Su Dachun threw the soldier aside, didn't look at them again, and followed Lin Jiming upstairs. Upstairs, however, it was quite lively. There were dancers performing, and the sounds of string and wind instruments filled the air. Dozens of brightly dressed women were fawning over the 5 men sitting upright. 5 champions for joys and wealth. A fat, big-eared military officer was playing a drinking game with a slender woman, his arm around her, when he suddenly heard footsteps coming upstairs. He shouted impatiently, "Didn't I tell you all not to come upstairs unless I told you to? Are you deaf? Get out of here! General Xuanwu, you're so imposing. You're here and you won't let anyone else come up? What, are you so ugly you can't be seen by anyone?" Before the person even appeared, a voice had already reached his ears. "Grass!" Zhao Dezhu flew into a rage, stood up, grabbed a knife, and shouted, "Come here and talk to me, or I'll kill you!" Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps grew clearer, and a cold, indifferent face appeared before him. "Are you referring to me as I or the old man?" Zhao Dezhu swallowed back a curse word and looked at the person who appeared in front of him with surprise. "The Emperor? This guy is actually the Emperor? What is the Emperor doing here?" "Your subject Zhao Dezhu greets your Majesty." Zhao Dezhu hurriedly put down his knife, cupped his hands in salute, and the 4 men beside him, all of whom were military commanders, also stood up and saluted after a moment of stunned silence. A flurry of footsteps sounded, and the soldiers at the door rushed up, their swords drawn, gleaming coldly. However, when they reached the top of the stairs and saw this scene, they froze, unsure whether to go forward or backward. Clang! It's unclear who first threw their sword to the ground, but they saw their general respectfully saluting the young man before them. Lin Jiming didn't even glance at the soldiers. He walked up to Zhao Dezhu and said calmly, "Your men said that no one could enter this door today, no matter who came. Now that I've come in, are you going to kick me out?" Zhao Dezhu suppressed his displeasure and gritted his teeth, saying, "Your Majesty, I dare not. You are naturally allowed to enter." The soldiers felt a sudden darkness before their eyes. His Majesty? This is His Majesty? They actually stopped His Majesty and even threatened him? With a series of thuds, everyone knelt down. Lin Jiming took another step forward and said, "Oh, so I can come in, but others can't? You mean you're already second only to me, above all others?" Zhao Dezhu said, "Your Majesty, please do not misunderstand my meaning. Lin Jiming interrupted him with a cold laugh. "Misinterpreting you? You're on duty today, aren't you? Don't you know that drinking and merrymaking are forbidden in the army? Don't you know that you must kneel before me? Don't you know that you must not use your power to oppress others or disrupt the people's livelihood?" When Zhao Dezhu opened his mouth, he was at a loss for words. Finally, as if possessed, he replied, "Your Majesty may say whatever you wish." "Oh!" Lin Jiming laughed. "All right, then I'll say, slap him." "You!" Zhao Dezhu suddenly looked up, his face full of anger. He was a 4th-rank military officer in the imperial court, and a brother-in-law of Ning Bai, the Grand Secretary. All the civil and military officials in the court, even those of higher rank, had to give him some face. But now, this dog emperor actually wanted to slap himself. Su Dachun stepped forward and shouted, "Insolence! How dare you defy the imperial decree?" Zhao Dezhu gritted his teeth. He was a loyal dog of the Ning family, and naturally had no good intentions towards Lin Jiming. Chapter 83: Making Money with Women. Lin Jiming took another step forward, standing only a foot away from Zhao Dezhu, and looked at him coldly, saying, "You have 2 choices, slap yourself 100 times, or I will do it myself." Zhao Dezhu's anger surged, his hands clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Lin Jiming smiled disdainfully. "What, you want to assassinate the emperor? Give me the guts, do you dare?" At this point, he suddenly raised his voice. "Slap him!" Everyone involuntarily shuddered. Zhao Dezhu's face turned pale and then red. In the end, he swallowed his anger, turned to the side, and faced the other people in pairs, starting to slap each other repeatedly. Lin Jiming watched with his arms crossed. They quickly finished their 100 draws. All of them were military generals, and their attacks were heavy. By the time they stopped, Their faces were swollen like pig heads. Zhao Dizhu gritted his teeth and mumbled, "Your Majesty, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied?" Lin Jiming had no intention of stopping there. The important business hadn't been dealt with yet. He waved his hand. "All of you get out." The others, who had their heads whipped into pig heads, along with the dozens of singers and dancers, felt as if they had been granted a pardon and quickly fled this place of trouble. Only Lin Jiming, Zhao Dizhu, and Su Dachuan, who was holding a brocade spring knife and standing behind Lin Jiming, remained in the room. Zhao Dizhu suddenly panicked for no reason. The topic he talked about most when he drank with Ning Bai was just how useless this emperor was. But now, he finds himself unable to look Lin Jiming in the eye. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is there anything else your Majesty wishes to instruct me to do?" Lin Jiming suddenly smiled. "I've heard you have quite a few romantic affairs. You have 1 wife and 2 concubines at home, and you also keep more than a dozen concubines outside. You're in good health." The topic changed so quickly that Zhao Dizhu almost strained his back. After a moment of surprise, he said, "This is my family matter, and your Majesty need not concern yourself with it." Lin Jiming shook his head. No, I'm just curious. Other people marry women to love, but you, General Zhao, marry them to make money. I don't know how you can be so shameless." "I'm using my own woman to make money?" Zhao Dizhu's face immediately darkened, and he suddenly remembered that Lin Jiming had called him General Xuanwu when he came in. Xuanwu, isn't that just a tortoise? He could no longer contain himself and roared, "Even if your Majesty is the supreme ruler, you should not speak so carelessly and insult your subjects. Tomorrow I will report this to the cabinet and demand that you clear my name." Lin Jiming sneered. "Insult? Ha! You made money off your own woman, how come you've already forgotten? If your concubine were alive, she'd probably die with her eyes wide open in disbelief." Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhao Dizhu, and he finally understood what Lin Jiming meant. He was referring to the concubine who died last year. He was so upset at the time that he couldn't save her, so he took his anger out on the doctor who came to save her and threw him into the government jail. Later, his steward came to say that the doctor's family had paid a lot of money to settle the matter privately, and he had taken the money and then ignored it. Zhao Dizhu looked at Lin Jiming in shock. Could it be that the doctor's family had actually found this useless emperor? "Oh? You seem to have remembered?" Lin Jiming sat in the chair, casually fiddling with a wine pot on the table, and brought it to his nose to sniff. The wine of this era is so weak, it's like the sparkling wine of his world. A dignified general drinking such wine is worse than cutting off his body and sending it to the palace to be trained by Wang Qin. Zhao Dizhu gritted his teeth. "Your Majesty, I do not know what you are talking about." He decided that no matter what Lin Jiming said, he would stick to his guns and deny it. He wouldn't let this beating go unpunished. He was going to fight him to the death, and at least make him feel disgusted. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiming was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "He was a perfectly good doctor who was framed by you and imprisoned. He must have suffered a lot of torture. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. I will let you experience what torture is like and help you remember." With a wave of his hand, Su Dachuan stepped forward and slammed Zhao Dizhu face up onto the table. The cups and plates were swept all over the floor with a clattering sound. Zhao Dizhu was terrified and struggled, shouting, "What are you doing? I am an official appointed by the imperial court, a military general by imperial decree. You." Another resounding slap landed on Zhao Dizhu's face. Su Dachuan's strength far surpassed that of the other lowly military officers. Before Zhao Dizhu could finish his sentence, all he could see was a sky full of stars, and he was too dizzy to say anything. Lin Jiming stepped forward, drew his knife, cut off the front of Zhao Dizhu's clothes, and slapped it onto his face. "If you remember, just wave to me. Of course, I still hope you can have some backbone and hold out a little longer. After all, you are the Xuanwu general of my great Wu dynasty, and you cannot bring shame to my army." As Lin Jiming spoke casually, he raised the wine jug high in his hand and slowly poured it down Zhao Dizhu's face. The clear liquor poured onto his clothes, soaking them instantly. Zhao Deju's mouth and nose were completely blocked, and he began to have difficulty breathing. Ugh! He struggled desperately, but Su Dachuan held him down firmly. The table creaked as he twisted it violently, but he couldn't budge it an inch. Not bad, he can still hold on, he's a real man. Lin Jiming praised him, then cut another piece from Zhao Deju's clothes and stuck it on his face, pouring wine over it. Zhao Deju was completely unable to breathe, as if he were drowning. In no time, he felt that his lungs were about to explode. He finally couldn't hold back any longer, and raised his arm high, swinging it vigorously. Lin Jiming removed the wet cloth from his face, looked down at him, and asked with a smile. Remember now? As the fresh air filled his lungs, Zhao Deju felt as if he had been reborn. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, I remember. It was me who falsely accused that doctor. I'll go to the government office to drop the case right away. Not bad. Anything else? Besides? Slap, the wet cloth is on again. The terrifying suffocation began again. Zhao Deju was both shocked and furious, and hurriedly waved his hand again. The damp cloth was pulled off again, and Zhao Deju, now free, was overjoyed and hurriedly said, I'll pay you back, I'll pay you back. Lin Jiming waved his hand, and Su Dachuan put him down. As if he had used up all his strength, Zhao Deju rolled over and sat down on the ground, clutching his throat and breathing heavily. Then let's go, Lin Jiming said. I will accompany you to the government office. My lord, I obey the order. Zhao Deju struggled to his feet, ignoring the wine dripping from his clothes and the redness and swelling on his face. Now, he had only one thought in his mind. He would remember this grudge and repay it 10-fold or 100-fold in the future. Lin Jiming suddenly turned around and looked at him. Don't think that just because you have that old dog Ning Song protecting you, you can do whatever you want. Believe it or not, I have plenty of ways to kill you. Looking into those cold eyes, Zhao Deju couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 84. Someone is missing. Outside the gates of the capital's government office, Gu Qingyi stood nervously, looking at the gates across the street with a tense expression. Han Shun and Mu Yuan stayed by her side, comforting her in whispers, but you could tell from their faces that they were also very nervous. Suddenly, the side gate of the government office opened, and an old man who looked like a steward hurriedly came out, boarded a carriage, and drove away. Then, two yamen runners appeared, supporting a middle-aged man. Gu Qingyi's eyes immediately reddened, and 2 lines of tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Uncle! A mournful cry escaped her lips as she rushed over and threw herself into the middle-aged man's arms. Qingyi! The middle-aged man also couldn't hold back his tears and cried with Gu Qingyi in his arms. The 2 constables reminded him. All right, you've come out, hurry back. It's not a good look to cry here. Huh? Oh. Gu Qingyi finally came to her senses and looked closely at the middle-aged man, who was her uncle Gu Tijun, who had raised her. Gu Tijun was in very poor condition. She had become extremely thin, but her spirits were still relatively good. However, her legs were a bit sluggish when she walked. Across from the government office, Lin Jiming was already standing by the carriage waiting. Gu Qingyi whispered something to Gu Tijun, and the 2 of them came over and bowed respectfully to Lin Jiming and Su Dachuan. Young Master Lin's kindness and virtue are beyond my ability to repay. I will remember them for the rest of my life. She spoke with unusual seriousness, and that was truly what she thought. It wasn't just that Lin Jiming rescued her uncle this time. The typhoid medicine he gave her before was already an immeasurable favor. Lin Jiming really wanted to say that he could consider offering himself to her, because being a doctor was a profession he couldn't forget. How exciting was that? But with his uncle standing nearby, I didn't dare to make a single flirtatious comment. Gu Tijun also came over to thank him, and Lin Jiming quickly pulled him back and helped him into the car. Let's talk about it when we get back, Lin Jiming said casually. Did the government make things difficult for you? Gu Tijun shook her head. It seems something big happened at the government office. When the prefect heard that the plaintiff was withdrawing the lawsuit, he let me leave immediately. Lin Jiming didn't pay attention to that big event. As long as Gu Tijun came out, that was good. In addition, he was carrying a bag containing 100 taels of gold as compensation from Zhao Dizhu, which was equivalent to 600 taels of silver according to the exchange rate of the Honghua dynasty. After months in prison, he received 100 taels of gold. I wonder what Gu Tijian's feelings are now. The government office in the capital. Inside the main hall, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance sat on the throne, flipping through a pile of legal documents in his hands, his brows furrowed and his eyes deep in thought. He is the newly appointed prefect of the capital, Min Zhiping, a Jinshe, successful candidate in the highest imperial examination of the 21st year of the Xianjing era, and the candidate chosen by both sides after the power struggle between He Li and the cabinet. Report! A constable rushed in, looking anxious. Sir, more people have come to report that their daughters or wives have gone missing. This time, there are 11 people. Min Zhiping frowned even more. Since last night, before midnight, more than 70 women among the disaster victims outside the city had gone missing. Among them are unmarried individuals, newly adult individuals, and married individuals with children, ranging in age from 16 to 28, all within the marriageable age range. Min Zhiping looked at the Yamen runner. What were the results after Constable Cui went to investigate? There were just too many people outside the city. Even if there were any footprints or traces, they had already been trampled away by the crowd of onlookers. The constable shook his head and continued. Officer Cui also inquired at the 5 city garrison command, and found nothing unusual at any of the city gates. Everyone entering the city had a travel permit, and no women suspected of being trafficked were seen. Min Zhiping was very troubled. He had only been in office for a few days and had already encountered such a distressing situation. Moreover, it seemed that this might not be the end of it, and he didn't know how much more people he would lose face. Women, all women, what was the perpetrator trying to do? Min Zhiping waved his hand, signaling the Yamen runners to leave, then looked at his advisor and asked, What does Lord Pang think? The advisor, an elderly man with white hair, pondered for a moment and then said in a low voice, This matter is of utmost importance. I have heard that His Majesty will soon hold a grand religious ceremony at Rhinoceros Horn Island outside the city. I suspect that this is merely a prelude, and that it is intended to incite unrest among the people and ruin the ceremony. Min Zhiping was startled. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room. After a moment, he made a decision. I must report this matter to the cabinet immediately. No, Beate interrupted. I believe the report should be sent to His Majesty. Min Zhiping looked up abruptly, his face filled with shock. Does Lord Pang mean that this matter was probably done by the cabinet or someone else? Pang Gong said softly. Just in case. Lin Jiming did not escort Gu Qingyi and her nephew back, but instead strolled with Su Dachuan toward the Thousand Steps corridor. He wasn't going to cause trouble for Zhao Dizhu again. Instead, he was going to the Ministry of Works, one of the 6 ministries. Several days have passed. Lin Jiming asked Xinu, the head of the Ministry of Works, to prepare a planning proposal for Rhinoceros Horn Continent. Judging from the time, it should be ready by now. He happened to have some time today, so he came to take a look. The Ministry of Works was wide open, with 2 minor officials guarding the entrance. They naturally did not recognize the emperor, so Lin Jiming said he had come to see Xinu, the head of the department, on private business, and they let him through. After walking a few steps, Lin Jiming heard the clerks behind him whispering. Could it be that they were tricked into coming here for experiments by San Bao again? Who knows? Wish them good luck. Lin Jiming looked at Su Dachuan curiously. 3 treasures? An experiment? Su Dachuan scratched his head, indicating that he didn't understand either. The Ministry of Works was rather deserted compared to the other departments. The people he met along the way all had wooden and serious expressions, which reminded Lin Jiming of a term, engineering students. He randomly grabbed someone and asked where Xinu was, but when he got there, he found that she wasn't there. A clerk in the same room told him that Xinu was at the Dinklas test site, but Lin Jiming noticed that there was a clear sense of schadenfreude in the clerk's eyes. Why are you laughing? This time, Lin Jiming didn't hold back and asked directly. Huh! I wasn't laughing, haha, you'll see when you get there. Damn it, are there a bunch of lunatics in the Ministry of Works? Lin Jiming silently complained, and he and Su Dachuan found the so-called T-shaped testing ground. This is a courtyard about 10 zhang square, with a very high wall. At the innermost part of the courtyard, there are several wooden stakes and signs, while on the other two sides there are piles of sandbags about half a person's height. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 people arguing heatedly, their faces flushed, and they almost came to blows. One of them, with dark skin, droopy eyes and mouth, and a bitter face, was Xinu. Lin Jiming called his name, and Xinu turned around. Suddenly she trembled all over, then excitedly ran over and knelt down with a thud. Your subject, Xian Laifu, pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Chapter 85 3 Treasures. Lin Jiming was somewhat helpless. A casual remark he made last time had turned into Xinu taking it as her own handwriting. The 2 people next to him were clearly stunned for a moment, then hurriedly came over and knelt down to pay their respects. Your subject Xian Lei, Chief Clerk of the Ministry of Works, pays respects to your majesty. Your subject, Ma Baohua, Chief Clerk of the Ministry of Works, pays respects to your majesty. Lin Jiming noticed the detail and asked curiously, Xian Lei? He was also a middle-aged man, and he looked extremely similar to Xinu. It was obvious without even being told. As expected, Xinu said, Your Majesty, this is my elder brother, who is 2 years older than me. Oh! Lin Jiming suddenly realized. Looking at the 2 brothers, they both looked miserable. No wonder they were only minor officials in the Ministry of Works, even in middle age. The other one was a bit older, around 50 years old, with a kind and benevolent face, but his pupils seemed a little off, commonly known as strabismus, and he looked very wise. Seeing his wide, cross-eyed grin and beaming smile, Lin Jiming almost couldn't help but forcefully change the subject, asking, Laifu, how's the matter I asked you to do going? Xinu immediately perked up. Your Majesty, Laifu has followed the imperial decree and has already completed the draft, which is ready to be presented to your Majesty upon your arrival. Just as Lin Jiming was about to ask him to take her to see it, she suddenly noticed several objects of varying lengths on the ground not far away. Judging from their shapes, they seemed to be guns. There was also a short bow, only about the length of an adult's forearm, with a dusty gray body, and it was impossible to tell whether it was good or bad. What is that? He pointed to those items and asked. Ma Baohua answered first. Your Majesty, those are firearms that I have just made. They are incredibly powerful and are about to be tested. Xian Lei curled his lip and said, I already told you that your thing looks useless, so how can it be so powerful? Bullshit! Ma Baohua roared, but then realized the emperor was there, so he immediately slapped himself, but then retorted. How do you know my thing is no good if you haven't even tried it? Holy crap! They're already driving? Lin Jiming was startled. Ma Baohua said, Then please let your Majesty be our witness and see whose product is more powerful. Is this a public fencing match? Just as Lin Jiming was in a daze, Xian Lei picked up the short bow and said to Lin Jiming, Your Majesty, this is something I have just researched and crafted for scout and assassination purposes. I humbly request your Majesty to take a look. Lin Jiming nodded, offering no comment. Xian Lei drew a matching short arrow, knocked the bow, and aimed at a target on the far side of the wall. With a clang, the short arrow shot out and hit the target squarely. Regardless of its accuracy and power, its advantage lies in its quick draw and release, making it suitable for scouts and assassinations. What the hell? Watch this! Ma Baohua scoffed, picked up a gun, and turned back to say, Your Majesty, please cover yourself. He was halfway through his sentence when he noticed that Lin Jiming had already covered his ears. So your Majesty is an expert. Ma Baohua gave a thumbs up, then focused on loading the gun, mounting the bullet, aiming, and lighting the fuse. With a loud bang, a plume of black smoke billowed from the gun barrel, and a crater the size of a teacup appeared on a wooden stake about 10 paces away. What does your Majesty think? Ma Baohua put away his musket, beaming with pride. Lin Jiming didn't answer, but looked at Xian Yu. "Ben, what are you doing here?" Xian Yu's face darkened. "My elder brother asked me to test the impact force of these two items." As she spoke, she pointed to a shield next to her. Lin Jiming was shocked. He finally understood what the clerk at the gate was talking about. This was using people for live experiments. "So the so-called 3 treasures referred to you 3 clowns?" Suddenly, a voice came from the courtyard gate. "I was unaware of your Majesty's arrival. Your subject Luo has failed to greet you properly." Lin Jiming turned around and saw a middle-aged man who was as thin as a monkey, with triangular eyes and upturned eyebrows. He was much uglier than the Xian brothers. Samao hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Physician Lu." "Oh, Luo, the Assistant Minister of Works." Lin Jiming learned the man's identity, but he noticed that this Dr. Lu's expression was very indifferent, and there was no respect in his eyes when he looked at him. It's all right. I was just passing by the Ministry of Works and thought I'd take a look around." Luo glanced at the musket on the ground and said indifferently, "This place is not where your Majesty should come. Firearms are dangerous. If your Majesty is injured, I will be guilty of 1,000 deaths." Lin Jiming raised an eyelid, sensing Luo's dissatisfaction, and said, "All land under heaven belongs to the Emperor, so why is it that only your Ministry of Works can't even have me come?" "That is not what I meant. It is just that many of the instruments in our Ordnance Bureau are classified. Your Majesty is fine, but if the people your Majesty brings are to look at them, then it is hard to guarantee that they will be leaked." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Dachuan's eyes widened. "What do you mean? His Majesty won't leak secrets, but I, the old man, will?" Luo didn't even look at him, and continued, "Besides, what good would it do if your Majesty saw it? Forgive my bluntness, but your Majesty may not understand the intricacies. Mechanisms are so complex that even a slight error can lead to disastrous consequences. If your Majesty were to casually offer some pointers and something went wrong, we, your subjects, could not bear the responsibility." Su Dachuan could no longer contain himself and roared, "Insolence! How dare you speak such arrogant words to His Majesty?" Luo shook his head and pointed to the musket on the ground. "This thing was made by me. If your Majesty wants to punish me for my disrespect, then punish me. I have no complaints. But I still say that for your safety, your Majesty, please leave." Lin Jiming glanced at Ma Baogua. He had just said that he made the gun, and now Luo was saying that he made it. However, seeing Ma Baogua's angry but not daring expression, he understood. His gaze gradually turned cold. "You, a mere junior official in the Ministry of Works, who gave you the audacity to speak to me like this? This is my empire, and the Ministry of Works is my Ministry of Works. Even you are my dog. Don't even mention looking at it. Even if I ordered you to manufacture machinery according to my specifications, would you dare to disobey the imperial decree?" Luo said firmly, "Your Majesty, I dare not disobey your decree, but it is a great taboo for an outsider to instruct an expert. If the weapons are made according to your Majesty's instructions, it will cause a major disaster on the battlefield." He then added, "If your Majesty does not leave, I will have no choice but to petition the Grand Secretariat to have the Grand Secretaries judge the matter." Lin Jiming nodded. "Okay, then you can go and settle this matter." With a wave of his hand, he brought out today's soup. "Da-chun, slap yourself." Su Dachuan had been waiting for this sentence, and immediately rushed up and grabbed Luo by the front of her clothes, repeatedly and repeatedly, giving her a good beating. Luo was both shocked and furious. He was a senior firearms researcher in the Ministry of Works who was in charge of the Ordnance Bureau. Even Ning Song would give him some face, and the Minister of Works would speak to him in a polite manner. The Emperor actually dared to hit him? However, he no longer had the chance to beg for mercy or say anything harsh. Su Dachuan's slaps were dense and heavy, giving him no chance to speak. Su Dachuan fanned the fan 20 times and then stopped. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Lin Jiming walked up to Luo, who was slumped like a dead dog, and said indifferently, "You're in such a hurry to get rid of me, is there something you're afraid I'll find out?" Luo's pupils visibly contracted. Chapter 86, Taking Stock of the Ordnance Bureau. Lin Jiming nodded. It seems I guessed right. Luo's expression changed, and he suddenly jumped up from the ground, pulling out a dagger from his pocket. Su Dachun was shocked and hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Jiming. However, Luo turned the dagger around and plunged it into her own heart. With a soft thud, the blade pierced flesh, and blood trickled down the edge of the blade. A strange smile appeared on Luo's face as she fell backward to the ground, already dead. Lin Jiming stood still, his expression growing increasingly cold. He could tell that Luo's smile carried a sense of relief. He would rather die than reveal anything, which meant it was no small matter. Su Dachun hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, I was negligent for a moment. Please punish me severely. Xian Yu and the other two also knelt down, their faces ashen. Lin Jiming waved his hand. Get up, all of you. This has nothing to do with you. The group slowly got up and stood there, not daring to say a word. Lin Jiming fell into deep thought. What exactly was the truth that Luo was willing to die to cover up? During the Great Wu Dynasty, among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Revenue, which was in charge of the nation's finances, was ranked first, followed by the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War, then the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Justice, while the Ministry of Works was ranked last. Because the Wu Dynasty established itself through military force and governed through civil administration, it did not pay much attention to engineering and construction. Whether in terms of real power or prestige, the Ministry of Works was the weakest. However, in terms of personal gain, the Ministry of Works was undoubtedly number one. A single project can easily cost tens or hundreds of millions of taels of silver. If officials were to let a little slip through their fingers, it would amount to huge kickbacks. Therefore, the Ministry of Works never sought to save face in the imperial court, but instead quietly and discreetly made money. However, how much could Luo, a doctor who was also in charge of military equipment, possibly embezzle? A bad feeling flashed through Lin Jiming's mind. Luo was selling military equipment, even firearms, privately. De Chun, go to the embroidered uniform guard and transfer a few people who know how to do accounting to give the Ordnance Bureau a proper account. Yes. Su Dachun accepted the order. After this incident, Lin Jiming lost interest in continuing his tour of the Ministry of Works. Xian Yu hurriedly took a roll of blueprints and bid him farewell. Inside the Qianqing Palace, Lin Jiming sat in a chair, deep in thought, going over the events of the past few days one by one in his mind. I wonder if there's been any progress on the things we laid out before. Just as I was thinking this, Wang Qing came to report that Chen Ping had arrived. Soon, Chen Ping, looking travel-worn, entered the hall. Greetings, Your Majesty! Lin Jiming glanced at him. Chen Ping had clearly lost weight in the few days since she last saw him, and his eyes were also dark. He waved his hand. Get up, sit down and talk. Wang Qing immediately brought over a chair, and Chen Ping sat down without ceremony. Before he was even settled, he pulled a booklet out of his pocket. Your Majesty, please take a look first. Lin Jiming noticed his serious expression, took the document, and opened it, his face immediately darkening. He hadn't mentioned the disaster areas to Ning Song and the others recently because if he did, those bastards would inevitably start arguing and making excuses. So he secretly sent Chen Ping to investigate the situation in those places long ago. He had been mentally prepared for the disaster-stricken areas, but when he opened the booklet, he was still stunned by what he saw. What a tragic situation this is. Since the severe drought last year, Daizhou and Weizhou have suffered a complete crop failure. Ning Song's cabinet has issued an order exempting the 2 places from the annual grain tax and has also allocated money and grain to provide disaster relief. However, the reality was that the local government offices at all levels in both places continued to collect the annual grain tax from the people, and the so-called disaster relief funds and grains actually delivered there were not even 1/10 of the amount reported in the accounts. In fact, even these were embezzled by officials at all levels, and the people did not receive a single copper coin or a single grain of rice. Nearly 1 million people in the 2 prefectures were already struggling to survive, and were being forced by the government to pay annual taxes. As a result, a large-scale peasant uprising broke out in the two places before the end of the year. Countless refugees stormed into the government offices of the two prefectures and counties. The prefect of Daizhou fled, and the prefect of Weizhou was beheaded in the chaos. Although the garrison troops that arrived eventually quelled the unrest, the cities of the two prefectures were in complete disarray. Countless houses were burned down, money and grain were looted, and wives and daughters were violated. The garrison only drove away the rioters, but did not completely eliminate them, because the army had not received its pay for many days, and the soldiers were also resentful. The end result is that there are currently 3 so-called rebel groups in the two states, each occupying a hilltop and raising their flag within the two states. The government troops also tried to suppress them, but the two areas were mountainous, and the places chosen by the rebels were easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, the government troops were perfunctory and the people secretly tipped them off and sabotaged them. The size of these 3 rebel armies grew like a snowball, with the largest of them reaching 40,000 men. Bang! Lin Jiming couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, his anger bursting forth uncontrollably. These are the officials of the Great Wu, this is my empire. If I hadn't ordered you to investigate in secret, I'm afraid they would have kept it from me until the Great Wu Empire was destroyed, Chen Ping said. Now the two places are almost wasteland. The government troops are powerless and have nothing to do. Many people are secretly communicating with the rebels in order to survive. The remaining people are just barely surviving, living for as long as they can. It is springtime, which should be the time for spring plowing and sowing, but the farmland is still barren. Lin Jiming took a few deep breaths to suppress his anger and continued reading. However, after turning the page, the veins on his forehead started throbbing again. Luzhou, once a prosperous and wealthy capital of the Jianghuai region, has now become almost a ghost town. Countless families have lost their mothers, wives, and husbands, and some entire families have even been wiped out by the plague. What angered Lin Jiming the most was that when the plague first appeared, the prefect of Luzhou, Fan Zhilong, ordered the medical bureau to distribute a medicine to the people, claiming that it could prevent the disease. In fact, most of the people who did not buy the medicine were fine, while those who took the medicine became weak and eventually easily contracted the plague and died. This medicine wasn't free. Luzhou was directly under the Central Secretariat, a vast and populous region. In just 1 month, Prefect Fan Zhilong made a fortune from this medicine, while countless people died from the disease. Chen Ping, go and bring that bastard to me. I want to skin him alive! Lin Jiming practically spat out these words through clenched teeth. Chen Ping was silent for a moment, then said, Fan Zhilong died in his residence last week, and the whereabouts of the gold and silver he obtained are unknown. Lin Jiming finally snapped, abruptly standing up and yelling, What are the embroidered uniform guards good for? So much gold and silver, and you're telling me they don't know where it is? Chen Ping immediately knelt down, his expression complicated. The commander of the Luzhou Guard is a confidant of Su Liang, the former commander of the embroidered uniform guard. After Fan Zhilong's death, his whereabouts are unknown. However, I suspect that this matter may be related to Grand Secretary Ning. Ning Song, old dog! Lin Jiming murmured, his eyes icy cold. Chapter 87 I'm a Tyrant. There is no concrete evidence to suggest that Ning Song was the mastermind behind this, but Lin Jiming believes he was. Hundreds of thousands of lives were lost just like that, all because of Ning Song's scheme. In the name of political struggle, they treat ordinary people like dirt, as mere pawns. Lin Jiming's hands were trembling as he continued to flip through the booklet, which detailed the floods in Huguang province. Finally, there was some good news. Liao Baisong, the provincial governor of Huguang, was actively fighting the disaster and at the same time sending troops to suppress the Taipingdao rebels. At present, the flood in Huguang province is gradually subsiding, and the rebels are gradually quieting down under Liao Baisong's strong pursuit. This was the first piece of good news Lin Jiming saw today, but ironically, Liao Baisong was so full of positive energy simply because his only son was imprisoned in the Jinyue prison. Snap! Lin Jiming closed the booklet and said, You've worked hard. Go back and rest first. Continue investigating the rest. Your Majesty's decree shall be obeyed. After Chen Ping left, Lin Jiming called Wang Qing over and said only one sentence. Inform the cabinet that the morning court will be held tomorrow. As darkness fell, Lin Jiming ate a hasty dinner and returned to his study. The design drawing by Xianyu was spread out on the table. The shape of the entire rhinoceros horn island was clearly drawn on the drawing. The structural diagrams of each building were drawn with fine ink lines, and each building had a separate text explanation and area suggestion. From the commercial district comprised of various shops, restaurants, and fabric stores, to the red light district of brothels and courtyards, it occupied both sides of the main road from the southeast corner to the northwest corner of Zijiazu. A very spacious wharf was designed at the sharp corner of the river, and the open space next to the wharf was designed as a warehouse area for merchants traveling to and from the capital to temporarily store their goods. On the other side, a large open space has been planned as a residential area, complete with amenities such as a clinic, school, restaurants, and taverns. This is a very detailed and meticulous design drawing. It is clear that Xianyu has put a lot of effort into making it. This design is no longer a commercial street, but rather a new urban district that resembles the one in his world. For a Ministry of Works official like De Wu in a feudal society, such awareness and ideas were far too advanced. Xia Fengqing arrived and stood by the table. Instead of looking at the design drawings, he said with a solemn expression, "The prefect of the capital has sent a secret report that women have gone missing in the disaster-stricken areas outside the city today. As of this evening, the number has exceeded 100. Lin Jiming turned around abruptly. And then? Xia Fengqing shook her head. There's nothing more to it for now. The government is investigating, but they've run out of leads, the prefect said. With the grand wedding ceremony approaching, I fear it may cause unrest among the people. Civil unrest. Lin Jiming repeated it to himself, then asked, What do you think? Xia Fengqing only said 5 words. It's not the way of peace. I don't think so either. Lin Jiming sneered. The ultimate goal of everything the rebels do is to seize the imperial power. Doing such things is completely useless and a waste of time and effort. That's right, Su Dachuan has already arranged for people to assist the government in the investigation. However, all we can do now is wait. There's nothing we can do. The wooden tub was filled with steam, and fresh flower petals floated on the surface, creating a beautiful and colorful scene. Lin Jiming stretched out in the tub, his pores opening up as a warm feeling enveloped his entire body. He went through everything in his mind. Tomorrow morning at court, if he wasn't mistaken, someone would make a move against him before he even had a chance to act. Xia Fengqing stood by the tub, gently massaging his temples as she said, I have a feeling this missing person's case is targeting you. You'd better prepare. Lin Jiming laughed. It doesn't matter, come on over. Xia Fengqing asked in surprise. Aren't you worried? What's there to worry about? Whether it's that old dog Ning Song, the officials of the 6 ministries, or those mad dog censors of the censorate, if they piss me off, I'll flip the table. Nobody can play with me, after all. Lin Jiming's smile turned sinister. Don't forget, I'm a tyrant, and they all know that. Xia Fengqing paused for a moment, then chuckled, said nothing more, and moved to his side to massage his arms and shoulders. 2 loud pronouncements were made, and all the officials knelt down. Lin Jiming glanced to his side and behind him, a cold smile playing on his lips. As he expected, Ning Daishi finally couldn't resist showing up at this morning court session. A shrill, high-pitched voice rang out. I have a book to play quickly! No sooner had the words fallen than a man stepped forward from the censorate's ranks and shouted, Your Majesty, Censor Lu Sang of the Censorate, has a memorial to report. Since the day before yesterday, women have been disappearing from the disaster-stricken areas outside the city. Including last night, the number has reached 150. The disaster-stricken people are in a state of panic and chaos is gradually forming. I want to impeach the prefect of the capital, Min Jingping, for his ineffective investigation and perfunctory handling of the case, which has allowed it to deteriorate to this extent. Behind the curtain at the side of the dragon throne, Ning Daishi's cold voice revealed obvious surprise and anger. Is this really true? Where is Min Xingping? The slender Min Xingping stepped out from the ranks. Your subject is here, Ning Daixi said coldly. If I remember correctly, you've only been in office for a few days, haven't you? Why is your investigation so perfunctory? Min Xingping remained calm and composed. This case occurred suddenly and without warning. Moreover, the thieves moved with great care, indicating that it was premeditated. I am currently working with the embroidered uniform guard to intensify the investigation. Hurry up? How long will it take to find the thieves? 150 people were kidnapped in just 1 day and 2 nights. If you delay for a few more days, how many more will be kidnapped? Ning Daixi's tone grew increasingly serious, eventually turning into a stern rebuke. Min Xingping lowered his head and remained silent, his mind perfectly clear. He was elected by Healy under pressure, which can be considered a slight victory for His Majesty in the negotiations with the Ning party. Therefore, he was prepared to be attacked from the day he took office. At this moment, Lu Sang solemnly proclaimed, Min Xingping is incompetent, causing the people to suffer both natural disasters and man-made calamities. I hereby petition the Empress Dowager to dismiss Min Xingping from his post, investigate him, and hand him over to the Ministry of Justice. Lin Jiming suddenly spoke lazily. Your name is Lu Sang? Lu Sang glanced at him. Exactly. Min Xingping has only been in office for a few days, and you already know he's incompetent? A case that hasn't been solved in a day or 2 is considered a delay? You've even prepared the charges. I just want to ask you. Lin Jiming gave a cold laugh and said, enunciating each word clearly, What are you? Chapter 88 What are you? Lu Sang's face immediately turned bright red, and he shouted, Your Majesty, as the ruler of the world, dares to humiliate your subject in public. This is not the behavior of a wise ruler, and it is also a breach of court etiquette. Disrespectful? Lin Jiming pointed at Min Xingping standing below and said, Prefect Min has only been in office for a few days, and he probably hasn't even figured out the affairs of the prefectural government yet. The disappearance case that suddenly appeared is only a day old. Lu Sang interjected. It's 1 day and 2 nights. Ha, I'm telling you, while you were soundly asleep at home, Prefect Min was investigating a case without rest. So what you experienced in 1 day and 2 nights was just 1 day to him. Lin Jiming tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. And you, instead of considering the 150 women who were abducted, you want to punish the people who handled the case first. Can I have reason to suspect that you are related to the people who abducted those women? Lu Sang argued. Your Majesty, this is sophistry. That is not what I meant. Lin Jiming continued. You know what you mean. Besides, you are an imperial censor, entitled to report on matters based on hearsay and supervise the government. Yet you dare to instruct the Ministry of Justice and the Empress Dowager? You say I am disrespectful, but I say, Imperial Censor Lu, what is your crime? Lu Sang's face turned from red to white in an instant, and he hurriedly knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, I have misspoke. Please punish me. The two were talking so fast that Ning Daixi didn't have time to react before things had already progressed to this point. She came to court today specifically because the Emperor has been acting recklessly lately, and has lost his senses. She came to help Lin Jiming wake up and see the truth. You have not yet assumed power. At this moment, the Great Wu dynasty is still ruled by me, Ning Daixi. However, to his surprise, the first shot arranged by his father failed to fire, giving the Emperor something to criticize. She said helplessly, Since you have no intention of hurting me, I'll let it go. Lu Sang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said loudly, Thank you, Empress Dowager. Lin Jiming nodded and said, In that case, Min Xingping, you can go back to your seat. This is none of your business. Min Xingping knew perfectly well that the Emperor was protecting him, and hurriedly said, Your subject thanks your Majesty for your great kindness. After saying that, he returned to the queue, pretending that nothing had happened. Su Wenzhong, the Minister of War among the 6 ministries, lowered his head, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he were smiling. Lin Jiming's seemingly trivial attempt to find fault with something actually defused the Ning party's scheme against the Emperor. They successfully protected Min Zhiping and also gave the Ning Party and the Empress Dowager a small warning. Your Majesty, we have waited for this day for so long. Su Wenzhong sighed inwardly, feeling immensely gratified. He was actually a senior court official, even more senior than Ning Song, and a trusted minister entrusted by the late emperor. However, his personality was too fierce and upright, so although he held great power in the court, he could not defeat Ning Song's numerous cronies. There was a time when he was almost in despair of the current emperor. Not only was his power in court being usurped, but he also became self-destructive and even resorted to abusing palace maids to vent his frustrations. However, he recently discovered that His Majesty seemed to be waking up, like a thin little lion cub slowly growing up and gradually revealing its sharp claws. Ning Daishi opened her mouth, but ultimately held back and said nothing, while giving Lu Seng a disgusted look. What a piece of trash! Etc. Just as Lu Seng was about to get up, Lin Jiming spoke again. Imperial Censor Lu, you still haven't answered me. What kind of person are you? Lu Seng's face, which had finally regained its composure, flushed red again, and he angrily said, Your Majesty, what is the reason for this? Lin Jiming waved his hand again to interrupt him. It is true that the Empress Dowager is ruling from behind the curtain, but you only report to the Empress Dowager and express your gratitude to the Empress Dowager, without mentioning me at all. Oh no, you said I was improper and that I was a foolish ruler. Lu Seng then realized that he had made a mistake in public. No matter how useless the emperor was, he was still the emperor. Besides, he remembered that this emperor was actually not useless at all. He dared to kill someone in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. However, just as he was about to plead guilty, he heard Lin Jiming say lightly, Guards, drag Lu Seng out and give him 50 strokes of the cane to sober him up, so he knows who is the ruler and who is the subject. Lu Seng was horrified. The court rod was made of chestnut wood, with the striking end shaped like a mallet and covered with iron. The iron had barbs on it. When the rod struck, the executioner would pull it, and the sharp barbs would tear a large chunk of flesh and skin off the victim. Before this dynasty, those who were flogged in court were simply stripped of their clothes and beaten with heavy mats and folded blankets, which was merely a form of humiliation. Even so, they had to stay in bed for several months before they could recover. But the current Honghua emperor is different. He's a man who dares to personally kill people in court, and he takes the punishment of being flogged in court for real. If the executioner doesn't show mercy, let alone 50 strokes, even 30 strokes would tear his flesh to shreds, leaving him with a lifelong disability even if he doesn't die. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, spare my life! I know I was wrong! Lu Seng was so shocked that he begged for mercy loudly. Lin Jiming glanced at him, his gaze meaningful. Recognize your mistake? Too late. The court official dragged Lu Seng out, and his pleas for mercy turned into wailing. Then, heart-wrenching screams could be heard coming from a side hall not far away. Gradually, the screams weakened and eventually subsided. The court was silent. The civil officials all had angry expressions on their faces and turned their gazes to Ning Song at the front. Ning Song only raised his eyes slightly to look at him before lowering his head again. Lin Jiming leaned back, adjusting to a comfortable position, and looked down with a clear sense of provocation in his eyes. Now that the appetizers are served, let's stop beating around the bush and come on in. He wanted to see if his recent antics would provoke the Ning party into causing any unexpected situations. Your Majesty! Another civil official stepped forward. Judging from his position, he was also an imperial censor from the censorate. His face was full of anger and indignation. It is a rule established by Emperor Taizu that officials should not be punished for their words. If Lu Seng offends Your Majesty with his words, a minor punishment will suffice. But if Your Majesty were to kill people at the drop of a hat, wouldn't that silence officials and terrify the people of the world? Lin Jiming looked at him and asked in return, Then are you scared? The censor was speechless. At this moment, Ning Daishi, who was behind the curtain, spoke up. Your Majesty, I also think that you have used too much torture and should restrain yourself. Lin Jiming suddenly stood up, turned around and bowed to the curtain, then sighed. A few days ago, I went out of the palace in plain clothes and heard people in restaurants and tea houses talking about how the Empress Dowager and the Emperor are not on good terms. Ning Daixi frowned. Where did the Emperor hear this? Embroidered uniform guard, go and investigate. Arrest all those who are making false accusations. Lin Jiming said. Yes, Empress Dowager, you see, you're angry too, right? Of course I'm angry too, and they even said. He glanced at the curtain with a half-smile. Saying that the Empress Dowager, as the mother, never protects the Emperor, it seems that one doesn't care for someone who isn't one's own son. Ning Daixi paused. What the hell? Chapter 89 Want money? No way. Upon hearing this, not only was Ning Daixi stunned, but the civil and military officials below almost lost their composure as well. If they remembered correctly, the Empress Dowager was less than 10 years older than the Emperor, so of course she couldn't have given birth to him. That's so damn funny. I don't know what got into the Emperor today, he's so eloquent. Although everyone understands his purpose as soon as he says it, we can't help but want to complain and laugh. Lin Jiming said. Lu Sang has no respect for the Emperor and even pointed his finger at me and called me a foolish ruler. Does the Empress Dowager really think 50 strokes of the cane are too much? Ning Daixi felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a fly. If she dared to say too much, it would be like the rumors circulating in the neighborhood that she wasn't his biological mother and didn't protect him. But if she didn't say much, Lu Sang would have died in vain, and more importantly, others would follow in her footsteps. Lin Jiming then looked at the guy who had stepped forward. Do you think I used excessive force? The Imperial censor stammered for a long time before finally saying, Your Majesty, I think you have your reasons. After saying that, he quickly retreated. He was just a lowly 7th-rank censor. He dared to defy the Emperor, but he didn't dare to sow discord between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. He still had 2 newly married concubines he hadn't had enough of, and he didn't want to die. The Hall of Supreme Harmony fell silent again, and Lin Jiming clenched his fist silently. Take it again. But he knew that these 2 attempts were just to annoy him and throw him off balance. The real big move was about to be made. Sure enough, no sooner had he sat back on the dragon throne than the last person he wanted to see stepped forward. He has a fat head and big ears, and a face full of friendly smiles, but in reality, he is a black-hearted and ruthless old man named Yanzi. Minister of Revenue Caillou. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Ning Daixi parted her lips slightly behind the beaded curtain and spoke first. What is it? Caillou didn't speak, but just looked at Lin Jiming with a smile. Lin Jiming waved his hand. Okay, just say what you need to say. As expected of the old fox, he was very careful to prevent me from finding fault with his words. Caillou then cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty has learned that Khan Hanshi, Zhu Qichao, and several others from the Imperial Medical Academy have been executed, and their family property has been confiscated. Lin Jiming nodded. That's right, that's true. Is Grand Secretary Kai going to overturn their case? Your Majesty, I dare not say so. This matter is entirely their own fault, Caillou said with a smile. What I wish to ask is, where is the confiscated money kept, and when will it be put into the treasury? Lin Jiming slapped his forehead, as if he had just remembered this. He called out to those below. Chen Ping. Chen Ping stepped forward in response. Your subject is here. How much money did they make this time? The courtiers couldn't help but purse their lips when they heard his rude question, which was full of greed. Chen Ping replied, Your Majesty, a total of 390,000 taels of silver were confiscated. In addition, many houses and fields have been sold by the government, yielding a total of silver. He paused, then said, 840,000 taels. A collective gasp filled the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and eyes widened in astonishment. Not every official can be completely incorruptible. Among the people in the palace right now, there are plenty of those who are extremely corrupt. But the Imperial Hospital is not a powerful department. Moreover, they killed 1 head and 1 judge, and the rest were just lackeys. Yet they managed to extract so much money from it. Lin Jiming's expression turned cold as he asked a question many people were eager to ask. How did they embezzle so much? Chen Ping took out a booklet and presented it with both hands. I found an account book in Kong Hanqi's house. Please have your Majesty and the Empress Dowager take a look. Wan Qing went down and brought the booklet up, then first delivered it to Ning Daishi behind the curtain. Lin Jiming didn't speak, but waited quietly. He was watching Ning Daishi's reaction, because he already knew the contents of the booklet. A few rustling sounds of pages turning came from behind the curtain, and then, nothing more. Lin Jiming didn't indulge her and walked straight over, reaching out through the curtain. Has the Empress Dowager finished reading? It's my turn to read. Ning Daishi was speechless with anger, but Lin Jiming could be shameless, and she couldn't do the same, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and return the account book to him. Lin Jiming already knew the contents of the booklet. He was just putting on an act. He opened it, looked at it, and after a moment closed the booklet with a furious expression. Good indeed. The Imperial Medical Academy colluded with the prefect of Luzhou to produce counterfeit medicine, causing the entire Luzhou prefecture to lose 30% of its population. Even if a single dose of counterfeit medicine costs only 100 coins, it is still an astronomical figure for Luzhou's million-strong population. I was right to kill them, Ning Daishi said calmly. So, Your Majesty, where did you put those silver coins? Take them out and return them to the Ministry of Revenue. Lin Jiming sneered inwardly and said, The money won't run away, but the traitors will. Empress Dowager, why don't you tell me how to avenge the hundreds of thousands of people in Luzhou? Also, where did the money from selling fake medicine go? Ning Daishi said angrily. You've already killed him, what else is there to say? The traitors I'm referring to aren't these few dead men, but someone else entirely. Lin Jiming looked at Ning Song. Grand Secretary Ning, the cabinet hasn't reported the plague in Luzhou to me. Why don't you tell me about it? Ning Song said calmly. I have already dealt with this matter. The prefect of Luzhou committed suicide out of fear of punishment, and the plague is gradually being brought under control. The fleeing people will soon be able to return to their hometowns. I and the cabinet plan to allocate funds for relief to help with spring planting. Caillou continued in a comedic style. Therefore, Your Majesty, I urge you to return the confiscated silver to the Ministry of Revenue as soon as possible. The National Treasury is already in dire need of funds and cannot wait any longer. Lin Jiming looked at him quietly, her eyes gradually turning cold. However, Your Majesty, please return the confiscated silver. Your Majesty, please return the confiscated silver. Your Majesty, for the sake of the people, please return the silver. 1 to a dozen or so. Officials kept stepping forward, loudly reporting their findings. In just a few breaths, the area beneath the golden platform was filled with faces that spoke with righteous indignation. No, greedy faces. Lin Jiming's gaze grew colder and colder, while the anger in his chest grew more and more intense, almost bursting his chest apart. Why can these people be so shameless and cold-blooded? Hundreds of thousands of innocent people died unjustly, and you really don't feel a shred of pity? Are all the officials of the Great Wu dynasty such a bunch of heartless bastards? Finally, no one else stepped forward, but pairs of eyes below the stage were fixed on Lin Jiming, as if he dared to say another word about not paying back, they would pounce on him, tear him apart like hungry wolves, and devour him, leaving not even a bone fragment. Ning Daishi spoke calmly from behind the curtain. Your Majesty, you have already confiscated a lot of silver in the past few times. With the addition of more than 400,000 this time, it should be enough to distribute to many disaster-stricken areas. I hereby decide that you go and retrieve it and return it to the Ministry of Revenue. Lin Jiming took a deep breath, forcibly swallowing back the curse word, and even managed a smile on his face, but he still said the same thing. You want money? No way. Chapter 90 Etiquette. Ning Song finally looked up at him, his eyes filled with undisguised coldness. Caillou remained smiling and silent, but his gaze was fixed on the curtain. Ning Daishi snorted coldly. What, does the Emperor intend to do things his own way? As Ning Daishi finished speaking, the atmosphere in the court instantly became extremely oppressive. Ning Song, Caillou, and officials from the 6 ministries and the censorate all stared intently at Lin Jiming. The spacious hall of supreme harmony felt as if it were imprisoned by something. Even the air seemed to gradually thicken, making it difficult to breathe. Lin Jiming slowly stood up, his gaze meeting Ning Song's directly, unwavering and resolute. The money in my possession was all embezzled by those corrupt officials, so I will use that money to help the disaster victims. They took it from the people, and I will return it to the people. If anyone still wants me to take it out. Choke. He drew the embroidered spring knife from Su Dachuan's waist, pointing it directly at the assembled officials. The blade was icy cold, and so were his words. Come before me and speak! Silence. The entire hall was completely silent. No one spoke again. Everyone stared blankly at the knife and at Lin Jiming. Even Ning Song was stunned. He never thought that the emperor would be so tough that he would actually point a knife at him. After a moment of deathly silence, Ning Daishi was the first to come to her senses and angrily said from behind the curtain, Your Majesty, this is a court assembly, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. What kind of behavior is it to point a knife at me? Lin Jiming suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly and hysterically. Ha! Decency? I only know that there are hundreds of thousands of disaster victims outside the city right now. They are starving and naked, and they don't know if they will live to see tomorrow. Do they care about decorum? And those people who are still struggling in the disaster area are eagerly waiting for the court's aid. If it is delayed by even one day, who knows how many more people will die? Do they care about decorum? The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a series of powerful, resounding characters. Therefore, I no longer care about any of this damned decorum. Anyone who wants this money again will either die or... I will die! His murderous gaze swept over everyone in the hall. His eyes met his hands, and his blade moved with lightning speed. The tip of the knife flashed halfway around, pointing at everyone, and the room fell silent. The dragon candle on the golden platform shone on the blade, making Lin Jiming's expression appear extremely ferocious, and everyone was stunned at that moment. It wasn't out of fear, but because of the imposing and domineering aura on Lin Jiming's face, a power that showed he was willing to disregard everything for the sake of all living beings. Ahem! Ning Song, being a shrewd and experienced man, coughed lightly and asked, May I ask your Majesty, how do you intend to use that silver for the disaster victims? Lin Jiming glanced at him, returned the knife to Su Dachuan and put it away, then raised his hand. Wang Qing stepped forward, took out a roll of yellow silk, unrolled it, and loudly read, By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, I am deeply moved by the suffering of the people and the many disasters they have endured. Therefore, I hereby establish a separate department to manage the relief efforts throughout the land, raise funds from all corners of the world, and rescue the people from peril. This department is named the Great Wu Charity Association and is not under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. It was only the beginning that shocked all the officials, who began to whisper among themselves. Is there a separate facility specifically for disaster relief? Is it part of a charity organization? They had never heard of such a title before, nor had they ever seen it in historical records. Upon hearing that it was not under the cabinet's jurisdiction, the whispers instantly turned into an uproar. Your Majesty, I object! I also object! It is already outrageous to break with the precedent set by the founding emperor by establishing a separate ministry, let alone exclude it from the cabinet. Your Majesty, please rescind your decree. Your Majesty, please reconsider. In the midst of the chaos, another large group of officials stepped forward. Wang Qing ignored them and raised his voice to continue reading. The Charity Federation will have one chairman, who will be the Empress Dowager, in charge of all charitable affairs in the land. Huh! The noise suddenly disappeared. The turn of events came too quickly for them to process. They weren't quite sure what chairman meant, but what about Empress Dowager? Someone who oversees all charity. The emperor said he wouldn't return the money to the Ministry of Revenue, but instead wanted to do charity work. In the end, the Empress Dowager still had to manage it. Wang Qing withdrew the imperial edict and returned, standing with his hands at his sides. Lin Jiming turned slightly to look behind the curtain and asked, I wonder if Mother Empress would be willing to serve as the first chairman of the Great Wu Charity Association. Ning Daishi was excited by his performance. If I remember correctly, after killing so many people, the emperor already had a lot of silver. He just said he wanted to raise funds from all over the world, which would mean even more money. If it's all under my control, then what is there to object to? But she still maintained her composure, calmly saying, "This is an act of great kindness, and I naturally have no reason not to respond." Lin Jiming guessed as much and nodded, saying, "All right, I will discuss the specific operational details with the Empress Dowager when I have time at Yue Palace." Ning Daishi, who had been standing very composed, trembled all over. "Come to Yue Palace to chat? Can't you say so now?" But when she glanced at the officials outside the curtain, she saw the undisguised fervor and greed in many of their eyes, and she understood. This is a lucrative position. If I were to mention it here, I'm sure someone would jump up and fight for a vacant spot. "All right, I'll be waiting for you." Ning Daishi could only grit her teeth and agree in the end. The court assembly ended with a loud chant, and everyone was still dizzy as they walked out of the hall. Lin Jiming was very calm and composed as he returned to the Qianqing Palace. His own strength was still very weak, and he could not contend with the court officials. Sometimes he could only endure it. In exchange, he did not pursue the matter of the plague in Luzhou Prefecture, and Ning Song did not pursue the confiscated silver. After all, the first chairperson of the Charity Federation was his daughter, the current Empress Dowager, and he was already satisfied. But would Lin Jiming really hand over such a powerful position to Ning Daishi so obediently? Wang Qing reported, "Your Majesty, Xinping requests an audience." "Let him in." Lin Jiming rubbed his throbbing temples, temporarily stopping his wild thoughts. "Your subject greets your Majesty." "What did you find?" Lin Jiming got straight to the point. He wanted to know what had happened at the Ministry of Works Ordnance Bureau. Because during today's court assembly, Minister of Works Lu Teng said nothing and looked completely calm when he looked at me. But the more this is the case, the more problems arise. Sure enough, Jinping shook his head. Nothing was found in the accounts. The Ordnance Bureau's accounts have never been missing anything in recent years. Nothing at all. Lin Jiming didn't believe it. Why would Luo commit suicide if nothing was wrong? But Jinping continued. "However, I found something in Luo's house." As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his bosom. When he unfolded it, it revealed a landscape painting. The painting depicted a strangely shaped rock, surrounded by clouds and mist, with a clear spring gurgling. The brush strokes were light and agile, and the composition was exquisite. In Lin Jiming's eyes, it could be considered a masterpiece. However, a painting that Jinping brought back puzzled him. "What does it mean?" "This painting is attributed to the white-browed old man, but this white-browed old man is none other than the late emperor's fourth younger brother, Prince Ning, Ji Hongjing." Lin Jiming suddenly looked up. "Prince Ning?" Chapter 91. The Ministry of Works has it not easy. Prince Ning, Ji Hongjin, was born to consort Qin, the most beloved concubine of the late emperor. He was well-behaved and sensible from a young age and never competed with his brothers for anything. The late emperor actually loved him the most, so he gave him Qingdu as his fiefdom early on, letting him be a carefree prince. Even now, after so many years, he still has a very good reputation among the local people. He never bullies men or women and has none of the bad habits of royalty. "Exactly." Jinping's expression was somewhat solemn. "I have heard that Prince Ning is fond of painting, but very few people have ever received a painting from him. The Ministry of Works has no business dealings with Prince Ning, and it is quite unusual for a mere doctor from the Ordnance Bureau to have such a private relationship with him." Because of his memories of his past life, Lin Jiming was somewhat sensitive to the term Prince Ning. Prince Ning, however, was restless and obsessed with rebellion. In the end, he was killed before he could succeed. Could this Prince Ning also rebel? Shen Ping's words made a lot of sense, and Lin Jiming had thought of it immediately as well. The Ordnance Bureau, especially firearms, is responsible for their design and production. If Prince Ning rebels and buys a bunch of firearms, it would be a terrible thing for the great Wu dynasty. Lin Jiming stared at the painting, lost in thought, and remained silent. In his opinion, The painting was already of a high standard. He never expected that a leisurely prince would have such talent. Chen Ping then said, I have already sent men into Sichuan to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Prince of Ning's residence. Lin Jiming stroked his chin, nodded noncommittally, and said, Refined iron and gunpowder cannot be purchased by the common people. They must go through the Ministry of Works. Therefore, as long as the Ministry of Works inventory is used, the accounts will not be perfectly clear. Go and bring all those account books here, and I will check them myself. Your Majesty, you investigated it yourself? Chen Ping was taken aback, then said, Your Majesty, after I finished investigating, the Ministry of Works collected and sealed all the account books. Furthermore, nearly half of the Ministry of Works claimed to be sick and stayed at home today. The Minister of Works also went to the cabinet to impeach the embroidered uniform guard, saying that I abused my power and targeted the Ordnance Bureau, but in fact wanted to seek benefits for the embroidered uniform guard, and so on. Oh? Lin Jiming smiled. Today, Lu Tang, the Minister of Works, did nothing in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, acting as if nothing had happened. He didn't expect him to turn around and complain to the cabinet. What did the cabinet say? Chen Ping shook his head. The cabinet has already drafted a report and sent it to Yue Palace for the Empress Dowager to decide. We do not yet know how to handle this matter. Dispose of what? Let's go to Wenyuan Pavilion now. Lin Jiming stood up and left without saying another word. Is His Majesty going to start another argument? Su Dachuan asked Wang Qing quietly. Wang Qing made a shushing gesture and quickly followed. Arguing? You'd better be thinking straight today, otherwise someone might die again. Inside the Wenyuan Pavilion, the cabinet was busy with a huge pile of official documents and memorials, which looked like a small mountain. His Majesty has arrived! With a loud shout, Lin Jiming strode in. The cabinet members, led by Ning Song, all knelt down to greet him. Your Majesty, we respectfully welcome you. Long live the Emperor! Get up, everyone! Lin Jiming waved his hand casually and walked to the seat where Ning Song had been sitting. Ning Song didn't react at all, and just stood there with the others. Lu Tang, I heard you came to complain? Lin Jiming got straight to the point, addressing the withered old man at the front of the crowd. Lu Tang cupped his hands in greeting. To talk about filing a complaint is too childish. I have only come to complain to a few grand secretaries and talk about the difficulties of the Ministry of Works. These words were spoken in a very veiled manner, but the meaning was quite clear. They were waiting for Lin Jiming to bring up the topic. Lin Jiming didn't indulge him and asked directly. Is that so? How difficult is it for the Ministry of Works? There's no war on the border, no need to dredge the 3 rivers and 2 rivers, no prefectures or states have collapsed and need to be rebuilt, and I haven't reached the point where I need to build an imperial mausoleum. What's so difficult about it for you? Lu Tang was old and slow to react. He was stunned by Lin Jiming's rapid-fire questions and couldn't answer for a moment. A supervising secretary from the Ministry of Works jumped out from the side and said loudly, Your Majesty, the Ministry of Works is in charge of all construction projects in the country, as well as military equipment and weapons. The affairs are very complicated. Lin Jiming glanced at him. I know what the Ministry of Works does. I don't need you to explain it to me again. Just say what you want to say. The censor was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered and said, Your Majesty, we have accused the embroidered uniform guard of abusing their power by ransacking the Ministry of Works and disrupting its daily operations. It should be known that the Ministry of Works contains many blueprints and documents that are state secrets, and should not be easily accessed by anyone. Therefore, we have reported to the Empress Dowager and are seeking an explanation for the Ministry of Works. An explanation? I ordered Chen Ping to do this, that's the explanation. Lin Jiming looked at Lu Tang. Where are the Ordnance Bureau's ledgers? Bring them all to me. Lu Tang said unhurriedly. I heard that Your Majesty composed an essay entitled Exhortation to Learning today, and even Master Zhou of the Imperial Academy praised its excellence. However, the Ministry of Works is somewhat special. Even if Your Majesty is exceptionally intelligent, you may not understand the intricacies of mechanical arts, divination, firearms, and explosions. As the Minister of Works, I naturally have the responsibility to safeguard confidential matters. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Chen Ping said. Minister Lu, His Majesty only wants the account books, not your secret documents. Lu Tang shook his head. There is no difference. The ledger records all the ingredients. If someone with ulterior motives takes it, they are very likely to find out the difference. Lin Jiming sneered. Is that so? You're afraid that I'll find out something else about you, aren't you? Lu Tang remained silent, but his meaning was clear. He wouldn't give it to him. Ning Song stood to the side with his hands at his sides, not saying a word, but his eyes slightly turned to look to the side. One of the officials in the queue immediately understood and said loudly, Although Your Majesty is the Emperor, the founding Emperor ordered that the secrets of each department must not be leaked at will, especially those of the Ministry of Works. Your Majesty insists on letting the embroidered uniform guard check the secrets of the Ministry of Works. If something goes wrong, will Your Majesty bear the responsibility? The censor who had spoken earlier said again, Your Majesty, please rescind your order. This matter will be decided by the Empress Dowager's decree. However, the Ministry of Works account books must never be handed over to the embroidered uniform guard again. Lin Jiming listened quietly without saying a word, but a chill gradually rose in his eyes. Lu Tang sighed, looking aggrieved, and said, Your Majesty, the Ministry of Works has always been hardworking and conscientious, but it cannot be bullied. Please understand this old minister, and do not force the Ministry of Works. Lin Jiming looked at him and slowly said, You put away the account books and refused to give them to me, and you made so many people in the Ministry of Works claim to be sick, leaving the Ministry of Works in an empty office. Who is forcing whom? Since you, Lu Tang, think there is nothing wrong with the account books and that I have wronged you, are you worried that I will look at them again? Or, is there really something wrong with the account books? Lu Tang suddenly knelt on the ground and said, If Your Majesty insists on seeing this, I would rather kill myself here to prove my innocence. The two officials were immediately enraged and shouted, Your Majesty is forcing your old ministers and treating state secrets as a joke. This is outrageous. We beg Your Majesty to return to the palace, reflect on your actions, and await the Empress Dowager's judgment. Lin Jiming suddenly turned his head to look at the two of them, his gaze sharp as a knife. Wasn't Chapter 92 exciting? The two officials felt their bodies stiffen, as if their hearts were being gripped by an invisible hand. One of them was so frightened that he took a half-step back. Lin Jiming walked up to Lu Tang, looking down at him with a cold gaze but a calm tone. Whether you live or die, whether you go to ask the Empress Dowager for justice or not, I don't care. I'm saying this for the last time, hand over the account books. The atmosphere inside the Wenyuan Pavilion suddenly plummeted, with a frosty feeling permeating the air. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from outside the door. The Empress Dowager has arrived! Lin Jiming turned his head and saw Ning Daishi walking in gracefully, her head held high like a proud peacock, her snow-white neck looking like an exquisite piece of porcelain in the sunlight outside the door. Your subject pays respects to the Empress Dowager! The officials in the Wenyuan Pavilion immediately knelt down to greet him. Lin Jiming did not kneel, but instead raised a small smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at her meaningfully. It has to be said that Ning Daishi's figure is truly exceptional, even surpassing in Lingxuan's. With its well-defined contours and full, soft lines, it subtly exudes the domineering air of a superior, naturally inspiring a sense of oppressive power that makes one dare not look directly at it. But Lin Jiming was never frightened. In his eyes, Ning Daishi had a mature, intellectual, and calm demeanor. Of course, she wouldn't be calm when he teased her. Overall, Ning Daishi still possesses the aura of a queen mother, especially now, dressed as an Empress Dowager with golden cloud and dragon patterns, exuding an air of superiority. But in Lin Jiming's eyes, this feeling turned into a subtle and perverse stimulation, a desire to destroy her until she was in tears and begging for mercy no matter what. This feeling of destruction and ravaging that he experienced might be considered a form of uniform fetish. Ning Daishi noticed Lin Jiming's smile, and her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't attraction, it was anger. Every time she saw Lin Jiming, she couldn't help but feel angry, especially when she thought about the time she had suffered at his hands. But with so many people in the Wenyuan pavilion, she could only take a deep breath, force herself to calm down, and say indifferently, "Why is the Emperor here at the Wenyuan pavilion instead of staying in your Qianqing palace?" Lin Jiming casually said, "I came to ask Minister Lu for something. I wonder what brings Mother here." Ning Daishi glanced at Chen Ping and said, "I heard that the embroidered uniform guard went a bit too far today, so I came to see. Your Majesty, I'm not trying to criticize you, but since you've personally taken charge of the embroidered uniform guard, you should keep it under control. If you can't manage it, then I'll take over for you." "Ha, so blunt, so shameless? You've already asked me for it directly." Lin Jiming sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. "I ordered Chen Ping to check the accounts. If Mother wants to blame someone, blame me. Why take it out on the barbarians? It's beneath your dignity." Ning Daishi didn't catch the hidden meaning in his words, glanced at him and said, "What, are you going to take it for him?" Lin Jiming knew that shamelessness was about to begin, but he wasn't afraid because he had already figured out how to deal with it the moment Ning Daishi appeared. "Since the Empress Dowager has come to question me personally, I will naturally not stop her. However, I originally planned to go to Yue Palace later, but since the Empress Dowager is here, how about we speak in private?" He pointed to a small door to the side, a half-smile on his face. Ning Daishi's heart skipped a beat again. Behind that small door was a small room in the Wenyuan pavilion used for resting, where officials on duty could take a nap. There was only a soft couch inside. She now has a post-traumatic stress disorder with soft couches and the like, but Lin Jiming went in first without waiting for her reply, saying, "Wang Qing de Chun, watch the door." "Yes." Wang Qing and Su Dachun responded and stood on either side of the small door. Ning Daishi gritted her teeth. She was now being forced into this situation by Lin Jiming. She knew what that bastard was going to say and didn't want to go in, but it concerned so much money in his hands, as well as his future title as the first chairman of the Charity Federation. Finally, she steeled herself and said softly, "I have something to say to the Emperor. You all wait here." The crowd replied in unison, "Your Majesty, we will obey your decree." No one doubted that the Emperor would do something to the Empress Dowager. The so-called private conversation was nothing more than the Emperor trying to negotiate with the Empress Dowager.